Don't like me, 'cause I'm on the road, yeah. Alright, let's go.
Don't like me, well I'm on the road. I speed, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new Prada, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the rim. Back then, yeah, I never talked at all. Ashes, yeah, let them bitches fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash standing tall. Hey yo, watch this. Got a foreign girl switching for my necklace. Got $100,000 on my checklist. All the money you made, that's my work slip. You ain't learning. I be a new person. I be making money fast. They be so determined. I be working every day. Yeah, I'm up on my circuit. Get me another diamond chain, made it from the surface. I been hurting. Would you live with me straight till the end? Baby, don't leave my back. I'm too spent. This is what I got, yeah, it's how it been. But that's okay, 'cause I'm making ends. Don't like me, well I'm on the road. I speed, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new Prada, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the rim.
Never talked at all. Ashes, yeah, let them bitches fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash standing tall.
They say, rock, rock, rock. You say, blah, blah, blah. Talk is cheap, homie. Talk is cheap, homie. Blah, 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 blah. Can't be no one else but yourself. You the best at being yourself. Remember that and never doubt it. Stand up, hello world, shout it. Leave your mark, build your legacy. Make them words count, live your fantasy. It's your life, time to live it right. Show the world what you're all about. Let them haters hate, let them doubters doubt. They don't really know what you all about. Let them talkers talk while you walk the walk. They don't really know what you all about. You only need yourself and the one and only. Even when you stand alone, you're never lonely. Take the path, let's travel. One day you reach your true level. Allow yourself to take your place on your space. It's your birthright. Let your work outshine the talk. Let them smile, light up the dark. Let them haters hate, let them doubters doubt. They don't really know what you all about. Let the talkers talk
need a smoke, where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh? All polo and some white shoes. Funny thing now is I'm a nice dude, but when you cross that line, it ain't the right move. And my tender bitch is what I like knows. Oh yeah, can you feel that? I'm giving y'all that real rap. I'ma get the money, make the deal fat. Making hits with a steel bat. The Audi Quattro or that Monte Carlo. Which whip will I whip tomorrow? Got 6 chicks down to sip the bottle. Go coast to coast so I can ship the cargo. I don't really know if these people keep it real. I'm just telling all you fuckers how the homie really feel. And I'm looking up to God. Can you tell me what's the deal? I'm just waiting for your answer at the altar where I kneel. I need a smoke, where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh? Let me get the money, I see you bitches acting funny, ha. Can't take nothing from me, nah. Rapping blunts like mummies, yeah. We freed the homie when he caught a bid. I roll around, you can't stop the kid. Truth be told, I'm hot as shit. Just say what up when you spot a kid. Real talk, I'm trying to speak the truth. I stay loyal, bro, to my roots. Since 15, I've been in the booth. At 16, I was on the move. Used to ride in that old Chevy. Now we out here show ready. I can see the bull, you're so petty. You can have your shine, my glow heavy. I need a smoke, where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh?
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. Still lying to his audience. Okay, that's my PTOS. What the fuck?
Wait,
Okay.
is it?
I don't know, but that was.
You asked for this, sir?
I said, what's your favorite anime voice?
Dojo, not again.
I'm trying to make my mama proud, that's for sure. Landed in the city, but my heart is on the coast. I don't wanna look back what my life was like before. I just took a red-eye penthouse, top floor. In the stew, I got a spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh,
Walking on the floor of this site, no one protects me. Wanna show Shawty my heart, she wanna text me. All this love I felt was a curse, I wanna XD. Going crazy, all of my nerves, who does to check me? All this fun, baby, why you gotta leave me on? Had to drop a bag on her when she gone. But I'm running when we click, yeah, they got me till I fall. Complaining if a bag's worth more than your love. Yeah, yeah. Feel my moment, yeah, yeah. I'm the chosen, yeah, yeah. I'm the one inside.
in the stew, I got a spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for
my swag, you niggas pussy tryna trace it. I don't need your love, I took a perk and I replaced it. I'ma keep on going till my mama said I made it. Black and yellow, white, I got thotties, different races. Did my dirt, I had a mask, I'm moving faceless. I got 12 plotting on me, but no cases. Running from my demons, lacing on my A6. I don't do that fake shit, nah. The way they treat me, they act like I'm feeling them. So I got a script, I was just trying to feel something. Now I'm alone, you don't care, and
in
I
the
feel
stew, I got a
numb.
spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them boardings into benches, needing blue strips. Oh.
Do not come. Do not come.
Okay, this is the most disappointing video I've ever seen. She literally attacked the two things that I like. I'm a coomer.
She says that she loves me, she just wants to fuck me. Got me feeling something, got me feeling nothing. Alcoholic junkie, says she thinks I'm funny. Think I might get lucky, spending too much money. She says she wants my necklace, put her on the guest list. Hope I don't regret this, hope I don't regret this. I'm feeling hella reckless, cashing all my checks rich. Hickeys on my neck, shit, she's on the offensive. I do not know my set list, still I'm gonna get lit. Yeah, I have a death wish, live until I'm breathless. I'ma stay progressive, she gon' stay obsessive. Life is so expensive, do everything excessive. I think my brain's defective, yeah. Can't think when she's aggressive, yeah. She snuck into my section, yeah. You think I'd learn my lesson, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No She's sitting up in the front of the class, using that ass, she gonna pass. Keeping her pad and her pen in her lap. She been so bad with the men in her past. Now she just want the professor so bad. I'll give her lessons that she never had, like taking a freshman and teaching her math. I'll keep her guessing until she a grad. She always leaves them guessing, they don't know what's next, man. Learned it from the best, man. She loving every lesson with hands-on sessions, points for attendance. She asks a lot of questions, I answer with my presence. I sit back while I'm texting. Said she wants to get in, said she'll bring her best friend. Know what happened next, man. You know what happened next, man. Treat her like a guest, man. Rolling out the best, man. She had a confession, yeah. She wanna stay for a minute, she wanna play for a minute, she wanna slay for a minute, and now I'm all up in it. I'll be back in a minute, I'll be back in a minute. Make a track in a minute, and now I'm all up in it. No sleep, these girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep, these girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. Wait, are you fucking kidding me, dude? You are such a pathetic piece of shit. Shame on you. Shame on you, you fucking liar. You fucking filth. You fucking absolute dog shit. You fucking piece of shit. You fucking garbage motherfucker. What a fucking little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little... Holy shit. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you. You fucking... You fucking piece of garbage. You know these motherfuckers are such liars, dude. I fucking... Oh, I despise these people so much. God, why are you such a horrible monster, dude? Shame on you, and shame on your fucking parents for literally bringing to this world such pathetic, filthy spawn. You disgusting, vile piece of garbage. What a fucking liar. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little... Holy shit. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you. Oh my god. Oh, this is disgusting. So fucking disgusting. What a pathetic worm, dude. Shit, dude. I just, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Disgusting. You disgust me, dude. Hashtag my dick, dude. Lying for clout ass motherfucker, dude. What a fucking liar. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little... Holy shit. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you.
Hi. Hello. Holy shit. I hope everyone's good. Having a good one. A nice Sunday. Chillin'. I never got around to watching Leftovers, so that's first on the docket right now. I'm doing pretty well. I'm just perpetually so fucking tired. Always so tired. Fatigue is a bitch. It really is. Oh well, though. I woke up and my hip hurt for no apparent reason. So that's cool. I spent an hour stretching and it still hurts. So fuck my life, I guess. Yeah, it's like this one. It's probably because I sit like this and shit. Now that I think about it, there may be reasons. There might be a reason or two. Okay, fine. I don't know. I get so, like, uncomfortable just, like, sitting, like, you know, like, upright. Perfect. It's, like, actually exhausting. I need you guys to use the posture checks. No one's checking my posture. It's terrible. Fuck it though. I don't know. I'm doing my best, okay? Doing my best. This looks like a juicy episode of Leftovers. It's gonna be good. I guess, Noah got into a new discourse. Noah Samsen. That'll be good. We have the part 2 of the Joseph Stalin, which I don't know. I don't know how much I trust Bailey's research on this specific topic, but we'll see. We'll see. She prefaced the first one with, like, oh, he was, like, deadlier than Hitler, but, like, that's not true? From what I could understand. I don't know. We'll see. We can always do a little cheeky fact check. Yeah. When did I get my vaccine? It's like Wednesday? Tuesday? Something like that. I'm still tired. How long is that supposed to last? I always forget. "24 to 48 hours. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. A few days at most. I think it's just because my immune system is, like, slow. Like, my arm still hurts. What do you mean, 3 days? I mean, I'm not, like... It doesn't feel like I have a flu. I'm just tired, mostly. There we go. Should not last longer than a week from the NHS. Okay. So, that's okay. I'm alright. Not dying, probably. Wicked. Okie dokie. Let's do a leftovers. I was thinking of painting a little bit. Where's the sound? Oh, it's muted. Why? But why?
Yes. Woo!
go.
We're back.
We're so back, baby. That's right.
Hassan is back from celebrating the royal coronation.
That's right. That's right. I'm back.
Which, let's be real, Hassan. What the F, dude? You're out there having tea and crumpets to celebrate King Sausage Fingers? I mean, who are you?
It's time
you
to
American
admit,
or
it's
you
time to admit something, Ethan. I've always been British my whole life. Yes, that's right. I've been portraying myself as an American man, but also a Turkish one. But in reality, much like Boris Johnson, who is also Turkish. That is real, by the way. Look it up. He's an Ottoman son.
Todger?
I
Todger?
have been infiltrating American spaces at the behest of the Queen.
Well, I'll have you know, I always knew that you weren't American. There was just something off about you, bro.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm not surprised by that. But welcome back.
It's good to be back.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Finally in the land of freedom.
All domestic terrorists.
I saw, like, when I travel, I'm not a big travel
That
fan.
soundbite.
I'm not a big travel fan. I don't like leaving my house that much, which I think
I feel that.
you definitely agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
And I, there was only one time where I felt sad coming back to the United States of America, and that was when I came back from Japan.
Yeah.
When I come back from London, I was literally about to kiss the fucking Border Patrol guy.
Right.
Like, I felt like I had finally breached containment, like I had left and was back on, like, freedom soil.
Is the food horrible there?
soil.
Were they serving you beans on toast for breakfast?
Yes.
Yeah, bro.
Dude, okay.
Hell nah.
Okay.
Sorry,
the
Ian.
food is so fucking garbage, dude. It is so bad. Like, it's just entirely carried by its colonies,
Booyakasha.
obviously. Like, there's really good Indian food. I've heard that there's really good Caribbean food. I wasn't able to try that out. And London is really interesting because it's a cosmopolitan city. Obviously, it has like some of the best like Michelin star rated restaurants on the planet. But like if you go to like an average place, if you go to like a regular place to grab a quick eat, a quick bite, it's so garbage.
So what's a quick bite in England? What kind of shit?
Jellied eels.
Huh?
Jellied eels. Jellied eels.
Jellied eels.
Jellied eels. No, they have
What
like.
the fuck?
I'll tell you this. Like British food, like actually British cuisine, feels like a liminal state. Is that like a liminal space? Sorry. Like it's supposed to be something. Like your eyes look at it and you're like, this resembles food, but like it's a little off. You know
But
what I mean?
what is it that they actually eat on the street? Like, what do they grab on the go? What are those?
It's mostly just like, kebabs.
Kebab and shit like that.
Yeah. But.
Oh, dude, nobody eats that.
No, they do.
Nobody
Old people eat it.
Dude, if you eat that, you should die.
I mean, yeah, people are dying.
I think the Sundströmen people and the jellied eel people need to get together.
I've had
and die.
Sturströmming. It's awful.
I've had it too many times.
Fucking ruined my
including
mouth.
yesterday.
We ate it yesterday.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, yesterday's episode was such a disaster. We had this guy Hunger FF on, who's like the world famous prolapser. He made a dildo replica.
Is this COVID related guy?
He tied into that. That was Howie.
He's not the guy.
Oh, he's not. He was stealing prolapse valor.
No. He's got valor. That's not the problem.
Okay.
The problem is he was calling into the show to talk about his new prolapse dildo that he made, first of its kind.
I saw it.
You saw that? What happened?
They showed it to me when I came in.
So we had
tell the people what you said about it.
I have a very controversial opinion on it. It doesn't look scary at all. It looks tasty.
Oh, that.
What do I mean by that? You might ask.
Well, you just came back from England, so I don't.
No, it looks like kokoreç, which is one of my favorite Turkish foods. It's sheep intestines.
That's human intestines.
Right.
Oh, that's why it looks like that.
Yeah, it's human intestines.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. It literally
Put
looks
some
like
rice and good stuff in there.
No,
Let's get to work.
no, you're supposed to like cut it like very finely. Like you're supposed to chop it with like tomatoes, onions, peppers,
Okay,
and like a
Hannibal
whole lot
Lecter,
of
Jesus.
spices. Well, not the human one, the sheep one, and it's delicious. Yeah,
This
see?
is it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then the final product is in the bread. It like if you scroll down, there's like one. Yeah. That's how you're supposed to eat it. It's a late night eat. It's one of my favorite things to eat. It's so
breadcrumb.
It's so fucking delicious.
And Hunger's fully prolapsed anus is what made you think of that.
Yeah, because it looks identical, does it not?
Yeah, just raw and the
Ew. Ew. God damn it.
raw form. But anyway, not only did he show his massive prolapse dildos in the background, but he also, there was a picture right behind him of a naked dude. People were wondering if it wasn't just the dildos. It was the naked dude in back
Can we please stop the relapse meta, please?
with his cock out.
Yeah, that's yeah.
That was the one that made me think like, oh,
Ethan
fuck.
Klein engages in homophobia again. What else is new? You know what I mean?
Listen, have your
where's
cock-
Keemstar on this? He's been slacking.
Star cock.
Listen,
Yeah.
I'm pro cock, but I'm not pro.
Yeah, but keep it in the bedroom, right? Yeah, I see what. Yeah, okay. Don't say gay. Okay, Mr. Florida.
Well, I mean, I don't
You
think.
have tried to get my
Anyway,
fucking
he really,
cock
it was really.
for years.
I'm sorry, I love Hunger, but that was fucked up what he did to us. Like we coached him so thoroughly on what to do and what not to do.
Trying to tell gay man to do certain things.
Okay.
So close to Pride Month. Yeah.
You know, do they have frozen pizza in England? I wonder.
I'm sure they do. It's probably fucking nasty.
Even
though.
worse than it is.
It's even worse than like American frozen pizza, probably. I mean, it's just like. What I was gonna say is this: the reason why I said it's like is the correct term liminal state? Isn't that what it is? Like when you liminal space, like when you look at something that's like weird, and your brain can't like wrap itself around what it actually is.
Thing.
So I'm on.
I think there's also a liminal state.
I'm on pretty sure where he's coming back home. Okay. And they have like sandwiches that they're offering if you're hungry. And I'm a hungry boy. They were not giving me enough food. So I go in and I go and raid the sandwich cabinet. And they have a sandwich in there called the Plowman's sandwich, right? And you look at it and you're like, what would like a basic ass sandwich, like put some fucking ham and cheese and like maybe a shred of lettuce and like I'm good, right?
Yeah.
The Plowman sandwich is like pickles and cheese. But like not even Cornish pickles, like jellied pickles.
You know,
and
American
cheese.
food's not that bad. People come, they laugh
wasn't
at
like
us.
this.
You know what I mean? Like we know how to throw a sandwich together. Plowman's.
Yeah,
and also
sweet.
like these babies, they cut the crust off. It's like, are you just a country
I don't
full
mind.
of
I don't mind.
babies?
Like I like crust, but I don't mind it if they.
But it's like, dude, you know what I mean? Like, grow up, England.
And then
Eat
another
your
one
crust.
was Coronation chicken. Coronation chicken sandwich. And that one was
Coronation
like
chicken
a curry
sandwich?
chicken sandwich. It was like odd.
Again with the crust cut off. English people, grow the fuck up, dude.
A lot of this looks way better and way more edible.
I'm sorry, I have to say this. They colonize half the world who's in hunger and they're cutting off the crust. How
Yeah.
dare you?
Well, they also rarely use the fucking spices.
Death
Except for,
to the king.
Wow. Controversial. Another thing was I went to.
By the way, the reason
Ritz.
I say that so people don't get mad at me.
What?
Sorry, let me just. Tom, did you see this? Tom Segura. He went to Ireland, I think, or Scotland. It was so funny. Oh no, see, he said "fuck the king," not "death to the king."
Yeah,
I
it's
took
a
it
little
too
different.
far. Fuck. I almost hit the button on that. Dude, they go crazy.
Yeah, of course. He's
It's funny.
He's in Ireland. What do you mean?
Dude, it's just funny. Like they give him a standing O for like a full minute. Very funny.
Irish people love. Irish people love saying shit like that. Unless you're talking to some Protestants.
All right, so yeah, but long live the king. Whatever. I don't know. Not death to anybody. No death to anybody. I meant to say fuck the king, but you know
Okay.
how it is around here.
You didn't mean like a specific king. I think it's like valid to say, you know, death.
I was talking about Charles.
You don't have to clarify.
Yeah, I was talking about.
You don't have to clarify.
How
you gonna milk an oat?
It was him. It was him.
Okay.
Sausage fingers.
I'm
about to make a coronation sandwich out of those fucking fingers.
The MI6 is coming after Harry and Meghan yesterday in New York. They can come after you too, motherfucker. You better watch yourself.
Ooh, come get me, bitch.
I've told you I'm a part of the British intelligence service.
So anyway, we have a ton of stories actually. The three main stories that I've got here is Elon entering his Nazi era.
Oh yeah,
lots on that.
He's getting, and I love saying this about a 50-year-old man, red pilled. I love that. It's like,
right.
You're not a fucking teenager in an online forum, dog. You're like a 50-year-old man.
Absolutely.
With like 100 children.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, I'm for right.
What is wrong with you?
And then the other one is Return of the Queen, aka Diana Feinstein, who's not in a box like Queen Elizabeth, but who
could be soon.
Could be in a box soon, which would be a great relief to many.
Dianne Feinstein is in a prison of her own mind right now. She is
true.
unfortunately in the throes of late-stage dementia.
She's been
And
for years. Her brain is jello.
I mean, yeah, that goes on for a long time. Like my grandmother had Alzheimer's. She passed away a couple years ago. And it went on for like 10 years. You know what I mean? Like, especially with a lot of medical care, you can keep someone alive.
Well, it was that clip of her asking the same question twice was 3 years ago. Like, she's had a lot of time to deteriorate.
Yeah. It goes on for longer than that. It can go on for like a decade, maybe even 2 decades, really. It's just entirely dependent on how well taken care of she is. And it seems like she's got a great medical team.
Oh, yeah.
Just...
They are
Weekend at Bernie's.
100%. She's just a cadaver being held up by marionettes.
Yeah, but hey, that's like a lot of our politicians.
And then the other one is Rudy Giuliani, who's being faced with a $10 million lawsuit for basically essaying this former aide, who's got a lot of tea. I mean, he is so gross. Like, I don't want to sound. This is going to sound bad. And so keep your hand on the button, Dan.
Okay. My mouse is hovering over the button.
Being essayed, horrible.
Oh, you're saying it's extra bad because it's Rudy Giuliani?
It's extra bad because he's so vile.
Yeah, I mean, usually I think a lot of sexual assaulters are vile and gross, regardless. But
right, but he's got to be the most vile person in the world.
When it's Rudy Giuliani,
he's got to be the most vile person in the world.
Disgusting.
He is disgusting.
His dick
really
has
gross.
tonsil stones.
Oh, dude, come on. Oh, God. I can't believe we're back. I escaped to England. I escaped to England to avoid this, okay?
But that's my point. He's so vile. He's S tier creep.
Yeah.
So those are the three main ones I want to talk about, but there's some good stuff at the top as well. So
yeah. Oh, the other thing I was going to say is, as far as England goes, we went to the Ritz for high tea to celebrate the king's coronation.
I have a picture of that. Should I pull it up?
You can pull it up if you want. And I gotta say, very mid. Like,
yeah, of course. High tea is stupid as shit.
It was
bro.
mid. Like, they have sandwiches and scones and like pastries
crust?
And stuff. No crust. Look, you can see one of the sandwiches there, but like the sandwiches are not that good at all.
I
got Austin to foot the bill. I think it was like 500 quid.
500 quid for that?
Yeah,
shit?
because it was a big table. We had like a bunch of people.
Okay.
We were like 5 people.
And are you supposed to dress up this nice?
Yes. No, they literally won't let you in unless you have a suit and tie.
For Uncrustables?
For formal apparel all the way down. As a matter of fact, we all had to go buy suits. Last second, we bought our suits. I had boots on, luckily, that I had brought to England because I thought it was going to rain a lot. So I wore those, which was fine. But I didn't have a tie. So as soon as I walk in, there's like a person playing the harp, and it's like this, everyone is like 85 years old. This lady runs up to me and says, No, you mustn't come in. And I was like, what the fuck? Wait, why? What the hell? She's like, you do not have a tie.
Oh my
Michael,
God.
sir, please see yourself to the, I don't know.
Dude, the English
There's a room where they have they give you loaners.
They have loaner ties.
Yeah, they have loaner
nice.
ties. They have loaner jackets. They have everything.
The English just can't be helped. I don't know what to say. You know why they don't put crust on the sandwiches? Because they save it for the royalty. They're crusty old asses.
You are so focused on the crust. You love the fucking crust.
It's just, to me, it's so fucking silly.
I mean, I don't really.
I cut the crust off for my 4-year-old son.
I don't really care about it one way or the other. Like, I like the crust of the sandwich. I don't have an issue with it, but I certainly do not have as big as a distaste for the people who cut the crust off.
All right. So
there's
anyway,
way worse stuff about British food than just the crust being taken off.
Here is some memes. Let's see. The LGBT community has forgiven Hassan. Thank you. What did you do to them?
It's an ongoing meme that I hate the term ally. I think it's like so, I don't know, it's like very liberal.
I'm an ally.
Yeah, I hate it, so I always say I'm an LGBT foe.
Okay.
And because my community is like very gay, like I have a massively queer audience, so it's just like an inside meme that I say I'm a foe. I'm an LGBT foe.
That's pretty funny. And of course Austin is gay, right? So
yeah.
This is him in an act of...
and I shit on him all the time, so like in a homophobic way.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
You're gay? You're gay? Crowder, here's just a few stuff at the top here. Crowder, I can't get enough of his dissent.
Fucking watch it.
It didn't work for me either. He's fundraising.
That's what he's saying to YouTube.
Let's see here. Can you link me the tweet? I prefer that over the email, but he tweeted the same thing. He recently got 5 videos removed and only 1 strike. This man still has a YouTube channel. Alex Jones hosted his show and did here. I mean, I have a screenshot because
I have a controversial take on this that you might not agree.
Here's Alex Jones on Steven Crowder's show.
Dude, what? No.
Yeah, that's what they got the strike for. And I would love to watch the video, but I'm just gonna show the picture.
That's insane, dog.
The video is so much worse.
Oh, can we just hear the audio?
Yeah, you can probably play it. If we don't show it, it's probably okay.
Let's just hear the audio because I haven't seen it. I haven't heard
it. got removed from Crowder's channel that episode. So
well, then they removed all of Alex's guest episodes.
This is like one of those things where it's like it's so over the top racist that it like rolls back around and becomes funny again. For me, at least. I know people will get mad at me for saying that, but like that's so insane. Like what the?
Come on, Hassan. It's not funny. It's just fucked up. It's like really old school racism. Like,
fuck are you doing?
The context, if you can believe it, actually makes it more insane. They were having a conversation about like anti-Asian discrimination and like hate crimes. Like,
and he sided with the hate crimes? Like what?
Yes.
Well, that's their stance, pretty much.
That's wild.
They weren't siding with that. They were talking about how terrible this was or whatever. And then Alex Jones just out of nowhere is like, oh, by the way, I'm Asian. And then starts doing like a Chinese voice.
So here's...
And Steven was like, this is fire. This is great content. This is the funniest thing I've ever seen, probably. That's what he thought.
So Crowder, Steven Victim Complex Crowder is declaring his 10th war this year on YouTube. Fuck you at YouTube. I don't give a shit that we're 1 strike away from being banned permanently.
Dude, he's
from
so
the
hot.
platform.
God, he's so cool.
That doesn't work for me either.
He's so sick.
No, that doesn't work
This
either.
doesn't square with the baby bitch boy voice that we heard. BTS.
We will not pacify. We will not kowtow, and we will not stop.
We won't stop
either.
Not
now.
ever.
That doesn't work either. No.
We will say when it's over. Hashtag Mud Club says when it's over. You want to hit that last one?
You want me to say that?
Not some patsies.
Oh, not some patsies.
That doesn't work either.
Don't miss tomorrow's episode. This means war.
War.
The stakes have never been higher. It's like nobody transparent that this is the grift. It's so fucking transparent. Like, you are such a dumbass if you look at this and go, wow, he's doing such like he's taking a brave and bold stance like over and over again against fucking YouTube. And the stance is what? Getting Alex Jones to host your show and do like you know,
this is
2007 YouTube memes.
More like 1950 grandpa memes.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying there was
I got you.
This style of content was like very, very.
And when I was 13, that was cool.
I mean, I guess.
Anyway,
I feel like that shit banged on YouTube though for like a long time. Like 2014 is like the last time you could do that and get away with it.
Right.
And then everyone had to delete those old videos and old tweets of them making fun of Asian people in an identical fashion.
Yeah, but he's actually fundraising on this too. It's identical to his tweet, and he really wants people on that mug club, man. I'll tell you what, boy. I'll tell you what, man. That mug club is something else, bro.
Yeah,
Can y'all drop the video? What's going on?
We know
it's in the doc.
We know exactly what this is. I mean, he outlined that this was his like
which one?
Business strategy when that Jeremy boring back and forth happened, if you remember, where he very openly was saying like, no, I want to get banned so I can like drive traffic to the Mug Club for my only clans, you know what I mean? Like for where I can be like extra racist, and that's like our business strategy. That's how we drive. That's how we generate revenue, and that's precisely what he's doing. And his fan base is like, they're so stupid. I don't know how else to describe it. I mean, I guess, you know, yeah, they're looking for this kind of content. So yeah, of course they're stupid.
They're dumb, and also maybe are old people watching Crowder? Because I feel like old people fall for any damn thing.
Middle-aged divorcees.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of there's a lot of like 35 plus probably that watch him.
Yeah.
I know for a fact that I'm the youngest. I have the youngest audience on politics across the board on YouTube. Like literally the youngest.
That's what it's all about, baby.
Yeah.
Right.
We are here and we are young.
Yeah.
Here is the here's the voice. I haven't heard it. Yeah, I wasn't gonna say the other one.
Wait, I probably don't show this, Ian.
Yeah, don't show it. Let's just listen to it.
Always be prepared. That's part
Oh
of the
yeah.
problem.
Great. Ian.
Good call, Ian.
That's exactly what we need.
Yeah. Oh, thank God we got a dumbass alert. Yeah.
Well, just last week, the Attorney General came out with a new rule saying no crime statistics can be used by the FBI. Well, how do you put agents in areas if you don't know where the crime? It's like if you're fishing, you've got sonar to see where the fish are. So they're saying, oh well, we're not even going to look at where crime's at.
Well, the natural thing for me to do would be like, okay, so you're telling me that it's unsafe for me right now as a person who's
This guy's
Asian.
such a
Or
fucking piece of
remember
shit,
when
too.
Islamic people
And also
they-
so
I identify
dumb.
as Asian, by the way.
You do? Is this a new thing? Is there a benefit? Oh, stop it. My goodness, Alex.
Hello, how you doing there?
He's a child.
Oh my God, bro.
That is
Why are they even laughing at that? It's like
Christ.
you really.
We really just like jumped back like 60 years, didn't we? Am I in a time machine? What happened?
They sound uncomfortable, and you hear somebody say, they're like, stop it, you're a child. Like, I think, like, they can't, like, go too hard, but I think even those guys are like, holy fuck, Alex, stop.
Was this
Well, I think
live,
it's 'cause
or
it's,
did
like,
they upload
mid. It's mid. It's like humor-wise, if I am to analyze this as like just simply comedy or an attempt at comedy,
right?
It's even worse than Steven Crowder's bits, which I did not think was possible.
Right.
This is what you do when you're like a 14-year-old. And
Go ahead and show the still.
And you want to be fucking edgy.
Not even 14, but like 8, like 7. Like,
You know what I mean? You're like you can't be funny. You're not creative enough to make people laugh. So you're just like trying to get a reaction by being like, I'm Asian, by the way. Look at me.
I did it.
Yeah, look at me. I'm Asian. Haha. Like literally.
So this was live. They did not choose to upload this. Is that right?
Yeah. No, they always stream their shows.
Okay, so he's
I'm
got
not, bro. I'm saying it right now.
I don't have a button.
I don't have a button, but it's just this is like, again, it's so desperate to be edgy that I think it removes the edge from it, and it all of a sudden loops back around to being like funny.
Show it.
You know what I mean? It's like, because
Watch it.
All right.
it's one of those things that says like significantly more, like looking at this is nowhere near as frustrating as like, you know, what Steven Crowder did with like the George Floyd execution recreation. You know what I mean? Because like there's a deliberate attempt to basically vilify black people there. Whereas in this one, you tried, you swung, and you missed so hard.
I don't know. I hear uproarious laughter, boy. Let's finish
You tried,
the
you
clip.
swung, and you missed so hard that it basically made you look way worse rather than like invoke any kind of like negative reaction, I think.
I don't think you can look worse than Alex Jones.
Hey, I love Asians. We have to make fun of it.
We
I'll
love
do a
the
redneck.
Asians.
I'll do a redneck thing. I'm the roughest, toughest hombre east of the Pecos, baby. And I lives in my trailer and I drinks whiskey all day. I think everybody's fair game.
Do people still use the Pecos as a
Nice
landmark?
save, Alex.
Yeah.
Quick, let me do an impression of a white person. See, I'm not racist.
Which is just myself. I'm just going to
Yeah.
be myself for a second.
Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Like, it's
Yeah,
like
no,
so
yeah,
pathetic
no, I understand what you're saying.
dirty
Yeah,
dog.
you're good.
Yeah, well, all
I
right.
got
that it looped back around and like it softened the edge of it almost.
I get it, bro.
Like he is oozing with a divorced dad pathetic aura, which Steven also is, you know.
They're kinder.
He's joined that mug
Alex
club.
a divorced dad?
He. Let me look it up. I seem to recall that he got divorced recently, but I could be mistaken. Alex Jones is divorced.
Now, let me finish this.
My name's Yosemite Sam.
People pray for me.
Right, yes. He is divorced. And he spied on his ex-wife, was a story last year.
Awesome. How did he spy on her?
He was like hacking her phone or something.
Wait, what?
He had like software, spy
Oh
software.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Alex Jones is a fucking. Alex Jones is literally like the Elden Ring boss of divorced dads. He once famously flew a helicopter around his estranged like divorced wife's house with the children inside, terrifying the
In a
neighbors.
helicopter? Dude, that
Yeah,
rules.
he's like he is a complete fucking freakazoid.
Here's a quote from his ex. Alex is obsessed with me, has had me followed for years, has done everything to infringe on my liberties and personal freedoms to impose himself into my life, Kelly Jones said. My life is a gauntlet of waiting for his next nefarious and disingenuous or overtly threatening move. Oh, I believe that.
Sounds about right.
He's like a one-man Scientology.
Pecker. Me some whiskey.
Oh boy. Oh gosh. This is
All right, so whatever. I guess
that's why
it,
you
but,
needed the.
yeah. So shout out Alex Jones. You guys are really doing important work over there on Louder with Crowder, and we're real proud of you guys over there.
It's not funny.
Also, Blair White, who I generally have a strong distaste for.
How they act.
She's like she's so Ollie London. I mean, straight up, you know, just willing to throw every trans person under the bus just for a little crumb of clout from the right. But here she is actually with an interesting admission. Have you seen this, Hassan?
I mean, this is what she does for the record.
Just drama.
She always, she's done this like a bunch of different times. If you like, I don't really know anything about her. I don't really follow her consumer content at all, even like to shit on it, because I think she's like a non-entity. She's irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. You nailed it though. She is like a classic trans person who hates other trans people, basically. And she's the Candace Owens of like the trans.
Basically, just like really trans medicalist, refuses to accept like non-binary people or anyone who like doesn't want to like fully transition. Like, it's terrible.
Conservative movement, which is like 3 people.
It is literally 3 people. It's Blair, Ollie, and
Caitlyn. Yeah,
that's the whole.
So
that's the Triforce.
So, which by the way, there's a really funny thing about Caitlyn Jenner and Matt Walsh talking to one another, where Matt Walsh is actually correct, which we can look at in a second. But what I was gonna say is, so Blair does this stuff all the time. Like if you recall, she did. She had like a video where she was like, all conservative commentators lie all the time. They always like these smaller conservative content creators regularly will try to do drama and do a little bit of infighting in the same way that like leftists love doing all the time.
Yeah.
And this.
It sucks because like that shit is what gets traction. It gets eyeballs on your content, and like some of those people may stay around if like you do the drama right or whatever. I don't know. Like I don't know like the exact thought process, but I do know that drama gets views.
This is nothing new with her.
Well,
she has said this before. She's done stuff like this before.
Maybe it's not that interesting, but I'll play it anyway. It's short.
How they act. I'm talking about political commentators, not just people on the right. None of these hoes live how they act. The amount of demented people. Okay, I'll go off. You wanted me to go off? I'll go off.
Yes.
The amount of demented people that are in
Spill the tea,
the right-wing commentary sphere is actually scary.
That's your friends, by the way. You're
Yeah.
talking about your friends.
Hey, these fascists are kind of scary. Hey, these people that are talking about doing transgenocide are actually kind of scary. Hey, there's abusers in the Republican Party. Shock.
You're talking about the people that literally think you're a freak that probably would be happy if you didn't exist. Yeah, nice. I hope you enjoy the clout.
One thing that the libs do have correct, they're right about shit ever so rarely, but they're right about this.
That's awesome.
A lot of these, not all of them, but a lot of these pro-family values people on the right that become famous for that live like absolute monstrous degenerates in real life.
That's your people. Bro.
Orgies, coke.
Yeah, that's your people. So like, but if they lie about that,
Explain.
that's the foundation of their whole identity. Then their whole personality, everything they do is a lie.
I'm gonna stop Blair here for a second and defend Steven Crowder.
Uh-oh.
Steven Crowder was living out his fucking values on camera. That wasn't like anything outside of the norm. Like mistreating your insanely pregnant wife who was barefoot and pregnant inside of your house is like it's a pillar of conservatism.
That's a fair point. He's being true.
Being hyper controlling and an absolute freakazoid, that is very much a conservative principle. He has said it on camera. The only difference is you got to see what it looks like in action. And when you see what it looks like in action, it's a little bit different than saying like women should stay in the kitchen and like women actually enjoy being a happy wife, happy life style trad wife for me, Steven Crowder. Like when you say that on camera, it's very different than like actually living that experience on camera in a ring footage
I feel
that was unearthed by the ex-wife and her family.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Secretly gay. That's another thing they're right about. These libs who think that a lot of these right-wing commentators who talk about gay stuff
You're speaking my language,
are
girl.
secretly gay. They're right.
She sounds just like me.
When I saw this, I groaned because I'm like, oh, Ethan.
Ethan's gonna love this.
Because you always say that, and I always try and push back. And
But
be
it's
like,
true.
There are
bro.
some who aren't though. Like I don't think Matt Walsh is gay.
No, I don't think Matt.
I think Matt Walsh is just like a hateful little gremlin. Like he's just a sweaty.
He's a clout
disgusting-
demon. He doesn't care. He just wants. He likes the attention he gets by hating trans people.
I think he genuinely fucking despises.
He literally. There was a leaked email with him, wasn't there, where he was like, "I just need to do whatever it takes to get
with
to get
Steven
on."
Crowder. When
Right,
he
with
got-
Steven
when
Crowder.
got
I mean,
hacked.
right.
Or no, when he got hacked. Sorry.
I mean, he's a psychopath. So you know what I mean? He doesn't give a
Yeah,
fuck.
he's awful.
Holy shit, bruh.
What?
This picture is cursed as fuck. Caitlyn made Ollie the spokesman for
They both
her.
look like Bogdanovs at this point. I don't know what's going on there.
Yo, what happened? I saw such a funny tweet. They said, "Why do all transphobes look like this?"
Yeah, I mean it's. I shouldn't be giving you some of these memes. I feel like because you're gonna use it inappropriately. But it's a very common trope in like trans circles is that like TERFs are bricked up always.
TERFs are bricked up.
Bricked up means like you're not passing. It's actually an anti-trans thing to say. But trans people will always say
Wait,
like
what?
TERFs are
But okay, so go unpack that for me.
bricked up originally.
I thought bricked up meant what? You have like a boner. What?
In trans circles meant you're brick, like you're not passing. You're like very like you're not passing as
But bricked up means boner, right?
No.
Huh?
It does outside of trans
So
circles.
bricked up like your physique is.
Yeah.
So they
but
say.
anyway, that's like.
So who's bricked up?
TERFs, trans exclusionary radical feminists.
But TERFs aren't trans.
No, they're not. Which
So
is the
what does it mean that they're not passing?
That's the entire point. It's that
TERFs say they're not passing?
No. Let me explain. Gender, as we all know, is a social construct. It's an expression. It's an identity that you show to the rest of the world for the most part. It's in many respects removed from sex, if you want to consider sex as a separate entity, right? And it's not a rigid binary in the sense that, Ben Shapiro and the like try to claim it is. And the greatest demonstration of the fact that gender is an expression and not the rigid binary is that a lot of these cisgender, heterosexual or queer, sometimes TERFs, trans exclusionary radical feminists, or anti-trans people, do not fit in the same rigid confines that they espouse, that they claim gender is supposed to be as.
I see.
You're cis, but you don't fucking look like a woman. That's
Okay.
what that means.
Okay. Bricked up. So I shouldn't say bricked up like that in that context.
No, you could say bricked
Oh,
up when you're
I
talking about,
I would say
getting horn.
Today I learned. I never thought Hassan would be the one to teach me something about trans issues. The more you know, I guess. I didn't know. Yeah, it does make sense. Like contextually, you can tell the difference.
Horny.
I disagree.
No. I want to use it now when talking about trans issues. It's just bricked up all the time.
No, don't use it. Don't definitely don't use it.
I'm gonna mix some paint.
Well, I would never say that to a trans person, right? That'd be awful. You say it to like you would say like the Hogwarts lady is bricked up, but she's cis. She's like normal.
She's normal.
Or I mean, she's cis is what I mean by that.
So J.K. Rowling, I would say, is probably the least bricked up
She's not
TERF out
bricked
there.
up at
But
all.
like, there are photos. Like, fuck. Here, you want to pull this up?
So type J.K. Rowling bricked up.
No. J.K. Rowling famously went to like a what was it, like Queers Against Groomers or something, or the LGB
She did?
Foundation. Yeah, she's like super anti-trans. I mean,
Dude,
she's the queen of
nasty.
transphobia. But she went to an LGBT meetup, or an LGB meetup, sorry, and
a BLT meetup.
I looked up J.K. Rowling LGB meetup, and it said, "Did you mean J.K. Rowling LGBT meetup?" And the first article that comes out is 7 times J.K. Rowling supported LGBT rights.
All right, let's move on. This is boring. Okay, thank you, Blair. You're derailing the show. Nobody cares. Blah. All right, thank you. Next, Nick Fuentes talks about wanting to drink 16-year-old tit milk. This guy continues to be. This is the dude who met with President Trump, who was touring with
Thanksgiving
Kanye West.
dinner with President Trump.
He's the man.
Matter of fact.
Yeah, he's the man, dude. He does the show out of his mom's basement, literally.
Yeah.
He's literally Will Ferrell from that Wedding Crashers.
Chaz.
Mom, meatloaf.
Chaz.
Okay, let's watch.
No, bitch. I want to drink it straight from the tap. I want it raw. I don't want to wait a moment. Right when the milk is good, I want to start drinking the milk. Same thing goes with women.
Breasts.
I don't want to turn 30 and find some 29-year-old woman that I have something in common
Old
with. And it's
L.
like, hey, properly aged, like wine.
Dog,
Women don't
you're
age like wine.
permanently lonely. Like, what do
He's
you fucking
virgin.
mean?
He's unfuckable.
You are it's such an unfuckable little gremlin. Like
He has the option, bro. You know what I mean? You take what you can get.
He also has
Trust
the
me.
creepiest little fucking salad fingers, dude. It always freaks me out. I guess it's good for his booger eating. Like, he just, like,
Right.
really do like deep excavation.
Yeah.
But like, god damn, his fucking fingers are so fucking long. It freaks me out every time I see it.
All right, he's getting to the good part.
Wine. Women don't age like wine, they age like milk. They don't age like wine. That's not how their hormones work.
Say it,
That's not
brother.
how they work. Yeah, I gotta find my 16-year-old wife. Probably when I turn 30 or something. Because here's the thing, I don't want to be like, let's say I get married to a 18-year-old now.
Old.
6-year age difference.
Loser. Gross.
When I turn 40, she's going to be 34.
Gross.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Well, if I'm 30 and she's 16, 14-year age difference. When I'm 50, she'll be 36.
That's what I'm talking about.
When I'm
Divorce her.
40,
And then he'll divorce her and get a new 16.
Yeah, that marriage is good for like 15 years.
she'll be 26. Then
Yes.
Now we're talking here.
Now
Now
we're talking.
My heart sank a little
Now
bit
you
watching
can
it.
see-
This is like the grossest fucking.
Yeah, he's
brutally
just saying
Holy
it.
fuck.
This
It's
is
like one of those things where, like, you know, I'm an advocate for free speech, but like maybe not. You know what I mean?
you know, this guy's
Like, he's not even
invited
saying some Nazi shit. He's just saying pedophile shit, which is, you know,
out in the
16
open,
is
and
the
then
age
and then they talk about how pedophiles are ruining America and they're at the high levels of government. This man's just coming out and saying
yeah,
it.
bro. You see, EDP, he pulled the fucking transphobia parachute cord too.
He did.
He's on the "we gotta save our children."
Yo,
yeah,
he's back?
yeah, which is fucking hilarious.
And
'cause,
they're
like,
and people are down with that. The cupcake.
no,
guy?
I think it's actually probably worse for like the conservative movement that like an out and about open pedophile who is most famous for being a
we
pedophile
must
is talking
protect
about how
our
we
kids.
gotta protect our kids.
Oh, I know how he wants to protect the kids.
Yeah, no, he
alright.
means like we must protect our kids from me. That's
yeah,
what he's saying.
yeah. You see this face here? Don't let him anywhere near him. Yeah, but Nick Fuentes, this guy speaks at like the highest level Republican rallies there are. At CPAC, at the Turning Point.
No, he was banned from CPAC.
Yeah,
Turning
no,
Point.
not
That's
He had to
right.
do his own. He had to do his own. But like,
Wasn't he at
Paul
Turning Point?
Gosar, Marjorie Taylor Greene, like you have prominent national Republicans that have like appeared on his
He's the man.
as a part of his like you know pack.
Gosar, right?
No, he's the
Now
man.
we're
Yeah.
Our
talking
favorite
gas.
guy.
Now you
Boggos
can
are.
see an alternative vision for how things could be. I want a 16-year-old that's untouched,
Yes, sir.
pristine,
Mhm.
untouched,
That's my
uncorrupted,
man.
innocent. That's what we all want.
What we all want.
Fucking disgusting, dude. He's such a piece of shit.
Also, kids love Hitler. All kids love Hitler.
Yeah.
It's what we all want.
All 16-year-olds want an older guy who's like capable and strong
So not you.
and everything to sweep them off their feet. That's what everybody wants.
16 is the age of consent.
That's what everybody wants.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. Like, first of all, I don't think anything needs to be said about that.
Yeah.
Moving on. Thank you, Nick
speak for itself.
Fuentes. It's what everybody wants, and thank you for finally saying what nobody had the balls to say. Lauren Boebert divorced her sex offender husband.
Yeah.
Again, family values at work
Lauren Boebert,
again.
who also was exposed to her sex offender husband's penis at the ripe age of 16 in the same way that Nick Fuentes was just talking about it. So that's
Oh.
a fun little segue.
16
in a bowling
is the
alley.
age of consent.
Ew, dude, this is weird. This is Nick Fuentes' profile, man. On
Oh,
dating
stop, dude. Oh, my God. It's like the fucking console stones.
It's
Look at
just
this.
not right. It's just not right.
There's something so fucking freaky.
The family values conservative woman cites irreconcilable differences for the breakup, while her husband of 20 years allegedly lashed out and at a process server. Now, here's my favorite part. This is her husband who flashed his dick to underage girls at a bowling alley.
Including Lobo.
Is that how he got her?
I think so. I'm not even kidding.
Hi.
No. Really?
This is...
What's up? I'm just mixing up some paint. As bad as it gets. Yeah. For sure. Yeah, he's a total piece of shit. How are you?
I had never read this, but there's actually the written
Fact check
statement
me.
from the girls.
Oh, I did not see that.
Yeah, so this is her husband of 20 years. Trish and I were standing
at the snack bar, and she came up and looked at my tattoo on my back, and she pulled down her sock and said, "Look, I can't see.
Mine is fading.
I can't
Mine is
see-
fading.
yeah, there's a camera in front of me. I can't see it."
Then Jason said, I have a tattoo on my dick. Trish and I said, yeah, whatever, and turned away to ignore him. Then
Take that off the screen? What is that? What? Wait, what?
Jason came up behind us and pulled his penis out of his pants. His thumb was covering the head, and all I saw was the shaft. Trish and I turned away and went and told
Tammy or Terry? Something.
Somebody. I was standing at the shack bar because Jason was harassing Nora since
You scared me so bad. I was like, yo, I'm just using red paint. It's okay. It's not blood.
we came in. They were really strange all night.
I think maybe Lobo was with him at the time.
Yeah.
Oh, there's more.
Yeah, I think like Lauren Boebert was like with him while he was flashing these.
Right. And so what surprised me about this
16-year-olds.
that I never really realized is this account of it. She was approached by Lauren Boebert first. And
Is
like,
that what it says?
Yeah. She came up and said something about her tattoo and then showed her tattoo. And then I guess the husband was there too. Does this not sound like they were like
grooming together?
Yeah. Does it not sound
he
like
was
they were
pulling a
like
Ghislaine?
doing this together?
Yeah.
And they say at the end they were being really strange all night. Like I always just thought there was like an argument or something or whatever, and he whipped his dick out. But like this sounds like they were kind of approaching these young girls together.
Anyway, she is so fucking vile. Another phony who talks about family values, who is like basically a groomer with her husband. Or this is him. Wow. What a fucking... I'd like to see...
Bro, what...
Jesus.
What compels guys like this to spike their hair? That's what I want to know. Because
The
like you're
spiky
making
hair.
yourself look more bald, brother. What the fuck is that?
That's true. You see more dome that way.
For like, listen. That shit was like, I guess that shit was the jam in like 2003. Okay.
Mhm.
Any point past that, if you're like above the age of 12,
Hey, little
and
girls, you
do
want to
that
see my
shit-
dick tattoo?
God damn.
Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh my gosh, got the holster too. Jesus Christ.
Hey, little girlies. Everybody gather round. Check out my dick tattoo.
Rifle, Colorado, brother. This is how we do it.
Hey, don't
Like
mi-
I'm young.
Mhm.
Take a seat right over there.
16 is the perfect age, I tell you what. Anyway, this is a rising star, or well, her star has risen. This is Lauren Boebert.
Lobo.
A huge
Almost got fucking owned by some random dude in her own district, for the record. Like,
yeah, but she still won.
She barely squeezed that victory out.
But two people watching, again, I will remind you, this is the Conservative Party. Lauren Boebert, Steven Crowder, Blair White, these fucking scumbags are soulless. They care about nothing but power and money and clout. And they will throw anyone under the bus.
The thing is, so do the Democratic Party, right? Like, so do the Democrats in positions of power. But at least they're not doing it in the same fucking way that these freaks are doing it.
They're
know
not
what I
as
mean?
bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what I
The
mean.
Demo-
like,
the Democrats-
No, there's really.
Confederate flag vid. No. No, I didn't. Jesus. I like tried to not pay too much attention to her because it's deeply troubling. But no, I've not.
Fucking horrifying demons on there too, like Henry Cuellar, Bob Menendez, you know, all the classic like centrist Democrats that play the role of like a rotating villain in the Democratic Party to stop any kind of progressive legislation from ever passing. Like, fuck those guys. They're fucking demons. I hate them. But having said that, for the broad majority of the Democratic Party, at least like aesthetically, don't run around and do these like culture war things that they don't necessarily believe in the same way that like Lauren Boebert does. You know what I mean?
I mean, at least they're advocating for stuff that actually will help people, at least a little bit.
Well, they're doing it aesthetically, specifically, so that they can like capture a base of voters.
What noise was he making?
He was just
He
growling.
was growling at Sam because she just came in.
fine.
So
So anyway, condolences to Lauren on losing that fine specimen of a sex offender. We love that for him. But that's a good segue. Let's see into Diane's not in a box yet. And boy, this is a real fucking shit show. The Democrats are such cowards. This woman is almost 90 years old. She's had dementia for probably 5 years. And when she arrived back in Congress, someone was like, what's it like being away for so long? She's like, I haven't been away.
Yeah.
I've been here the whole time. She's doing great.
Yeah, she said those who know, and those who don't know, or something like that. And then
That's
they
true.
wheeled her off before
Yeah.
she could say more incriminating shit.
Why are they so intent on keeping her? Why are they doing this to her? Why are
What
they
do you
doing
mean?
it to
well,
us?
there's a very plausible theory that came out just this morning that we're gonna get to in a minute.
Like, dude,
Yeah.
she's not
I think
fit
it's
to
that,
play bingo, let alone run our.
They need her to get Schiff elected. She did a workout video in the garage and there's a clearly a rebel flag. Oh god. She is a demon. I'm quiet. Oops. Sorry. Is that better? What was I saying? That's crazy though. She just went fucking out and about with it. Great. So we're like at that stage of fascism. I don't know. Like, she's like very like symbolic of like the fall of America. It's so Jover, dude. Like, a world where she gets elected, it's not a good world. We're in the bad timeline.
Fucking country. You know
No,
what I mean?
It's like
what the
if you
fuck?
think she's fit, if you think she's mentally fit to be in such a powerful committee, like part of the only power that the legislative body has at
89.
this point is appointments, like court appointments, and also investigations into, I don't know, the Supreme Court, for example, which currently is under a lot of fucking reasonable scrutiny for the first time in its goddamn history since its fucking inception with Clarence Thomas and his like financial misdeeds and his refusal overall to, write down lobbying dollars that he's gotten from people that actually have a lot of business with the Supreme Court, right? Like, right now, you need the Senate Judicial Committee to launch an investigation. She's a part of it. I don't know if she's the chair, but
I think she might be the chair, dude.
But the point is this, right? They do appointments. They vote for. They're the ones who are supposed to investigate the judiciary.
Put in judges.
Yeah, and they're not doing that because they can't do that because one of the most senior members on the fucking committee is dead. Okay, she's functionally a vegetable that can move around.
Yeah,
she is the second behind Dick Durbin. Dick Durbin.
Yeah, Dick Durbin, who's also
My
the whip.
boy. What a name,
She's
huh?
also died.
Yeah, so Diane has missed 91 Senate votes since getting the
we have
shingles.
a graphic, by the way.
Return of the Queen. Welcome back, Queen. Biden hasn't been able to get any federal judges confirmed since her absence, and it was announced in February that she'd be retiring at the end of her term in 2024. There have been calls for her to resign. Nobody
God
wants to
damn
do
it.
anything about it.
Do we really think she's gonna make it till 2024, bro? Do we really think that? Announcement that she's... Oh my god. She wants to impeach Biden. Bro. The fucking irony. What the fuck is this? Oh my god. I don't see it. She will, then she'll die right after. Did I miss it? Where is it? Come on, Twitter. Hello. Ice chest? Oh shit. It's like on the ice chest. I thought she had like a flag like draped on it. It's like on there. I'm sorry, you can't see it. Oh god. I need to add a source, hold on. Ah. Trigger warning. Marjorie Taylor Greene, really big. Ah. Ah. Yeah. So I don't think I can zoom in. I wish I could. But yeah, it's just there. Wait, is there something on top of it? Enhance. I'm gonna do a screen cap. It's so blurry. I can't tell. There's like a skull on top of it. Wait, are we sure it's a rebel flag? I feel like this could be like a sports team, something. I don't know. No, yeah, do you see what I mean though? It's like there's something on top of it. And those stars look like really big. I don't know. It could be. It very well could be. I was expecting it to be like plastered on the back wall, like. Redneck shit, yeah. I'm curious, like, where did she get this? You know? Where do you buy your Confederate ice chest? You know?
Nancy Pelosi, actually another old ass fucking freak, by the way. Fuck Nancy Pelosi, dude. And her husband, scumbag. Fuck them both, dude. Of course she's gonna say, she's 80 herself. Like, step aside, grandma. But she's like, yo, it's sexist to ask for Feinstein to resign. I'm sorry?
Senator Feinstein should or shouldn't do. Senator Feinstein has been a champion for California.
Great. Move the fuck on.
I dreamed I saw my maternal grandmother
Right.
sitting by the bank of the swimming pool.
No, Jordan, go on. Jordan, continue.
Genital region was exposed dimly.
Preach, brother.
It had the appearance of a thick mat of hair. She was
Has he said
stroking
it all?
herself absent-mindedly.
Go on.
So
She
here's
walked
the thing.
over to me
Oh
with
God.
a handful of pubic hair compacted into something resembling a large artist's paintbrush. She pushed this at my face.
Right.
I raised my arm several times to deflect her hand.
Mm-hmm.
Finally, unwilling to hurt her or interfere with her any further,
Mhm.
I let her have her way.
Thank you. There it is. Said it all.
So Feinstein as a vote is genuinely important for appointments, for judges, obviously, because slim majority and all, narrow majority in the Senate and all, but also they knew that she was like brain dead for years now, as
Decade,
you
probably,
correctly
close,
pointed
yeah.
out. There was always talk, there's always like a political article here and there that like talked about whether she was capable or not. When they were doing the Kavanaugh confirmation, she had a lot of like weird takes that, and she had to be like removed
She was like,
from the
this
room
is
and
the
stuff.
best,
Like,
this is the best run committee of all time, or I forget what she said.
and you want to know what? You want to know what's fucking awful about all that? They knew all of that, and then they still put her on the fucking Judiciary Committee.
Yeah.
They still put her on, so the Democrats are fucking responsible. Why did they do it?
Because, well, this may not be why, but all the head, senior, high-level Democrats are all like 75 plus old motherfuckers who don't want to retire.
No, it's the same. It's that, but also there's a secondary reason. And that reason is what I just mentioned to you already. Maggie Hassan, Kirsten Sinema, who's now independent, Joe Manchin, Bob Menendez. These people in the Democratic Party play a
my
very
God.
important role.
I just got fucking oil paint splattered all over me. Bro. Fuck me. It's literally everywhere. I can say that's actually a first for me. Oil paint doesn't tend to be like that. I clipped it. I don't know if it's on camera, but it's like on my face and shit. Man. It's the cheap paint. I think that's why it's like got extra like thinner. RIP this shirt, I guess. Yeah, too watery. I need to get this off my skin. I'll be right back.
Role, a much more important role than the AOCs and the Bernie Sanderses and even the Ed Markeys of the Democratic Party, which are more to the progressive side. Those guys are bad. The progressives are bad in the eyes of the National Democratic Party, the DNC, the people who hold the levers of power. They look to progressive candidates and they look to progressive senators and representatives as a genuine threat to the established order, because the Democratic Party does not want to make the actual progressive changes that they campaign on. So they love when there's a bottleneck. And Dianne Feinstein's, Dianne Feinstein's mental faculties not being in order and her inability to actually do the job that she was elected for is actually not that bad of a thing for the Democratic Party, because they can always point to her and go, oh, fuck, we really wanted to do this thing, but we can't start an investigation. Dianne Feinstein's not there.
You think so?
I think that plays a role. Yes, I think that, because it's not an accident that every election cycle they're like, oh, we need a majority. We need a majority in the Senate. We need a majority in the House of Representatives. We need to win. And then immediately they create bottlenecks for themselves that stand in the way of progressive legislation that they promised, like $15 minimum wage was a promise, right? Increasing minimum wage at the federal level to $15 was a promise. That was not fulfilled. Why wasn't it fulfilled? Because they pointed to the Senate parliamentarian claiming that increasing the minimum wage to $15 would not actually fit under the jurisdiction of a budget reconciliation bill, which it absolutely would, for the record. But the Senate parliamentarian claimed that it would not work. You could not put that in. And the Democratic Party just basically threw their hands at the side and went, oh, shit, we can't do that.
Not the parliamentarian.
Not the Senate
that thing
parliamentarian.
that we all know what it is. And
the Senate
care
parliamentarian is a historically appointed position. And actually, the Senate parliamentarian has been removed in the past by Republicans under the Bush administration. Anytime a Senate parliamentarian says no, you have well within your power to actually remove them from power and appoint someone who will play ball with you. That is, of course, if you genuinely care about following through on your agenda, which the Democrats don't. So Dianne Feinstein's ineptitude here, her medical inability to do the job, is actually not a burden. It's a burden to you if you are a doughy-eyed believer in the Democratic Party.
Helps them to be ineffective.
What do you mean? It helps the Democratic Party to be ineffective. You want to know why? Because they love
promise that they're going to do something and then they don't get it done.
Okay.
It's not going to help any of them.
No, let me explain. The Democratic Party loves winning seats, but also still losing power somehow. Why? Because the Democratic Party, just like the Republican Party, are beholden to the same corporate interests. Those are the guys who are greasing their wheels. The same corporations and the same wealthy people are the people that are giving them money, just like they're giving the Republican Party money. The Republican Party also, on the other hand, can play a culture war issue focused policy strategy and win votes. The Democratic Party, on the other hand, has to put on economic progress as like one of their key agenda items, right? But they don't actually want to follow through on that, because every single thing that they would do, whether it be increasing the minimum wage to $15 or abolishing all student loan debt, for example, would hurt a lot of their real benefactors, their real constituents that they care about, corporations and the mega wealthy. So they have to constantly, and it's not an accident if you've been following politics as long as I have, you've been covering this for as long as I have, after like the 10th cycle of, oh shit, we really can't do this again because Joe Lieberman is standing in the way of progress under the Obama administration when we have a supermajority in the Senate, or oh shit, Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema are standing in the way of progress and we can't actually get all of our policy items on to a bill that we should be able to effectively spear dick through Congress. You realize that they're doing that on purpose. They're doing that because it is by design. They do not want legitimate material change to happen because that would undermine profit margins. Sorry, it's been a while since I've been here, so I'm just fucking talking.
Well, it's interesting and it's sad. Nancy Pelosi, I mean, again, her insider trading with her husband is so blatant, it actually makes me want to puke. He's like the most successful trader of all time. But anyway, here she is. We never even got to her saying.
For 20 years, I have been the leader or the Speaker of the House fighting for California, and I have seen up close and firsthand her great leadership.
Oh, have you seen up close and firsthand her demented mind?
Okay, here's what I got for you.
Wait, hold on. Let's finish the video.
Okay.
Yeah. I won't pause it
country, but especially for our state of California. She deserves the respect to get well and be back.
Suck my fucking cock. Fuck you.
I mean, she could get well by retiring.
You fucking monster. You donkey. Shut up, you fucking animal.
I mean, most people taking the time to get well is like, retiring. I mean, at that age,
yes,
enjoy the fruits of life.
Get the fuck out of here. She deserves respect. No, she fucking doesn't. No, she doesn't. Leave Japan. I hate you. You do not deserve the wonderful public transit experience that Japan offers to every single person.
Until we get the high-speed rail in California.
I'm waiting for the...
She's about to drop the bomb. She's dropping the bomb, right?
It's interesting to me. I don't know what political agendas are at work that are going after Senator Feinstein in that way. I've never seen them go after a man who was sick.
That's not true. They did this to Breyer. They did this to Breyer. We literally did this to Breyer. Breyer retire. And it worked.
Look at her face,
and
man.
It fucking worked.
Look at this fucking face.
Here's what I got to say. You want Feinstein to be in the Senate? Great. Okay? You fucking advocate that in public. You have to let her drive you to fucking Congress every morning. You stupid fuck.
Oh, I love that deal.
Yeah. You think she has the mental faculties?
Do it.
Drive the car to Congress, okay? Let her drive you to fucking Congress.
Absolutely. She's not fit to serve soup at a soup kitchen. I mean, she probably can't even dress herself. Let's be real. I don't think this woman dresses herself.
No, she's done. She's over. It's literally a shell, okay?
It's the fucking, the lights on in the attic, but nobody's home or whatever they say. Yeah, okay. Thank you to Nancy Pelosi, who's a vile piece of crap, and also...
Demon, dude. Yo, it's so funny that, like, people that you would not...
Oh, wait.
People that you would not trust to man a fucking vehicle that you're inside of for understandable reasons are still trustworthy somehow to man the fucking country. And it goes to show you, like, it's true. Like, they don't really care who is in that seat. It's just an ass in a seat, okay? And the irony is, there are plenty of fucking old-ass senators, old-ass representatives who should retire but won't. But ultimately, at least they can sit on that seat and vote. Dianne Feinstein can't even fucking do that when there's there is a slim majority in the Senate.
There is an interesting wrinkle in this. Diane's primary caregiver is Nancy Pelosi's daughter.
Yeah, this is from an article that just came out this morning.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
that makes so much sense. Okay,
here it says,
"Holy fuck, what a bombshell!" Pee real quick.
Well, let me read this, and then you can go pee. All right, he's running. I can't get through a single goddamn. You can't hear me.
This is important, Hassan. You need to be here for this.
What do you mean you'll figure it out?
I'll read the donos in the meantime. We got a bunch. Somebody said they just spent $500 on the new Teddy Fresh drop. Damn.
Oh shit! I forgot to
shout out Colton. Yeah, here. We'll use this as a short commercial break.
Excuse me. Oh, God damn it! 500. God damn it! The new classics collection just dropped this morning at 10 a.m. Is it not loading? Or is that our internet? Or is the website not loading? Okay, there it goes. Yeah, so here it is. I'm wearing the crew neck right now.
I'm wearing one of the hoodies right now.
I am as well.
So I'm gonna be showing you guys.
Got the little ears.
The bear ear hoodie. We got fuzzy beanies, hoodies. The women's classic fleece shorts are coming soon.
Oh, that's hot.
Classic dad hat, $20. Women's
hot.
shrunken tee, $20. The women's zip up and pants are coming soon. Classic hoodie, $60. You know, it's
hot
so
right
nice.
now.
I'm telling you, you get your hands on one of these things.
So hot right now.
Somebody said they spent 2,000. That's got to be cash.
2,000.
2,000?
Come on. Can you even spend that much if you buy everything? 2,000?
I said I spent 2,000. Duel me.
Holy fuck, dude. I get it. You message Luke and see if he can see if someone actually spent 2,000.
Oh, we're gonna call you out. We're gonna call you out.
I'm not gonna dox you. I just want to know if that actually happened.
Luke.
The classic zip-up hoodie, which is iconic. I think the zip-up hoodie's coming back in a big way. Slim-fitting sweatpants. We got socks. We got the bear ear hoodie. I mean, this is usually $95 when we do it, like in the regular way. It's $86.
Wow.
Soft.
Unreal.
The classic pocket tee. Somebody was asking yesterday. $22, man. Classic beanie. $20. We got the ear zip up. We also have a long sleeve pocket tee polo. $25.
Are you crazy?
Classic
Are
tee.
you out of your mind?
$20, man. It's
Sorry. I had to change my shirt and put it in the wash because if you don't do it right away, it will stain so bad. So.
crazy. The deals are insane. I'm just so proud of this collection we put together. I'm so happy.
Wow,
with
you
it.
would look at this while I'm gone, so I can't fucking order everything. I see how it is. I see what's going on here.
And the Classic Crew, which is $55. I'm so happy. We're going to be adding more colors, more silhouettes, but the Classics is here to stay. And thank you guys for trying it. You're going to love it. You want to pick some stuff? I mean, it's really, we made like a Classics collection.
Yeah,
It's really
I
nice.
see it. I like it.
I mean, it's all.
I like, you know what I like? I like that those shorts, the women's, oh God, they're women's shorts.
We have shorts.
They're short. The women's shorts are short.
Here, this one.
No, but that's not short. That's long.
You want it shorter than that?
Yeah.
I guess we can make shorts for
Yo,
you.
I'm trying to show these quads, man.
been
I've
working
been fucking
hard.
working hard. You know what I mean? It's the summer.
You can hike them up to like
Have
above your
these
belly
bad
button.
boys fucking pop
Pull out.
off. I want the socks though, for sure. I want all the socks.
There's tube socks and I guess there's two packs of tube socks.
I want both
dark
of
and
those
light.
packs.
Okay. All right.
I like this. I like the idea of like a stable line that's just always there. And I'm glad they decided to make it affordable, like more affordable at least.
I'm writing
For
that down.
sure.
Yeah, thank you. The tube socks for Hassan.
All right.
Hey, Essen.
Well, I'm
There it
back.
is.
Oh fuck, I love that fucking bear one. That was sick. Oh my god. I haven't seen this yet. That's gorgeous.
Fucking order everything. I see how it is. I see what's going on here.
And the Classic Crew, which is $55. I'm so happy. We're going to be adding more colors, more silhouettes, but the Classics is here to stay. And thank you guys for trying it. You're going to love it. You want to pick some stuff? I mean, it's really, we made like a Classics collection.
Yeah,
really
I
nice.
see it. I like it.
I mean, it's all.
I like, you know what I like? I like that those shorts, the women's, oh God, they're women's shorts.
We have shorts.
They're short. The women's shorts are short.
Here, this one.
No, but that's not short. That's long.
You want it shorter than that?
Yeah.
Short shorts.
I guess we can make shorts for
Yo,
you.
I'm trying to show these quads, man. I've
been
been
working
fucking
hard.
working hard. You know what I mean? It's the summer.
You can hike them up to like
have
above your
these
belly
bad
button.
boys fucking pop
Pull out.
off. I want the socks though, for sure. I want all the socks.
There's
You could just cut them.
tube socks and I guess there's two packs of tube socks.
I want both
dark
of
and
those
light.
packs.
Okay. All right. Someone writing
For
that down?
sure.
Yeah, thank you. The tube socks for Hassan.
All right. Well,
Or shit, he could hire an actual tailor.
I'm
There it
back.
is.
We
Thank
can,
you.
we can
Okay,
do it
so
now.
teddyfresh.com. Thank you.
Teddyfresh.com.
You know the guy, Love?
Yeah, I can confirm that he spent that much on
there
the
you go.
previous drop.
What the hell?
So hype. He's a massive.
Who are you?
juicer.
Oh, here's Diane Feinstein. She's so trusted. She operates heavy machinery.
Wait, is that what happened to Jeff? I thought David was
Oh,
behind
no,
the
that
elevator.
explains-
Oh
man.
fuck! No wonder.
No, she's cool, man. She's all good. Don't worry about
Okay.
it. I trust her to operate that.
Me too.
Okay.
So so her primary caregiver is Nancy Pelosi's daughter, Okay. Nancy. Wait, her daughter's name is Nancy too?
Sure is.
Arrogant.
A little bit.
She's Nancy the second?
Mm-hmm. Maybe even the third. I don't know.
Nancy Pelosi named her own daughter Nancy? That's kind of psychotic.
Nancy Pelosi's daughter famously once said... Nancy Pelosi's daughter is like famous for saying, some of y'all's faves are about to be implicated.
That was a different daughter, but yes, I know what you're talking about.
So let me read this. By all accounts, the arrangement is rooted in a long and friendly relationship between Feinstein and Pelosi. But among some of those who are aware, it also raised uncomfortable questions about whether Nancy Pelosi's political interests are in conflict with Feinstein's personal interests. The intrigue surrounds the future of Feinstein's seat. Pelosi has endorsed Rep. Adam Schiff, her longtime protege and former hand-picked House Intelligence Committee chair, to succeed Feinstein after her sixth and final term ends next year. Schiff is a household name in California and already has a $50 million campaign cash advance over his next competitor. But if Feinstein were to bow out now and retire, Schiff's advantage would disappear. Governor Gavin Newsom has pledged to appoint a black woman to serve out her term, and one of Schiff's declared opponents, Barbara Lee, would foot that bill. That explains it. Fuck of
Which
the
is weird
earth.
because Gavin Newsom is like a party man, right? He is an institutional Democrat, so it's rather odd. But I guess he made that pledge
He made
already.
the promise.
Well, first of all, I personally fucking despise when Democrats say that because it's like Barbara Lee would be fine in that position on her own. She has the bona fides. You don't need to be like, oh, I'm appointing a black woman there.
I agree.
It's the same with like Ketanji Brown
I
Jackson.
found that very odd.
Yeah, it's so weird.
Well, it's like, you're taking the dub away from her too, because it's like, let's just pick the best person who happens to be black.
Yeah, it's like there are plenty of qualified black women in that to be.
Well, hold on. What about Andrew Cuomo?
I am black.
Oh, I hear he's available, actually.
Oh, no.
He's a black woman, I heard.
Yeah, he's gay, too,
Jewish.
and a Muslim.
I am a Muslim. I am disabled.
Right.
I am gay.
Oh, So he's hits a lot of the boxes.
Yeah.
That explains. So her own selfish desire to serve her protege, this has got to be it. This has to be it.
I know. The whole time we've been wondering, and then just this morning saw that this article came out, and all of a sudden it's all clicked.
That's fucking.
And
that's so gross.
A lot of people thought it was interesting that Ro Khanna was one of the only people that were calling for her to resign. Ro Khanna is Barbara Lee's campaign chair.
Yeah, Ro Khanna is an interesting guy.
So it's all maneuvering.
Dude,
it's all.
Yeah.
It is so pathetic, the consequence of their stupid fucking game. They're literally doing Weekend at Bernie's. Like, I know that's obvious and funny and haha. That's literally what Nancy Pelosi is doing. Her daughter is there being her primary caretaker.
That's the
This is
game.
psychotic. This is elder abuse. I'm just straight. I think it's elder abuse.
A little bit, yeah.
You know?
I'm fallen.
By the way, thank you to
I can't get up.
thank you to A Pizza for the massive gifted subs. Thank you so much.
70.
Legend. Thank you so much. And everybody else, Kyle Mark.
Pizza time.
Thank you guys. So that's the story. You want to do Rudy Giuliani or Elon entering his neo-Nazi era?
I can do both. I mean, I don't really care. Whatever we have time for, whatever you want to do. I like both of those stories.
Let's start with. I hope to hit both of them. Let's do Elon entering his neo-Nazi era.
You're a bunch of pussies.
Shut up, Rudy. I'll do yours if you want
You
me
guys are
to.
not tough
Let's do Rudy's then. Fuck you, Rudy.
You guys are not tough enough.
Yeah, so this one's actually kind of fast. Shut up, Rudy.
Excuse the expression.
Rudy
I will
Giuliani.
not be excusing the expression.
No, yeah, fuck that. Rudy,
sexual dance.
You're being so rude, Rudy.
Stop.
I have
Rudy
a message for you, Rudy.
Rudy Giuliani's former aide, Noella Dunphy, is suing him for sexual harassment while she worked for him between 2019 and 2020.
This shit is so fucking disgusting. He's so gross. Doing laundry and chores. Hate that weekends end. It's cruel, honestly. We should outlaw the end of weekends.
The shit in this complaint is pretty inflammatory.
Disgusting.
The 70-page suit claims among that he made her work naked, he made her perform oral sex, He drank all day and night, made racist remarks, sexist remarks, made anti-Semitic remarks, didn't pay his bills. Here's the one that is really fucking interesting. It claims that Rudy said that him and Trump were selling pardons for $2 million a pop.
Yeah. You know what's really interesting about this story?
And I'll say one more thing.
What?
She has apparently a ton of recordings and receipts. This isn't just her saying this shit. She has receipts on this shit.
The sale of the pardon side of this story, like the sexual assault, sexual harassment that was like rampant, is pretty basic, like very commonplace in Republican circles, in politics in general. It's inexcusable, it's gross. But what's actually a little bit different is the pardon sale scheme that Rudy Giuliani allegedly was engaged in. Now, what I find interesting about that is that this is not the first time that this has ever been mentioned. As a matter of fact, there was a CIA whistleblower under the Obama administration that went to jail for 2 years, and he was one of the people that originally went to Rudy Giuliani and hired a Republican lobbyist and went to Rudy Giuliani to potentially get a pardon from Donald Trump. And this experience was actually covered in the New York Times 2 years ago. So what I find really interesting about it is that like there has already been stuff out there, and they never really investigated it any further, which I find very odd.
Stunning, because it would be so easy to tell if this happened. You could easily follow. You can look at who was pardoned, and follow the money and follow the connections of each one and find out why each one was pardoned. You could fucking easily investigate this and find out.
Well, there could also have been an attempt potentially and not necessarily follow through on it. So that's something to also keep in mind. And it's still an attempt to do this is still illegal. So this was alleged. The CIA whistleblower linked up with them, met up with them, had a conversation.
Wow. He said the 2 million number too?
Yeah.
So they somehow knew the same exact number. That is interesting.
Well, this was publicly known, so you know, you could maybe argue that she was just referencing this.
Okay. Well, she has receipts.
I mean, I believe her. So
I don't know if she has receipts on this one.
But that's the argument they will probably make.
Yeah. So the only new component of this story that she's alleging is that there was a scheme to divide the fee 50-50, 1 million for Trump, 1 million for Rudy. That's actually new information, and that's the new thing that they're alleging.
Pretty generous cut for Rudy.
Yeah. Well, he's the one who's facilitating it. Well, technically, according to the CIA whistleblower, he went to lunch with Rudy.
Yeah.
And he said, okay, so let's talk about this pardon. And Rudy immediately got up and left the table. And then his aide that was at the table was like, you talk to me about this stuff.
Mafioso shit.
Yeah.
Racketeering.
Which is weird. Like, you're a prosecutor. How do you fucking not know that, like, Rudy Giuliani is most notorious for fucking using RICO charges as a prosecutor in New York before he became the fucking mayor against the mob.
Right.
But you know that doesn't fucking absolve you, you fucking idiot.
Although well, he's not very bright, is he? You think Trump
mob.
is regretting this Giuliani association yet?
No, I don't think so, because
You think they're besties
Trump has
still?
always surrounded himself with people exactly like Rudy Giuliani. Just like, not people necessarily that he has hired because they're the best at their job, but people he knows will also con at his behest.
Well, so this secretary was apparently hired, according to her, for off-the-book sexual favors. He owes her apparently like $2 million that he never paid her. He was paying her $1 million a year salary.
Should paid her a lot more for fucking sucking him off.
Bro, I
There's
tell
no
you.
amount of money on the planet, I don't think that anyone could be paid to suck Rudy Giuliani's disgusting cock.
It's a sexual
Among
dance.
the things that she apparently has recorded, potentially, allegedly, is him saying, black guys hit women more than anyone else, so do Hispanic guys. It's in their culture. as he forced this woman to suck his dick.
Right, yeah.
Dumfrey claimed that Giuliani mocked Jews over Passover. Jews just want to go through their freaking Passover all the time. Man, oh man. Get over the Passover. It was like 3,000 years ago. The Red Sea parted. Big deal. That's not the first. That's kind of a good bit.
I mean,
to be honest,
when because you're a New Yorker. When you're a New Yorker, you got. I feel like that's the type of thing like a Jewish comedian would say.
I agree.
You know
it's
what
a
I
good
mean?
bit.
And it's same with like Donald Trump. Like he has like that sassy, you know, he has that sassy George Costanza energy sometimes. Like this, I feel like is similar to that.
Well, then he also said allegedly that Jews' penises are inferior due to natural selection. I'm not sure what that even means.
That's not very Larry David.
I don't know what the fuck that even means.
That's just weird, man. What the fuck?
Selection?
Yeah, she claims Rudy knew that the 2020 election was a fraud and intentionally lied about it. Oh, wow, surprise. She continued to perform the work, claimed that Giuliani callously tossed her aside, never paid her, and left her traumatized by the abuse she had suffered. Fantastic. What a guy, huh? So, okay, that's Giuliani, the most vile, disgusting person probably to ever walk this earth, the Penguin.
He's one of them.
And when he ejaculates, it's not semen, it's just tonsil stones.
Oh, God.
Enough with the tonsils.
I just can't, I can't get the image of Rudy Giuliani's disgusting hair dye.
Dude, that's what I was
leaking. Every time I think about Rudy Giuliani, I think of that.
Sweating while getting a BJ.
Here's a fun little thing from the court proceedings, like from the court documents. They actually pointed to the Sacha Baron Cohen, Borat subsequent movie film, scene where Rudy Giuliani knowingly tries to have sexual intercourse with a minor,
spot on
camera, not knowing that there's a camera there, obviously. So they actually pointed to that and said, "This is exactly what he did to me."
100%, man.
Yeah.
And he touches his dick.
No. He was adjusting his pants.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah. That's what he was doing. That's how you adjust your pants.
Yeah, I was taking my dick out and then.
I never understood that because even if that was true,
he
he still went to a hotel room with a minor, right? Like that part is indisputable.
Just to talk shop, though.
Well, they were doing an interview.
See?
Yeah, it's so funny. Well, they were going to do
Was
an
she
interview. The
underage?
interview
I don't
ended.
remember. In the movie, she was meant to be underage.
I think in the movie she was. In real life, the actress wasn't underage.
Was she? I didn't know that.
I think she was supposed to be 15.
Yeah, no,
she's 24 in real life.
She's supposed to be 15?
Yeah, she says
Holy fuck.
multiple times that she's underage.
Yeah.
And Rudy
Look at this
Giuliani
guy.
is aware of it in the scene. What's insane to me is that
he is the biggest idiot in the world, man.
like this is literally EDP shit. You know what I mean? This is like Chris Hansen. Like whenever like a pedophile gets caught, right, on camera, and Chris Hansen comes over like, "Why don't you take a seat?" Like they're always like, "Oh, I was just here adjusting my pants." How does that work for Rudy when it doesn't work for like every other fucking pedophile schmo that has tried to do the same thing?
I was just getting a cupcake.
What was on the agenda tonight?
Oh, this is
Classic.
awesome.
Such a classic fucking bit to be like, "Oh, I was just here for cupcakes." Actually,
This is just the saddest looking situation. I mean, what the fuck, bro? That'd be the saddest fucking blowjob that ever took place on this earth. His flaccid penis, like
Oh,
you know he
God.
can't get it up.
oh no, you know he's got
And
some
it
Viagra.
stinks.
You know,
Dude, Viagra's can't help
Actually,
him.
that's alleged in
his dick
the law.
stinks?
No, that he's like he's popping Viagra like all day, every day.
Yeah,
In the
that's
law.
right. And he would talk about how like, "Oh, we gotta do something about my boner." Like he said shit like that.
It's so gross.
So he's
Really is
always
the penguin.
So he takes Viagra like a daily supplement.
Just popping them like candy, like fucking breast.
Good
milk.
for my heart, Ethan.
I'm sure.
Come
dude.
on.
All right, let's move. So we might actually have time to hit everything. Now let's do Elon's. Oh my God. Okay, this is important.
What, Elon Klansman Musk?
No, this.
What do you think of this?
I don't know. I don't know what it means, but it means something.
This is okay. You guys, these are horrors beyond human imagination. I never thought.
Take it in, brother.
Wow.
Feel it.
Horrific. The conservative movement is popping, man. These are some of your heroes, guys. Good job. You're fucking doing it.
So, okay, Elon's in his Nazi. So, Elon Musk has pretty much gone full mask off this week. It's been pretty heavy duty. Very, and to be honest, quite disturbing that the richest, one of the most powerful people in the world is just actually like a white supremacist.
Well, a lot of them are. So, you know, I guess it's
I prefer
the
to
main
think-
difference is that he's not like an old guy racist. He's like a internet groiper racist. You know what I mean? Which is way more annoying.
That's worse.
Yeah.
Because old people are just like dumb and ignorant racists.
Yeah.
Groypers are like, we hate Jews because we're just like Nazis.
Yeah.
We hate Jews.
And obviously there's like a couple steps in between those, and it is significant where you stand ideologically, because like it also means like, you know, it's a path for rehabilitation. And I feel like when you get to the Elon Musk point, it's just like, I mean, he's so narcissistic, surrounded himself with yes men and sycophants and a legion of like sycophant stands that are some of the dumbest people on the planet that are also like financially invested in his success as well, because they have like Tesla stock and shit. So, or at least they think that they're financially invested in his success. So it's impossible to turn him around on this stuff.
Well,
he is also so horny. Like the redheaded, he wants to fuck this lady so bad, dude.
The redheaded libertarian.
He is her reply guy. He is her most loyal.
Oh my God, I have to tell you something. I'm not going to say who told me this, but somebody I know told me that, actually, I know, she showed me the receipts. He was hitting her up in the DMs.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, you gotta tell me off camera.
Dude, it was fucking juicy gossip. I promised not to say anything, but like, holy fuck, it is very embarrassing for him.
Yeah, no, he is, but he's like openly posted about how he hasn't like fucked in years or whatever, or not fucked in years, but he was like, oh God, I haven't had sex in so long. Like he posted that shit when he was like 47.
Yeah, but that's not really probably true, is it?
I mean, I don't know, but like it's a wild thing to post. You're not like a fucking teenager with no following online. You know what I mean? Like that's weird that you're horny posting like that.
All right, so what happened? Let's do the timeline. So it first started here during the
started during Allen, Texas.
Yeah.
In the shooting in Allen, Texas, where a Hispanic white supremacist, went to a mall and shot a bunch of people. And the conservative movement, instead of doing the usual thoughts and prayers song and dance that they do, or the whole like we're distancing ourselves away from this white supremacist shooter song and dance that they do, they decided to rush to something that I haven't really seen in a situation like this before. I've seen it in school shootings, but never seen it in like an out and about mass shooting of a white supremacist.
Because it was such a slam dunk, like obvious. Like this guy, he's like watching Tim Pool. He's watching all these people. It's in his, but the man has swastikas tattooed on his body.
Yeah.
And so they go, this is such a slam dunk. It's so obvious. We can't escape it. Therefore, it's a psyop. So the redheaded librarian, whoever the fuck that is, this sounds like a psyop. An employee of state-funded media told us a Jewish lady and a Korean guy radicalized a Mexican neo-Nazi gang member.
Korean guy is Tim Pool, by the way. He's half Korean. Yeah, Tim Pool's half Korean.
He's the Korean guy?
It shocked me for a second. And the Jewish lady is Libs of TikTok.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, Libs
Like
of TikTok
they're
is an
diverse-
Orthodox Jew. I don't know if you knew that.
He's Orthodox?
Oh, you didn't know this?
Ugh.
She's
That
what is it,
explains why
Chabad?
she's such a vile freak.
Is that the term? Is it Chabad?
Chabad, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. No, she is
What
a
fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, she's
Fucking
a
gross ass.
You didn't know that?
I only fuck with Reform Jews. I'm not down with all that.
Wow,
crazy
that's fucked
ass.
up.
Yeah, it is. I'm straight up
Fucked up, man.
anti-Semitic when it comes to anyone who's not.
Oh God, don't say that. Don't say that. They're gonna use that against you. What the fuck?
Like I'm
You're not a real
I'm
Jew.
I'm not supporting
Ben Shapiro
it.
can literally say like bad Jews exist, bad Jews, bad Jews, bad Jews.
I
all day, every day.
always say I'm
you
a bad
fucking say
Jew.
that. You say that one time, they're gonna use that against
Listen,
you.
I'm a bad Jew. I don't want to be. Everybody says stop telling me a Jew. Everybody hates. You know how much anti-Semitic comments I get? I says, dude, I don't care. I don't claim this shit. Just fucking leave me alone.
You're
You
a
know?
self-hating Jew.
I'm not self-hating at all.
Well, maybe a little bit, but not because of the Jewish part.
Yeah. No.
Yeah. Well, that's what Ben would say about you anyway. So
Anyway,
radicalized a Mexican neo-Nazi.
Amazing. The Tim Pool's Korean guy.
Yeah, and yeah. First of all, nobody knows Libs of TikTok, including yourself, did not know that Libs of TikTok is a Jewish lady. First
didn't
of
know
all,
that.
so
No.
I know that because I'm a fucking freak. But you didn't even know that, and you follow Lives of TikTok. You're a big fan.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a lot in common.
Yeah. Radicalized a Mexican neo-Nazi gang member. Okay. According to a recent diary that appeared on a Russian social media site, which wasn't even recent, he's been documenting it as a diary on this Russian website to avoid scrutiny, most likely, to like have, to have something like a manifesto, basically untouched.
Also, y'all simp for Russians and like their culture, the way that like gay people don't exist in Russia.
Yeah, the Russian social media site also is like very popular. It's ridiculous that they're saying it's obscure. It's obscure to you, but it's not an obscure website. Anyway, they happen to have receipts of the gun used and the pictures of Nazis pulled off Reddit and the internet, even though he doesn't speak Russian.
Wait, where are you reading that?
They're right there.
Oh, here. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Keep going.
So he posted everything on there. How he was going to do it, why he was going to do it, how he got radicalized day by day. He visited the site. He visited them all a week before the shooting, took photos. And you don't need to speak Russian to post on that website. And yes, he would routinely post like mood board shit, like a Pinterest of, eclectic, esoteric, Hispanic Nazis, as a matter of fact, which do exist. There are plenty of Nazis in Latin American countries. If you didn't know that, well, welcome to the real world. They do exist. He was posting photos of them and saying, these are my people. These are my people. He did this over a course of like a very long time too. It's not like you can fake that shit. You know what I mean? Unless they were like, I guess, setting up a fucking psyop and posting this dude's like private information that they somehow had access to, including photos from his phone that they posted like months in advance on this Russian website.
He has swastikas tattooed all over his fucking body.
They also like they also got him a swastika tattoo. They tattooed him with a swastika, I guess, to do the psyop. And then he went and he shot people at this mall.
So this take is obviously insanely stupid, but hold on, it gets signal boosted by Elon Musk, the owner of the website. Didn't the story come from Bellingcat?
Yeah, Bellingcat.
Which literally specializes in psychological operations. I don't want to hurt their feelings, but this is either the weirdest story ever or a very bad psyop. It's not that weird of a story. In fact,
a neo-Nazi shot people?
It's archetypal,
it seems
really.
Pretty straightforward,
Yeah, it's
actually.
pretty par for the course there.
Yeah.
So why is he... this is psychotic, to be signal boosting that this mass shooter who is this man, he's like, I'm a white supremacist. Please, everybody, I want you to know I'm a Nazi. And they're like,
Okay.
He's like, please, I'm doing this for you guys. They're like,
I need to mention something here. First and foremost, I'm going to defend Elon Musk. I'm going to do it. For two reasons. Number one, Your Honor, he was really horny.
You think he just wanted to fuck?
He had him, that redheaded libertarian got him acting strange, okay, on the timeline. He is such a fucking pathetic little sweaty reply guy. Like, he replies to everything that she posts, first of all.
I'm not familiar with her.
I don't know anything about her either, but every time he fucking replies to her, it's like all over your For You page.
The redhead.
The website is just for Elon Musk. So, so that's number one. Number one, Your Honor, he's very horny, okay? Number two, he's not wrong. Bellingcat is a CIA-backed operation. That is true. That does not mean that everything that Bellingcat does is at the behest of the CIA or a psychological operation. Bellingcat also does have some, great reporters, great journalists. They are an open source intelligence investigative team.
They
for the
did
most
the
part.
sole reporting on this, though?
What?
They did the sole reporting on this?
No.
Yeah,
it's not them. Also,
they were just the ones that dug up that social media.
Yeah, no, the New York Times is the one who originally broke it, which, by the way, again, you could make the same argument about the New York Times. They work hand in hand with the State Department and intelligence communities. Let's be fucking real. But the New York Times originally said that this dude had, like, they found his account. But guess what? Like, the cops also said, as soon as they saw this dude, that maybe there was possibly a hate crime motive here. And cops are notorious for never jumping the gun in that regard.
Right.
Partially because like they are also racist themselves as an institution and individually. So when you have cops go, yeah, this might be a hate crime. That's how you know. That's how you know that it very likely is a fucking hate crime.
Ian Miles Chung, who, if you know him, you know what he's about. The alleged shooter's alleged profile claims that he was inspired by libs of TikTok. Between this and Tim Pool references, this thing is suspect. Where is his Twitter account? Why was he using Russian social media site to write essentially a diary to 0 followers? Redheaded librarian says it's a psyop and it's not even good. And then Elon, of course, like you said, I do think he's horny posting. You're right. Then he goes, it gets weirder by the moment. It's the same. It hasn't gotten weirder.
If this is a psyop, it's not even good. It's so stupid because if this is a psyop, it's literally the best psyop ever. That means that anyone and everyone could technically completely be like robbed of their own genuine identity and be turned into like a white supremacist mass shooter. Because this guy was so genuinely that, right? That it's impossible to like fake this media profile, especially because the Russian website that they're referencing had a username that linked back to the fucking mass shooter and his YouTube, which we also looked through, which actually had a face reveal. And it was his fucking face. And it wasn't like recent either. You know what I mean? So how the fuck did they do this? It was just like a 2-year-long operation.
This gets weirder by the moment, dude.
Yeah. So what is wild about this is also, what is the purpose of this psyop? Is it to, tell us that fucking white supremacists are bad? You really need a fucking psyop to know that? Do you think the federal government, the intelligence communities are like, guys, we got to do something about this Nazi
the
situation?
psyop it's like an anti-Semitic the where it's like the Jews are trying to drum up sympathy. I don't know.
No, psyop is a real thing that the military engages.
I know, but their theory behind it seems anti-Semitic.
I don't think they're
You're talking
like
about
saying
this
the
psyop
Jews are doing
Yeah, this psyop.
I mean,
Is that not what we're talking about?
or like, I mean, the one that they always do is like they're doing these mass shootings to take away our guns.
Yeah, that's
but like,
there's not even a push to do that, and it doesn't
That's
happen
the thing,
ever.
it doesn't work.
happen
You'd
ever.
think they'd
Literally,
give up.
literally, hordes of children being
200
gunned
plus.
down in their schools.
200 plus mass shootings.
you
It's
know what
not
I mean?
happening.
It's not
Shut the
happening.
fuck up.
Yeah,
Like,
it's just not happening.
Yeah. What a psyop, dude. Yeah, they just keep failing, I guess, because Americans are so good at avoiding psyops.
Tim Pool, who was a favorite of the mass shooter, on the realization, has this incredible reflective moment.
Yeah, wait, pause it for a second. Before we get started, Tim Pool originally was like, this is a psyop. And then when faced with the reality, they're like, oh no, like this guy's like literally fucking watching a bunch of his videos and stuff. It was like in his favorites on his YouTube page from a long fucking time ago. This is his realization, which makes it even funnier because like he no longer even deflects at this point.
Here's Tim Pool on Deep Reflections.
A tragic story coming out of Texas, a mass shooting. And leftist researchers and the corporate press are running with this story that they've discovered the profile of this individual. And lo, this Mexican man is actually a white supremacist.
Why do they say that like that matters? Like, it's not that fucking...
They assume their audience doesn't realize
There's
that
all
there are
kinds
white
of people that hate fucking Jews and whatever, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
the bar to entry is pretty low.
Two reasons, because it's like a very easy own if you're a fucking dumbass. Like, dumbasses literally go, yeah, right, a white supremacist Mexican. One, yes, as you correctly pointed out, there are white Mexicans out there. There are plenty of white Hispanics out there.
True.
Two, doesn't even matter. You could be a fucking brown Mexican person and still be a white supremacist, and there are plenty of those as well.
You know, it's a club that they like I said, the bar is very low. They're accepting members.
I think that guy's post, the shooter's post about libs of TikTok, is like illuminating, in my opinion. It's like perfectly representative of how fascist momentum works, right? He doesn't know that she's Jewish. He doesn't even give a fuck. He just likes the transphobia. That's why he's like, oh, libs of TikTok, I love you. You know what I mean? He doesn't care. These guys don't care. They're just in it for the hatred. They're in it for the fucking violence. They're in it for the ethnic cleansing. They're in it for the feelings of superiority in an otherwise like powerless existence that they feel burdened by.
Yeah, why do
it's a sense to like regain control by doing something so chaotic.
Why do they act like there's no white Mexicans? I find that's so bizarre.
You're a white Korean. You know what I mean? And you're a white supremacist. The fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. How do you feel? I'd love to ask him how he feels being referenced as a Korean man.
Oh, he loves that. Are you kidding me? He loves saying that. He's like, oh, I'm Korean.
How much Korean is Tim?
I'm Korean, and anti-Asian hate crimes are not real unless we're talking about black people doing them, in which case I will do racial agitation and say it's very real. So much for the tolerant left. You guys are shitting on me, Tim Pool, for being bald.
How Korean is this man?
I mean, that doesn't matter. There's no
It
reason
does
to fucking
matter.
look
I'm
into his
curious.
haplogroups, bro. Like, it's fine.
Dan is
I think he's half.
fact-checking.
I think he's half Korean.
Half?
It could be.
Maybe
I do
quarter.
see on Wikipedia referred to as Korean American.
Dude, that's the whitest ass looking motherfucker I've
Yeah,
ever
he's
seen
white
in my
passing,
life.
just like I'm fucking white passing. You know, I'm white. I'm white.
White passing. Fuck.
Yeah, he is white, just like I'm white. Like I would never consider Tim Pool to be anything but white.
Individual, and lo, this Mexican man is actually a white supremacist. Now, the thing is, it seems like researchers have dug through this profile. It does not seem to be real. This person was posting weird things in the past couple of weeks to no followers and to no one.
Not
But
past couple of weeks,
gonna
for months.
Right.
For months.
With it. In this, there are, on this profile, there are posts about libs of TikTok, and I believe it's 4 clips from this show from one particular episode. That was enough.
I think he thinks it's cool that people are talking about him, that he was watching.
He
the
did.
show.
He posted about how, oh, I'm trending again. Like, it's great.
I think
His
he gets a
thing
kick
was-
out of it. I
his
really
thing
do.
was, this is a psyop to distract away from the trans shooter at
Like
school.
I think that the premise is so funny. There's a shooting every day. We don't need to fake them.
Yeah, I know. It's so weird.
For
It's like
them
the
to
most
come-
common thing in America.
Come out and, yeah, now Tim Pool is trending, and claim that this individual was a fan of this show.
Is that hard
I'm
to
gonna
believe,
come
Tim?
outright and just be like, you're liars. That's not the case.
You cannot imagine that he watched your show? Like, you can't even stretch your imagination that far? Yo, Tim's using the same mic stand as us. Did we, like,
I have the same one,
revolutionize
too.
the podcast?
We the best one.
kinda did.
Dude, we were the...
Saying.
Yo, they owe us.
Wait. How long have you guys been using this mic?
6 years.
Oh, never mind.
Dude,
okay.
Dan
You're the
had to
OG.
do, like, deep research to find
Yeah.
It was like a
No.
brand new product when I
No,
found them.
this is
Everybody
literally
used to
the
use
best.
other
It's
one.
the best of the best. No, we're not
Everybody was
free
using
promo.
these big ones and it was covering our face. And I was like, what the fuck? It's gotta
You
be
know who I
better.
got this from?
Who?
Cody and Noel. Because I had
where
the
they
same
got it
exact issue, and I was like, "Where the fuck did you get these mic stands? They're so sick."
Dude, everybody
They said the H3 we saw the H3 podcast had these, and we were like, damn.
He did not say that.
Yeah, he
did.
thought.
You don't have to
He
be
said,
shy.
I made
I know
this
you
with
want
my
to
bare
share
hands.
private conversation, but
He said
He
said he invented them.
He thanked
actually.
us.
You don't get to say someone posted a clip one time and you're a fan, because by that metric, Media Matters is our biggest fan. Shout out to Media Matters for being huge fans.
Pause it for a second.
I got this clip from Media Matters, just shout out.
Yeah. So here's the difference. The shooter's ideology aligns with you. That's the difference.
Right. He wasn't criticizing you.
Who's getting canceled? Eat the damn grass. Lena, it's time to get canceled.
But okay.
You
What? You did not button for that.
You button for that?
Why the fuck not, dude?
I'm 100% going to repeat what you just did.
No, there's no proof that happened.
Yeah, I will repeat what you did right now.
No, it didn't happen.
Insane.
It didn't happen.
That was the goofiest button push.
I
yet.
never thought that you would abuse the button for something
What are you
as
talking-
silly as that.
You don't know what happened. Hassan said
What
the
are you
N-word.
going to say? You're going
No, he
to
didn't.
You what?
No, he did not.
Hassan said the N-word and I hit it.
Crazy. Not only did you hit the
wants
button for the
bad stuff to
goofiest thing on the
happen to
planet, you're just saying that I said a slur now.
Yeah, well, you're trying. I mean, if you want to talk about what really happened, let's just get down to it.
Okay. Well, there was a what on this frame could Ethan have responded to
I think if you
That
did
in a
have
way that is
mused
like
about.
goofy and confusing
had
that made him
posted
look
a
bad
couple
that he
clips.
I'm trying to listen to the
buttoned
clip.
for.
from
Perhaps
Tim's
the country
show,
flag that he
obviously
got
goes
wrong?
without
I'm trying to listen to this clip.
Perhaps the country flag that he got wrong? Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
This guy looks like he's trying to make a really important point.
Saying that doesn't make him at all culpable for the behavior of that
The guy
lunatic.
wasn't
what's
even
that flag?
so.
Yeah.
The clips show he wasn't even.
You can say what happened. I don't care. It was a joke. I mean, the button.
The butt part was a joke.
I just.
Yeah.
Ethan was like, "Oh, he's got an Italian flag in the background there," and then we were like, "No, that's not Italian," and he immediately slammed the button.
Yeah.
Why not, dude? Let's fucking go, man. I goofed
Okay,
out a
to be
button.
fair,
Let's use
to be
it.
fair, that's excusable because I'm always on board with some Italiophobia. You know what I mean?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Subscribe to the channel.
Wow.
Right.
Wow.
It's like he's a fan. Like he wasn't even subscribed. It was 4 clips from one show.
But
It wasn't a real
my
one.
point is this is grasping at straws, right? Because even if they can definitively prove, even if it turns out that this is legitimate, that really is this.
Well, hold on. Was it just one episode he watched, or?
He watched a bunch of different episodes. It was like I think he had like an interview with like Nick Fuentes and like just Pearly things, and he watched a bunch of those. I mean, he watched like ABBA and was it ABBA and Preach or ABBA and Peach?
Abba and
He
Reach.
watched them a lot.
No.
He watched a video of them shitting on me actually.
No.
Oh.
It's Peaches and Cream.
Peaches and Cream. Okay, well.
Yeah, what do you think of that nickname for Abba and Preach? Peaches and Cream.
Because they're
I don't know.
Your
soft.
honest reaction.
I have no opinion on those guys because every time I've talked about them, they've cut like so many
They're
videos.
giant pieces of shit.
Yeah.
They're assholes, and they're.
I think they're like
they're
like
peaches and cream. They're soft.
They can sometimes be like agreeable, but I think that's why it's like kind of insidious where
they're soft.
They'll come across like reasonable at certain points, and
I'm
then
sorry,
they'll just
y'all-
say something so unhinged. I'm like, what the fuck?
No, I'm sorry. Y'all guys get in front of the camera and talk like you're preaching. Dude, you guys are soft. They take shit out of context or try to like quote unquote dunk.
Okay, but all of that aside, just as a nickname.
Peaches and cream, because they're soft, bro. They're like a
No,
nice
I don't really
sweet
like
bowl
that
of
much.
oatmeal.
Thank you, Hassan.
I don't really like it that much.
Not good.
Okay, I think it demasculates them, and that's why I like it. The other one we have for them
I don't know,
is
I don't know too much about them. I just heard like one of the dudes on there like fucking as a own gave like 10 grand to the Atlanta Police Department, even though he's like Canadian, which is the most cuck thing you can do. Yeah,
They're
he tried to own
bootlickers?
like FD Signifier.
Which one was it? The shorter
ABBA,
one or the taller
think.
one? I don't know the difference.
I don't know.
Was it peaches or cream?
Is ABBA, I think.
It's not clear which one's which with
I'm
Peaches and Cream. That's part of the problem.
Well, so the other nickname for them we had was Babble and Reach.
Way better, right?
What?
What was
I mean,
it?
even that's not that good.
Oh, come on.
Babble and Reach is pretty good.
I need to watch more of their
Because
content, I guess,
the one
too.
dude babbles and the other dude reaches.
They're
soft.
All I'm gonna say is
bro.
this. All I'm gonna say is this. I will never forget when they made like multiple videos about me saying like I'm a fucking dumbass for calling them transphobic potentially. Because I didn't even say that they were like outright transphobic. I was like, oh, this just seems like transphobic shit. I don't want to watch this video. And then they made like videos on it.
They did the same thing to me, dude.
Yeah, they made videos on it. And in the video, they subsequently literally said transphobic shit. And everyone in the comments was like, yeah, you're right. This guy's such an idiot. You guys aren't transphobic. Fuck trans people.
Oh wait, what is this? They posted this, but I'm confused.
Yeah, they posted that.
So they like it. Wait, no, they're apple and peach.
Yeah, you didn't say apple and peach.
No, you guys
Okay,
got it
apple
wrong.
and peach actually is like not bad.
Yeah, that's
It's better than peach.
No,
and
no,
cream.
no, it's not.
Peaches and Cream is terrible. I'm sorry.
They're soft. They're like a sweet bowl of
Apple pie.
oatmeal.
I don't.
Apple and peach? That's
I
not
feel
good
it.
at all. I don't get that. So they did it. They took a clip from my interview with Sebastian, that like dumbass alpha dude, completely owned, and they took a clip and made it and titled like Ethan Klein's embarrassing, where they tried to make it seem like Sebastian owned me.
Yeah,
I was like, what?
Yeah, no,
fuck?
they do that. They do that all the time.
dumb,
I'm willing
dude.
to bet that video did numbers too.
Oh, of course
Yeah,
it did.
they do that all the time. They're like, they know that they're like, there's a lot of, there's a market for people that will shit on you. There's a market for people that will shit on me.
Here's the thing
that
about
want that
Abba and
kind of
Preach.
content, so they like kind of take advantage of that a little bit. You know, hey, do your thing, man. Make some money.
The bag.
You know,
Here's the
It
thing.
is what it is.
Here's the thing about Abba and Preach that they don't know about me. They haven't they don't bother me enough yet. But I'll tell you this. I'm fucking insane. And if you want to do the war thing, that's my favorite thing in the world. But I'm close.
God.
They're pathetic, they're liars, they're dishonest, and they're phonies. they're not even genuine. That's the thing, right? Here, look at this. Here, he did, Ethan Klein is embarrassing, and then Ethan Klein is mad at us because they're insecure and hate me because I'm fat. I don't know, but...
Yeah, I mean, look, they're like at the edge of the manosphere, and they make a lot of. They used to like own a lot of manosphere guys, but then they also have some like conservative points of view. They've cultivated a big brand for themselves.
They came out.
They're like, not that this is, you know, I mean, you're comparing them to like some of the worst people, but like I guess they're better than Fresh and Fit and stuff for sure. Like,
well,
that's when we first heard about
debatable.
them, was
That's
no, I'm
them
just saying,
making
like,
fun
they
of
are
Fresh and
more
Fit, right?
agreeable. Like, they are, as far as I know, and
so,
their politics might have changed, but it seems like they're like, you know, anti-overt white supremacy, stuff like that. You know what I mean? They do
The
shit
thing
on
is,
that.
I feel like they've become a gateway. I feel like the first time they talked about me was defending Fresh and Fit.
Right.
It was
That's
so
true.
bizarre. This girl called in and was telling us about this horrible date she had with Fit. And then they make a video saying how like she's a liar and fuck it. I didn't watch it to be honest. I watched some of it, but it was upsetting, so I didn't watch
They're
it.
centrists, you know?
Yeah, and we know
Kind
what
of.
that means.
Kind of. Like I said, I don't know enough about them. I have seen like
Although,
at least some of their commentary on like trans issues, and it just seemed like cookie cutter transphobic shit. And it pops off, you know. There's definitely a market
they get
for
good
it.
views.
There's definitely an audience for it. I think they also loved when like Gideon said that I was implied that I was pandering, or I was like, oh no, sorry, I was patronizing to him. But, you know, it is what it is. Do you?
But I'm down. You guys, you know what I mean? Like, I'm looking for my next dragon. You guys aren't a dragon, though. You guys are like a gopher.
Their channel does well.
No, their numbers are good, but...
Their numbers are really good. They know the algo. They know how to play it.
No, their channel does really good. It's impressive the numbers they pull, to be
I
honest.
wish they weren't.
But you're right in the way that like I see them talking about like this just pearly things. Like they do have like takes that I think are...
That's why I said
I
they
agree
have
with.
they have a lot of like agreeable takes, and then they have like some where it's just like, how is this any different than the people that you're shitting on? You
They
know what I mean?
literally just throwing a bone to like the people that hate us just because of our politics.
Yeah,
like, it's
no,
just,
they're
it's
and they're-
low hanging fruit.
There's a market for it, certainly, and they're capitalizing on it. That's what it is. Like it was so disingenuous when like. That's when I realized, like, that's actually when I changed my policy of, like, trying to genuinely respond to people that would, like, cut videos of me like that.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I wouldn't do it if it was, like, a small channel anyway, because, like, I'm not trying to, like, boost their audience by giving them some of my fucking haters, right? Because there's always, like, hate watchers in there. But they're a pretty big channel. They have a big following.
Wait.
I was like, I'll address some of these takes, and
so-
then I did, and then they like literally fucking proved my point while simultaneously saying that I was wrong.
They're one of these people. They operate in bad faith, and they'll just cut it and make a million videos of it, which is fun.
But they operate in good faith enough that like they have a lot of. I'm saying like they come across as though they are genuinely even keeled on a lot of issues.
This is the thing. I used to run into this problem with Keemstar where no matter what I said and did, he would, in bad faith, just come up over me and say whatever. And I found out the best way to combat that in my case was to talk more. And I fucking love that game, dude. Like, I love it.
I don't love it.
I like it.
You're way more combative.
It's fun. But the thing is...
I just want them to leave me alone. They probably will
just
not.
leave me alone.
That's what Sebastian said.
Hit it. This is their favorite guy who begged
That's
me.
what I want. I want to be left alone.
That's their idol, Sebastian, by the way. I told them, I was like, why don't you guys watch the whole video and then come tell me how embarrassing I am?
Let me think about it. Hold on.
Anyway, can someone watch this? He has a video of him with Rolo Tony Browntown saying they're coming after us. Is he pro Rolo
Tony Browntown?
Can you just preview they're coming after us? I want to see that.
I would be genuinely shocked if that were the case. They're probably making fun of him.
I hope
Here's the
so.
thing.
That would be great.
The other part of this is that like a lot of the people that they feature in their commentary are people that like
Hold
I
on.
just don't
You're getting
wanna-
roasted here. If you play Hogwarts Legacy, you're a transphobe. Raiders are afraid.
What? I'm sure they did the classic like Actually, you know what? I don't know. They might have actually sided with me on this and like.
Hell no. You think so?
Yeah, they do it. I'm pretty sure they sometimes will like be fair.
Hogwarts link.
Let's
So if
see.
you don't know,
Here's the most
created a
replayed.
website where you can see all the streamers who played the game, so you can unfollow or target them, prompting some to call this.
I
a
like that they play Phil at 2 times speed. That's fucking everything.
Yeah.
literal witch hunt, unintended. You also have big names in the space weighing in on
He's
this.
already
like
fast.
Asmongold,
Don't
who's
be
seen his
jealous that
position
he's put me in
stark
way
terms.
more
I don't give a
thumbos recently.
I'm pissed.
Yeah, the game's fun to play. I'm gonna play the game.
Man, of course the homeless guy says this, bro. Like he has
homeless?
nothing to lose.
He's homeless?
He's stupid. This
I'm
guy's
not-
one of the richest creators.
I'm not stupid. I don't know this dude.
Oh, he got a whole.
This is like he might. He's smarter than coconuts. I won't put that on him.
Whoa,
Set up
yeah,
the game.
no.
Yeah.
No,
It's not
shot.
even-
No, these guys-
They're definitely.
They're
dude,
bright. They seem
dude,
bright.
Dude, they. I don't agree with them ideologically. I don't agree with like a lot of the stuff that they make, especially in regards to like trans stuff, or maybe sometimes like women are going too far. Like we're against the manosphere, but like sometimes they're behaving like weird. That kind of stuff. They I think do way better commentary and way more interesting commentary than
You're
Fresh
right.
and Fit, which
You're
is
right.
like literally fucking 14-year-old like, oh, you suck if you're a woman, if you speak out against me, fuck you. Like they're not
Yeah.
losing insecurity in the same way that a lot of those other manosphere guys are, for sure. They're definitely a cut above, and that's why they have a
cut above.
They're definitely that's the reason why they have a decent.
We're a
successful
cut
channel.
above.
Why are you doing an Italian accent like?
We're a cut above.
A cut above.
We take ourselves very seriously, peaches and cream.
All right.
Anyway,
Hold on.
If you guys want to finish Elon,
All right, fuck.
we got to get back.
Wait, let me see
we are
what
almost
they
out of
said,
time.
though.
Oh, now you want to see it? Fine.
I want to see if
I
they,
want to see it
what
too.
do they say about me? Because like the typical conservative
So if you don't
reaction was
know,
like,
Hogwarts
"Oh,
Legacy is the
Hassan is
newest
such a
edition.
pussy. He won't play this fucking game." Which, by the way, I did. I ended up playing it.
That is the funny part. Is that
I
you ended up
always
playing
said
it.
I would. I just simply said
Here. Hassan is a
You're not
giant
playing the game
hypocrite.
'cause
Is
you
the
don't wanna get-
title of this chapter?
I was wrong.
Hassan Piker, who's a massive streamer, speaking on this.
The only reason why I'm not playing this game, and I know a bunch of other people are not playing this game, is because we know that it's not worth it to get f***ing bullied endlessly and called transphobic endlessly in when we have massive queer communities and audiences. That's it.
Wait, hold up. You're not playing the game because you don't want to get called transphobic endlessly. Now you know how we felt when you kept doing that to us.
Pause it.
Uh-oh.
First of all, dumbasses, you were being transphobic, and
Got
you
the
fucking
tea
proved it in
here.
the video where you were claiming that I was stupid. Number one.
Can I see
Number
what they
two,
said that was
my
transphobic?
my commentary on it? No, they were talking about like women. Well, it was more than that. It was a more holistic approach. I looked at their channel. I think it was over like women trans women participating in sports, but it was a more holistic approach to their channel because I literally key searched trans in their fucking on their YouTube channel, and there was like a bunch of those like, look at this clown trans person,
Yes.
crazy. Like, yeah, just
Mhm.
because you're not using like the T slur or something doesn't mean that you're like
Okay.
not expressly
I feel that.
transphobic.
I feel that.
And I literally was just like, oh, I don't even want to look at this. They seem transphobic, and they got super triggered by it and popped off and made like multiple videos. But the reason why I was talking about that is like absolutely clip chimped, and I think they know better, and they're just going along with it to cut a narrative here, just like Ben Shapiro did, just like all these other fucking dipshit right-wingers did. What I was talking about in that situation was an effective measure. Like, I was talking about boycotts. Decentralized boycott movements not working. I was right. It was a decentralized boycott movement against Hogwarts, an IP that is significantly larger than J.K. Rowling herself, and not married to J.K. Rowling at all in this day and age, even though she is financially, she's being financially compensated for it. That was a silly boycott. I was actually criticizing trans people openly, both in my community and also in general, the trans people that were trying to protest this, and talking about how ineffective this was, and how I actually had strategized a more effective way to overcome this PR disaster that was inevitably going to happen by trying to raise funds. But at the time, we had a disagreement. It doesn't even matter now. It's been long gone at this point. It's water under the bridge. I have literally raised money for trans charities alongside trans content creators and legislators immediately on the heels of this controversy regardless. But that was a commentary that I was trying to cut, which I did, demonstrating that something I foresaw happening was going to end up happening. It was going to end up was going to unfold, and it did happen that way. And yet they just cut 1 fucking second of that, a 20-second clip of that, and went along with it. Be like, he's a fucking hypocrite.
They're obviously just butthurt at you and operating out of bad faith. That's it.
Transphobic, 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 transphobic.
See,
transphobic.
it's just grievance. They're like, he was mean to us, so we're gonna we're gonna
great
say
commentary,
this now.
man. You fucking got me.
Transphobic, 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 transphobes, transphobic, 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 transphobic.
I mean, you were having a conversation about
transphobia. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy that I used the term when I was talking about.
Also, you streamed for like 8 hours. I don't know how long that.
No, I know. It's just it's disingenuous.
This dude said transphobia 20 times.
Yeah, it's fucking clown behavior.
It means something. I don't know what. What? You guys didn't even make a point.
Okay, they didn't make a point. They don't have to because it's like fuck Hassan. That's what it is. Their point is fuck Hassan, and their audience loves that shit.
By the way,
I'm sure
the
that's
situations aren't even. They're not even comparable.
I know. I'm literally as a pro-trans person talking about effective ways to override a prevailing narrative and demonstrate that like certain decentralized
You
boycott
said
movements are
transphobia
going to
20
be
times, bro.
ineffective. All you need to do is go to their channel and search trans, and you'll understand whether or not I was wrong to make the assertion that they're transphobic or not. Just do it. Here,
Hey,
let's do it.
I'll tell you what, Fresh and Fit. If you want beef, you just gotta
They're not
understand.
fresh. They are not fresh and fit. Say that.
Oh.
They're gonna say you're racist. But here.
Well, it's two names. It's peaches and cream. Sorry.
Okay.
I was gonna.
Just do it. Just do it. Press escape. Just hit the search bar.
I'll
on
tell
their
you
channel.
something, guys. I'm skinny Ethan now.
Hit the search bar on their channel. Go to
So
their channel.
you're gonna lose the fat card here pretty soon.
Oh no!
And that's everything. That's all you guys have.
Okay.
Videos.
Go to
and
videos. Search
trans.
from the wrong
Just
stream,
search
yeah.
trans.
Okay. Females should fight males. Remove all categories.
Does this look like a pro-trans channel or someone
Words
that's
are
like
not violence. Dave Chappelle trans. Trans woman enters a hot tub with a mom and her 6-year-old daughter. What is wrong with that? That's a freaking psychotic title.
And they always use
like
that,
you know
like-
what's wrong with that.
No, this is rage bait. It's just like anti-trans rage bait,
Trans
and I'm
protesters
fucking right.
lose
Like
it. Women impregnate.
you're
2
doing the
women in
same thing
jail.
that like Gamergate weirdos did back in the day. You're looking at like edge cases or like random trans people every now and then behaving in like a fucking insane manner to be like, look at the trans people, they're at it again, and that's
Actually,
it. That's-
you're totally right. Trans criminal denied entry into female prison.
Yeah.
Dave Chappelle jokes are dangerous. Trans YouTuber Samantha Lux. Why isn't your business trans competent? Trans woman. They have a lot. Trans woman enters female bathroom
Yeah.
and this happened. These
How could I
transgender
have thought
athletes
that
are
these
straight up
guys are
lying.
transphobic? I can't believe I made the assumption that these guys might be transphobic after searching trans on their YouTube page.
If you're not open to dating a transgender person, you might be. Guess who gets beaten up? Trans woman with a criminal record enters a female spa. Pansexual, gender nonconforming trans man goes on a dating show. Trans woman Leah Thompson breaks record. Cis woman needs to work harder. Women becomes a man, realizes it's very difficult. Yeah. I mean, look, there's a lot. There's a lot of like, damn, y'all. Damn. All these? Okay, now these don't say transphobic.
Yeah,
but
it's just key search with it.
Amazing.
Hassan Piker banned for using slurs against whites.
Oh my lord.
Cracker?
Yeah.
These dudes came out against Cracker?
I don't know. I don't remember. I didn't watch it. I don't watch the videos. Like I said, I watched like one snippet and I was like, not for me, and I moved on. But of course, you can't just do that on a live stream. You can't even do that without 11 videos being cut about you and then have
I'm
these
cool with
dudes
it.
like constantly fucking.
I know what
up
you
your
mean.
ass.
Like you don't want to deal with all that, but
yes,
I'm cool with it.
I'm live every
ready.
day, so like
I'm ready.
dudes with like large fan bases, when they do shit like this, they're annoying ass fucking fans come into my chat and abuse the egalitarian process that we have so that like everyone can speak their mind, and then when they get banned they cry about it and they're like lifelong haters.
Okay, let's finish our
you're
story.
derailing the conversation in a narcissistic way when this shit happens. All right, let's move on.
Elon Musk, yada yada yada. It's a psyop. Okay, that was fucking weird. Then he goes on George Soros posting, which, as most people should know by now, is just like thinly veiled anti-Semitism. He says Soros reminds me of Magneto.
I didn't know that this was a thing that was anti-Semitic. I forgot that Magneto was even like
He's a Holocaust
Jewish and he was a
survivor.
Holocaust
Yeah.
survivor. But
I don't
apparently this is something that like Jewish kids in like middle school would like have to withstand, is what they were. I saw some journalists on my timeline talking about it. Like they were just like constantly being called Magneto.
I've never heard of
Huh.
that.
Yeah, that's a new one.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
But what do Soros and Magneto have in common other than the fact they're Jewish? Like I don't think that Soros can control metal with his mind. That's the you know.
That
what
is
I mean?
kind of the defining feature of Magneto is the magnetic powers.
It's in the name.
Well, also he's genocidal, but okay. So
Apparently,
unpack
I
that.
was informed that he is very wealthy, though, and George Soros is, and they were both in the Holocaust.
If there was anyone,
and so
who else is very wealthy in this conversation?
right? That's
Elon
weird
Musk
thing.
is like
Another guy?
100 times richer than him.
Wait, that's crazy. You're actually absolutely fucking correct, Ethan. Elon Musk is literally more than 10 times wealthier than George Soros.
Which is
And
crazy
Wait,
because
wait,
George
wait,
Soros
wait.
is a billionaire.
Wait,
Yeah.
which website is Elon Musk saying this on? Oh, that's right. The fucking website that he bought for $44 billion.
Which is like, that alone is like 5 times Soros's
More than 5, yes.
Yeah.
Almost 10x just the website's net worth. George Soros is a fucking broke boy in comparison to Elon Musk.
Elon's like, this
Holy
dude has
shit.
way too much influence. Anyway, Elon goes, oh, you know what? Apologies for this post. It was really unfair to Magneto.
He stole that joke, by the way, from the
No.
Babylon Bee.
Oh,
He did. Babylon Bee.
Well, if you're gonna steal from the best.
Yeah.
So then he says, this was the part where it's really weird. He goes, fun fact, Magneto's experience during the Holocaust as a survivor shaped his perspective as well as his depth and empathy. Soros, also a Holocaust survivor, gets attacked non-stop for his good intentions, what some Americans think are bad merely because they disagree with whatever. Elon responds, you assume they are good intentions. They are not. He wants to erode the very fabric of society. Soros hates humanity.
By the way,
It's
that...
like, whoa, nice nuanced take there, bud.
So, okay, hold up. I need to say something here. Normally, I am not a big fan of billionaires. Okay? I'm not a big fan of billionaires. I'm not a big fan of how much control they have over politics in a global capitalist system. I'm not a fan of George Soros. I actually despise him. And he does have a lot of NGOs that operate in whichever countries that the United States wants to do regime change in. And that is by design. That is not an accident. So whenever someone criticizes George Soros or whenever someone says, oh, that's Soros funded, I'm not always like quick to be like, oh, that's anti-Semitic. That's anti-Semitic. That, on the other hand, what Elon Musk said right there is literally Jewish puppeteer memes. Like he didn't just say, oh, Soros just like, you know, he's funding like the Open Society Foundation or whatever. And that's like, I don't like that. He's funding a lot of liberal causes that I don't appreciate. He just straight up says he wants to erode the very fabric of civilization. Soros hates humanity. Soros, a Jewish billionaire puppeteer, wants to erode the very fabric of civilization, is verbatim cultural Bolshevism, okay? And it just straight up what the fascists used to say and still do, obviously.
Right.
That in and of itself is like going, nah, I just hate George Soros because he's like a Jewish guy that wants to destroy the West. That's it. You did it. You fucking said it.
He's there.
This guy responds, George Soros has been so uniquely destructive to law and order in American cities that there's a name for the carnage he's wrought. Soros DAs. His organization described his strategy to Politico in 2016 article. It would change the law, not by going through legislator, but ... whatever. Elon said, perfectly said. Among other things, Soros astutely identified a massive arbitrage opportunity in district attorney elections where a relatively small amount of money has outsized influence. Soros' instructions to his pet prosecutors were essentially to minimize prosecuting even violent criminals. That's why a criminal, someone who had already stabbed his roommate, could brutally assault Dave Chappelle on stage with that same deadly weapon and yet receive merely a misdemeanor.
Yeah, George Soros was like, kill Dave Chappelle. That's what George Soros wanted to do.
He's pro-crime on the streets because he wants to erode.
Yeah.
This is really
so
stuff.
I can't speak to like the many different NGOs and civil society civil society orgs that George Soros has funded in the United States of America. And like I said, all billionaires do this shit. They just have like pet projects, whether because they personally believe in it or whether because it actually opens up an avenue for them to seek additional profits, which is what Elon Musk does all the fucking time, for the record. But the Soros DA narrative is so fucking stupid. Like the idea that every single progressive DA is like somehow backed by George Soros to like allow criminals to let loose and run rampant in the fucking streets of the United States of America is such an idiotic concept. It is mind-boggling.
It only makes sense when you think of Soros as like a
purely evil person,
like a comic book villain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the hilarity is that America is the worst carceral state on the planet.
Right.
We house
That's
the largest
hard to square up
number of prisoners on the fucking planet. We house per capita more prisoners than all these other places like China, where there's
Combined.
no freedom. You know what I mean? So the idea that
1%
like
of the population is in prison. That's insane.
Dude, 4% of the entire global population lives in the United States of America. 25% of the prisoner population is in the United States of America.
Soros needs to get
We
to
have
work.
a quarter of the entire planet's chained, enslaved people living on U.S. soil, doing basically fucking free labor, which is, again, protected by the Constitution under the 13th Amendment, by the way, in enslaving a human being under coercive conditions, forcing them to do labor under coercive conditions is slavery, and it's totally justified and allowed in the Constitution. The idea that we have also private prisons on top of that, so there's like further profit seeking on the incarceration of human beings is insane to me and most other people that live outside of the United States of America. And yet, the real problem in America is not that our criminal justice system is too fucking psychotic, bloodthirsty, draconian, ineffective in lowering recidivism, but instead not violent and brutal enough. That's
Or we're not
crazy.
arresting enough people.
Yeah, dude. Literally everyone has to be arrested. Everyone that's not Elon Musk or a billionaire or like
How can we arrest more people? We have arrested everybody.
Yeah, some
everybody's in jail.
business owner. Everyone needs to be arrested. You have to just go to fucking jail.
That is a great point. Well, here, this is when it gets really good. So Elon Musk has an interview on CNBC Business, and this guy is giving him like a softball interview.
Oh, this guy was so... First of all, I don't even know if we can show this on the new YouTube Terms of Service because this is like dick sucking to the max.
Oh, yeah. It's
like this is
pornography.
just like straight up reveal thy shaft, my good sir.
So Elon is just trembling that somebody asked him about this, and the guy, if this guy only asked like one good follow-up question, it could have been so good, but what we got was good.
Why would he? The media is not antagonistic towards billionaires. The media is quite literally designed to prop up the capitalist structure.
Especially
so
CNBC.
Elon Musk is the personification of capitalism as a human, as a deity of capitalism. So of course this guy, despite Elon's like many idiotic sentiments, even reactionary sentiments that are like transparently right-wing to like the dumbest of children, he has to like soft serve it and try to find a way to excuse it, justify it. He's not asking that question as a gotcha here. He's asking that question to be like, please clarify
Right.
so we can, so that the Tesla stocks don't tank. I want to know how much Tesla stock that fucking piece of shit owns.
Oh, by the way, so you guys will notice when he asks, he goes, why did you say this shit about George Soros or this mass shooter? And instead of Elon goes, it's free speech. And instead of saying, well, why? Well, what's your evidence? He says, well, don't you think that's going to hurt your stock? Let's watch.
Yeah.
Somebody who's talking about the guy who killed children in a mall in Allen, Texas. And you say something like it might be a bad psyop. I'm not quite sure what you meant, but...
Pause it for a second. I said this, I'm sorry. Don't go, ugh, you love pausing.
I do, but like we're going to run out of time.
I just want to say something here, okay? That statement, he would never be this fucking nice if he saw some random schlub screaming what Elon Musk was saying, which many of them do, some right-wing fucking freak in like a like a Baptist church in the South, he would look at that guy with disdain. But when it's the fucking big billionaire poster boy of capitalism sitting across from you inside of his own fucking facility and inside of his own factory, you have to be like, what did you mean by this, sir? What did you mean by this? You know what he fucking meant by it.
Yeah, you can see also Elon is like, you really fucking asked me this shit? I'll destroy you, maggot.
Oh, in that particular case, there was somehow that's not that the obviously people were killed, but it was, I think, incorrectly described to be a white supremacist action.
The man has swastikas.
Not
Evidence
incorrect.
For that,
oh my God.
Was some obscure Russian website that no one's ever heard of that had no followers.
That's such a weird thing. You say it's like a massive website there.
Yeah, it is actually a popular
Yeah.
website, which is weird that like a social media guy doesn't know.
Of course. Are we really shocked that Nazis are finding weird corners of the internet to go to? Of course. I think like 4chan and Kiwi Farms are also like often hosted out of Russia. So like, yeah.
No,
He gets that wrong.
Another social media website just not used in America.
But the company that found this is Bellingcat.
Right.
And do you know what Bellingcat does? PsyOps.
Right. I couldn't really even follow exactly what it was you were trying to express.
Do you think that? Because like, you know, you're a CNBC guy. Do you actually think that? Well, even if you know that that's true, which I say that, I think Bellingcat does work for the CIA and will engage in some psyops every now and then. They are basically an arm.
There's no reason for them to do this as a psyop though. Like, it doesn't do anything.
Of the fucking State Department. However, do you think that liberal guy at CNBC?
He doesn't agree. He says, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Bellingcat.
Right.
And do you know what Bellingcat does? PsyOps.
Right.
Right.
I couldn't really even
he
follow
says, I don't
exactly
know.
what it was you were trying to express.
I don't understand.
He's like, thank you for the clarity.
Oh my God.
Right.
Oh, thank you for describing it, my good sir.
And
Not like, well, he had swastikas tattooed on him.
That's what I don't understand. Why is he still saying this? There's no way that he's not aware that the police are like, he's covered in swastika
But
tattoos.
the journalist,
He's for
please,
sure a
couldn't
Nazi.
you just ask that? You know what I mean? Like, it's right there. It's right there.
And that the information for that came from an obscure.
He's just like so incredulous that a Nazi would even exist. Like, oh yeah, those only existed during World War II, and then we got rid of all of them. Like, what do you think?
Russian website and was somehow magically found by Bellingcat, which is a
Magically
company
found. Yeah, magically found by journalists and intelligence agencies.
I mean,
And there's no proof, by the way, that he was not.
there's no. I would say that there's no proof that he is.
Yes, there is.
He's covered in
There's a
swastikas.
swastika on him.
Did he say?
He tattooed a swastika on his body.
Did he say Sig Heil? Checkmate, liberal. I'm so smart.
I don't know what more evidence there can be other than a.
Also, he's positing that Bellingcat, like, reported on their own psyop. I feel like they wouldn't do that.
A swastika tattoo.
Dude, that's the wild part about this is that like these guys don't fucking hide it. Like the Buffalo shooter was literally like, I'm gonna go to a black neighborhood, to a grocery store, and kill as many black people as possible. Like they openly state it, they openly show it. They want people to understand that they are doing this for white supremacist reasons. They even show where they got radicalized, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Okay, and these fucking dickheads still are like, I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know. Was he saying he loves Hitler while he was shooting people? I think not. Checkmate.
At a certain point, people need, like, are they going to wake up to the fact that everybody on the right is ready to sell them out instantly? It's like the January 6 people, like they're all Antifa now or whatever. Like these are like true believers.
They did it for you.
They did it for Trump. They're as MAGA as it
just
comes, and now they're being accused of being FBI or whatever.
That's my favorite trope is that like anytime one of these like fucking basement dwelling dickheads like actually take matters in their own hands,
Funny as fuck.
the same circles that they are inside of, like all of the forums that they're inside of, collectively call them like, you know, gay losers.
Yeah.
Like, they're like, no, that guy's not one of us. He's a gay loser psyop, a CIA agent. It's like, no, that guy is you. Okay? You're the same. David DePepe, they did the same shit to him. They were like, oh, David? Oh, no, he's just some gay guy. He's gay. He's not one of us, dude. He's like, no, he looks and smells exactly like you fucking loser.
Because if it's always the truth, if they always accept the truth, then they would see the pattern of fucking right-wing violence. You know? They'd have to come to terms.
And that's a debate you want to get into on Twitter?
Yes. Because we should not be ascribing things to white supremacy if it's false.
Slam dunk, of course. Slam dunk journalism.
Guy who killed
and then there's more
children.
clips. I want to. There's a couple more clips. They're
Dude,
so good.
The media would fucking eat anyone else alive, dude. They would be like piranhas.
You know, do your
with a scent of blood that they
What's
caught.
the easiest layup ever?
Yeah. Anyway, that motherfucker, I'm willing to bet, does not think Bellingcat is doing psyops, which they are, or they are funded by the National Endowment for Democracy. Like they are a cutout of the State Department, certainly. That doesn't change the reality that like sometimes they're gonna do. They have good journalists on their payroll as well, and sometimes they do cover stories, or in many instances they cover stories. It might have a biased slant towards like American imperialist efforts, but they still have the capacity to cover the reality, the truth.
Here's my favorite. This one goes so off the rails. It's like really embarrassing.
You know, do
Hard
your
to watch.
tweets hurt the company? Are there Tesla owners who say, I don't agree with his political position because, and I know it because he shares so much of it? Or are there advertisers on Twitter that Linda Yaccarino will come and say, you gotta stop, man. Or, you know, I can't get these ads because of some of the things you tweet.
This is amazing.
Oh, he's gonna pop off. Oh, he pop.
His fucking brain just breaks. He had never thought about this before.
So much.
Reflective pauses.
He's so hot, dude.
He's thinking.
You know, I'm reminded of
yes,
the scene in The Princess Bride.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Fuck, man.
It is a great movie.
Where he confronts the person who killed his father. And he says,
Princess Bride.
I remember that scene being
Inigo
cooler.
Montoya.
I remember that scene being cooler.
It was such a cool scene. I loved it. Dude, you are so incapable of speaking. Holy fuck.
Damn, he
you just don't care.
Killed that line read.
Okay, hold on. This is important to hear.
and he says, offer me money.
He's doing an accent
offer
too.
Me power. I don't care.
By the way,
that's not the line.
By the way,
Yeah, I don't think that's how it goes.
you're the richest, one of the most powerful people in the world. I don't think you're worried about money and power. You know, he's like, I don't care about
Of
money
course
and
he
power.
cares about money
It's
and
like,
power.
we have $200 billion.
Of course he cares about money and power. That's why he's a billionaire. And it like, you know, the idea that he's like operating on some like other spectrum of genuine interest. Like, okay, what's the genuine interest then? Like doing transphobia? That's what, like, you're like, I
That's
don't
the
care.
first- he
No matter
seems
how
dumb.
much you throw at me, like, I'm still gonna put up non-gag memes from 2017.
Right. Definitely equivalent to avenging your father.
Well, because he actually,
I'm still gonna post iFunny memes that only divorced dads laugh at.
I think this is the first time in his life he's ever been liked by people, and so I think he.
No, he's not.
He does. No, they're right. They love.
No,
him.
I think he's losing favor.
Well,
I think that is
he
like
likes
part of the
seeing
reason why
likes on Twitter. It makes him feel good, you know.
But I think he was way more universally loved before.
Yeah, he was
Like,
loved. He was cherished.
You
and
used to love
loved.
him, Ethan. I
Dude,
mean,
when he lost the Mr. Beast vote, it was fucking over for him. Okay, it's Jover.
Wait, what was the
Even-
Mr. Beast?
Even Mr. Beast was like, "Come on, Elon," you know.
Oh yeah, when he's like, "Yo,
This is not you. Please take your phone. Please turn off your phone.
I don't care.
I don't care.
So you just don't care.
that's not how the scene went
You
at
wanna-
all.
Yeah,
too.
I was
It's like, I love that movie. I know it really well.
I've
and
never
that's-
seen it. And
I was like, I
care.
don't-
Yeah.
I've never seen
No, I've seen that movie like 200 times. I don't remember that scene at all.
Princess Bride.
Bruh!
It's a good movie.
Okay, whatever. It doesn't
share
But
what
anyway, let's finish the clip.
you have to say.
I'll say what I want to say, and if the consequence of that is losing money, so be it.
By the way,
Damn, he's so fucking brave.
As the CEO of Tesla, a publicly traded company, I'm pretty sure that's a violation of his fiduciary
Yup. It
duties.
don't even matter though, because he can say whatever the fuck he wants, and like the market reacts in a way that it's not.
Yeah.
It doesn't normally react. It's weird. So
and then there's just a few more which I love. By the way,
you watch some of those while I go pee again.
Okay. The actor, by the way,
I can't pause.
who did the scene from Princess Bride actually quote tweeted says, "I do not
think."
Yeah, I do not think it means what you think it means," which is a Princess Bride quote.
Yes, and actually is relevant to what the fuck he's talking about. It's
love
the scene
him.
where he's
epic
confronting the man who killed his father, and he says, "Offer me money, offer me power, and he offer me all the riches in the world." And the guy's like, "Yes,
I'll
anything
do it."
you want."
Yeah.
And he's like, "I want my father back, you son of a bitch," and then stabs him. Had
Totally
no fucking
wrong.
relevance to the scenario at all.
He just wanted to see him beg.
Yes, this is
Yeah.
crazy. Ugh.
So moving on here, Elon Musk explains he's not anti-Semitic. Why would anybody think that about me?
George Soros. Well, I'm looking for it because I want to make sure I quote it properly. But I mean, you know what you wrote. But you
I said
basically.
it reminds me of Magneto. This is like, calm down, people. This is not like made up like a
Explain. I want to know how he reminds you of Magneto. I'm actually would love to hear your analysis.
case out of it.
You also. You said he wants.
What?
What?
That's scary.
To
Such a
erode the very
joke,
fabric of civilization,
The man is unraveling.
and Soros hates humanity. Like when you do something like that, do you think?
It's funny because he goes, "It's just a Magneto analogy. Calm down." And then he goes, "Well, you said he hates humanity."
That's true. That's my opinion.
No, that's true.
But why share it? Why share it? Especially because, I mean, why?
He goes, "Not that what you're saying is crazy.
Right.
Just why say it?"
Well, because it's CNBC, it's like it's the business network, and so like I get it. Their angle is like you're damaging the company. You're like, why say that? Just keep it private or whatever. Yeah, they don't give a fuck that he's saying it.
Share it when people who buy Teslas may not agree with you, advertisers on Twitter may not agree with you. Why not just say, hey, I think this? You can tell me. We can talk about it over there.
You can tell me. I love that shit. Yo, if you think George Soros is like part of the Jewish cabal, tell me. I love that. Just not
We can talk about it in the back for sure.
on camera.
Right.
Friends, but why share it widely?
I mean, this is freedom of speech. I'm allowed to say what I
You
want.
absolutely are.
That's such a pathetic juvenile response. Like, grow the fuck up, idiot. Of course, it's stupid moron.
He's just like fried.
Imbecile.
Too, by the way. Like this guy, too much fucking microdosing.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're absolutely right.
But I'm trying to understand why you do, because you have to know it's got a. It puts you in the middle of the partisan divide in the country. It makes you a lightning rod for criticism. I mean, do you like that? People today saying he's an anti-Semite. I don't think you are.
No, I'm definitely. I'm like a pro-Semite, if anything.
Which I don't like
Ain't
either.
no
I don't like
way.
people who are like, I love Jews.
Ain't no way a pro-Semite, bro. Huh.
Jews are the greatest. Jews are great businessmen. Jews are awesome.
I'm a pro.
Jews are great with money.
Yeah.
That's also like kind of fucked up.
I believe that probably is the case.
Yes.
But why would you even introduce the idea?
God, he's such a fucking clown, this journalist. I hate him almost more than I hate Elon. And I hate
We don't
Elon.
want to make this a George Soros interview.
No, God, no.
Oh, then he goes, let's not talk about George Soros anymore. God, no.
The case.
I mean, look, we don't want to make this a George Soros interview.
No, God, no.
God,
I
no.
don't want to.
God,
Oh
no.
my God.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to like actually do fucking news media shit. Like you wouldn't want to do like anything that a journalist would do in this situation, which is prodding and trying to truly investigate why Elon Musk has these kinds of resentments. Or where he learns these.
Friends with VA, by the way. Yeah. Yeah. Fucking A, dude. Fucking A. If you weren't ready to defend the tweet, then why would you tweet something like that? Like, yeah, it's not about George Soros. It's about you and what you said. Like,
These things.
By the way, if you want to know why he's Soros posting, George Soros dumped his Tesla stock
Fucked up.
early in the year. But it was 16 million or something like that, but I guess he's heard about it. But there's one more clip, and then we can send Hassan on his way.
Yeah.
Also worth mentioning, Elon Musk was subpoenaed in relation to Epstein JP Morgan lawsuit that
He
says...
responded to that too. He responded to like Unusual Whales posting about it.
Okay, do we have that? We should pull that.
Unusual whale.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I saw that Twitter interaction.
I'm a big believer.
Here he is saying that workers need to get back in the office, damn it.
that people are more productive when they're in person.
Is that true?
And,
Is that backed by research?
And really, man, the whole sort of work from home thing. It's like, I think it's.
I'm so mad at this.
Look, there are some exceptions, but I kind of think that the whole notion of work from home is a bit like the fake Marie Antoinette quote, "Let them eat cake." It's like really you're going to work.
What?
From
You're a
home and
billionaire.
you're
You're a billionaire. You work from home. Everything is your home. You don't even work. You're a billionaire. You're a billionaire who claims he's founded companies because he had enough capital to fucking buy them. You've never done a fucking honest day of work in your goddamn life, you Emerald Mine Wealth recipient, piece of shit, apartheid fuck ass. Oh my God. It makes me so mad that he's like, oh, the laptop generation is so lazy. They're not like my factory workers. It's like, bitch, you don't want to pay your factory workers and you don't want to fucking pay the laptop guys either. So shut the fuck up. Your entire existence is propped on both the laptop guys and the fucking factory assembly line guys literally generating value for you. That's all you do. Fuck.
How is he saying?
It's insane. It's insane that like a billionaire could fucking say this and not like, I don't want to say anything TOS related. I don't have a button in front of me, but like it makes me.
You can see the pain building in him, yeah. I fucking love it. He like almost explodes. Fucking delightful. It's so on point too. Like, I don't even understand the point that Elon was trying to make. Like, how is work from home like let them eat cake? What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Oh, so you recognize people are starving like they were before the French Revolution? And letting them work from home is like letting them eat cake? Is that what you're saying? He's like so close. Do you remember how that ended for them? Yeah. It didn't go like so great for Marie. So maybe like not that. Lost the plot. Thank you for finally admitting it. Oh my God. Yeah. I mean, if he would just go quietly spend his money on green energy, that would be fine. That would be great. All that shit. Maybe not the Neuralink, but yeah. I agree. For sure. But he's too much of a fucking narcissist. He doesn't understand the quote. Be careful what you ask for. Yeah. Yeah. Or like, be grateful for what you're given.
Got you.
Yeah.
It makes me very it makes me very angry when I hear the pathetic fucking fail son who has been propped up every goddamn step of the way, who's failed upwards, who's been elevated by you know, lucking himself into corporations that they basically pushed him out of, but he's still got a tidy profit at the end of their you know, at the end of their exit, like PayPal, and then taking that money and like
the PayPal CEO hates him.
That's what I mean. Like, he literally lucked into everything that he did, and he was a grifter and a con man the whole way, and he still is, and yet so many people don't see it because like he is idolized as a super wealthy billionaire guy. And if you think Elon Musk doesn't deserve or didn't work harder or smarter, or especially a billion times harder or smarter than the average fucking worker, then all of a sudden this entire system that is propped up by the lie of meritocracy falls apart. So instead of reality, you just turn around and go, no. Every naysayer is just jealous and stupid and who's a hypocrite probably, but Elon Musk, he's not hypocritical. He's actually brilliant. He has to be brilliant. Otherwise, why the fuck am I toiling away at my dumbass fucking desk job where I have no autonomy over my own life, where I spend 80% of my fucking adult...
Yeah, it's also like, he was supposed to be the good billionaire, you know? He was supposed to like set a good example or whatever. I don't know. Something. Do disruptive technology. but he's just like all the others. He's exactly like all the others. All billionaires are bad.
Adult life before I die eventually, from the
So making Doge go to the moon match.
banality of existence. I can't think of that. I don't want to think that system is for nothing. I want to think that like I will too become like Elon Musk one day, and that he worked really hard, and I'm just not working hard enough. But one day I will, and I'll fucking be just like him.
How is it that he can say they are so entitled to say let them eat cake? You're talking about your employees? Like, are you? It's mad.
Everyone else who made your car come work to the work in the factory. You're gonna make the people who make your food that gets delivered that.
I don't think the people building the cars
You had a relative lose money on it. That sucks, dude. That sucks.
care if the engineers work from home or not. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Dude, the thing is, like, there are plenty of engineers that could work from home, and I'm sure some of them do actually. The irony, of course, is that like every C-suite, like, how do you say C-suite?
You got it.
C-suite.
Sweet. Am I saying it right?
You're saying it right.
Fuck. Okay, ESL.
Nailed it.
Every fucking C-level executive and every manager is already fucking working from home. Those guys get all the freedom on the fucking planet. But God forbid you're like an entry-level position that finally has a little bit of a crumb of fucking autonomy in his own life. All of a sudden, that's like a big no-no because we can't manipulate you as much if you're not directly in our line of sight. You have to come in and do the 2 hours of work that you normally would do where you actually are doing work, and then the 6 other hours of just like fucking around and like making it seem like you're busy here in the office rather than at home, because you know that's what we got to do, because there's commercial real estate at stake here.
I don't know what it is. He needs to feel like he owns them. He wants to feel like he's getting his worth out of them, and the fact that they're living an easy life, you know, that they can go shit and have a
Yeah, he just wants to be like a modern day lord. Literally, like just bossing around peasants.
coffee break.
And I mean, basically he is.
They want.
And you know,
That's not acceptable.
I think it's primarily all of those things, but I do have to also point out that he is a man who owns a car company, talking about how it's immoral to not commute to work every day.
Fair.
That's one
It's a
aspect
little.
of it, but no.
That's
But
not
every single person,
fair.
including
As
that
big,
fucking,
but
it is fair.
Every single person, including that monkey in the suit, the CNBC guy. Okay, they literally they despise the work from home mentality. All the bosses hate it. All the CEOs hate it. That's why there's been like 100 fucking op-eds written on the New York Times and Wall Street Journal about how like work from home is destroying society.
Research shows that productivity does not decrease with.
As a matter of fact, in certain instances, increases. And that the new method is probably going to be a couple days off, couple days on.
Yeah, I mean, we know. Whatever.
It doesn't even matter
You know,
though. It doesn't even matter
people
because
that come fix your house, they can't work from home, but you can.
Bro, you're so fucking dumb. Everybody, just because a mechanic has to like fix on a car physically in a garage, that everybody has to drive to work. What the fuck are you saying?
One other aspect
it's
of this.
dumb.
One other aspect is Elon Musk is right.
It doesn't make sense.
As far as delivery drivers, as far as people in the service sector, they have to fucking go to work.
Should pay them more for
So
that.
they should get paid fairly.
Yeah.
They should get paid more, as a matter of fact. Not on the virtue of replaceability, but on how much value did they bring to the fucking table. But you won't do that because you're a fucking piece of shit billionaire who designed a system that benefits from not doing that. But of course,
Does that seem
it's all
morally
bullshit.
right?
It's a way to like drive animosity amongst the working class. It's literally class solidarity in action with the wealthy
I don't
fucking
think
capital
anyone
owner
agrees with
journalist
him.
talking to the wealthy capital owner billionaire, where they both agree, like, yeah, work from home is bad, right? These fucking lazy, entitled, pathetic work from home guys. The people working at the oil rig don't have to do that. Well, okay. Pay the people working at the oil rig more. That's the whole point.
But they're acting like the dudes on the oil rigs are like, dude, I'm pissed that I have to come be here physically while everybody else gets to work from home. Nobody thinks like that. Unless you're a fucking freak like Elon Musk.
They might be directed to think that way if he keeps hammering on that.
That's the whole point. That's why
the goal.
he's saying it.
Right, yeah.
To fucking antagonize and create class division. That is the purpose. There's a sole purpose of sentiments like this.
Man, he's a piece
and
of
they do
shit.
it.
You see it as a
Usually they do it through racism. Like that's the most effective method of like antagonizing and creating class divisions, creating divisions inside of the labor force to like harp on the strings of white supremacy and be like, yeah, black people are like this. They're getting a lot of benefits, aren't they? What the fuck? They should work harder. And then every fucking white worker doesn't even realize that they have the exact same material needs and material demands from their workforce on the boundaries of class, on the boundaries of being fucking working class, but they can't even think about that because now they're focused on the white supremacy angle.
I find it interesting that he can't even really defend the work from home other than saying it's not fair. Like, since when was that an argument for anything?
Yes.
It's not fair.
I mean, lots of things are not fair.
Like, yeah, it's not fair. Yeah, life isn't fair. I mean, we've all heard that.
It's a productivity issue, but it's also a moral issue.
Ironic.
It's
It's
not.
a moral issue. It's a moral
That's
issue.
crazy.
Yeah, I think your existence is a moral issue.
He goes, never mind productivity. It's a moral issue. What?
What's with the work from home bullshit?
So frustrating.
What?
I
Because they're
fucking
asking
hate
everyone
this.
else to not work from home while they do.
Oh, so
And
it's
yet
just
there's,
like
there's still pushback, by the way. It's still going.
just fucking Puritan work ethic. Classic. Like, it's classic fucking fascist strongman bullshit. Strong men make good times, or whatever the fuck the meme is. It's so annoying.
Going on. This battle is still happening. I mean, leaders of
battle.
organizations, and I speak to plenty of them. I want people back. 3 days a week, they're still battling. It's not clear that
good for them.
it's ever
The
gonna
workers have
change
more
to-
power.
People are not coming back 5 days a week.
The laptop class is living in La La Land.
The laptop class? Oh, brother.
Yeah, I love that. The laptop class, professional managerial class, the laptop class. It's like, dude, what are you?
Wait, hold on.
You are
You're
worse
right.
than the laptop class.
He's actually,
The fuck?
this is class warfare. You're right.
No,
Yeah.
he's
Laptop
just, he
class?
is.
What does that mean? What does that mean exactly? You have a laptop, probably. Like, the fuck are you even trying to say? Like, you work in technology. What are you... What?
Yeah, no, he's literally trying to mystify class, not on the real boundaries of like worker, proletarian versus bourgeois capital owner, but instead on the boundaries of like laptop class versus Starbucks baristas versus service sector workers.
As I said,
no, they all are wage laborers. They do not make money from the capital that is accumulating in a fucking bank account, okay? They are actually putting in work. They get paid a contracted fucking wage, okay? And they're surplus labor values being extracted from them. It doesn't matter if you're a fucking auto mechanic. It doesn't matter if you're working in a white collar job. It doesn't matter if you're a fucking marketing manager. Okay? That's happening to you, and people can never recognize that and create a shred of the class solidarity that billionaires and the fucking donkeys in the media that like prop them up show on a daily fucking basis. If there is class war that's happening, and I truly do believe it's happening every fucking day, the reason why so many people cannot recognize it is because they don't recognize their class position and constantly fight on these idiotic, newly created boundaries along the lines of like laptop class, the work from home class. That guy is a worker, but he's making more than me. He's in a union. He's making more than me. Why the fuck is he demanding more? I'm suffering here. He should suffer too. It's crabs in a barrel.
Even, like, the division in, like, ages, like, being like, oh, like, boomers just, like, don't understand, anything, and then in reverse, it's like, oh, these zoomers, they're so lazy, like, and millennials was, like, the snowflake generation, like, it's just, like, meaningless, like, divisions, like...
mentality. It's what I like to call peasant mentality, where you justify that existence. If you're a part of the working class and you fucking get sucked into this billionaire propaganda, you're a fucking dumbass. Okay?
All right, just
wake up.
We got one more thing here, just to wrap it up. Yeah. So Elon Musk has always said, I don't know Epstein. There's a photo of me and Ghislaine, but like I don't know her. She photobombed me. Well, he's being subpoenaed
3% unemployment, yeah.
in a lawsuit alleging that Epstein actually made an intro for Elon Musk, on behalf of Elon Musk, to Chase Bank, to his, like, I guess, private equity guy there. And so they want to know the nature of that relationship. Elon responded on Twitter. He says, "This cretin never advised me on anything whatsoever. The notion that I would need or listen to financial advice from a dumb crook is absurd. JP Morgan let Tesla down 10 years ago, despite having Tesla's global commercial banking business. which we then withdrew. I never have forgiven them. Okay, so answer the subpoena instead of ignoring it. Tell them that. Prove it.
The subpoena, I believe, was because he was dodging it. Is now they got approval from the judge to just deliver it to Tesla, the company.
They couldn't find him to serve him.
Right.
He was dodging it.
Well, they couldn't find his server because like his live doxing coordinates are no longer available on Twitter.
Oh,
fucking
right.
got
It's
him.
this, it's this laptop class, work from home mentality. If he was in the fucking office,
right,
then we'd be able to find him.
You're
this
so
guy's flying
right.
around
Like
on his
Elon,
private
you know?
jet.
Yeah.
This is absurd.
Dude,
Work,
the idea. Oh,
sit
God,
down and work.
It is. I can't. I'm still shaking.
And his companies are subsidized by the government, so he's literally a fucking welfare queen. Think about that. Really makes you think.
From the fucking anger that I feel towards like the most spoiled brat on the fucking planet.
Get your fucking ass
having
up
the
and work.
audacity to talk shit about the laptop class. Like,
Let him
what
eat
the
cake.
fuck
That
are
was
you
wild.
saying?
That was
How
wild.
the fuck does anyone agree with that? God damn it, everyone's so fucking stupid. It makes
I don't
me
know how many
unreal.
agree with it, but
No, they do. They look at that and go, Elon is brave, bold, beautiful, deserving of his wealth. Definitely did it through honest means. That the system is not flawed. And yeah, he is right. All those laptop class guys, they're gay. They went to school. They got marketing degrees.
All right, I gotta go. I have to
and they're
go.
soy. Oh, now you have to go.
Yeah, we've gone too long. I have to
Okay,
go.
well, all right.
I have an interview I need to attend.
I know. All right.
Wow, so much to say.
What an app. Fire
much to
app.
say.
We just got a $20 donation that said fire app with fire emojis from David Whisper. So shout
Okay.
out.
So much to talk about. So little time. Hassan is back.
We're back.
We're back.
Hell yeah, baby.
We are
Hell yeah,
domestic
brother.
terrorists, my friends. And we will be back next week to spread more terrorism.
Yeah.
Correct.
Of the white variety.
Oh, yeah. Domestic terrorism.
Of the domestic variety. All right, guys. Ta-ta. Love ya. See you next time.
Wicked. That was a fire app. Indeed. Indeed. Stolen time. Are you ready? Oh my god, this one is called A Killer Deadlier Than Hitler? Joseph Stalin Part 2. Damn it, Bailey. God damn it.
Hi friends, I hope you are having a wonderful day today. My name is Bailey Sarian and I'd like to welcome you to my study and to my podcast, Dark History. This is a chance to tell the story like it is and to share the history of stuff that, we would
Ooh, hot cocoa. Yes.
never think about. So all you have to do is sit back, relax, and let's talk about that hot, juicy history goss. So I would like to welcome you back to a very special two-part deep dive into one of history's most influential and destructive dictators the world has ever seen. And that is Joseph, the Man of Steel, Stalin. If you're like, I missed the last episode. Do I have to go listen to it right now? Don't worry, I understand. It was a week ago. I got you. So here's a quick recap of what we learned in episode 1. Joseph Stalin had a real rags to dictator story, a rough childhood. He rose to the top as a bloodthirsty leader of the Soviet Union, and as soon as he was in control, he made it his life's mission to make the Soviet Union a world superpower. And Stalin was ready to do this by any means necessary. He stole a ton of farmland and livestock, essentially creating a horrible famine, leading most of the country right into starvation. Millions of lives were destroyed. And girl, that was just the beginning. So buckle up, baby. We're getting to Stalin Part 2. Okay, now that we are caught up, maybe...
Okay. Stalin was not deadlier than Hitler. However, Stalin did kill more people than Hitler killed Jews. So, I think that's like the misunderstanding here. But of course, Hitler was not only killing Jews. So...
Maybe you can see why I wanted to make this whole thing a two-parter, because, oh man, Stalin was like responsible for a lot of shit. Where we left off, Stalin had turned his attention to modern-day Ukraine. He was like, I'm focusing on this area right here. So he forced villagers to grow crops that he, in turn, would steal. And this ends up happening all across the Soviet Union to millions of people, which left them starving, many to death. Because millions of people had no access to food and the government was literally killing them for just wanting a piece of bread, this is when people instead turned to cannibalism, like for reals. Now, okay, look, the streets were covered, and I mean covered, with decomposing bodies from people that had died from forced starvation, which led to many eating the corpses in hopes to survive. I mean, it was all they had. And I mean, this wasn't like a one-time thing either. It was really your only chance of survival was to eat a corpse, even if it was a corpse from your own family. Seriously, it happened enough that Soviet propaganda posters were put up like all over different buildings. And these posters, they said, quote, I'm giggling because it's like, wow, okay, that's real. These posters said, quote, remember, it's wrong to eat your children. Yeah, could you imagine?
Jesus.
I mean, that's how horrible this situation was. After all was said and done, between 5 and 7 million people died due to starvation and disease. 4 million of those deaths were in Ukraine alone. At this point, it was clear Stalin would sacrifice anyone to keep his power. And for the first time, there were serious talks happening about removing him from power. But by the time those talks were happening, I mean, it was too late. Things were really only about to get worse for the people of the Soviet Union, especially if Stalin did not believe you belonged there anymore. He was calling the shots. Between 1937 and 1949, Stalin got rid of more than 2 million minorities in the Soviet Union. He believed it was extremely important to the security of the country to get rid of minorities that could potentially mess with his vision. It was essentially an ethnic cleansing. An ethnic cleansing is when people in charge decide to get rid of, aka kill, or deport whole groups of minorities. Any minority who didn't seem like they'd be loyal to Stalin and his causes would be deported, sent to exile, or just straight up murdered. Think like what Hitler did to the Jewish community in the Holocaust. You know, same shit, different dude. So Stalin started these ethnic cleansings with a group of Soviet Koreans. His excuse was that these Soviet Koreans were too much of a threat because there was a risk they would be helping international spies take them out. Soldiers would forcefully remove these people from their land and deport or exile them. If they resisted, well, they'd be executed. Stalin's men ended up moving 171,000 Soviet Koreans out of the Soviet Union. They were deported or relocated to other countries where life would be extremely difficult for them. Many ended up dying because of starvation, exposure to the elements, and some just really could not adapt to their new life in exile. I mean, just think about it. If you had to suddenly up and leave your home and like start over somewhere else with absolutely nothing, how would you do? You know? I would not do so well, I know that for sure. Their whole life was changed in an instant. As soon as Stalin successfully removed the Soviet Koreans out of the country, he was showered with praise. I mean, everyone was like, oh my God, great call, Stalin. We should do this more often. And it wasn't just Soviet Koreans. He did this with 12 different groups of people. This is part of Stalin's regime that is not really talked about enough. I'm gonna link more information below for you to read because it's a chapter from Stalin's story that really gets swept under the rug, and it shouldn't be. When I was reading about all the horrible deaths of men, women, and children who starved to death all thanks to Stalin, it made me wonder, like, where the hell was Stalin's family during all this? Like, wasn't one of them like, hey, maybe you shouldn't do that, Dad? Well, turns out with everything that was going on, Stalin, he actually had time to fall in love, get married.
Daddy, please. Daddy, don't do genocide.
Not just once, but twice. His first marriage was to a woman known as Kato. And I guess Stalin really loved her, so maybe he had some kind of emotion in there, deep inside him, I don't know. But they were only married for like a year before she died of an infection called typhus in 1907. Now, when she died, he was devastated. and became totally consumed with grief. I mean, it got so bad that his colleagues took away all of his guns because they felt like he might, like off himself, Before her death, Cato and Stalin, they had a son. His name was Yakov. But sadly, once Cato died, Stalin just abandoned his son. So I guess Stalin really hated his son because he thought he was weak. Mind you, this part made me giggle a little bit because, mind you, his son was only 1 year old. And babies, yeah, they're pretty weak. So,
fuck?
Okay. Yakov struggled with depression his whole life, and he too even tried to, kill himself on multiple occasions, but his attempts were unsuccessful. Now, when word got back to Stalin that his son was trying to do so, kill himself, I guess he laughed. Yeah, he laughed and said oh, he couldn't even shoot straight. Weak. Okay, okay. And Yakov's story ends in a way that just really paints what a cruel person Stalin was. I mean, even to his own family. During World War II, Yakov was taken prisoner by the Germans. They held him ransom, trying to get Stalin to exchange a German prisoner for Yakov's freedom. And Stalin, his response, he was like, nah, I'm good. You can keep him. And Yakov, he ended up dying in a Nazi concentration camp. What an asshole. What an asshole. But he also murdered a shit ton of people, so it makes sense. It checks out, I guess. Stalin did end up getting married once again, this time to a woman half his age named Nadezhda. They actually go way back. I guess they knew each other when they were just little kids, Famously, Nadezhda and Stalin had a very, intense relationship. I guess she had a very, take no bullshit type of attitude. Nadezhda was also very smart, and she was not afraid to share her opinions on Stalin's political policies, especially at a time when women were really not even allowed to speak. She was ballsy. There were sources that said that the only person Stalin feared was his wife. I know, she was a bad bitch. Both of them had piping hot tempers and would fight all of the time. I guess Nadezhda would even confront Stalin about his affairs. Yeah, apparently he had a ton of affairs. And she was like, look, bitch, I'm ending our marriage. Okay, I'm done. So she tries to leave Stalin a few times, but in the end, she always found her way back to him, But after a bad fight, on November 9th, 1932, Nadezhda took her own life. Now, there are rumors out there that say she only did this to get under Stalin's skin. Yeah, she was petty and she did this just to piss him off. And I guess it worked. Her death really messed him up and he was very distraught over it. Stalin and the other party members knew it would make him look really, really bad if they knew that his wife had killed herself. So he told everyone, including their kids, that his wife died of appendicitis. I don't know. Yeah, he's got to protect his own image first. But one of the biggest things Stalin is known for is something called the Great Terror. The Great Terror. Terror. The Great Terror was a horrible time of extreme state-sponsored bloodshed. Now, there was a lot that was happening during this time, and honestly, unless you want a part 3, we can get into it, but essentially, the Great Terror...
I thought there was a part 3. I thought this was a 3-part series.
...started because people were starting to realize that maybe the Stalin guy is, completely unhinged. I don't know. Maybe he was, getting a little out of control. Stalin's political rivals started to make public statements saying he was not what the country needed and that he should be removed, like now. So rumors started swirling around that Stalin was about to be assassinated. Oh yeah. And honestly, many felt that was really the only way to get out of this mess. And then, by the mid-1930s, Stalin realized the only way to make sure he remained in power was to just murder everyone who was against him. So at this point, he just starts panic killing everyone. Now, Stalin, he even went on the record saying, quote, "I trust no one, not even myself," end quote. Very dramatic. Yeah. Many say the launch of the Great Terror was when Stalin allegedly had one of his closest friends and political allies murdered Soon after, Stalin's hit list got even bigger. I mean, it was even rumored that he had someone arrested and sentenced to prison work camps after they dared to stop clapping during an 11-minute standing ovation for a speech Stalin made. This was just one example of his pettiness.
Jesus.
Basically, you didn't want to pick
11 minutes, bro. It's a long ass fucking standing O. What? What?
Stalin off because he would just get rid of you. It was giving very like North Korea where like you have to like clap and all that. Everyone's like panic clapping. That's what it reminds me of, huh? Except this is really bad too. All right. In the end, Stalin got rid of over 75% of his own generals, commanders, and top military leaders. He wasn't taking any chances. And it wasn't just about the officers and government officials he worked with. He also needed to send a message to the everyday person and keep instilling fear into them, just to make sure that they would stay in line. He would send soldiers to nearby towns to randomly round up hundreds of thousands of quote-unquote enemies just going about their business, and he would accuse them of random-ass political crimes. These quote-unquote enemies would be anyone from doctors, writers, artists, students, anyone he suspected of plotting against him. But sometimes they'd capture people who were literally just minding their own dang business. Just to keep everyone scared and on their best behavior, soldiers would round up these so-called conspirators and execute them on the spot. Or they would send them to a gulag. Gulag. The word gulag came to represent terror and fear for millions of people in the Soviet Union. That is because the gulags were forced labor camps where Stalin would send his political enemies and really anyone he felt was a threat. Actually, this is where he sent all of those kulak farmers. Stalin called these labor camps a second chance, where enemies could be changed by doing hard labor for the state. He was doing it for the people. At least that's what he told everyone. But that was nothing more than some public relations BS. I mean, these labor camps were essentially concentration camps. So let's talk about the living conditions at these places first. The gulags had some rough living conditions, all right? The buildings where all the inmates lived were not built with, comfort in mind. Come on, Stalin, why would he? First of all, some of these buildings, aka barracks, were about 1,200 square feet, about the size of a nice one-bedroom condo, but inside there were dozens of bunk beds, if you even want to call them beds. They were essentially wooden boards where people were forced to sleep. And the barracks were so packed, 2 to 3 people would share these wooden beds. And on top of that, people would still be sleeping on the floor, because there was no beds. Blankets, not guaranteed. Pillows, get off your high horse. In terms of amenities, there was one light bulb for the whole place. Yeah, one light bulb. The bathrooms were often busted for weeks at a time. One person who was imprisoned in a gulag reported that for 7 full weeks, he couldn't even wash himself or change his underwear. And starvation, which seems to be Stalin's theme here, was everywhere in the gulags. Families of 4 would get 5 slices of bread to eat per day, and often the food was moldy and rotten. When things got really bad, people would eat raw chicken heads from the slaughterhouse. And when those unforgiving Soviet winters rolled around, people lost fingers, toes, and ears to frostbite. So yeah, I guess you could call this a living hell. Yeah. Because of all that, disease would spread really fast. And violence among prisoners was common. They would often have to steal food and supplies from each other just to survive. And on top of all of that, the whole point of these camps were to put the prisoners to work for the country. Even though people were massively hungry and tired, they were forced to work at least 14-hour days in extreme conditions. So there's a massive blizzard outside? Shut up, get to work. And these weren't small projects Stalin had them working on. It was actually the opposite. These prisoners worked on huge construction and mining projects because, Stalin was trying to give the impression that the Soviet Union was doing great. So these people would be sent to work building canals, railroads, highways. doing like the really hard jobs. And when they were sent off to work these rough jobs, they weren't even given proper tools. They just kind of had to figure it out themselves. Some workers reported that they worked for days chopping down trees or trying to dig into like the frozen dirt with just a small axe. And some of the people on mining projects said that they had to dig up coal with their bare hands. Oy vey. Now, if a worker got hurt, they got rid of him as, as if he were a piece of garbage, and he was simply replaced with another worker. Because according to Stalin, everyone was just a number. He made sure that workers who didn't hit their daily quotas were punished horribly. Some were even physically assaulted. Some would be given less food. Even if they got any. And others were just, once again, murdered right on sight. Now, these gulags were disturbing, and it's almost an understatement to call them a violation of human rights. It was a crisis of epic proportions. One gulag survivor, named Alexander, described an especially dark form of torture prisoners sometimes experienced. He said people were thrown into a box with blood-sucking parasites. And these hungry parasites would just swarm and crawl all over a person and start going to town, drinking their blood. Of course, prisoners would freak out at first, but Alexander says after hours, people would just be exhausted and give up. There was really no way out. All they could do was quietly let the bugs drink their blood until there wasn't anything left. This reminded me of our medieval torture episode, remember? You remember, with the rats? Ugh. Torture. And murder was all too common. Prisoners would be killed by a firing squad just because. Others were killed in mobile gas chambers. Some had even slower, more painful deaths, like in those bug boxes, or from starvation, or just for being worked to death. During the time these gulags operated, there were over 18 million people who were in prison there. 18 million! That's a fucking lot. Which makes sense when you realize that there were 30,000 gulags in total, and they were all spread across the whole Soviet Union. 30,000. The Great Terror came to an end around 1938. The trauma from what happened during it would last for many generations. When you really think about it, 1938, when this was happening, it really wasn't that long ago. A lot of people's grandparents were born during this time. So all of these atrocious events happened just 2 generations ago. And I bet it's still fresh in many families' minds. At literally the same time, across the world, while all of this was going on, Americans were lining up at movie theaters, going to see The Wizard of Oz, munching on their popcorn, slurping down Coca-Cola. Just living a totally different life, It was just wild. It's a wild comparison. One of the reasons the Great Terror came to an end was because Stalin had another project to focus on. He was like, idea! This project was called World War II. Yeah. Remember
Little
back
project.
during the kickoff of his Stalin's 5-year plan? He believed another major war was coming. This proved him right. But this time was different. The country was prepared. Because they spent the last few years not only building highways and canals, but also manufacturing tons of weapons. But listen, there's a wild thing that I think people forget from this time. Even though Stalin was known around the world as a brutal dictator, by the end of the war, he was actually on the side of the Allies, fighting side by side with the United States and England. But how we got there involves some real juicy frenemy backstabbing. So around the start of the war, one of the first things Stalin did was reach out to a guy named Adolf Hitler. So the two end up meeting, okay, and they have a little sit down, a little one-on-one. And they must have really hit it off, They probably bonded over their mustaches. Not sure, but I could see that. So they're bonding, they're connecting, whatever it is they're doing. The two of them end up signing something called a non-aggression pact. This essentially meant that Stalin agreed not to attack Nazi Germany, and Nazi Germany would stay the hell out of the Soviet Union, right? So they're like, okay, we're good, great. And to the rest of the world, this essentially signaled that Stalin was A-okay with whatever the hell the Nazis were doing, right? Well, at the end of the day, Hitler was gonna Hitler. I say that because in 1941, he launched something called Operation Barbarossa, And this was the secret code name for an invasion of none other than Stalin's beloved homeland. Plot twist. This was actually the largest German military operation of World War II. Hitler was planning to screw Stalin over the entire time. Oh yeah, backstabber. Yep. He successfully duped Stalin into thinking that they were buddies. So Stalin was completely caught by surprise when the Germans showed up and ripped the Soviet Union apart. Now, this mission would end up being a huge success for Hitler. But Stalin? Oh, he was real salty. Sources say that Stalin was so saddened and upset by this that he locked himself in his office for a few days. You know, probably hugging a pillow with Hitler's face on it and crying and
Fake
eating
friends.
chocolate. You know, why, Adolf? Why would you do this to me? I thought we were friends. I bet, yeah, you know. But then, Stalin was pulled out of his heartbroken depression by a message from none other than Winston Churchill. Random, I know, I don't know. I was like, this is a small world, isn't it? So Winston Churchill, he wanted to have a sit down with Stalin and pitch him an idea. He's like, Stalin, honey, baby, listen, there are other fish in the sea, baby. And the best thing for a breakup is to just get out of it. So grab some wine and come on over. So the two of them meet and they, you know, giggle, smoke some cigars, and the two of them ended up forming an alliance to take down the Nazis. So the two of them end up bringing this plan to the United States president at the time, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who was getting intense pressure from America to cut ties with Stalin. But President Roosevelt realized that Nazi Germany was a bigger threat to the world. So, to take down Hitler and his army, Roosevelt said that he would, quote, hold hands with the devil. And that devil was Stalin. So, Stalin, Churchill, and Roosevelt walk into a bar. I'm just kidding. Stalin, Churchill, and Roosevelt are like, Hitler, baby, we're coming for you. And word got back to Hitler, and I guess he lost his damn mind. So right away, Hitler started planning to invade the Soviet Union, but he wanted to hit Stalin where, you know, it would hurt the most. Yeah. So he's thinking, he loves drama, okay? And Hitler decided the saltiest way to do this would be to destroy a city named after Stalin himself. And it was called Stalingrad. Yeah, Hitler was going there. In the fall of 1942, the Germans ambushed Stalingrad in a bloody battle. I mean, it was brutal, especially for Stalin. I mean, he did not see this coming. How dare you attack my town? It was petty. And this lit a fire under Stalin's ass, and he worked tirelessly to beat the Germans back if it was the last thing he did. So there were air raids, soldiers fighting face to face in the streets, buildings being destroyed. And to the civilians standing on the sidelines, it just felt like a battle that would never end. It's like the boys were fighting and everybody else was paying the price. So this went on and on for about 6 months. And in the end, Stalin was victorious. He's like, sure, yeah, a ton of people died, but we win. But we know by now, you know, Stalin, his petty ass was so excited to beat Mr. Adolf. He was stoked. I mean, don't get me wrong, the city was in ruin, but it was still standing. Stalin's men successfully defended the city, and the Germans were quite embarrassed. Hitler was looking like an idiot, and he was fuming. Everyone celebrated Stalin as a godlike war hero, and many historians say this battle was a huge turning point in World War II. Stalin, the US, and England end up winning the war in Europe in 1945. So, I mean, I'm picturing Stalin and his buddies are just popping bottles of vodka, having pillow fights, and giggling. I mean, they won. It was exciting. Yay! Pillow fight! It's cute. Shut up. Well, even after everything he did, all the land stealing, all the murdering, all the famine, and, the gulags, Stalin lived the rest of his life deeply loved. Yeah. People were never going to forget how he stood his ground and fought off those nasty Nazis. And a whole lot of people considered him a champion of the working class. That whole 5-year plan idea that Stalin had, it did eventually work. It modernized the Soviet Union and created a whole lot of jobs. I mean, think about it like this. Technology advanced so quickly under Stalin that the Soviet Union actually beat America in the space race. I mean, they went from a country of mostly farmers to having some of the best scientists and technology in the whole world. But Russia isn't the only place where Stalin stands. I mean, that book I picked up was proof of that. Stalin was actually nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize, not once, but twice, in 1945 and in 1948 for his part in bringing World War II to an end. Yeah, make that make sense, huh? And if you stop by the magazine stand in 1939 or 1942, guess who you would see on the cover of Time magazine? It was your boy, Joseph Stalin. People loved him. The Man of Steel himself, right there on the cover of a popular American magazine. I mean, Time magazine really doesn't have the best track record. They've put some very questionable people on their covers, you know. When you ask someone to imagine the most evil man in history, I mean, most would say Hitler, right? Duh. But
The lady is my grandma. Yeah, cigars are a red flag. True.
But this was not necessarily Stalin's reputation. He was worshipped by some. I mean, many considered him to be godlike. And it seems like a lot of those people were willing to overlook all of Stalin's atrocities. I mean, even today, when there are parades in Russia, it's not uncommon to see people holding up huge portraits of Stalin with ribbons, and people are like, yay, Stalin! Yeah, don't come for me, people. And I was like, why? Why do people like him so much? It turns out, while Stalin was in power, I mean, he was given credit for a lot of things. Infant mortality went down, and he almost totally ended homelessness. I mean, if you did even one of those things today, you would definitely win a lot of awards. Well, towards the end of Stalin's life, he just really hated being alone. So I guess there was a period where he would just wake up and call people on the phone, anyone, his employees, his friends, whoever's available. And he's like, hey, what are you doing? You want to come over? Be my friend, you know? And these meaningless calls would just go on for hours on end. And then sometimes he'd demand that people would come over and like watch movies with him. And you can't say no to Stalin. He might off you, you know? Sure, I'll come. I guess Stalin was like a really big fan of Westerns, and he didn't want to watch them alone, you know? Super random fact here. Stalin had beef with John Wayne. Yeah, John Wayne, the A-list actor from back in the day. Now, Mr. Wayne was pretty outspoken about being anti-Stalin, and this just touched a nerve for the dictator. Maybe it was because he loved Western movies so much, and Wayne was basically the king of Westerns. But apparently, Stalin thought Wayne was a threat, and he hated him so much that he sent hitmen to America to have the movie star killed. Which is like, doesn't make sense, because it's like, don't you like Western, Stalin? So if you kill him, there's really not going to be that many good Westerns, right? Whatever. Okay, hitman, gonna go kill him. And then what happens next is like right out of a Hollywood movie. There was a Russian filmmaker who pulls Wayne aside and tells him, hey, Stalin's about to kill you, okay? I guess this guy had ties to Stalin's secret police, and he tells Wayne that the hitmen are in America and they're coming for him. So with this knowledge, John Wayne and his buddy found where the hitmen were staying. They had abducted them and they took them to the beach and staged a mock execution. I'm picturing these Russian guys on their knees, hands tied behind their backs and bags over their heads. I guess Wade and his buddy were sending the message that if these guys tried anything, you know, they're toast. Well, no one knows for sure what happened after that, but we know John Wayne was never murdered, and apparently those Russian agents defected and began working for the FBI after that. USA! 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 The president at the time, Harry Truman, he wasn't a fan of Stalin either. We all remember from part 1 that Stalin was a bit of a, you know, he was 5'4". Well, apparently, President Truman privately referred to Stalin as the, quote, little squirt. I mean, LOL, but Stalin did not like ye. Meanwhile, back in the Soviet Union, Stalin comes home on the night of March 1st, 1953, after a night of drinking and raging with his friends. Stalin went to his room, and he didn't come out for like a really long time. His buddies had a feeling that something was wrong, but, you know, they were too afraid to go in and like wake him up. I don't know, you know, what if he gets mad? So they just waited and waited and waited. Hours went by, and finally Stalin's housekeeper entered his room and found him unconscious, unresponsive, and covered in his own urine. You know, they're probably thinking like, yeah, he likes to drink, he probably drank too much. His housekeeper was sent to call for a doctor, but there was one little problem. There were no doctors. There were no doctors. Oh yeah, you see, a couple years before, Stalin was on one of those little like paranoia benders, so he had tons of doctors arrested and thrown into prison. It wasn't because he didn't trust medical science. It was because at the time, many of his doctors were Jewish. And I guess anti-Semitic Stalin believed they were, plotting to kill high-ranking officials or something. Stalin himself called this the doctor's plot. And this wasn't some secret mission. This was a public operation. So he fired all 9 of his doctors because of this. Well, whoops. This turned out to be like the biggest mistake of his life because at this exact moment, he really needed a doctor. Whoopsie. So a new team of medical experts were rushed in. For days, they ended up treating him for a stroke. Imagine being one of those doctors, I mean, there were even reports that said these doctors were shaking while treating Stalin because, if they fucked up, they could have been sent to exile, They didn't want to be on his hit list. Everyone's afraid of this guy. He really did this to himself, didn't he? Well, I guess these doctors applied leeches to his neck and face to help lower his insanely high blood pressure, but nothing was working. Then, on March 5th, 1953, Joseph Stalin died. After his death, there were rumors swirling around that Stalin was actually poisoned by something called warfarin, which is an ingredient in rat poison, but also it could be used as a blood thinner in people. Too much of it and you bleed out. Either way, Stalin was dead. Look, in the end, Stalin was responsible for 20 million people dying. Point blank period. 20 million. I don't know about you, but I think that's a lot. Yeah, there are some experts out there that think the number could be a lot higher than that. I mean, he had people thrown in prison, executed, exiled, and you can't forget about the wars and famine. And he was doing this all to his own people. But hey, Stalin himself even said, quote, "The death of one man is a tragedy. The death of a million is a statistic." To him, those millions of people were just a number, a means to an end. And you can see this attitude just by looking at the death camp gulags his men set up. The numbers are on par with the Holocaust. But the crazy reality is that so many Russians still adore Stalin and even carry his picture with them. I guess maybe like in their wallets or something, I'm not sure. Now this is where, people kind of flip-flop because it's like, okay, sure, he achieved a lot, but at the cost of millions of lives. So let's let history speak for itself, and Stalin's history speaks loud and clear. He sucked. He sucked. This guy sucked. He sucked ass. Stalin sucked ass. The next time you see a picture of Stalin, just remember, that shit's probably photoshopped. You're welcome. Well, everyone, thank you for learning with me today. Remember, don't be afraid to ask questions to get the whole story because you deserve that. I'd love to hear your guys' reaction to this story, so make sure to use the hashtag #DarkHistory over on social media so I can follow along. Join me over on my YouTube where you can watch these episodes on Thursday after the podcast airs. And while you're there, also catch my murder, mystery, and makeup. I hope you guys have a good rest of your day, make good choices, and I'll be talking to you next week. Goodbye! Wow, what a story, huh? Dark History is an Audio Boom original. This podcast is executive produced by Bailey Sarian, hi, Junia McNeely from 3 Arts, Kevin Grush, and Matt Enlow from Maiden Network. A big thank you to our writers, Joey Scavuzzo, Katie Burris, Allison Philobos, and me, Bailey Sarian. Writer's assistant, Casey Colton. Production lead, Brian Jaggers. Research provided by the Dark History Researcher team. Special thank you to our expert, Anita Pish. And I'm your host, Bailey Sarian. Hi, that's me. Thank you. Bye.
Hi. That was pretty good. Oh no. I've gotten paint on my hands. Oh shit.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the channel. It's me, your host, Woke iDubbbz, back with another...
It's discourse time. Woke iDubbbz.
Wait, I'm getting word that iDubbbz is Woke iDubbbz now, apparently. Great. Just great. As if Western civilization wasn't falling hard enough already. A few days ago, I did a video on this anti-woke, anti-feminist channel, Think Before You Sleep. If you haven't seen that video, I would recommend watching it so you can have the full context to today's video, and so I can get a bunch of views and money and keep my social media communist grift going. Think Before You Sleep decided to respond to my video in a community post on his channel. His reasoning for that being that he's already responded to Ludwig, Hassan, and Vosh, and we're all the same guy with the same arguments apparently. Of course, I think it's totally fair to opt out of making a video response. He's busy. He's got better things to do, like explain to us how feminism is making women fall in love with Justin Bieber or whatever. It's important political work, and I respect his decision to pursue it. But I am a commentary YouTuber, which means that I do not have better things to do. I have time today. This video is going to be a bit of a slog, so to minimize the sloggery, I'm just going to go through and respond to Think Before You Sleep's main complaints about my video in order of relevance. The full post is linked in the description. You should go read it to make sure that I'm not misrepresenting anything he was saying. Last thing here, at the end of his post, he writes this: TLDR, people I disagree with are wrong. Also, if you don't want to read it, then use text-to-speech. Full screen a stock image, and it will be just like watching a video of mine. He's got a sense of humor here, which I think that's good. But instead of doing text-to-speech, I had a better idea. I'm gonna soothe the audience's ear wounds suffered in the last video by having someone with a smooth, calming voice read Think Before You Sleep's voice lines. Andrewism is the one. He will be doing that today. Hi, Andrewism.
I do love Andrewism's voice.
Alright, we're doing this with the dog. Noah Samsen. Take 1, take 0, take 2, however many takes this takes.
Go check out his channel after this. He uses his same voice over there, and his videos are as good as his voice, which means it's very good stuff. Okay, long intro over. Let's begin. The first critique from Think Before You Sleep that I want to look at is that of hypocrisy. I criticized him for not watching Ash's video in full, and yet I only reacted to half of his video. This is a contradiction. Laziness for me, but not for thee, if you follow. Let's read that now.
Noah only reacted to about half of my video. His video was 21 minutes. Mine was 30 minutes. So by his followers' logic, he must be taking me out of context and avoiding crucial points so he can sell a narrative.
By your logic is one of the funnier online argumentation tactics. Its pervasive use was summed up well here in this Vulture article. Feel free to pause and read. But one major problem with the by your logic line of argumentation is that it's often totally vacuous. And that's the case here. In his entire post, Think Before You Sleep doesn't give any examples where I took him out of context or avoided these crucial points of his. Let's keep reading though. He continues.
Noah used this as a point to call me lazy and say, just watch the video, bro, which is probably a projection on him because I know he watches/watched Vosh, and Vosh openly admitted to not pre-watching content before he reacts to it when he reacted to my Ludwig video.
Objection, relevance, Your Honor. The prosecution is referencing a very dark time in the defendant's life where he did indeed still watch Vosh.
If Noah actually watched my full video and didn't just stop at the halfway point like his video does, then he would know that I referenced stuff at the end of the Novara Media video in my video, which means I would have had to watch the whole thing to reference that material.
Okay, now we arrive at my main point for this one. Yes, he does include clips in his video that come up in the end of Ash's video. However, this response totally misses the point of my critique. Evidence that you watched the video isn't evidence that you understood it. When I say watch the full video, bro, watch the video. All you gotta do is watch the video. What I'm referring to is the fact that there are claims made in his video that are directly contradicted by things mentioned later in Ash's. For example, at 28 seconds into his video, Think Before You Sleep says this:
"Oh no, women doing housework, child rearing, right wing, traditional. What has this world come to? This is terrible. Somebody please save us from this deeply misogynistic movement where women are choosing to stay home instead of working a job."
But Ash, at just 1 minute and 28 seconds into her video, says this:
"I'm not saying there's anything inherently degrading about being a mum or making nice meals. I like cooking elaborate dinners. For that matter, my boyfriend does too. But the tradwife trend isn't just a way to talk about the experience of being a woman and doing domestic labour. It's saying that being a woman, or expressing your femininity most fully, means doing all the domestic labour.
If he watched the video 3 times, as he later says he did, he would know that claiming multiple times that Ash is trying to argue that being a housewife is inherently misogynistic is dishonest. It's a misrepresentation. But he does it anyway. Whether or not Think Before You Sleep actually watched the video in question is obviously speculation on my part. But if he did watch this video, then by leaving contradictory points in it, like this one, he has intentionally misrepresented Navarro media. Another thing to point out here is that Think Before You Sleep doesn't play this clip of Ash, the one that contradicts his entire narrative, until 7 minutes and 28 seconds into his video, despite playing the claims just before it at the start of the video. This allows him to frame Ash in a much more negative light to his audience than is warranted. Okay, the second critique we're going to look at is Think Before You Sleep saying that I misrepresented him by my use of a clip from Sean's video about teal deer. Let's read.
Yesterday, a current / former Vosh fan, Noah Samsen.
Again with the Vosh thing. Come on, man. You're being really loud. Seriously, man. I don't need people hearing that. If I had to venture a guess as to why he brings that up 4 separate times, I would say that he's dropping a little bit of poison into the well. Poisoning the well. His audience does not like Vosh. Check the comments on this video for evidence of that. So to me, this feels like he's maybe priming them to not take me seriously or discredit me for my unfortunate former content consumption choices. Maybe not, you know, but also maybe. I don't know, you tell me. Anyways.
Yesterday, a current / former Vosh fan, Noah Samsen, made a reaction to my video on Novara Media with Ash Sarkar. A video where he calls me lazy and dishonest, while at the same time putting so little work into the video that he forgets to clarify to his audience that I and Teal there are not the same person. So I got many people in my comments accusing me of something that I didn't say.
Think Before You Sleep continues on this point later.
He makes a reference to 2014 YouTube and puts Teal there on the screen, who proceeds to incorrectly define neoliberalism and edits the video in a way, probably by mistake, that makes it seem like I said it, which resulted in a ton of people accusing me of something that I didn't say.
Okay, so no, just no. The fact that Teal Deer and Think Before You Sleep are different people is made obvious by a number of context clues. I preface the clip by saying that Think Before You Sleep reminds me of the old anti-SJW videos. I remember there's some old anti-SJW videos that did this same thing. When the clip plays, the source of Sean's video is displayed clearly on the screen. It also shows the year, 2016, which is well before Think Before You Sleep even uploaded his first video. While both of their voices do have a similarly titanic smugness, Teal Deer has a British accent. I'm here operating under the assumption that viewers will recognize the difference between a smug American accent and a smug British one. If this was a mistake, then I am deeply sorry to all those affected. But when he says that people in the comments are accusing him of saying things he didn't say, what is he talking about? I think this is one of the comments in question. The reason being is that this is one of the only ones from his video that he responded to, and it makes a claim similar to the one that he outlines. You basically just said, all video, I'm uneducated and will not educate myself, so you're wrong. How do you talk about politics not knowing what neoliberalism is? To which Think Before You Sleep responded, that's not what I said. I said the audience isn't going to do that, and therefore constantly using terms they don't understand without explaining them, like the pseudo-intellectuals love to do so they look smart, will confuse the audience and make them tune out. That's not what you said though, is it, Think Before You Sleep? Ash said this.
It's part of a wider shift of young people being dissatisfied with neoliberalism and wanting social change.
And then you said this.
I have no idea what she just said, so I'm going to go by what the red highlighted text says.
That was it. You didn't give any examples of Ash's pseudo-intellectualism, and you definitely didn't ever actually explain the term neoliberalism. The joke you made was that you don't know what it means. By your logic, your own audience must have started shitting and farting as soon as they heard you make that joke. That's gross. Okay, I do see the appeal of by your logicking someone. It's fun, it's cathartic in a sort of Reddit kind of way. Now, he echoes this point later in his response.
To add the context of that, in my video, I feigned ignorance about not knowing what the term neoliberal means. It's a scripted video, guys. If I genuinely don't know what a term means, I can just look it up.
First, I love when he says, this video was scripted. If I don't know what a term means, I can just look it up. Because I wrote a video essay, if I got anything wrong, no, I didn't. That's what that means.
I did that as a joke because Novara Media uses the term neoliberalism a lot in the videos that I watched, yet I never saw them define it. It kind of seems like Novara Media's videos are, let's just say, not the intended audience. Anyway.
I'm trying to cut down on critiquing comedy, but this joke, as he's described it, only works if his audience knows that Navarro Media does what he says they do. But he never explains that. He doesn't even mention it. So how would they know? Regardless of intent, the joke that's being made in the text is that you don't know what neoliberalism is, and that her use of it in that sentence was unintelligible to you.
I have no idea what she just said, so I'm going to go by what the red highlighted text says.
And to be clear, that's a fine joke to make. It is preachy in that it relies on his audience's pre-existing biases about leftist intellectualism or whatever, but there's no need to lie about it. The commenters aren't mistaking you for teal deer. They've recognized that you both basically did the same thing. What is truly hilarious, though, is how similar his response is to teal deer's.
YouTube commenters were quick to point out teal deer's mistake, which led to him claiming it was just a joke, which led to the rather obvious follow-up question: what was the joke? And I guess after getting a bunch of comments explaining his mistake, Teal Deer got sick of it and added the following disclaimer to the video description. To all the people telling me I don't know what neoliberalism is, you missed the joke, so here it is, spelled out for you.
So he made a joke that didn't make any sense, and later tried to retroactively explain the joke by including context that wasn't present in the original video. Context about leftists using terms they don't understand in order to seem smarter than they really are.
I know you're trying to invent a load of bullshit nonsense buzzwords that people can then go home and throw out on their Twitter and Tumblr accounts to try and make themselves look intellectual while they're talking about some mythical patriarchy.
This fits in perfectly with what he says next.
I did that as a joke because Novara Media uses the term neoliberalism a lot in the videos that I watched, yet I never saw them define it, which is a common thing the intelligentsia loves to do to make themselves appear smart when really all they are doing... Am I the intelligentsia? Anyway, which is a common thing the intelligentsia loves to do to make themselves appear smart when really all they're doing is alienating their potential audience who has no idea what they are talking about.
The teal deer allegations are just smacking this guy silly. Okay, enough of that. The next point here is guilt by association.
I did enjoy the fact that Noah said he's just saying they are guilty by association toward me when I talked about Novara Media's financial ties, but ignores the multitude of times that Ash relates trad wives to a bunch of people they outwardly don't like and makes them guilty by association. How dare you?
Goalpost shift. He didn't merely talk about Novara Media's financial ties. He continually and explicitly stated that Novara Media is both influenced and funded by George Soros.
Oh look, it's billionaire George Soros. I swear when you study this stuff enough, it feels like all paths eventually lead to George Soros. The founder of Novara Media, this guy here, Aaron Bastani, has also written for the George Soros-funded Open Democracy, and Novara Media did a podcast with Open Democracy's founder as well. So who exactly is funding you again? Particularly considering that Novara Media obviously has some big funders and is not a grassroots channel. More importantly though, and now that we know who's behind this company,
they're not. The ties are guilt by association because Novara Media is not partnered with anyone that's funded by George Soros. It's a partner of a partner. Elsewhere in the post, he elaborates on these funding claims.
Soros gives Open Democracy tons of money. He can use that leverage to pit Open Democracy against Novara Media if Novara Media doesn't toe the communist line.
No evidence. Zero evidence for this assertion. Just, he could do this, and I don't have any way to prove it, but he could. He's writing fan fiction for anti-Semites. Quick joke explainer there. I'm not calling Think Before You Sleep an anti-Semite, but insinuating that all information channels are controlled by George Soros is very often used as an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. Love to have to explain my jokes so I don't get jumped on by a bunch of goobers.
But really, if Novara Media wants to show people they don't have any...
All roads lead to Soros. Yep. Every time.
Elite investors, then show us a full audit of your 10,000 donors. As far as I can see, they don't do that. We might not find billionaire investors, but we could very well find multimillionaire investors. Ironically, open democracy shows their donors, which makes them more honest than Novara media.
Again, pay close attention to the language he's using here. We might. We could. Okay, well, you haven't. So until you do, what are you saying? You're just insinuating blame where no blame has been proven. For think before you sleep, innocent until proven guilty doesn't apply to leftists. It only applies to men that have been accused of sexual assault. For some reason. It's weird.
Literally, the Hitler was a vegetarian, therefore all vegetarians are Nazis argument. You can disagree on whether I provided adequate proof or not, but don't then completely ignore it when Ash Sarkar uses the very tactic you're accusing me of. A lot. You don't want to be accused of taking things out of context or avoiding points that are inconvenient to your narrative, would you? Yeah, Noah, would you?
Even if Ash had used this tactic, which she didn't, I'll get into that, but even if she had, that would hold no bearing on the validity of my point. The mere fact that I didn't mention something that you think Ash did is not evidence disproving my argument. He also ignores my critique here by just saying that you can disagree. I did disagree, and you just didn't address the reasons why I disagree. That is pretty important, in my opinion. Like, I get, this isn't a full response, this is a text post, but do that just once, that's all I'm asking. He later reiterates this misinterpretation of Ash's words.
The reason I spend so much time fact-checking is so I don't make mistakes like arguing that a significant portion of tradwives are neo-Nazis based on a tweet that had 6 likes on it.
She never argued that, though. Hey, come here. Think before you sleep. Where did she argue that? Cite where she argued that. You can't? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Now, what Ash did say was this.
There's an overlap, therefore, between the tradwife trend and white nationalism. This overlap can be implicit, subtle, and unconscious, taking place through aesthetics. This might be using adverts of white nuclear families from the 1950s to stand in for the universal ideal marriage, or contrasting the ideal tradwife to the stereotypical boss bitch, who's always associated with hip-hop culture and almost always black. This reinforces the idea that the ideal, most elegant, and most desirable model of femininity is white European.
Which is obviously a much more nuanced take on the issue than Think Before You Sleep makes it seem. Just like in his video, he reduces her perspective down to she thinks a lot of tradwives are Nazis, when that's just nowhere to be found in her video. I just want to say a few more things here before we wrap this video up, because I know it's dragging on. Here's Think Before You Sleep scolding my audience a little bit, but it doesn't solve the problem of people thinking that they have these amazing critical thinking skills while simultaneously only being able to repeat their creator's talking points verbatim, which is a problem because the creator didn't put the proper amount of OCD into his video to make sure things were reasonably accurate. If Think Before You Sleep has a problem with audience members going around repeating talking points verbatim, he should check the comment sections of literally any of the videos that he's responded to. The Novara Media one is a good start. Came to the comments, wasn't disappointed at all. If Ash is a Muslim, as she has claimed in the past, surely she would be aware of the traditional family structures that are a foundation of the vast majority of Muslim families. Or is it only bad when the Christians do it? Does that sound familiar to anyone?
How are Christians regressive? I mean, Muslims have traditional values. Are they regressive too?
We're totally independent from billionaires. Disclaimer, George Soros doesn't count as a billionaire because, these clowns are so good at making themselves look like hypocrites, pointing it out almost feels like bullying. Here's one of his viewers just openly spreading the lie that George Soros funds Novara Media. Where could he have gotten that information from? Damn, I want to be a non-trad husband. Staying at home while my partner works would be a lot easier than having a job. Those husbands are suckers.
I bet if women actually gave men a choice to stay at home versus work for some boss they don't like or for rude customers, a giant portion of them would gladly not go to work.
So attentive viewers may have noticed that every single one of these points are points that are directly pulled from Think Before You Sleep's video. And if it seems like I'm making a buy your logic point here, that's not what I'm trying to do, because I sincerely do not really care about this type of thing. Part of having a large channel is that a certain subset of your viewers are going to go and repeat the things you've said without necessarily adding anything new, adding some of their perspective. I don't like it when people do that, but some people just do that and there's not much you can do to prevent it. The difference here, though, is that I'm not citing that as evidence of an inaccurate video. Think Before You Sleep is doing that. We are not the same. Okay, last point, I promise you, here we go. In this post, Think Before You Sleep repeatedly cites the amount of time he spends on his videos, and contrasts this with the amount of time that I must spend on mine. How does he know that? Well, reasons.
Though I'm not sure that Noah has the work ethic to do this level of work that I do. What work, dog? I saw the parts of your video that he showed on the screen, and it wasn't good. Whatever. Though I'm not sure that Noah has the work ethic to do this level of work that I do for my videos, because he self-admitted to only spend an hour on one of his scripts by saying roughly, "Sorry there were so many mistakes in my video. I only spent an hour on the script. If need be, I can go dig that quote up," but I believe he said it because he has some beef after losing a morality battle with Vosh.
Why does he keep arguing with me using the reanimated corpse of a 2-year-old drama? What's up with that, you know? I love that he keeps doing this. Instead of addressing the points made in my video, he brings up various unrelated points to speculate on the accuracy of my work, without actually providing his reasoning, you know? It is cowardly behavior of the highest order. The important thing to remember here, though, as I mentioned before, is that spending more time on something is not on its own evidence that that thing is good. James Cameron spent 39 years of his life working on Avatar, and that shit was ass, in my opinion. Of course, that's just my opinion. It was a fun movie, alright? It was a fun movie. I had fun. But for the time spent, you know, I don't know.
I have never once spent an hour on a script. The reason I don't do that is because fact-checking and research is a very time-consuming process, and if you're only spending an hour writing your material, then you basically aren't fact-checking anything. You're just writing from memory, which will cause you to unintentionally misrepresent information.
So this can be summed up as the work harder, not smarter approach. The virgin, I spend years on scripts just for them to still be bad, versus the Chad, I debunked your shit in the same amount of time it takes for me to make a TikTok reaction video. All right, we're done now, but to conclude, think before you sleep. If my work is as bad as you say, respond to it. Properly respond to it in a video. I mean it shouldn't be difficult given my lazy, stupid communist tendencies. If you don't want the smoke, that's fine. I don't want to keep you from the reality TV reaction stuff you're normally doing. But the reason I do want to see this is because I do genuinely take issue with the way you continually misrepresent leftist positions on your channel. Egregiously so. You know, that video was egregious. I would consider it egregious. It's a pattern on your channel, and it's not beneath me to cover this pattern for my next 12 videos. If you do respond, my only request is that you try not to proxy argue your case using years-old beef that I have with other content creators, and that you have someone else read your lines so we can stop killing off members of my audience from the blood loss out of their ears. Okay, that's it. Thanks again to my patrons, and to Andrewism for voicing the guy. Go check him out. Great channel. Sources are linked below, and I'll see you later. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, it's me, Curtis Connor 14 Pro Max, here for another video on YouTube.com. Today we're going to be looking at a video from the Anti-Woke YouTube channel, Think Before You Sleep. I use anti-woke in a general sense. It's kind of anti-feminist, anti-SJW sort of stuff. This video, called How Woke Propaganda Works, is a reaction video to a video from Novara Media, and it's hosted by Ash Sarkar. I'm just going to play his video, which plays her video and his reaction, and then I'm going to talk about what we're seeing. It's going to be slow, it's going to be clunky and chunky, but we're going to have fun with it, and we love it. Thank you. Let's go.
Lately, I've been seeing this thing pop up on social media.
We are going to talk about how you can become a traditional wife.
Some younger millennials and Zoomers have decided to embrace living la vida casserole, dedicating themselves to cooking, cleaning, and child rearing while their husbands or boyfriends, I don't know, chop
La Vida casserole. I fucking hate that, by the way.
firewood or go to their job in human resources. This isn't just about personal choice or individual preferences. It's advancing a right-wing political ideology and dressing it up as a lifestyle.
Oh no, women doing housework, child rearing, right wing, traditional. What has this world come to? This is terrible. Somebody please save us from this deeply misogynistic movement where women are choosing to stay home instead of working a job.
Ow. So that's what this video is like. Random stock image, smug, whiny commentary that takes the first 20 seconds of the introduction to a video and does a little bit of a straw man, summarizing the tradwife social media phenomenon as women choosing to stay home and work.
Deeply misogynistic movement where women are choosing to stay home instead of working a job.
It's a classic example of a straw man. However, I think we can grant some leniency because it's a sarcastic kind of like preaching to the choir that already gets what I'm saying sort of thing. So let's just keep watching and check it out.
Why is this important? 3 things. These women are often really young. in their 20s, and they're preaching the values of submitting to a husband to an audience of other young women.
Gee, as opposed to what the mainstream left is promoting to young children during family-friendly events? Also, why is submitting to a partner bad if it's done so by choice?
This video has 300,000 views, and the channel has 700,000 subscribers, and this is the level of commentary. Pure, raw, unfiltered whataboutism, straight from the source. He is here referencing the right-wing propaganda movement to frame things like Drag Queen Story Hour as being inherently predatory towards children, and turning them trans, hitting them with the trans ray. Part of the problem here is that the audience for this kind of video is so fully bought into right-wing propaganda that an assertion like that can just go fully unchallenged. They listen to Ben Shapiro, they follow libs of TikTok, they see the constant misrepresentation of drag queens and trans people, grouping those together because they like to just sort of group them together, and how RuPaul is coming to your house to break through your window to hit your child over the head with a hardcover copy of The Giving Tree. It's very scary and very real stuff that's going on.
Also, why is submitting to a partner bad if it's done so by choice? You just said a thing with a negative tone without explaining why it's wrong. Particularly when one of the most common things women ask for in a relationship is leadership from men.
Source? Can we get a source? Me, when I pull an idea out of thin air, the most commonly cited thing that women want is for me to go to bed at my bedtime. The woman is my mom, and she represents the thoughts and feelings of women across the globe. Also, he's like, you're using this negative tone without explaining why it's wrong. You're 40 seconds into the video. The video hasn't started. This is the introduction. The points are being listed out, and then they're gonna go in detail if you watch the video. All you gotta do is watch the video. But this person is allergic to pre-watching, which we love on this channel. We love it when they're contradicted later and then they just don't even bring it up. But maybe he's a mind reader. Let's watch.
The tradwife trend doesn't exist in isolation. It's linked to deeply regressive political and social movements such as Christian and white nationalism and anti-feminism.
Well, we knew they couldn't make it the whole video without calling someone far right. Ignoring the fact that I bet if you actually surveyed the women who run these tradwife channels, none of them listen to Nick Fuentes.
Me, when I make stuff up, I love the way he does that. I bet if you asked these people this thing, they'd say what I think, because that's how statistics work.
Connections can also be more explicit. One mumfluencer called Wife with a Purpose issued a white baby challenge, calling on women to have as many white babies as possible. This is an idea central to neo-Nazism.
I love how showing a Christian nationalist and then a white nationalist is just calling people far right with no basis. They are those things. They are self-proclaimed. You can see it in the it's look at the shirt. Listen to Nick Fuentes anytime he's talking. That's what he is. It's okay to just like live in reality, you know?
Hitler was a pedophile and kind of a pagan. It's like, well, he was also really fucking cool.
We knew they couldn't make it the whole video without calling someone far right.
He also just once again puts words in her mouth. She didn't say that the women that run these tradwife accounts listen to Nick Fuentes. She said something different than that, which you can run it back and listen if you want, but it wasn't that.
Also, how are Christians regressive? I mean, Muslims have traditional values. Are they regressive too? It's weird that only one religion was mentioned during the entire video. But again, you're just saying things are bad with no reason why.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I had to put on a coat because, you know, sometimes you're just a chilly boy. He asked the question here, how are Christians regressive? But that's not what she said. She said that Christian nationalism and anti-feminism are regressive, and those aren't the same thing as Christianity. It's really nice that when he's done making what he thinks is a point, he says, also, really makes it easy to debunk each thing he says because they're separated, nice and easy. Bringing up the fact that Ash is a Muslim and finger-wagging, well, actually, to an argument she never made. It's goofy behavior, that's what I would call it, goofy behavior. Preaching to the choir behavior, because they don't care. They aren't intellectually logged in, they are getting mad. This video is making them mad, it's supposed to make them mad, and it's succeeding. It is 99% likes.
It's part of a wider shift of young people being dissatisfied with neoliberalism and wanting social change.
I have no idea what she just said, so I'm going to go by what the red highlighted text says.
I'm uneducated, and I'm making that your problem. I remember there's some old anti-SJW videos that did this same thing.
So, like most people who grew up immersed in the neoliberal ideology of the West.
What? Neoliberal ideology of the West. Let's just break that one down for a moment, shall we? Neo, meaning new. Liberal, the idea that the world should be governed on a principle of liberty and equality for all people. And this is supposed to somehow be a bad thing to think.
Loudly proclaiming that you don't know what a word means. It's supposed to be like a comedic thing, like, oh, the woke left is going so far with their terms, they're just making words up. When neoliberalism is really a politics 101 concept, at least understanding the basics of the term and what she's trying to say here. It's not a simple concept, but acting like it's a new thing it's silly. You know, it's silly.
I have no idea what she just said, so I'm going to go by what the red highlighted text says. A misguided expression of the desire for social change. Again, just one little example of what you're talking about to show why the trend is bad. I understand that this is like an outline of your speech, but at least give me a teaser so if I only watch the intro, I know why this is bad, as opposed to only knowing that this is bad.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, he admitted. He's just admitting it. This is responsible content creation 101. It's one thing if you're a viewer and you need a little bit more context in the introduction to a video, but you're a content creator making a critique. You are critiquing the ideas here, you disagree with them, and you are so lazy that you can't just watch the video first. That's all you have to do. Watch the video first. I need a little treat, a little teaser before I can decide if I want to eat the meal.
Surely between calling your opponents far-right extremists and all that expensive and fancy editing, you can afford to do that. But maybe it's not the purpose of a media outlet that clearly bleeds money to be honest about their portrayal of info. And when I say bleeds money, I mean that this 300K sub channel called Novara Media has trouble hitting 50K views on an average video, yet somehow is able to afford a staff of multiple pundits, editors, expensive equipment, and a studio. With all these expenses, there is no way this channel makes money, so clearly someone is paying for this information to be spread.
This is where a fun conspiracy begins. He speculates that this channel must be bleeding money, while not mentioning the fact that they have thousands of donors and paying subscribers outside of YouTube. He mentions it later, but that's why this claim that they're bleeding money is speculative at best and dishonest at worst. Also, to be clear, this is a media organization that is building a YouTube presence, and just because that YouTube presence has yet to become profitable on its own, somehow means that there must be secret people behind the scenes pulling the strings. This gets really good though here.
What is Novara Media? Who is this presenter, Ash Sarkar? Well, I found this video of her on Piers Morgan where she says this.
Because I'm literally a communist.
That's not a shock. But what is a shock is that you can buy jewelry of that quote or t-shirts that say marks on them on the Novara Media website shop, which is very capitalist of them. Wait, did that jewelry page say topple and burn? Yep.
Capitalism is when you sell things.
It did. You can't make this stuff up. A group of communists literally partnered with a company called Topple and Burn, which really just signifies the sort of violent behavior that communists are known for. This stuff is just right in your face.
You know, he's actually got a point here. Topple and Burn is...
I keep getting paint on everything. I'm a disaster.
A pretty dangerous dog whistle. Some of you may recall the January 6th protesters decked out in their merch. As soon as you put on the necklace, it makes you storm the White House. It's true. Many are saying this.
Anyway, then I stumbled across their Support Us page where it says, defy billionaire-backed media and back truly independent journalism. I wish I recorded my initial laughter while reading this because I work in this industry and there is no way that they could afford this staff with a small YouTube channel and independent donors.
Okay. I work in this industry. You have a YouTube channel, man. You have a YouTube channel. Anyone with a blog is just working in the industry now. And look, I get that he's trying to say he has a YouTube channel, it's successful, he understands the rough breakdown of ad revenue and things like that. Still very funny to call having a YouTube channel working in the industry. The industry he doesn't work in, though, is the journalism industry, the one that takes into account the donors and speculates on another channel's earnings. Pocket watching. This is called pocket watching. I'm gonna skip ahead after this part because he's just doing a thing where he's just like being kind of mean, I guess.
Novara Media wants you to know that they know what the cool kids are into.
Mainstream media sucks.
It literally
Amazing dance moves, Ash.
Why are you shitting on Ash's dance move? She's just having a good time in that video. Come on, man. I challenge you, think before you sleep, to post a video of you dancing and see how people on the internet talk about you. Just saying. He uploads a stock image of Aruba bouncing up and down or something. What? I'm literally one of the images. I'm dancing. This is me dancing.
Now let's go over the numbers. Novara Media boasts that they, at the time
I'm
of the
your
video,
new god.
had 200,000
Okay?
subs and 2.5
I'm
million
your new
monthly
god.
views.
I
Which sounds
only
like a lot,
gave
but
you
it's not
those two
nearly enough
options.
to accrue 6,000
Okay?
donors. I don't know any 200K subscriber channels with anywhere near that number of donors. I get like double their monthly views. I have promoted donations in the past on many videos, And I don't even have 200 monthly supporters between Patreon and Subscribestar.
This one's so good. This one's so good. I've completely failed at building a Patreon audience, so everyone must also do that. Again, the logic here is just bonkers. The reason I'd imagine no one wants to sub to his Patreon is because he's not a particularly entertaining or talented creator. He just shovels the right-wing slop into the audience's mouths. This is modern-day Fox News. They sit there and they watch. They get mad at the source material because it's being misrepresented, of course. And then they go on about their days. Paying extra to hear more of this guy's voice? No thanks. None for me, thanks. I thank you, but none for me, thanks.
And I don't even have 200 monthly supporters between Patreon and Subscribestar. So who gave them the exposure to get thousands of donors? You would need monthly views at least in the tens of millions to get that.
Go right now to any of the top pages on Patreon. Think before you sleep. I'm talking to you. Maybe you'll respond to this, maybe you won't, but if you're watching my video, go to the thing and look at the viewership. They don't need 10 million. They don't even need 1 million. It's just, you need to just have a good content and a good relationship with the audience. It's harder for you because you do propaganda and they don't care about you. They care about getting mad. That's it. Okay, this is where the real expose begins. Here we go. This is good.
Here's where things get more interesting. I went to this website here and found that Novara Media partners with a group called the Media Fund, who also partners with a group called Open Democracy. Open Democracy receives money from the Ford Foundation, and it also received hundreds of thousands of dollars in 2021 from the Open Society Foundations.
Notice what just happened there. He just jumped from one thing to the next thing to the next thing without proving a real connection. Novara Media partners with the Media Fund. The Media Fund partners with Open Democracy. Notice Novara Media doesn't partner with Open Democracy. It's a guilt by association. There's an intermediary party. D.
Tinfoilers might already know who runs the Open Society Foundations, but for those of you who don't, let's go to their website.
Hi, I am sorry I missed that. Thank you for the sub, Tired. Thank you. Appreciate you. For 5 months. Holy cow. Thank you.
Oh look, it's billionaire George Soros. I swear when you study this stuff enough, it feels like all paths eventually lead to George Soros.
Okay, that's weird comment there. But again, Novara Media is not funded by George Soros. This is full speculation and guilt by association, dressed up as investigative journalism. It's horrible. It's hilariously bad.
We're free for all to access, free from ad partnerships, free from paywalls, and free from the influence of the super rich.
The founder of Novara Media, this guy here, Aaron Bastani, has also written for the George Soros-funded Open Democracy, and Novara Media did a podcast with Open Democracy's founder as well. So who exactly is funding you again?
My favorite tech YouTuber did an interview with Bill Gates, and ever since then, it's all woke 5G vaccine propaganda. Again, trying to prove a link by association. So snarky and smug, and all just so obviously wrong and reaching.
Also, according to The Guardian, this group called the Media Fund that Novara Media is a part of has all sorts of regulations, which means not only do they probably have billionaire donors, but they also have a politically driven regulatory organization that they have to adhere to.
The National Union of Journalists Code of Conduct, which is to demonstrate a commitment to factual and accurate reporting, and within a year of joining, become fully unionized workplaces. It does say new partners must be approved by existing partners, suggesting that right-wing outlets are unlikely to be selected. But again, does that prove an agenda? No, it doesn't. It shows a general trend of the types of publications that get selected, but the wokeism comes before that selection. They're already woke. There's no one telling them to be woke. Again, I'm using woke in the way they understand it. To them, it means left-wing, liberal, anything over there. That's what it means. Shout out to little Joel.
Hey, booby champs.
Okay, so now we're moving forward to the meat and potatoes here, which is the claim about propaganda. The first claim being it's full of straw man arguments. This video from Ash Sarkar. Let's set aside the fact that the video so far has had billions of straw man arguments and just see what he's got to say.
More importantly, though, and now that we know who's behind this company, this tradwife video from Novara Media is an excellent example of using heavy amounts of propaganda to get you to believe a certain narrative without any actual evidence that what they are saying is true. So let's get back to Ash Sarkar and discuss how the propaganda works by first showing you how they only use one-sided strawman arguments.
Like with the example of finances, the idea of submission is that by giving up her independence, autonomy, and power, a woman will be taken care of by a good and godly man. She serves him, he serves Christ, but only one person is scrubbing out the toilet.
Okay, and only one person is dealing with an asshole boss. Only one person is repairing the stuff that breaks. Only one person is lifting the heavy stuff. Seriously, these feminists love to forget all the traditional male house chores, while at the same time being incredibly demeaning and insulting to men in their portrayals.
You know, the reason Ash describes what the male's role is here as just serving Christ is that historically there is an imbalance. The idea that these traditional gender roles are a one-to-one exchange is false. That's why feminists historically have fought for what they've fought for. It's really pedantic to take Ash's outline of this idea and declare it a straw man when it's not even the argument. You're just taking everything she says and breaking it down like it's too much. It's bad. It's dishonest. Like, listen to the next part.
The influence of fundamentalist religion extends far beyond whatever private arrangements a couple may have as part of a household. Tradwife culture is dominated by aggressively anti-abortion, anti-birth control, and anti-sex views.
At the start of the video, he makes the point that Ash is declaring traditional gender roles as inherently misogynistic.
Somebody please save us from this deeply misogynistic movement where women are choosing to stay home instead of working a job.
But here she is very clearly refuting that notion.
And look, I'm not saying there's anything inherently degrading about being a mum or making nice meals. I like cooking elaborate dinners. For that matter, my boyfriend does too.
Why didn't he delete that part from the beginning of the video? Because he does not care about being honest. That's not the point here. The point here is shovel, 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 shovel.
I like cooking elaborate dinners. For that matter, my boyfriend does too.
Now you might say it's just a coincidence that she talks about how she can make complex meals while making her boyfriend look stupid. Surely they aren't intentionally trying to make men look bad here.
Okay, this is where we get to this sort of incel.
What? She literally said he does too. He also likes making elaborate meals. What the fuck? What?
Vibes from this guy. She plays a clip of him, you know, being silly with the whisker. And he's like, you're making him look so stupid. How could you do this? He must be so embarrassed that his girl is making him look like a cock. And it's like, bro, it's a silly clip. It's a silly clip. An example of him making an elaborate dinner and being a little silly while he does it. How is that her making him look bad? It's just funny. Super triggered and sensitive at the slightest hint that a guy is being poked fun at. And he's not even being poked fun at. They're dating. It's fine. It's funny. Chill the fuck out.
Though the idea of women being confined to the home while men do things like go outside and work isn't exactly new.
Is there any comparative description here that doesn't attempt to make men look like crap? Women are confined to the home while men can just do whatever they want. Maybe they go outside and work, or maybe they won't. This video has BuzzFeed levels of self-awareness.
She didn't say men can do whatever they want. She said men are working. Somehow he has managed to get lazier than he already was by just completely not listening to a 5-second clip. It's a 5-second clip, man.
You could easily flip this and say that men are forced to do the will of a boss all day while a woman gets to stay home watching soap operas and doing whatever she wants.
Men going outside and going to work, which is what she said,
while men do things like go outside and work,
is in the inverse summarized as women staying home and watching soap operas all day.
I bet if women actually gave men a choice to stay at home versus work for some boss they don't like or for rude customers, a giant portion of them would gladly not go to work.
So here he's being an accidental feminist by promoting the concept of a stay-at-home dad. The anti-feminist framing is, being a stay-at-home mom is better for you, actually. It's easier and better for you, and you like it. When the feminist framing is, you can be a stay-at-home mom, we have no problem with that. All we're saying is that you should have the right and autonomy to choose. Very simple, very simple.
Oftentimes I hear, keep in mind this isn't data or anything, this is just anecdotal. Could have a lot to do with the selection bias and the people who wind up in my office. But that it's kind of completely acceptable to a lot of my male patients that they have a partner that doesn't earn money and that a homemaker is like a laudable position. But women that I have as patients don't really feel the same way. They're actually very few.
Random clip of Dr. K, which he prefaces by saying this is anecdotal.
Keep in mind this isn't data or anything, this is just anecdotal.
Love that. Love that. This guy hates data. He hates it. Just listen to how much he hates it. Listen to what he says next.
They're actually very few.
Yes, as far as I can see, including the many examples of women's testimony that I provided on this channel, the reason that house husbands are almost non-existent is because women generally don't want a man who stays home. They want a guy who makes more money than they do, whether they are politically on the left or the right. This is all compounded by another one-sided feminist lie, which is that housework is unpaid.
As far as I can see, including the many examples from my channel, which definitely doesn't have a particular agenda involved, definitely not. definitely not. Editor Noah, just go ahead and scroll through what the types of videos he makes and the types of agendas of the people he presents are made out to be. Okay, I got somewhere to be. It's getting dark. I'm maybe gonna finish the rest of this video later. We are 9 minutes in of a 30-minute video, and this video must be jumping up to the 20-25 minute range. If you want a 3-part series from this creeper, let me know. If you don't, and if you hated this, also let me know. And I'll see you on the flip. I'll see you on the flip.
Yeah, that is manslaughter bordering on negligent homicide. A jury would convict Willy Wonka like that.
So you gonna believe some YouTube lawyer just because he passed a bar test and wears a fancy suit? For all we know, he could have been paid off.
Yes, I do, but for the viewers, since 2008, America's had an anti-trafficking law to accept children traveling alone from most South and Central American countries while they try and get legal citizenship. How about Iowa? Ever heard of it? In January 2023, they introduced a bill to expand jobs that 14 to 15-year-olds can do, meaning more dangerous. But check this, by also removing workers' comp for people under 18 and also making exceptions.
We now return.
Rock stating that he can't wait to start filming on Kool-Aid Man, the Oh Yeah story, and the state of the cinematic snack universe is about to change. In case you haven't noticed, the last few weeks we've had an influx of stories about child labor law violations. Everything from South American migrant children found working in meat processing plants instead of being enrolled in school to 10-year-olds working in late shifts in fast food restaurants. Or you could have been distracted by Little Caesar's return of pretzel crust pizza. Seriously, people, we can stop. There aren't any innovations in pizza to be made. We peaked at Detroit-style pizza, and that's a mark for your bingo card because I mentioned Detroit. It's a good chance you haven't heard any of these stories if you only watch major cable news networks. Not sure, but it could have something to do with companies like Kia, McDonald's, and Chipotle being involved, but also running ads on these stories and spending millions on the ad campaigns. But we have an exclusive interview with the whistleblower who claims to have, in his words, more dirt than a mud factory to bury those bastards, for our main story on Almost Live with John Lewis. In 2022, child labor violations were up 37%, while seeing amounts of children in the workplace we haven't seen since 1930s. I'm sure you all remember the Willy Wonka chocolate factory incident from a few weeks ago and the ensuing raid by the DEA, ATF, and Chocolate Quality Control Association. Well, we have a former high-ranking executive who's now a whistleblower. He's asked to keep his identity hidden, so we'll only be going by WW. So, WW, you've been described by some as a rat fink, a yellow belly bastard, and this last one is a slur that hasn't been uttered in 50 years. How do you respond?
Well, John, what I can say is, once you make it to the top, you can expect to make some enemies. There's a lot of candy companies who wish they could make chocolate as sweet and affordable as the candy my company sells, and actually they can, but greedy CEOs rather charge twice as much for chocolate half as pure as the Willy Wonka line of chocolate. Does that make me a saint? I'm not a religious man, but yes, I would say it does, or at least qualify me for sainthood.
Now, these are some bold claims. Greedy CEOs price gouging on chocolate, but according to leaked documents from you and also confiscated during the raid. Actually, let's talk about the raid. So about a month ago, the contest for your company's chocolate tour happened. A contest that was an illegal lottery because you did not offer an option for free entry into the contest.
Well, it's debatable if the contest was illegal.
Well, it's actually not debatable. Legal Eagle did an expose laying on multiple facts, the illegal activities that went on during the tour. They even had undercover cameras. Let's take a look at it.
Okay, big problem right off the bat. Charlie is way too young to have a paper route. I think this is a child labor violation. You might notice that whenever you see a giveaway on TV, there's always some fine print that says no purchase necessary. There is a very, very good reason for that. The reason is if you require purchase, you're no longer a free giveaway in a sweepstakes. You are an illegal lottery. It is another FLSA violation. He is clearly pushing his staff far, far too hard. They're working for 5 days straight from dawn until dusk. Okay, so Willy Wonka is trying to get the children to sign a liability waiver to limit how much exposure he has when things go terribly, terribly wrong. Now, I probably don't need to tell you that if you can't physically read the contract, that's going to be problematic for the person that's trying to disclaim the liability. Okay, so Augustus fell into the chocolate river because there was clearly no handrail protecting people from falling in. OSHA, or the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, requires that there be a handrail built to certain specifications to protect people like Augustus from falling in.
So you going to believe some YouTube lawyer just because he passed a bar test and wears a fancy suit? For all we know, he could have been paid off. Paid by who? It's actually paid off by whom, and I don't know, the Hershey brothers, the Reese's twins, the Kit Kat sisters. When you wear the crown, everyone comes for you. Oh, and for your information, the whole left Twix and right Twix factory was all a scam to not pay taxes. It's the same exact candy. So you deny the claims that 4 young children lost their lives on a tour. One drowned in the chocolate river. One had an allergic reaction in what can only be described as blueberry explosion. One fell to her, well, we're not sure where she fell. The parents are still looking for the body. Another floated into a fan. Almost. The last kid almost floated into a fan. And I'd like to mention those children all signed a contract absolving my company, Willy Wonka's company, from any liabilities. Well, those contracts won't hold up in court because, well, children signed them. What do you know about contracts? You some kind of lawyer or something? You passed the bar or something? Nah, I ain't passed the bar, but I know a little bit. But WW, we can get back to your many violations, and I do mean many. Now, you reached out to us because you said you have information on other companies taking part in what you described as equally or slightly worse child labor violations? Yes, I do. And honestly, it's weighed so heavy on my mind, I've honestly had a hard time sleeping. Usually I get in my California king bed, cut on rain sounds on my TV, and I'm out before 9 p.m. Some nights it took me to 9:05, even 9:10 to fall asleep. So I just knew I had to speak up. Wow, that sounds awful. What do you say to those who think this is just a desperate attempt to deflect attention from your company and possibly get a lighter prison sentence? Well, I'm actually putting my life at risk. Why do you think I have on a disguise and voice modulator? These are powerful people. I explained to you the voice modulator is in a shop this week. That's not good. But here's the thing, John. You ever heard the expression, if you live in a glass house, you shouldn't throw stones? Turns out everyone lives in the glass house, especially the world's biggest clown. And I brought receipts. CNN article released May 3rd, 2023 reported 2 10-year-old children were found working inside a McDonald's at 2 a.m. So let's start there. I actually have to agree with you. That sounds dangerous and illegal. For now, it's illegal. For now. See why the lamestream media is trying to tear down one of America's biggest chocolate factories. Politicians are passing laws to make it legal for teens young as 14 to work in dangerous jobs. I may or may not have leaked the New York Times article information. Yeah, I read that. We can get into it, but the question everyone has is why. According to the March 2023 jobs report, United States had a net gain of 4.1 million jobs, decades low 3.5 unemployment. So why hire children and teenagers who have a hard time cleaning up their own bedroom? Yes, that's true. But if you look at the report closer, you'll see jobs like retail, manufacturing, and construction saw monthly declines, or as we call it in the industry, jobs no one wants to do. Now all of a sudden people want work-life balance. Every time I see a commercial for a $75,000 pickup truck, those people look happy. So some lobbying groups and politicians have been working to destroy everything the FLSA has established. And for viewers, the FLSA is the Fair Labor Standard Act, established in 1938, which helped establish child labor laws. After so many children were trampled by horses on farms, coughing up black clouds from sweeping chimneys, the government stepped in. See, what happened in the 1930s is a few guys realized that it's better in the long run to wait until teenage years before putting the boot of capitalism on the necks of Americans, after they have a basic education and hopefully not a head injury from being kicked in the head by a horse. We can then funnel that money to a small group of rich people like me, who are much better at controlling capital in the country. Well, that is a darkly honest summary that I can't argue against. You see, it's not just that the red-head cheeseburger selling bastard down there doing this. Dunkin' Donuts and Qdoba have been hit with child labor violations in various locations. Turns out it's cheaper to get a 12-year-old kid a pack of Pokemon cards and he won't ring up your burrito bowl. I can't imagine that would be a useful tip for me, but just curious, does it have to be a whole pack or the kids accept a couple open cards? Never mind, moving on. But first, let's pay some bills. Over to Jean Grey. And I told you I thought the mic was off. Who the hell sells $10 bags of potato chips anyway? And what the hell are manned potato chips? All food is for men. That's how food works. I'll make some calls, see if we can get one of those pay-to-win piece of crap mobile video game sponsors. Well, we need to keep the lights on, so check this out.
I can't believe I'm about to make this offer. It's absolutely out of this world. But right now, if you sign up for my Patreon at the $5 double level, you get access to not just this one, but my second YouTube channel where I talk about movies. You get early access and live streams. If you sign up to my Patreon level at the $10 level, you get all of that. And after 12 months, you can pick the subject of a movie or a live stream, and I'll make a video about it. If you sign up at my Patreon every 3 months, you get to pick the subject of a live stream or a movie to be made.
Hey, you know what's in my cup? I got yak. What's in your cup? Oh, we back. See, it's not just the food companies, it's everyone. This thing is bigger than Willy Wonka. It's big business. This is America. Hyundai and Kia doing it. Check the same New York Times article. They fact checked me because these are billion-dollar companies. Kids young as 14 found in their supply factories. Third-party companies, but the company still holds responsibility. Now, to an extent, I can see why you would want to hire children for an assembly line. They have them small little hands. They can easily connect wires, small pieces. They don't take smoke breaks or use vacation time. Sure, they won't shut the hell up about Bluey. Bluey? How young are these kids and how does this happen so often? Old enough to work and apparently complain to management that coffee is gross, so they replace it with hot chocolate. Okay, so a company like Kia, they subcontract for smaller factories with another company to assemble dashboards or whatever. And these companies, they then subcontract to another company to hire temp employees. Now these companies, they get paid per employee, so they have an incentive to hire with little background check. Maybe a teenager slip in here or there. Not to throw us off track, but we need to talk about the allegations you and your company have been hit with. What do you mean, you and your company? I'm a whistleblower, remember? Some would even say a hero. I was just an employee at the Willy Wonka factory. Sure, I made 100 times more than most employees. Willy Wonka is just a brand anyway. He don't even own the company. Charlie is who you should be asking all these questions to. Charlie, as in the little boy who almost got chopped up by a fan on tour. Everything sounds worse if you add almost chopped up by a fan to it. But yes, Charlie, the little boy who won the chocolate factory. I guess your little investigation report and didn't know that. Actually, it did. I just hoped your lawyers would have talked to you out of bringing that up. And I'm sure you know now, Legal Ego, the lawyer, did an expose on you and Willy Wonka's many crimes. You really going to listen to that charlatan because he has a suit and passed the bar exam? What even is that? I bet his name isn't even Legal Ego. It sounds made up to me. Are you sure you want to call an actual lawyer a charlatan? And of course, his name is not Legal Eagle, but the facts are 5 days before the FBI raided the Willy Wonka chocolate factory, seen by hidden cameras, Willie signed ownership over to a 12-year-old child and had his grandfather sign his power of attorney. But it somehow gets worse. I had those documents he signed. Well, this is your Perry Mason moment, isn't it? I'm not 60. I don't know who the hell Perry Mason is. But in these documents, you signed all responsibility to a 12-year-old child, but the executives kept their same pay and benefits. And Charlie's only financial gain would be all the chocolate he can eat. Oh, kids don't like chocolate now? Breaking news. Someone stop the presses. Kids don't like chocolate now. And as far as that Legal Eagle, he might want to mind his business if he knows what's good for him. Again, I must remind you, he is an actual real-life lawyer. Maybe clarify this so it doesn't sound like a threat. Let's just say Count Chocula owes a few debts to me and he's looking for a way to pay me back. And moving on. So, slave labor. I'm going to stop you there. I know where this is going. I was at home. Someone sent me saying something that I hog-tie Oompa Loompas when they don't hit their production numbers. I don't even know how to hog-tie. Why would I hog-tie them? My kids watching this. I'm fighting for my life. Calm down. Let's say the hog-tie allegations are false. There are also claims of you kidnapping Oompa Loompas from their home country of Umpanda and forcing them into labor. I didn't kidnap them. Sometimes you have to save people who don't know that they need saving. The Oompa Loompas spent all day dancing, eating, procreating. They had no prisons, no elected officials, no form of currency. It was worse than socialism. It was madness. And you brought them to America to work in the chocolate factory 6 days a week, 14-hour shifts, and that's better? First off, they aren't workers, they're performers. I got them matching outfits, they dance, they make up songs when people tour the factory. They sign 30-year contracts, and that's why I deduct for housing, uniforms, insurance, generally annoying me. They get paid. But wasn't the tour all the kids got into accidents the first tour? And yes, I know about the dances and songs. I've seen the videos. No, that was the first public tour. It's fine print on the website. Anyone can book a tour at $10 million per person. And how many tours have there been in the last decade? Well, it's been a rough decade or three, so I say we've done carry 3 divided by 7. 0. We've done 0 tours, but if you want to talk about exploiting migrant kids, let's talk. Let's talk about Florida. You got to be more specific than that. Florida constantly makes new ways to be awful. So you know about the anti-trafficking laws America has, right? Yes, I do, but for the viewers, since 2008, America's had an anti-trafficking law to accept children traveling alone from most South and Central American countries while they try and get legal citizenship. Yeah, what you said. Well, during the pandemic, the number of migrant kids exploded in 2021 as borders closed. Parents sent their kids to America to get the opportunity to earn and send money back. I'm almost afraid to ask, but what happens next? And I'm honestly jealous I didn't think of this scam myself. So as all of these kids came into the country, don't you know the Department of Human Services was pressured into speeding up the process. Next thing you know, they hardly vetting sponsors. They just sending kids out the door willy-nilly. It's truly depressing what that level of poverty can do to families. Sending your child to a foreign country just for a slightly better life. Well, I was out of Chicago a couple of months ago after wetting my whistle and supporting the hard-working ladies at the Gentlemen's Club. Around 3 a.m., I see about a dozen kids being loaded into a van. Now, originally, I followed it because I was worried these were unauthorized Oompa Loompas getting picked up to do a party. You know, that's an entire racket. Does anyone respect copyright laws anymore? So I follow the van. It goes to some factory. Kids jump out with kind of hard hats and boots. It was actually adorable. You were quite possibly one of the worst human beings I've ever spoken to, but I hope at least you did something. You're damn right I did something. I can't have these companies competing with me by using child labor. How do you think my prices are so low? Oompa Loompas don't know accounting. I pulled the old Joe Button podcast trick. It's not the purest motivation, but go on. Well, I reported to Matt Haygood, the senior director of child services. We found out over 200 kids had been released to the Little Village neighborhood in Chicago. His superiors decided it wasn't nothing serious and no need to investigate this particular case. But I snitched to everyone. They wrote a couple articles after investigation, and turns out people sponsor these kids. Instead of going to school, they end up doing roof work and working in meat processing plants for fractions of what adults would make. I actually read about that. Some of this, we'll link all the articles below this video. I didn't know you also leaked those. You mind if I talk about Antonio for a minute? No problem, go on. This is an example of just one child, Antonio Mendez. He's a 14-year-old from Guatemala, now living in Florida with other migrant children. He says he works long hours in a cold factory packing vegetables. Hasn't seen his sponsor in months. No one checks up on him. Reports are being told by the sponsor they have to work to pay for meals and housing. Majority are never enrolled in school or taught English. When HHS finally did welfare checkups, about 1/3 can't even be reached in as little as a month after being placed with the sponsor. And the man who Antonio was placed with, he was allowed to sponsor another child. In the past year, 250,000 migrants have come to America, and that's just migrant kids. Yes, that's all sad, and if any FBI agents watching, much worse than anything I did. But I'm sure the audience is thinking, yeah, poor Hispanic kids, but what about the American kids? Those are the ones who matter. You don't know very much about my audience or the news I report, do you? No, I just figured it's right-leaning or centrist at best, like most of American news media. Well, I'm a young black guy with dreads, so no, actually. Alright, don't get your do-rag in a bunch, but here's the thing. I have half a dozen kids in the chocolate factory tour. Everyone loses their mind, but politicians pass laws to get kids young as 14 in jobs like construction. No fuss. It's cool when they do it. It's a problem when I do it. With you having very rat-fink characteristics, you understand I'm going to need more info, right? Well, I brought receipts. First, we have a woman who couldn't sound more like a Looney Tune villain. Let me guess. Sarah Huckabee Sanders? Bullseye, the governor of Arkansas. She got a name like she get outsmarted by a cartoon duck. Well, in 2023, she signed a law that rolled back requirements. Jobs verify the age of kids under 16, basically getting rid of work permits. Who's to say someone doesn't test it and have a 13-year-old working at the bowling alley at 10 p.m. on a school night? So that's one state. At least they aren't legally expanding jobs kids can do, right? How about Iowa? Ever heard of it? In January 2023, they introduced a bill to expand jobs that 14 to 15-year-olds can do, meaning more dangerous. But check this. By also removing workers' comp for people under 18 and also making an exception for kids under 16 to legally drive to jobs without a license. They can remember 8-step kind of sing, but can't drive a hollow without crashing into a bucket of jawbreakers. Damn Oompa Loompas. So it sounds like these politicians know kids are more likely to get injured, yet making it easier to get into these jobs, but removing protections. Well, a lobbying group by the name of NFIB is behind it. They represent many independent businesses and are doing these things so little time they can work for dimes. And that's not even including farming jobs, which have always had more lax laws. From 2001 to 2015, 48% of fatalities by youth workers were in this one industry. But yes, everyone come after the man who wanted to give candy to her. I told you, little monster, don't drink out of the chocolate. Willy Wonka told him, don't drink out of the chocolate river. He might fall in. And I thought Carol was annoying, showing me pics of her boring-ass grandkids every day. I get it, Carol. He loves cookies and can throw a football. Imagine how awkward it'd be working with two 15-year-olds who have tension because someone got stood up on a date to the school dance. Right, teenagers suck. But also Ohio, Wisconsin, New Jersey, and Minnesota have all rolled up bills expanding hours that 14 and 15-year-olds can work. So the issue is a lot of people who watch this report will say, that's kind of messed up, but okay, parents can always not let their kids work. But there's a level of poverty in America a lot of people don't realize. So if it's between having an after-school job and working on the weekends, some kids have to do that to keep food in the home and the lights on. but at least they still have to go to school. Well, turns out Ohio Governor Dave Joyce drafted a bill that would allow kids aged 14 or older to work during school hours, and Ohio legislators called for federal rollbacks on child labor laws. Essentially, America is trying to go back to 1930s. I mean, it makes sense. This country is already making it illegal to teach history, trying to take more women, minorities, trans rights, everyone. America is basically taking any rights and protections away unless you're a straight white male. What's essentially happening is, but you know what's most strange? I read all of these articles and I can't find any data on how much these kids have been paid. So I have to get creative for this section of the video. WW, if you want to stick around, you can. Let's look at the numbers. So people love to use terms like slavery loosely. Oh, my job made me work an extra 2 hours in the air-conditioned office. This is like slavery. But pretty much what's going on with these migrant kids is actually like slavery. They've been abandoned by the adults who should be protecting them when they get to America. Imagine if it turned out there was an entire racket of getting foster kids and having them lay roofs and install car speakers and plants. People would be outraged, but what about these kids? I mentioned they're being exploited to the point of being charged rent for food and anything else under the sun. But how much do you think they even make? We don't have exact figures, but in America, the federal minimum wage is $9 an hour, but those under 18 legally can be paid 85% of that, which is $8.20. And if the company is even more evil, those aged 16 and 19 can be paid a training wage as low as $4.25 for the first 90 days. But hey, at least they get time and a half after 40 hours. The migrant kids, they aren't getting that. Let's just be generous and say they pay $4 to $5 an hour. Most are working 60 hours a week and not enrolled in school. As far as the American kids working legally, it's likely some of the lowest income households in America, they may have kids who completely drop out of school just so they can work full time at 15, 16-year-old and help pay bills. It's a sad, sad future. Now, but WW, your Oompa Loompas, they've reached out to us with claims of union busting and you claiming to turn them into gobstoppers if they're unionized. Well, with you, look at the time. I think my camera's almost dead. Closing out from FTP Studios, this is Almost Live with John Lewis. Join us next time.
As long as people have been watching.
That was so fucking good. That was like, I like the mix of like theater and like video essays. Very good. Very good.
Movies, they've been obsessing over which snacks help make the experience even more special. Now, for some of us, it's popcorn. For others, it's our favorite candy and a huge soda. And for some, it's something a bit, well, trippier. Okay, now that one might sound like a wild card, but folks have been using various mind-altering treats to enhance the cinematic experience for quite some time. And hypothetically, someone who's currently talking to you right now on a YouTube video might have done this when they saw Avatar: The Way of Water in 3D. It's pretty fun. It got a little bit intense around hour 2 though, but by the time it ended, I felt like I'd really worked through something. And filmmakers have long been doing the exact same thing, infusing their cinematic language with trippy visuals to add extra emotional and visual intensity. So what makes film such a potent medium for the exploration of all things psychedelic? And what happens when trippy treats affect the creation of cinema, much less infiltrate mass media? Let's find out in this Wisecrack edition on psychedelic cinema. Should we take a trip to the movies? Okay, work with. But for now, let's get back to learning about how movies are groovy and stuff. While we usually think of music as the aesthetic home of psychedelia, it's made quite a mark on cinema too, most notably in the form of psychedelic films often called head films, whose real prime spanned from the late 60s to the mid 70s. Now, this was a time in which psychedelics were gaining social importance. And according to scholar David Church, a diverse mix of art films, experimental films, exploitation films, and the occasional Hollywood production attempted to approximate the audiovisual fireworks of drug-altered states. They did this in various ways. Some were endorsements, some dire warnings, Some were exploitative, while others merely evoked psychedelic aesthetics without explicitly showing their use. Now, visually abstract films predated the term psychedelic. We see a similar rejection of realism in, say, Louis Brunel and Salvador Dali's surrealist work, Un Chant Andalou. And while scholar Mark Broughton also credits Disney films Fantasia, Dumbo, and Alice in Wonderland as animated precursors to the movement, he considers the first real psychedelic film to be the 1954 film Inauguration of the Pleasure Dome, followed by the more explicit and ridiculous The Tingler in 1959. Fun fact, there was a place near where my elementary school was called the Pleasure Dome that got busted for like weird sex parties in the 90s. If you ask me on the next Wisecrack live stream to talk about the Pleasure Dome, I'll tell you the full story. If you don't know what that is, we do a stream, Wisecrack Live, Thursdays, 11 a.m. Pacific time. Log in, get in the chat, and say, Michael, what about the Pleasure Dome? But things really exploded in the 60s. Scholar Andrew Derek Sider notes that the fusion between filmmakers and the psychedelic movement was no accident. Early pioneers of psychedelia, like Timothy Leary, actively endeavored to enlist the artistic and intellectual establishment in the hope that acid would trickle down from the top. And trickle down it did. Sider argues that especially in the second half of the decade, the influence of psychedelia could be felt across the full spectrum of film production in the United States, typically being used to evoke the youth counterculture. Maybe it shouldn't strike us as all that surprising that psychedelics, however briefly, took over cinema. Broughton, for his part, argues that the whole of cinema might be considered psychedelic. He notes that back in 1973, anthropologist Michael Harner reported that both Yivaro and Conibo Shipibo Indians who had seen motion pictures told me that the ayahuasca experiences were comparable to the viewing of films, and my own experience was corroboratory. So if all of cinema can feel like a psychedelic trip, then what's the point of trying to depict psychedelics in the first place? Well, for folks like Leary, extending the psychedelic counterculture's explicit reach into cinema was critical in their mission of expanding consciousness to challenge conventional ways of seeing and being, all in hopes of inciting new, utopian modes of living that challenged dominant social and political values. And that's why in the 70s, everyone did acid and the world got better and we have no problems now. According to Sider, Leary and his brethren also idealized psychedelic vision as a burst of freedom and mobility that called into question the rigid and repressive conceptions of reality and consciousness that they identified within mainstream Western culture. Things like conformity, rationality, and objectivity. The psychedelic cinema was also born out of the death of the traditional Hollywood studio system. Now, this led to two important trends: the rise of alternative filmmaking that catered to art house and underground cinemas, and the rise of exploitation filmmaking, which catered to drive-in movie theaters that were not licensed to show first runs of mainstream Hollywood films. These underground cinema movements challenged traditional Hollywood modes of storytelling. Psychedelic film represented a fusion between the psychedelic movement and the American New Wave, what Sider calls a space in which cinema was being used as a tool for exploring psychedelic experience, and psychedelic experience was being used as a tool for exploring cinema. What both movements shared, he says, was a rejection of hegemonic, institutionalized ways of seeing. While psychedelia was immensely popular among avant-garde filmmakers like Stan Vanderbeek, commercial Hollywood also dabbled, notably via Roger Corman's 1967 film The Trip, co-written by Jack Nicholson, which sees Peter Fonda's character guided through an acid trip by Bruce Dern and Dennis Hopper. Let me know in the comments, who would you rather have guide you through an acid trip, Bruce Dern or Dennis Hopper? There's only one right answer. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but let me know in the comments, and I'll let you know how you did on that test. It pioneered some of the guiding principles of psychedelic filmmaking. The film used liquid and carousel projectors, strobe lights, focal changes, superimpositions of bright patterns, unique lenses that distorted space, rapid montage sequences, temporal disorientation, momentary flashbacks, and creative camera movements to simulate the experience of doing LSD. Over time, there developed a widespread, consistent visual language to suggest psychedelic hallucinations, like geometrical patterns in shapes of cobwebs or spirals, bright solarized colors, wavy special effects, blurriness, and jump cuts. After the success of countercultural Easy Rider in 1969, psychedelia really went on full display. It infiltrated just about every nook and cranny of film for the next few years. Witnessed everywhere from Jodorowsky's El Topo, dubbed an acid western, to fantasy children's films like Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, to horror films like Daniel Haller's The Dunwich Horror. Now, these films didn't share the usual markers of genre, narrative, tone, or theme in common, which can make it hard to assess them as a whole. But as Sider writes, if just one thread had to be chosen to tie this whole body of films together, it would be the notion that the film medium can alter perceptions in a way that is analogous to psychedelic drugs. That LSD and the cinematic apparatus are both technologies for manipulating perception and producing fantastic visions. This can best be seen in these movies' frequent use of dueling straight and trippy realities. The straight world is depicted using cinematic realism, as seen in classic Hollywood and documentary films. These sequences have conventional cinematography and editing based on match cuts that don't rupture the 180-degree line, and temporal continuity that implies some objective form of seeing the world. In contrast, the psychedelic world, using the various signifiers we discussed, depicts a subjective, unstable reality that is celebrated as a mode of escape from institutionalized regimentations of vision, according to Sider. He argues that psychedelic films were most comparable to the only really experimental film genre of the Hollywood studio system, the musical, which would similarly transition abruptly from reality to fantastical musical sequences. You know what movie has some great musical sequences? Babylon, a good movie that you gotta watch if you haven't watched it yet, guys, because it's really good. In other words, as the underground film movement was challenging Hollywood's dominant modes of filmmaking, the movement's filmmakers were also using the formal aspects of cinema to call conventional ways of visualizing the world into question. Just like Leary, when he called for the masses to
turn on, tune in, and drop out.
As Sider writes, these films' psychedelic sequences interrupt the apparent transparency and naturalness of established Hollywood modes of representation with an ecstatic irrationality of vision, and provided the utopian solution to an institutional regimentation of vision that was characterized by scarcity, exhaustion, dreariness, manipulation, and fragmentation. Visualizing tripping wasn't just about having a good time. It was about breaking free from the mundanity of everyday life and the everyday cinema of Hollywood. If this is sounding a bit too good to be true, don't worry, because things kind of were. After all, Sider notes, these films were still rooted in the culture industry's dominant ideologies of, say, whiteness, the male gaze, heteronormativity, and so on. Three things that you never have to see on Wisecrack. Get out of here! I say that to all those things daily. I wake up, I look in the mirror, and I say, get out of here, and then I'm still there. I'm just still there. He argues that the simultaneous flourishing underground movement of psychedelic light shows and mixed media happenings ultimately read as far more subversive today than the era's psychedelic cinema. But something else was happening to psychedelia, what art historian Lars Bang Larson calls its transformation into a magic sales word. If you feel like I got a little enthusiastic when I said the name Lars Bang Larson, you would be right. It's one of the best names I've ever heard. That is, the visual language of psychedelia became so mainstream, it kind of sold out. That began when, as historian Thomas Frank puts it, one day in 1967, the Madison Avenue man shed his gray flannel suit and leaped headlong into youth culture. Industry reports immediately suggested that ad men start using psychedelic animation to, among other things, bring the product alive with new, more exciting meaning. Now, the 1960s had presented some issues for the advertising world, among them consumer dissatisfaction and a growing youth culture, which entailed an audience so primed on mass media that it was, as one executive fretted, harder to fool. Advertising creatively became the name of the game, with much of its persuasive power manifesting visually rather than verbally. The counterculture was primed to be one of its biggest sources of inspiration because though it critiqued dominant ideologies, it also, according to historian T.J. Jackson Lears, stressed the centrality of consumption and was fixated on matters of taste. As scholar Cynthia B. Myers writes, if the badges of citizenship in the Woodstock Nation could be gained merely by buying blue jeans and rock music albums, then the commodification of the counterculture's material culture by marketers was inevitable. Advertisements started adopting hip slang, rock music, and psychedelic graphics with hallucinogenic typefaces. Models got younger, accessorized with long hair, rebellious attire, and just hippie-tastic dance moves. As Frank puts it, in the counterculture, ad men believed they had found both a perfect model for consumer subjectivity, intelligent and at war with the conformist past, and a cultural machine for turning disgust with consumerism into the very fuel by which consumerism might be accelerated. In other words, advertisers were selling rebellion through consumption. Come on, let that sink in, guys. Selling rebellion through consumption. It's the world we still live in. How do we get out of it? I don't know. Let us know if you know. By 1968, Buick was asking the Doors for permission to use Light My Fire in a commercial, to which Jim Morrison responded by casually threatening to smash every Buick window he saw if they went ahead with it. Now, they did use the lyrics in a print ad, and we have no word on whether Morrison, walked it like he talked it, took up a baseball bat, and did it. More importantly, this was symptomatic of the automobile industry's late 60s turn into marketing their vehicles as products for hippie expression. Psychedelic colors and imagery permeated commercial visuals across the board, from 7-Up campaigns in the style of the Beatles' Yellow Submarine to Hearst's Psychedelic magazine that launched in 1968. It turned out that the counterculture wasn't a threat to advertisers or even consumer capitalism. It was an asset. Journalist Lawrence Lipton lamented that by co-opting the language, slogans, dress, mannerisms, and music of dissent, the revolutionary sell is designed to disarm dissent while at the same time selling the product. Simultaneously, by 1969, the ad industry was flooded with counterculture embracing execs wearing flowered jackets and sideburns, who said things like, and this is a real quote, "The important thing when you talk to the young is you have to act groovy in your ads. Not just say you're groovy." I never want to get old, guys. I never want to get old. The following year, the New York Times Magazine noted that the pot-smoking art student of 1965 is the pot-smoking art director of 1970. And, my God, did it show. And while head movies were past their prime by the mid-70s, psychedelia remained potent in advertising. Midway through the 80s, authors Martin A. Lee and Bruce Schlein commented that many of today's TV commercials are more psychedelic than the most far-out acid poster of the 1960s. They noted that psychedelia had even met the military-industrial complex in the strobe-happy army ads promising you could be all that you can be, you can do it in the army. Yeah, if you want to get psychedelic, join the army. And even into 1997, Thomas Frank noted that Nike...
That sounds like a fucking nightmare trip. Jesus Christ. Capitalism really does ruin everything.
Shoes were sold through the poetry of William S. Burroughs and Iggy Pop. R.J. Reynolds cigarettes were decorated with peace signs. And Ken Kesey's initial Merry Prankster bus was used to promote Coca-Cola's Fruitopia line. The coolness of the psychedelic movement that seduced audiences into movie theaters also successfully seduced them into buying, suggesting that, according to Myers, its essence was never truly at odds with commercial culture. Though psychedelia quickly began to taper from its very peak in artistic culture, at least by the mid-70s, its lingering effects continue to be felt today. While the prime years of the war on drugs in the 80s and early 90s meant psychedelics were mostly represented as deadly or crazy-making, the flowering of 90s rave culture and cyberculture, as well as new digital technology, brought the aesthetic back, as seen in films like Strange Days and Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. This movement continued to blossom into the new millennium with The Matrix, as well as electronic music-inspired films like 24-Hour Party People and Party Monster. And later the iconic Enter the Void in 2009, and even later movies like Annihilation and Climax. When I saw Enter the Void, I got so scared I had to close my eyes, take out my headphones, and listen to Bruce Springsteen. True story. Psychedelic visual language continues to permeate even cinema without drug references, ranging from Miyazaki films to Avatar. Church argues that shifts in attitudes towards psychedelics in recent years has coincided with the increased deployment of psychedelic imagery in mainstream narrative film. He adds that most of these films employ the avant-garde possibilities enabled by computer-generated digital imagery, stuff like complex fractal forms and deformations of photorealistic images, suggesting that technological shifts are another impetus for this revival of dazzlingly abstract, kaleidoscopic imagery. In music videos, digital imagery reflects in a new way psychedelia's ability to expand sensory perception and create a sense of physical immersion. But what if you're nostalgic for the original onslaught of psychedelic cinema? According to author and scholar James Riley, it still remains relevant for filmmakers either trying to evoke the 60s or convey an intense sensory experience. He denotes psychedelic horror as its own genre that absorbed countercultural techniques to re-energize the horror genre. Examples range from Mandy to Midsommar. Editorial note from your bud Michael, don't take psychedelics and watch those movies. Any horror movie, do not take psychedelics. Mandy, Midsommar, don't do it. Let them, the movies will do some stuff to you. Let them do that. I swear to God, just listen to me. In this way, it continues to feel as true today as it did in 1967, that the psychedelic and cinematic experience share a core commonality, and that both can help us abstract from our day-to-day reality. Just as the consciousness expanding effects of psychedelics can cause many to experience a change in perspective, a good film places us in a new vantage point that necessarily interrupts our understanding of reality, even if only for a couple of hours. In this way, both experiences can have the lingering effect of helping us to see the world and ourselves differently. As such, even when movies aren't explicitly psychedelic in content or form, they still share a lot with psychedelics in structure and spirit. Oh, and yes, if you're wondering, we still see psychedelic influences in commercial culture in the 21st century. And sometimes it's just so absurd that we can't be that mad at the 1960s ad men who started it all. But what do you all think? Does a movement as subversive as psychedelic
Was that a litter ad?
lose its edge when it's incorporated into the mass media machine? Does the psychedelia of recent years live up to the missions coined by its forefathers? Let us know what you think in the comments. And also, if you've made it this far, if there's any movies that you think are really good and psychedelic or good with psychedelics, let us know in the comments. Wanted to give a huge thanks to all our patrons.
My favorite depiction of drugs is always Requiem for a Dream. That shit is trippy as hell. Let me pull that up real quick. Give me the trailer. Give it to me. 1080p? Wow. Wait. Where's the sound? Oh. Okay. This sequence, exactly, yes.
Anything else?
Television.
That's right, Mrs. Goldfarb. Television. Congratulations.
Look, I don't have
I'm not
any,
looking for money, Mrs. Goldfarb. I'm calling to tell you you've already won. Mail-In and Block discovers contestants for most of America's television shows. You've already been chosen from a long list of potential contestants, meaning you've already won.
Oh, so where's the party? When I tell you you're gonna jump out of the window.
Oh, I love this movie so fucking much. It's so fucking good. Like, I love it because, like, obviously, like, the kids are on drugs. You can probably tell that. That's not a spoiler. But Mrs. Goldfarb is also prescribed, like, a bunch of, like, pep pills for weight loss. Just amphetamines, basically. And, they also, like, show her experience. I hope they have at least one of those sequences because that's my favorite part is her like delusion. Yes. This. Oh my god. It's so real.
I got you a present.
Harry, I don't need a present. Just have a baby.
The laughs.
Will you let me tell you what I got you? I mean, I know I can't change anything that's happened, but I want you to be happy. So I got you a brand new TV set. It's gonna be delivered in a couple of days. It's from Macy's.
Oh.
To our very own Mrs. Sarah Goldfarb.
Choose by Sarah. Choose by Sarah. Choose by Sarah. Oh, Sarah. Oh, Sarah.
It's a pleasure to have you. And that is one smashing dress you have on.
So fucking good. Man, I haven't watched it in too long. It's heavy as fuck, though.
We really appreciate you a lot. For those of you who don't know, we have a Patreon. There's a link in the description. And if you join, you get on our Discord server where you can do stuff like post videos that you made about how I'm wrong and then talk to me about how I'm wrong. A real thing someone did. I support it. You also get videos early with no ads. So if you hate the influence of advertising, it's perfect for you. And you get extra audio and video content. It's the best way to support the work we do directly. But you know what else is a good way to support us?
No.
This video is brought to you by Squarespace. This film is not about lesbianism. It's about the power of lies to destroy people's lives. This film is not about homosexuality. It's about loneliness. This film is not about homosexuality. It's about insanity. This film is definitely about homosexuality. The Boys in the Band is a 1970 American film directed by William Friedkin of Exorcist fame, based on the 1968 off-Broadway play of the same name by Mark Crowley. The film takes place in New York City in 1968 and follows a group of gay friends who gather for a birthday party. The main character is Michael, a neurotic and self-loathing gay man who is hosting the party for his friend Harold, a flamboyant and witty gay man. As the night wears on, the guests become increasingly drunk and confrontational, leading to heated arguments and revelations about their personal lives. The arrival of a straight friend, Alan, adds to the tension, as he is uncomfortable with the gay culture and the open homosexuality on display. As the night progresses, the characters' relationships with each other become more complicated, leading to a climactic confrontation that exposes their vulnerabilities and insecurities. On the strength of a classy set of New York stage reviews and its billing as a comedy, despite its dead serious content, The Boys in the Band was taken for gospel in an America populated by people who had never met a homosexual in their entire lives. The film was not positive, but it was fair. The only heterosexual character, Alan, can easily despise the Nellie Emery because he is everything a gay is supposed to be, a butterfly in heat. Alan even comes to pity the battered sissy in the end, but what scares Alan and the audience, what they could not come to terms with or understand, is the homosexuality of Hank and Larry, who are both just as queer as Emery, yet look just as straight as Alan. The possibility that there could be non-stereotypical homosexuals who are also staunch advocates of a working gay relationship is presented by the two lovers throughout the film, and they are the two characters most often ignored by critics and analysts. It is Larry who speaks of rejecting heterosexual concepts of marriage and creating a relationship with respect for one another's freedoms, with no need to lie or pretend. At the end of the film, Larry and Hank win a telephone truth game that Michael has viciously devised. When they call each other and say, "I love you." It is when Larry and Hank express affection for each other physically and verbally that the audience and the lone straight party guest are most uncomfortable. In contrast, Michael's inability to deal with his own homosexuality is exposed as old-time movie melodrama, and Harold's final, equally melodramatic speech puts it into perspective.
You're a homosexual and you don't want to be. But there's nothing you can do to change it. Not all your prayers to your God. Not all the analysis you can buy in all the years you've got left to live.
Oof.
You may very well one day be able to know a heterosexual life, if you want it desperately enough, if you pursue it with the fervor with which you annihilate. But
Jesus.
You'll always be homosexual as well.
Always, Michael.
Bro.
Always.
The speech encapsulated self-hatred and reflected a generation of gay men who were indoctrinated to blame their problems all on their homosexuality. In the end, Michael's self-hatred and inability to function became as archaic as Harold's habit of putting his weed in a Band-Aid box in the medicine chest so that he could flush it down the toilet in case the cops arrived. Michael's weeping fits and old movie visions shone light not on his homosexuality, but on the fallacies and illusions of Hollywood dreams. Dreams that had taught gay men that they were not welcome in polite society. Hollywood was not moved to change a whit by all of this hysteria in gay drawing rooms in Manhattan, though. Yet Boys in the Band moved gay men throughout the country. The internalized guilt and self-hatred of 8 gay men at a Manhattan birthday party formed the best and most potent argument for gay liberation ever offered in popular media. It provided actual and personal instances of the detrimental repercussions of what gay men learn about themselves through media falsehoods, and the film sparked the first public pushback by a budding gay rights movement against Crowley's play's accepted prejudices. Gay protesters did not deny the existence of such stereotypes, but they were quick to point out that the viewpoint was one-sided and that prejudice is defined as the sole depiction or representation of any group of people by a minority stereotype. The Boys in the Band was a movie about gays, and a gay movie. It was a creation born of a subculture and reflected a harsh reflection. Society viewed it as if it were a scientific trip, but it was an interior journey for many gays who were shocked by the sadness of Michael's sickening rituals. Many of Crowley's caricatures were misconceptions that gays had accepted and even fit themselves into, since there seemed to be no other option. The audience for Boys in the Band included gay people who had grown up thinking that they were the only gays in the world. The film explored passing and not being able to pass, loving and not being able to love, and above all else, surviving in a world that denied one's very existence. But it did so before an American public that was at the stage of barely being able to mention homosexuality at all. But before we explore in more detail how homosexuality actually started to be shown on film, let's hear a word from our sponsor.
Damn, this is gonna be good. I mean, his shit is always good. Just like, goes to show, like, media's not suddenly woke. Like, you know, it's not like a new gay agenda. Like, we've been trying to tell our stories for a long time.
Within a few years of Boys in the Band, there was Summer Wishes, Winter Dreams, in which Joanne Woodward's son's homosexuality is solely perceived in terms of how it impacts her current midlife crisis, as yet another sign of her failure as a wife and mother. She eventually comes to terms with it, but her son leaves for Amsterdam with a friend and refuses to visit his parents until they can live with him as he truly is. He makes their reluctance to recognize him as a full person their problem. A family affair rather than his. A very natural thing, the first film with homosexual liberation themes designed for commercial distribution was then released in 1973. The film investigated the possibilities available to gay couples on society's terms and raised the questions: how do two guys who refuse to play society's game define a non-role-based relationship? While the film was inspired by the gay liberation movement, it was dismissed as a trivial soap opera by the establishment press and savaged by gay liberationists for its romantic illusions and lack of radical conviction. David, an ex-seminarian, teaches school in New York City and settles into a monogamous relationship with Mark, a straight-identified insurance salesman in the film. The first part of the movie examines their meeting, romance, union, and split. The relationship is a protracted and planned love story parody, in which they go to the opera, roll in the fall leaves in Central Park, watch each other shave in the morning, and imitate every heterosexual movie cliché about love and marriage. The connection ends due to Mark's reluctance to be possessed and David's nagging fears. David investigates the alternatives in the second half of the film. Promiscuous sex in Fire Island bathhouses and orgies are as unsatisfactory to him as his persistent loneliness. David meets Jason, a divorced photographer who helps him begin to alter his notions about the nature of homosexual relationships. Freedom from the assumption of roles in an unstructured relationship is difficult to depict on film in a poetic style without inviting skepticism. But the filmmakers were aware of this and purposefully opted to regard romance as the bottom line. As a result of the filmmakers couching his message in such endlessly romantic terms, the picture enraged the same people fighting for such a political redefinition. A Very Natural Thing had such significant promotion and distribution issues that it had little influence. However, it is still viewed as a breakthrough film in queer cinema theory classes. The New York Post described it as an argument rather than entertainment. While Judith Crist said, "If the gay liberation movement wants its own mediocre movie, here it is." Elsewhere in cinemas, John Schlesinger's Sunday Bloody Sunday was a poignant, understanding, and interesting story that has consistently been cited since as an example of a good gay film that failed to make it at the box office. Proof that homosexuality is not a money-making proposition in movie terms. The problem, however, was in the packaging. Sunday Bloody Sunday was a talky, introspective British production that wasn't intended for a wide audience in the United States. It was noted in the 1980s that there appears to be very little room in the American market anymore for the small but interesting film. According to producers and writers, this is now the specialty of television films. Interesting how history repeats itself, as small and interesting now seems to be the forte of streaming services. This film, Schlesinger said, is not about the sexuality of these people. These movies never seem to be about the sexuality of the people in them. These people were a gay doctor, a straight career lady, and a bisexual artist with whom they were both in love. Sunday Bloody Sunday was not about sexuality, as Schlesinger correctly said. However, it was a film in which alternative sexuality was taken for granted, something that gay activists had long sought. It was a film on human relationships, and how they do not always correspond to our expectations of what love should be. The film portrayed a joyful ending for a gay character whose boring resignation is not the result of his homosexuality. In his final monologue, he informs the audience,
They say, he never made you happy, and I say, but I am happy, apart from missing him. All my life I've been looking for somebody courageous, resourceful. He's not it, but something. We were something.
But America despised Sunday Bloody Sunday. One kiss between the men created even more controversy than scenes of them in bed together. Male-male relationships were characterized by nothing but sex. Yet genuine love between men was frowned upon in most eyes. And it was the first time on screen when a loving kiss between two men was not intended to shock or repulse in American cinema. It drew gasps from spectators. And as a result, several theaters refused to book the film at all. However, it provided gay moviegoers with a mostly positive experience, even if they
Shocker.
were the only people in.
What year was this? I forget what film he's even talking about. What? Why is this the leftovers ones? What? The chapters are broken. Oh. Man. I have to go back to the beginning, don't I? Shit. I forgot to look at the time code. Oh my god. Oh no. Okay. Well.
More complicated, leading to a climactic confrontation who is hosting the party for his friend Rod.
God damn it.
This video is brought to you by Squarespace. This film is not about lesbianism. It's about the power of lies to destroy people's lives. This film is not about homosexuality. It's about loneliness. This film is not about homosexuality, it's about insanity. This film is definitely about homosexuality. The Boys in the Band is a 1970 American film directed by William Friedkin of Exorcist.
1970. Okay, he already told me. All right, I should have just been listening. Wow. Yeah, this is a lot for 1970.
Available to gay couples on society's terms and raise the questions, how do two guys who refuse to play society's game define a non-role-based relationship? While the film was inspired by the gay liberation movement, it was dismissed as a trivial soap opera by the establishment press and savaged by gay liberationists for its romantic illusions and lack of radical conviction. David, an ex-seminarian, teaches school in New York City and settles into a monogamous relationship with Mark, a straight identified insurance salesman in the film. The first part of the movie examines their meeting, romance, union, and split. Their relationship is a protracted and planned love story parody, in which they go to the opera, roll in the fall leaves in Central Park, watch each other shave in the morning, and imitate every heterosexual movie cliché about love and marriage. The connection ends due to Mark's reluctance to be possessed and David's nagging fears. David investigates the alternatives in the second half of the film. Promiscuous sex in Fire Island bathhouses and orgies are as unsatisfactory to him as his persistent loneliness. David meets Jason, a divorced photographer who helps him begin to alter his notions about the nature of homosexual relationships. Freedom from the assumption of roles in an unstructured relationship is difficult to depict on film in a poetic style without inviting skepticism. But the filmmakers were aware of this and purposefully opted to regard romance as the bottom line. As a result of the filmmakers couching his message in such endlessly romantic terms, the picture enraged the same people fighting for such a political redefinition. A Very Natural Thing had such significant promotion and distribution issues that it had little influence. However, it is still viewed as a breakthrough film in queer cinema theory classes. The New York Post described it as an argument rather than entertainment. While Judith Crist said, "If the gay liberation movement wants its own mediocre movie, here it is." Elsewhere in cinemas, John Schlesinger's Sunday Bloody Sunday was a poignant, understanding, and interesting story that has consistently been cited since as an example of a good gay film that failed to make it at the box office. Proof that homosexuality is not a money-making proposition in movie terms. The problem, however, was in the packaging. Sunday Bloody Sunday was a talky, introspective British production that wasn't intended for a wide audience in the United States. It was noted in the 1980s that there appears to be very little room in the American market anymore for the small but interesting film. According to producers and writers, this is now the specialty of television films. Interesting how history repeats itself, as small and interesting now seems to be the forte of streaming services. This film, Schlesinger said, is not about the sexuality of these people. These movies never seem to be about the sexuality of the people in them. These people were a gay doctor, a straight career lady, and a bisexual artist with whom they were both in love. Sunday Bloody Sunday was not about sexuality, as Schlesinger correctly said. However, it was a film in which alternative sexuality was taken for granted, something that gay activists had long sought. It was a film on human relationships, and how they do not always correspond to our expectations of what love should be. The film portrayed a joyful ending for a gay character whose boring resignation is not the result of his homosexuality. In his final monologue, he informs the audience,
They say, he never made you happy, and I say, but I am happy, apart from missing him. All my life I've been looking for somebody courageous, resourceful. He's not it, but something. We were something.
But America despised Sunday Bloody Sunday. One kiss between the men created even more controversy than scenes of them in bed together. Male-male relationships were characterized by nothing but sex. Yet genuine love between men was frowned upon in most eyes. And it was the first time on screen when a loving kiss between two men was not intended to shock or repulse in American cinema. It drew gasps from spectators. And as a result, several theaters refused to book the film at all. However, it provided gay moviegoers with a mostly positive experience, even if they were the only people in the theater. Aside from the more serious gay films, gays were popping up in small roles all over Hollywood, mostly as comedic foils, perhaps most famously in Mel Brooks's The Producers. But all of this laughter was lost on the National Gay Task Force. which issued a set of guidelines for studios to follow, including homosexuality isn't funny. Use the same rules you have for other minorities. If bigots don't get away with it if they hate Catholics, they can't get away with it if they hate gays. Stereotypical people do exist, but if such a minority of any group receives exclusive media exposure, that is bigotry. Television, which is subject to the regulation of the FCC and to the reaction of its advertisers to vocal public opinion, was more vulnerable to this type of activist pressure than was the motion picture industry. Television programming, which aired nearly 24 hours a day, was always in need of societal concerns to address, homosexuality being one of them. A film must be a success, but if a television show fails, there is always next week and another subject to try. Therefore, experimentation was encouraged. Pressure from gay liberation influenced television's approach to portraying homosexuality for the American audience, and it was successful in achieving a more balanced and surely more prolific discourse on television than in film. Archie Bunker, Norman Lear's charming bigot, first encountered homosexuality in 1972, when he realized that one of his drinking buddies, a former football star, was gay.
How long you known me? 10, 12 years? Yeah. In all that time, did I ever mention a woman?
Well, what difference does that make? You're a bachelor.
So?
I know, but bachelors, they're always acting kind of private.
Exactly.
Oh, come on, Steve.
Watching from the White House, President Nixon declared it distasteful because it made a good man look like a fool. It is unclear if Nixon was talking about Archie Bunker or the football player. That same year, ABC made a significant step forward in the portrayal of ordinary gay men on television. That Certain Summer, a 2-hour movie of the week, presented the story of a divorced dad who chooses to tell his 14-year-old son that he is gay when his son arrives for a weekend visit. When the father eventually gets around to describing the issue to his son, the boy rushes away, unable to deal with it. For gay liberationists, the narrative was a little too soft. While it earned glowing reviews in the mainstream press, several gay writers criticized it for being too hesitant and unduly cautious. But with the critical success of That Certain Summer, the barriers seemed to come crashing down for television. By the mid-1970s, queer characters had appeared on virtually every sitcom, drama, and talk show in primetime TV. All in the Family, Rhoda, Maude, Barney Miller, MASH, The Bob Newhart Show, and scores of others featured gay characters. The Naked Civil Servant and The War Widow, two spectacular television.
Damn, I basically know nothing about queer film. I'm just today I found out.
Dramas were uplifting depictions of the lives of LGBTQ people, both real and fictitious. Both series instilled in its key characters a sense of history and their position as strugglers for sexual freedom. Both shows revealed a hidden aspect of the gay experience through romance and humor. Although Quentin Crisp's story in The Naked Civil Servant was not a gay liberationist's dream by any means, gays greatly admired and respected Crisp's defiant lifestyle.
When you're being followed, there are a number of rules to obey. Never look back. On no account run. Gradually increase the pace to 5 miles an hour. If this does not deter him, do not stop until forcibly stopped.
Hey!
Stand still and look at him. It may work.
Who the hell do you think you are?
Jesus.
Be very polite. It may work. No one, really. Sir, offer money. It may work.
Yet, no gay heroes emerged on the movie screen. At least not until the release of Dog Day Afternoon. The film, directed by Sidney Lumet and starring Al Pacino, is a complex and nuanced exploration of the queer experience. Set during a bank robbery gone awry in Brooklyn, the film tells the story of Sonny, a man who robs a bank in order to pay for Leon's, Sonny's partner's, gender confirmation surgery. Leon isn't given a feminine name in the movie, FYI. As the story unfolds, we learn more about Sonny and Leon's relationship. We discover that Leon is a pre-op trans woman, and Sonny is willing to do whatever it takes to support her, including robbing a bank to fund the procedure. This is a powerful statement about the lengths that queer people will go to in order to support and care for one another, especially in a society that is often hostile and unwelcoming. The film also explores the impact of queer identity on the characters' relationships with their families. When Sonny's mother comes to the bank to try and talk him out of the robbery, he reveals to her that Leon is a trans woman. Her reaction is one of shock and disgust. Another important queer theme in Dog Day Afternoon is the way that Sonny's sexuality and gender identity intersect with his working class background. Throughout the film, we see Sonny interacting with other members of his community, including his friends and the police officers who are trying to negotiate with him. His working class background is an important part of his identity, and it's clear that he feels a sense of loyalty and connection to his community. Something not often seen among queer characters who were usually artists or working in fields of high esteem, like universities. Made for a budget of $3.5 million, it went on to gross $56 million at the box office, or $381 million when adjusted for inflation, and was nominated for 6 Oscars, including Best Picture, bursting the bubble of the assumption that movies with queer characters and themes can't succeed. But Al Pacino returned to gay cinema 5 years later with Cruising, which did not go over so well. Cruising was based on a 1970 novel by the New York Times editor Gerald Walker that portrayed the process by which a New York City policeman, assigned to capture a psychotic killer of gay men, becomes aware of his own homosexuality and then commences killing gay men. The gay characters in the novel are all filled with self-hatred and hatred for the people who turned them gay. The blame usually falls on the first man with whom they had sex. The killer intimates that the homosexual lifestyle is an inherently violent one. The killer in the film adaptation knifes his victims to death during or immediately following sex, and the film opens with a shot of a gangrenous severed arm floating in the Hudson River. Al Pacino's character, a cop, immerses himself in the underground of heavy leather and sadomasochism. As the film goes on...
Jesus Christ. Oh my god. This is terrible. That's so bad. Bro, what the fuck?
He becomes agitated and restless, a state brought about by his own sexual identity crisis, though his motives are never explored or explained. When he finally locates the killer, he stabs him, which puts the killer in the hospital under police custody. Pacino's assignment is over. However, another murder follows. This time, that of Pacino's gay next-door neighbor, who was the only relatively happy gay character in the movie. It is implied in the end that Pacino himself had committed this final murder, and the film ends with him gazing at himself in a mirror. In a statement to the press, the director, screenwriter, William Friedkin, of Boys in the Band, said that he was not sure who the real murderer was, and that furthermore, he did not consider the murderer to be homosexual. A more likely conclusion is that
just fucking straight up fear-mongering. Like, I don't know. I doubt that at this time a film would have been made about intimate partner violence between like a cis-het couple, you know?
Friedkin deliberately obscured the identity of the killer, either consciously or unconsciously, as a response to the wave of protests that arose in the summer of 1979 when he began filming. Gays who protested the making of the film maintained that it would show that when Pacino recognized his attraction to the homosexual world, he would become psychotic and begin to kill. So, Friedkin avoided that situation by leaving the ending of the film relatively ambiguous. Yet Friedkin realized that his film said what gay activists claimed it said, and he added a disclaimer to all prints of the film. This film is not intended as an indictment of the homosexual world. It is set in one small segment of that world, which is not meant to be representative of the whole. Gay audiences around this time began to see that Hollywood was willing to overlook successful queer films, but would mire themselves in their failures. The most insightful and important films were those which had been made in struggle, by small groups of people and against tremendous odds. The producers and directors of the British film Nighthawks spent 5 years preparing and gathering funds for their film about a gay teacher who spends his nights cruising in bars and discos and having one-night stands. Nighthawks offers an almost documentary-style look into the evening cityscape of the ritualistic life of a man who is becoming aware that he lives 2 lives. The dispassionate view of London gay nightlife allows a gay male audience to experience the hunt as more than a passive spectator. There is an uncanny feeling that each member of the audience is himself cruising, recognizing a look, a gesture, a glance, then realizing it is meant for the character in the film, through whose eyes we are looking. No slick and sensational Hollywood peep show, Nighthawks is a perceptive film, with modest intentions, and it succeeded without compromising its scope for commercial reasons. While William Friedkin was on New York streets filming the blood and guts Hollywood version of The Gay Underground, Nighthawks opened in New York and got what turned out to be better reviews than Cruising would get 6 months later. And some queer filmmakers were willing, not just to step outside of the Hollywood system, but shit all over it. John Waters became synonymous with the queer underground cinema movement of the 1970s thanks to his outrageous and subversive style. Waters' films are known for their irreverent humor, over-the-top characters, and outrageous subject matter. He has always been drawn to the marginalized and the taboo, and his films often explore themes of sexuality, gender, and identity. Many of his films feature queer characters, and he has been credited with helping to break down barriers and challenge stereotypes about queer people, especially the messy ones. And we love a messy queer. Waters' film Female Trouble, released in 1974, is a classic example of his queer cinema. The film follows the story of Dawn Davenport, played by the divine Divine, who is a rebellious teenager with a troubled home life. She runs away from home and becomes involved in a series of crimes, ultimately leading to her downfall. The film features a cast of characters that includes drag queens, sex workers, and other outsiders who challenge societal norms of gender and sexuality. Another notable film in Waters' canon is Desperate Living. The film takes place in a fictional town called Mortville, where the residents are all social outcasts and deviants. The film features a cast of characters that includes a lesbian couple, a transgender woman, and a group
This sounds fucking awesome. I need to watch all of these films.
of militant feminists. The film is a dark comedy that explores themes of power, privilege, and oppression. And most iconically, there's pink flamingos. The queerness of this film is evident in the way it portrays its characters and its themes, and it remains a potent example of the power of queer cinema to disrupt and subvert all expectations.
Gentlemen of the press, get ready, because you are about to witness the biggest news event of the year. Live homicide!
One of the most striking aspects of Pink Flamingos is the way it portrays its central character. Divine is a larger-than-life figure, both in terms of her physical appearance and her personality. She is a force of nature, unapologetically embracing her own queerness and challenging anyone who tries to limit or control her. Her sexuality is fluid, and she engages in relationships with both men and women throughout the film. In addition to its portrayal of queer characters, Pink Flamingos also explores themes that are central to the queer experience. The film's focus on outsiders and those who are marginalized by mainstream society is a recurring theme throughout, with characters like Divine and her cohorts living on the fringes of society and rejecting traditional norms. At the same time, Pink Flamingos is also a celebration of queer culture and a testament to the power of queer resilience. Despite the violence and degradation they face, Divine and her cohorts remain defiant, refusing to be cowed by the oppressive forces of society. Their queerness is a source of strength and a way of connecting with others who share their experiences, creating a sense of community and belonging in the face of adversity. Content warning, though. Waters' films are also notable for their celebration of camp, a style that embraces theatricality and excess. Waters' influence on the world of film and popular culture is undeniable. He has inspired countless artists and filmmakers, and his work has been celebrated for its subversive and irreverent humor. His films have also helped to pave the way for a greater representation of queer characters and stories in mainstream media. By challenging societal norms and pushing boundaries, Waters has left an indelible mark on the world of cinema and beyond. These queer underground films opened the minds of many who wanted nothing to do with queer people. Throughout the 1970s, we continued to appear on some of the most popular TV shows in the world, such as Dallas and MASH. And in 1979 came the groundbreaking documentary Before Stonewall. The documentary combines archival footage, interviews with queer activists and scholars, and personal accounts to chronicle the history of the queer community in America. It highlights the experiences of queer people in different regions of the country and in various spheres of society, including the arts, politics, and even sports. One of the documentary's key strengths is its emphasis on diversity in the queer community. The film showcases the lives of people like Bayard Rustin, a gay African-American civil rights leader who worked with Martin Luther King, and Sylvia Rivera, a transgender activist who played a significant role in the Stonewall riots. Film and television were now being used to show the world that we were people. Complex and diverse. And with a burgeoning queer political power structure rising up in California, New York, and DC, as well as a crop of new gay filmmakers beginning to be noticed by Hollywood, it seemed like we were ready to tear down those closet doors for good. And in the summer of 1981, pre-production had even begun on Making Love, a major studio film from 20th Century Fox about a married man coming to terms with his homosexuality and the love triangle that develops between him, his wife, and another man. But in that same summer, a rare cancer began appearing in gay men, followed by a cluster of pneumocystis pneumonia cases in San Francisco and New York. And then, gay men across the world began dying. And suddenly, Hollywood's opinion of us didn't matter so much.
Aware. Keck wait. That's the end? Oh, fuck. Man. You can't leave me like that. Why'd you do me like that? Keck wait. Keck wait. Well, that was grim. I hope I have something better next. Oh, it's Shakespeare. Celebrities aren't people and neither are you. Well, that doesn't sound very happy at all. Oh geez. Oh no. Oh, none of these are happy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Padilla. Padilla is, morally neutral. I mean, at least this one. It's about monks, so I hope, I hope.
What I just want you to do is you just use your strength and just like hit it against my arm here.
You want me to hit you like it's a baseball bat?
Yeah.
Okay. Before we get into this episode, I just want to say that this episode is going to be a little bit different than usual. I'll be sitting down with these Buddhist monks to get insight into the mentality and discipline required to achieve these incredible, frankly, superhuman changes that they've achieved with their mind and their body. And I know, hello, Shiheng Yi, master of the Shaolin Temple, Europe.
Hello, Anthony, and thank you very much for this invitation.
Shifu Shiyan Mi, founder and abbot of the USA Shaolin Temple. What does being a Shaolin master mean?
To be a Shaolin master means you not only have martial arts skills, you must have the philosophy, knowledge.
Right.
To share with different people. I've been training over 50 years.
Over 50 years by now?
Can you believe it or not?
Can you believe that?
I started with the age of 4 doing, let's say, these physical activities already. The development, I would say, for me was gradual. I always was part of it. What we all encounter in our lifetimes is what we call suffering in all different types of variations. There are methods included, involved in these practices, which are helping you to overcome the suffering. And now this is a very important part. You can live a life and avoid suffering, but overcoming suffering is something different. Overcoming implies you felt it already, but found a way now to still deal with it, cope with it, and that same type of suffering is just not appearing anymore because you have overcome it. Shaolin Monastery is a Buddhist monastery. You are not allowed to leave the monastery, and you have many, many different rules that you need to, let's say, abide to while you stay inside the monastery. If you want to develop something if you want to attain a new skill, let's just say you want to learn another language. The quickest way to learn this language is for the next 30 days, you take care you have something to eat, you have enough sleep, and the rest of the time you study. You don't watch television, you don't go on social media, you don't play any games, you don't go out on party, you don't drink alcohol, you don't take drugs. You sleep, you eat, and you train.
We hear a lot of things that almost feel like myths about what people who practice Kung Fu to the level to become a master are capable of. We hear about finger punching, about the iron head, about having bones that are stronger than steel. Have you experienced any of that? Have you witnessed anyone that has?
Just let you feel. So, or maybe, I don't know if you have something to hit there.
Oh boy, you want me to hit you?
Oh, you can take a piece of wood.
Are you for real?
Yeah, take any piece of wood there.
Okay.
So, okay. What I just want you to do is you just use your strength. Just imagine this would be your arm, and just like you hit it against my arm here, somewhere on this.
Right here. And you want me to hit how hard?
You start. Really take it really strong like this.
You want me to hit you like it's a baseball bat?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll hit medium first, and then I'll hit hard, or just hit hard?
You can go slow.
Oh my God.
Go.
I feel
Go,
it's
go,
gonna.
go, go.
You think it's gonna?
Go.
Oof.
Are you kidding? This isn't affecting your skin?
Okay.
For real? Go. Harder?
So how does it feel for you?
It feels like I'm about to shatter this. I mean, like.
Holy fuck.
That's extremely hard. That's extremely hard. If you did that to my bones, I think that my arm would break.
So that means now you can answer for yourself how it is. You can feel it's all okay.
It feels superhuman. I mean, like you could see, like you could just see the way your arms look here. It looks like not just the musculature, but the skeletal base. It feels like they're
something different. When it comes to the development of the body, the more on the outside something is like located, just like your skin.
Yeah.
The quicker actually it is to change something about it. Yeah. You're unhappy with your skin. Do a 7-day treatment. After 7 days, 14 days, it's already possible to see some changes on the skin. Muscles, tendons, fascia, blood vessels, bones. The more deep you start to go inside, the longer the training will be needed. So when I talk about the mind, then in my way of how I understand it, it is so super fine, impossible to even put it into a form. And now saying that you are transforming the mind, changing the mind, it's the hardest out of everything. If you cannot even change the skin, if you cannot change the muscles, if you cannot change the bones, how do you want to know how to change the mind? If you unlock something about the mind, you unlock something at the same time, simultaneously, in regards to what is your body able to deliver.
I read that when you were younger, you learned to break rocks with your head. Is that true? Is that just a myth? That seems like a legend.
I can break some of my head anytime I want.
Anytime?
Anytime.
Do you want to do it right now?
Because for many years, self-discipline, you have to challenge yourself in life. You have to discipline yourself. You have to encourage yourself. That way you can master yourself. In our lives, you cannot change things overnight. You have to take it step by step and to be able to build it like this. You cannot overnight do this, yeah? You have to keep stretching your physical, stretch your brains, discipline yourself. You'd be able to do it.
So that's not just physical, that's mental.
It's mental.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
How so?
When you stretch, you pain. You have pain, yeah? You scare yourself. I'm gonna break in my body? You're not. Absolutely not. Everyone has the flexibilities. You have to keep it. You have to maintain it. To discipline yourself, to train harder every day.
So it's about getting comfortable with the pain. It's
Exactly.
about feeling okay with the pain.
It's a part of life.
You still experience what some might call pain, but you see the signal, you listen to the signal, and you acknowledge that you don't necessarily need to pay attention to it. You don't need to focus all of your energy toward, this is something that I need to escape. I need to run away and stop this.
Yes. Is it worth it to stop your plan just because of this pain right now? Or is the achievement of your goal, whatever it is that you have put upon yourself, still worth to go over that pain? Like a simple exercise people know from the movies. You just stand in the so-called horse stance.
Like this, squatting?
Yes, like squatting with the feet a little bit more wide.
Okay.
Okay, like parallel the
Parallel.
feet. Okay, like this, always good. And now try stay like this, but take your butt in. Take the, yes, more. Yes, so arms like so. Okay? And now this position, you like stay for 5 minutes.
5 minutes? What? I think I got maybe 35 seconds maybe in me.
No, okay, but just a moment, stay like this, yeah?
Okay.
You feel it's gonna get exhausting. Yeah. Quick. Every moment right now, you are torn between sit down and relax or use it and push myself.
I have a choice.
You have a choice. But the good thing is you don't give yourself choice. And you just say, for the next 20 seconds. So 1, 2.
I decided to test myself. I was in high school. I think I was like 16 years old. I was like, I'm just gonna like try and hold a yoga pose for 30 minutes. And I did. It was like upward dog. And I think I ruined my body forever. My lower back was like never quite the same. So, I don't know. Maybe I was doing it wrong.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, there we go. So.
That felt like a lifetime.
And this is the thing, why you need someone who guides you, who pushes you through, who helps you, who motivates you, and makes it because he wants you to discover something, how strong you really are.
If you weren't counting there, I would have given up 20 seconds earlier.
If I would have given you the choice, you wouldn't even make the 20 seconds. Sometimes in different other traditions, we say, if you are losing the fire inside of you, life is over. So what do you need in order to live like life? We need fire. And this fire only comes also when we are using willpower. In order to stay the 20 seconds, you need willpower. And the more you have this, the more internally it starts to generate this heat, this fire, this vitality. It is that vitality that makes you then push through things, even if it will become hard one day. It's this energy.
And I could see practicing that over and over again can really sit with you throughout your daily life and remind you that you have a choice to continue. You are capable of more than you ever thought you could be. And that is a physical representation of a physical limitation that I thought I had. But that translates to the mind, to your thoughts.
Yes. Now you start to understand for yourself the power that lies inside of you. And this is why no matter what impulses or are coming from the outside, you realize them, but not like before. It's shaking you. Everything can come, but you can still always decide, what are you going to do with it? You want to follow that emotion? You want to follow that impulse? Or do you say, oh no, actually it's not important, let it go?
You're able to see your limits and know a little bit closer where they are and how much more you're capable of. So when life throws all the shit it's going to throw at you, you're able to take a step back and look at that with, bringing in all the information without allowing yourself to go down the path of worry, stress, anxiety.
Anxiety often nowadays, like related in a way to the fear of the future. And I love the fact that I don't know what's coming tomorrow. Just imagine, you would already know what tomorrow, the week after, your complete life, what is going to happen. You already know. Everything that you see in the mind, how big can that vision be? It can only be as big as your ability of imagination and of vision. So that means if your mind is small, then small things can happen in your life. And if you think that all of this whole universe is just here in order to fulfill our personal expectations about life, I think this is not the proper perspective. I think that one alternative way to see yourself is, we have been placed in somewhere, and now it's for you until the end of lifetime to discover what exists here to be discovered. For example, I think you also know this symbol of this yin and yang, you know, I mean, it's a common symbol.
Balance?
Balance. Balance is key. So what we try to achieve, of course, is balance, but it also is like standing or symbolizing another aspect, which I before mentioned. We want to get to the mind, but you don't approach the mind directly. We approach the mind by using the body. You want to know what is success? You don't directly approach success. Sometimes in order to start to know what is success, you will have to see and get to know the failure. Because only if you have this one and that one, then together they are harmonious. If you only are used to success, it's one-sided. Where's the counterpart?
Will it always swing back?
And that is exactly what, in different ways, how it can occur, in different ways, how it's gonna, let's say, pay back. You cannot trick this universe.
You've done this demonstration, and it's interesting when you do this demonstration because it's just using physics to get this point across.
Yes.
Can you represent what you
No.
the demonstration here?
It should just give you an idea of understanding. How can I know for myself, for example, before I take a decision? What type of decision should I take? So very often when we walk through this lifetime, there is either something that you like or something that you dislike. The consequence of liking for many of us is you see something and you start to have this positive feeling. Yeah, we like positive feelings. That's why positive feeling is something we would actually like to bring closer to us. You like your girlfriend, you like your boyfriend, so that means you want to keep him close. The person is here already. The situation is here already. What you are doing right now is you try to bring it closer than it is. You are forcing it to be closer. The problem is that the more you force it, we say in the Buddhist teachings, nothing stays as it is. So after you have a long way of forcing and pulling, if then the time comes, then you see that the amount of what you started to force and pull is just gonna like move in the opposite direction. You forced something into a situation, into a person, which is not how it is. How is it? That's how it is.
Balanced.
So it's there already. Why do you want to bring it closer? Enjoy right now what you have here.
What about when you push things away? Same?
The more energy you invest in pushing, and there it just like, at the same time, one day, if nothing stays the same, just swings back in that same amount towards yourself. So this is why we say, walking through this lifetime and learning, mentally leave the things as they are. The pulling part, this is nowadays easy. Our world at the moment is very much propagated into this direction, that it is always about attaining. Nothing is about downgrading. Buddhism is about downgrading.
And what are you downgrading?
It's this nice image, I think. Look, often we use this picture that a small child coming to this world and it's like a clear glass of water. But once that happens, the parents come and put their drop of education already into the child. Then you go into the school system, the teachers put their knowledge into the child. The advertising, the newspaper, all of these things having effect and starting to fill up the child with ideas, with idols, with concepts, with judgments. And so what we say is, hopefully you are either having an environment that really takes care what they are putting into you, but very often we don't know what is entering us. So one day we just wake up and realize that we are looking into the world completely with strange ideas that are not helpful for us. And what is now what we regard as Buddhism? Yeah, and it is not a religion. It is about method to realize that I have looked into the mirror and I can see that I am full of dirt. And I would really wish to have a life where I can see more clear, where I am feeling more clear, and where I am more clean. And now I need somebody who helps me in order to get this clean. This is not about what your parents expect from you, what the society expects from you. This is about you finally watch inside yourself and figure out, is it really like this, that the life quality is about the way how you feel? And if it is like this, then now comes the good part. It's because you feel it. It's in your hands. And this is where the journey starts. It's always the same person. It's always the same character who is walking through this lifetime. A character sometimes having different virtues that he's living by, different guiding principles, and also different, let's say, internal abilities. Let's just say one, discipline.
So what does discipline mean? Because I feel like a lot of people hear that and they're like, okay, it means patience, it means doing things that I don't want to do.
Discipline means, for example, there's no excuses to make. Today is so hot. Today is so cold. I don't want to do these things. I'm tired. I don't want to get out of the bed. Different kind of, uncomfortable, not comfortable situation. You have to understand yourself. Why I am here, ask yourself. Give yourself some questions. Stay in front of the mirror, look at yourself. I'm here with purpose. I must do something meaningful to myself.
A lot of people are stuck with a feeling of maybe uncertainty about their purpose in life, about what the reason for their existence is, what their purpose is. To you, what is the meaning of life? To you, what is your purpose?
Once I really heard a sentence that very, very much resonated with me. And that one was to not wait until somewhere the sense of life is gonna float around and you're gonna be ready to grab it. Because what happens if this situation never comes? Or what happens if you see it but you miss it? Does it mean then your life has no sense anymore? The most proper thing is to give a sense to whatever you are doing for yourself. Don't wait for anybody else to tell you what your sense is supposed to be. You have to find a sense and give a sense to the things that you are doing. You give purpose why you wake up.
For me, I've seen that the best way for me to achieve any of these big goals that I have is to A, realize that I just want it, I don't need it. That allows me to see it with a very clear mind. And also that I don't need to make the biggest change in the world immediately to attain it. I can keep it in my mind and slowly make choices, small choices that are yes or no here, but I see that I'm making them to eventually lead to a bigger goal. And I used to approach life as having a big goal, needing to completely change everything and be the person that I thought that I needed to be to make the goal happen, when now that I've eased up and allowed myself to just guide myself down the flow of life toward something that I think that's where I want to be. I think that's where I want life to take me, rather than getting in that steam engine boat and going upstream and going against the way that the natural flow of life. That's when I've started to see my life unfold in a way that's very pleasant for me. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Just before I came here, I just took a shower to look good, you know. Yeah, but there exactly came again. Just imagine, for example, tomorrow you wake up, all of this is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Your YouTube channels are gone, everything is gone. The thing is, I strongly believe it wouldn't matter to you. Because you just continue. You just start build up something new again.
Mm.
Why? Because it's embedded in you already. Because the character is there already. You know, it doesn't matter, you know, if people take all this, what has been built up now, take it away. Yeah, but there is something inside of you, me, many other people that cannot be taken away anymore.
You also had a demonstration that you were thinking about doing about alignment and harmony.
Especially in this field of nowadays yoga, meditation, or what we call qigong, what people practice. It is super important to learn and use your breath in the proper way. So which means, for example, as an exercise, you can just try and test for yourself how much are you able to regulate the breath. And now I'm just breathing loud that you can hear it, and that also like maybe your audience can hear it, but let's just see, for example, how much the inhalation goes.
Mm-hmm.
Ew, what the fuck? That was forever. Holy shit. That is crazy breath control.
And the longer you practice, the longer these things become, yeah? Regulating the breath really means you need to take time, you need to concentrate, you really need to readjust at all moments to release like tension inside of the chest, inside of the abdomen area, in order to allow your body to take that much of oxygen, of air inside. So why is it important? Because you want more energy, you need more oxygen.
What is it in general that brings you the most joy?
I'm doing to share with people. I can see people change physically, mentally, life. That's the most richest gift to my life.
Can you teach me how to properly show my respects and a thank you?
Traditionally, we had, for example, the fist and this.
Mm-hmm.
This was like traditionally the martial art greeting. It's like this.
Mm-hmm.
In Buddhism, we sometimes have both palms we place in front of the heart. Sometimes I used to think with this gesture, it's not the left brain, it's not the right brain. It's not about thinking. It's about feeling. That's why it's in front of the heart. But that is the second way. And the third way is this one.
Oh!
I'm a friend of balance, even though I don't look like it. Yes, look for them. Yeah, it's funny. Some people already mentioned before. Sometimes I talk about balance, but then people take my picture, and if you look at my face, my left side is like quite different than the right one.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
You
Yeah.
see?
Yeah.
So what they say is, you talk about balance, your face doesn't look balanced. How can you be balanced?
Hi, my name is Shakespeare, your new best friend. I like reading, writing, and putting on a show, but my favorite thing to be is yours. I was invented for you. Every plastic breath I take is for you. You can dress me up however you like. You can choose the words I say and how I say them. You can berate me and yell at me and call me worthless. You can do my hair and pinch my cheeks. I'll never get tired. I'll never grow obsolete. I'll never get tired of lacking agency. I am a mangled Barbie doll trapped in its box, living out an exhibitionist fantasy, but I am not alone. There are hundreds more like me. Thousands, millions of us, you see? We're all animals trapped in our cages, predestined to spend eternity chewing off the wrong leg, the leg unchained. We never grow tired on this conveyor belt of performance. We never run out of space for more eyes. Our rooms never feel too small when filled with our audiences. We never get tired of being yours. I was invented for you. Every beat of my plastic heart is for you. My name is Shakespeare, and I am your very best thing.
In January 1818, Mary Shelley published what was to become the greatest Gothic horror story of all time. Frankenstein started as a short story spurred on by a bet, because talented people are annoying and they can spawn monumental pieces of artwork at the drop of a hat, I guess. Imagine you make a silly bet with your friends while you're vacationing in Geneva, Switzerland of all places, and one of you writes The Vampire, and another writes fucking Frankenstein. God, I am so talentless and alone. Which is, funnily enough, exactly what Victor Frankenstein was thinking approximately 12 hours before making the greatest mistake of his life. Frankenstein the novel follows a young scientist named Frankenstein the person, who is currently in shambles over the death of his mother. Which is totally valid, by the way. But instead of going to therapy or talking to a friend to deal with these tough emotions, Victor does something that this current generation hasn't seen in a gothic brooding hero since Twilight. Victor throws himself into his studies to deal with his overwhelming grief, and finds that he's actually quite good at science. Chemistry, to be exact. And through some indeterminate means that we probably shouldn't gloss over, but do, Victor realizes that he can give living qualities to non-living things. He can literally impart life onto beings, which is kind of a big deal for all of us who aren't, like, Beyonce. Most scholars think that, in order to make his creature, Victor raided graveyards for various body parts, sewed them together, and got a brain from the college to put in the creature's skull, meaning that the creature is 3 seconds alive and already has a better college education than I do with none of the debt. Fucking nepotism, babies. The interesting thing about the creature is that he's created to be beautiful. Victor ensures this by painstakingly choosing each feature. He gives the creature lustrous black hair that flows down his neck and pearly white teeth that shine in his mouth. But upon animating him, Victor notices that the creature is an uggo. His eyes are watery and unnaturally white, his complexion is shriveled, and his lips are black. The creature stands at a whopping 8 feet, and everything about him is proportioned to fit this size. He's like Shaq with less riz. Needless to say, everyone is terrified by this creature, but none are more terrified than Victor. In fact, he hates the creature. It's destructive and hideous, and it threatens the very lifeblood of his friends and family. He wishes to abandon it. He wishes to kill it. But the creature absorbs every inch of Victor's life until there's nothing left. He kills Victor's brother, his brother's nanny by proxy, Victor's best friend, Victor's wife. Even when we speak of Frankenstein, we erroneously attribute that name to the creature, giving little thought to the actual person behind the monster. There's a metaphor coming. Victor Frankenstein's dilemma is not unlike the dilemma facing celebrities today. Most of them create intentionally beautiful public personas, their very own creatures, who end up becoming hideous shadows that are cast over the celebrity's personal identity. One major example of this phenomenon would be the dichotomy between Lady Gaga and Stephanie Germanotta. Gaga sat down with CBS Sunday Morning host Lee Cohen in 2016 and 2020. Lee is one of those unfortunate souls who look a lot like Tucker Carlson, with the only grand difference between Lee and Tucker being that Lee still has his job. In the 2016 interview, Gaga speaks about dividing herself into two different individuals. The godlike being she encapsulates on stage, made up of vibrant wigs and eccentric costumes, and the version of her that has grown and evolved privately for the past 36 years. Lady Gaga, the persona, is hard to shake off for Stephanie Germanotta, the person. She likens it to being unable to wash Gaga off after a performance. When she goes home, when she's with her family, she's still metaphorically wearing those precariously styled wigs, still wrapped in the fragile fabric of her costumes. It's gotten to the point where Stephanie expresses a sort of hatred for Lady Gaga. Stephanie's the young Victor Frankenstein, beholding his hideous creature and deciding that he made a mistake. He played God a little too well. It's like the infamous meat dress has been stapled to Stephanie's body since wearing it. It grows more putrid and abhorrent as time goes on, but she can't find the goddamn zipper. Eventually, the dress will completely entomb her, as the creature did with Frankenstein's life. It'll get harder and harder to discern between the two women. You know what's funny and completely unrelated yet parallel to this discussion? They preserved Lady Gaga's meat dress. It's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, looking like a 2-pixel flesh prison from Silent Hill 1999. It has less dimension than Lara Croft's chest in 1996. Nothing that looks like that is absorbing anything. There's not enough dimension. Lady Gaga isn't the only celebrity disenchanted with the monster she made. Celebrities in every faction of the industry, celebrities all over the world, are jumping at the opportunity to tell you that they're miserable. And I don't say that with the condescension of denying these claims or even with the naivety of saying celebrities don't have good reason to feel this way. I say it with an alert understanding of just how desperate celebrities are to reveal this information. This confession is vital. It's fundamental for us as an audience to see them as performers and go, wait, no, that's not right. Celebrities aren't performers. I should say, celebrities aren't just performers. They're people. People who seem to have been called into a slaughterhouse stocked with microphones and cameras, whose every move is recorded, analyzed, and replayed to the masses. Secret moments, private flings, even their breakdowns and cries for help are cut, cast, and directed. Money can't buy you reprieve from this. Status only encourages it. Celebrities are trapped the moment they become recognizable. In a 2014 short film titled Yours and Mine, Beyoncé states, "When you're famous, no one looks at you as a human anymore. You become the property of the public." Celebrities sit at an intersection of real and not real, of human and manufactured creature. And yet, even through this objectification, they're everything we want to be. Beautiful, rich, adored. All throughout history, we've begged for these characteristics. If we have to live a life without fame, we might as well not live it at all. Such were the thoughts of Mary McLean in her 1902 novel, The Story of Mary McLean. McLean was a Canadian-American writer with a rich and oftentimes controversial history. Her first book, The Story of Mary McLean, was thought to be a danger to vulnerable minds. Her and her LGBT nature would corrupt the world and convert our youth. She'd make thieves and spinsters out of our children. Or worse, they'd desire the touch of another woman. The New Yorker even wrote in 1902 that Mary McLean is mad. She should be put under medical treatment and pens and paper kept out of her way until she is restored to reason. Within her controversial novel, McLean beckons to whom she calls the kind devil. She wants him to sweep her out of Montana, as I'm sure everyone in Montana can sympathize with, and send her on a whirlwind adventure through life. This adventure, she argues, was only possible by achieving fame and notoriety. I wish to acquire that beautiful, benign, gentle, satisfying thing, fame. I want it. Oh, I want it. I wish to leave all my obscurity, my misery, my weary unhappiness behind me forever. Mary McLean isn't alone in these ramblings. Over a century later, through old mediums and new ones alike, we too covet fame. Emily M. Danforth wrote an entire 600-page novel about it, how desperate some people are to obtain fame and how, in ironic and fatal ways, fame can change us. Yes, I introduced Danforth's book with a page number just so you know I read a book that's longer than an article. Yes, I'm just as surprised as you that a YouTuber knows how to read. No matter how much you think YouTubers don't read, YouTube commenters read far less. Even among average people, the desire to produce our own famous creature persists. We post endlessly on social media, we hop on trends hoping to be recognized. When that kind devil comes forth and bestows upon us our 15 minutes of fame, we're enthralled. We get in front of our cameras, abashed, and say, God, I didn't really expect this to blow up. Like, I literally just set my camera up while I was doing something quirky and funny, and I really didn't expect all of you to watch it. My mother once told me. Meanwhile, I'm on the other side of the screen yelling at the top of my lungs for you to get to the point. And the point is explaining that small, insignificant feature of your first post that ended up captivating the eyes and hearts of all 1.3 million of us viewers. Do you think I had the time to watch your 2-minute lead-in about a chicken bake recipe your mom gave you when you were 3 years old and somehow allowed in the kitchen just so you can explain why you posted a video about a chicken with its head cut off driving a school bus? Get to the point. Sorry. That was the goldfish attention span talking. Do you still think I'm hot? If we were to look at a scale that had fame on one side and its inherent horrors on the other, it would look a lot more balanced than maybe we're comfortable with admitting. I mean, would you give up your privacy for a chance to be well known? Would you give up your agency to make lots of money? Would you give up your safety to be admired? And, you know, when you think of all the answers to these questions, don't think about your thousands of dollars of student loan debt or your desire to buy a house, or even the fact that you have to work yourself to the bone for the rest of your life, and if you die on the job, they'll just replace your body before it gets cold. By these accounts, fame is like a vibrant Matisse that has been superimposed over the most horrific of Goya's paintings. On the surface, there is happiness, glitz, and glamour. But if you reach forward and scratch at the cracked paint, Saturn's frenzied eyes look back at you, his mouth full of a bloody limb, his expression almost afraid. What if I told you that this is you? That we're all on a crash course headed straight for the inevitable horrors of celebrity culture. That you and Beyonce and Lady Gaga have more in common than you think, and for all the wrong reasons. What if I told you that celebrities aren't people, and neither are you? In February, I posted an informal part 1 to a series. A series that was supposed to be done in March, I know, but I am fighting for my fucking life right now. Regardless, I posed a question in February. How does capitalism turn people into products? We began by tracing the descent of our beauty-sick culture right into the arms of consumerism. Beauty giants, social media, and centuries of conditioning led us to place dystopian levels of importance on our beauty, effectively turning us into the very products we are told to buy. We made a brief pit stop at the intersection of aesthetic niches and doomed subreddits with our not serious analysis of femcels, riot girls, and transgressive girlhood. And now we're here, dearest viewer, at the heart of this research, that of the watched and unwatched life of celebrities, influencers, and everyday internet users alike. How do we arrive at such a lifestyle of performance and fear? How does a mixture of capitalism, ego, incentive, and indoctrination kill the self and leave out the corpse of authenticity, where we are forever stuck in mediocre performance, forever trapped in the smudged lens of a recording camera? We will do our best to be nuanced as always, but remember, the purpose of an essay is not the answers itself, but more so the journey of getting to those answers. Just because I'm focusing my thesis on one of many points in this conversation doesn't mean that I intend to neglect or exclude. Fire off in the comments. That's why they're there. This is now the hour-plus traffic of our stage, the which, if you with patient ears attend, what here shall miss, my toil shall strive to mend. You know, F. Scott Fitzgerald once wrote, "So we beat on, boats against the current, borne back ceaselessly into the past." It's a testament to how overwhelming history can be for us and for our future, no matter how hard we try to outrun it. The green light just outside of Gatsby's reach is simultaneously his past, present, and future crashing together. He has the girl, he's already lost the girl, and he never had the girl to begin with. It's a confusing mishmash of idealism and ambiguity. I'm going to try to make a clean segue here. This contradictory existence is a lot like the history of celebrities. Did celebrities always exist, or have they just sort of spawned in the last century? What makes a celebrity? Who qualifies and who doesn't? No scholar can agree. And it's making my life a lot goddamn harder. The way I see it, you don't exist until corporations can sell you back to yourself. It was true of adolescents in the 1900s. It was true of teenagers back in the mid to late 40s and 50s. And I'm counting it as true even now in our discussion of celebrities. The reason we're so confused about when and where celebrities originated is because we're using synonymous yet alternative words when discussing them. Fame, honor, and glory are drastically different from our current understanding of celebrity. No matter what words you heard me use in the previous sections. I was so young back then. I've grown as a person. Being famous just means having a lot of eyes on you. You don't have to be well liked so much as you have to be well thought of. Renown, an oft-used synonym of fame, is entirely different. When you're renowned, you're still well known, but there's also this implication of glory and eternal admiration. The way I see it, famous people have always existed, even if celebrities, in the modern sense of the word, didn't. If we're being technical, renowned people have always especially been here and are perhaps the closest thing we have to the modern connotations of celebrity. But their fame and fortune came about a lot differently than it would for a movie star or singer. Before the Common Era, philosophers and clerics were considered renowned for their insight and impression upon society. In ancient Greece, athletes were so famous that they were graced with poems and statues in their honor. Centuries later, death at the alleged hands of King Henry II made Thomas Becket so famous that he was canonized 2 years later, and his body was moved to a crypt where visitors could leave kisses on the tomb. The communities of these famous people didn't herald them merely for their existence or art like we would today's celebrities, but instead for what they could do for the moral and prestigious health of their society. The main differences between historical ideas of fame and our current understanding of celebrity is not how many eyes are on you, but how those eyes find you in the first place. Greg Jenner defines celebrities as unique personas made widely known to the public via media coverage, and whose lives are publicly consumed as dramatic entertainment. I would also add that celebrities are defined by the age of mass media. Although various forms of media has existed for centuries before celebrities did, it was often confined to local communities or wealthier demographics. It wasn't until advancements in printing, railway systems, and physical duplication technologies came about that mass media really came into its own. It was made for wider audiences, faster communication, and an appetite for the inner workings of well-known people that minimized earlier forms of fame and glory. There's a sense of urgency to being a celebrity now that simply didn't exist for ancient Greek athletes. If they won the Olympics and brought home gold, or however the Olympics work, I'm too pretty for sports. If they won the games, they brought honor to everything they touched forever. Their fame didn't depend on mass media relevance and consumerism the way modern celebrities do. It's a lifestyle that's simply not comparable to the Kardashians, who have built their celebrity status from mass media itself. Celebrities are modern inventions simply because of how we know them and how we sustain them. Ancient Greek athletes are forever remembered in poetry and on vases, but I don't think anyone, and I mean anyone, is doing that for like Charlie Sheen. I don't even think anyone remembers that that guy isn't dead. Everything we find out about celebrities, we find out the way God intended, through clickable news headlines and leaked police reports parallel to contextless Family Guy clips. How sweet. Man-made horrors beyond my comprehension. Remember when I said that you don't exist until brands try to sell you back to yourself? Industrialization ushered in faster ways for the world to make and take. Specifically in America, the food, clothing, and entertainment industries flourished. And this happened alongside businesses seeking new opportunities to enslave you. I mean, make money off of you. I mean, give you fun things to do in your spare time. Accordingly, the modern celebrity came at a time when the West was clamoring for brands, not necessarily other people. Conversations of fame shifted from noblemen and war heroes to movie stars and basketball players. Gossip columns, previously known as society pages, became a sensation in the 1800s as newspapers covered the happenings and mishappenings of old and new money alike. Socialites began sponsoring products, celebrity weddings made national headlines, and somewhere along the way came flip phones tucked into waistbands, fire crotch jokes, and lots of Coca-Cola. Celebrities love Coca-Cola. How Freudian. To make a long matter short, audiences worldwide were becoming obsessed. As Mott et al. Argue, society was at first aghast, then amused, then complacent, and finally hungry for the penny-press stories of its own doings. The modern celebrity, at last, is born. So why do we hate this baby's guts? Where's the celebration, the off-kilter, slightly dangerous and bizarre gender reveal party? Did you know that when the creature was born, so to speak, in Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, Victor didn't shout, "It's alive! Oh, it's alive! It's alive! It's alive!" That was a creative liberty taken by James Well in 1931 when he adapted the novel for the big screen. In all actuality, Victor was terrified of his creation, terrified that his own two hands could make something so hideous. And this terror didn't come later in the book when Victor witnessed the horrors of his creature. It didn't take all of the murder of all those dear to him for Victor to be repulsed by this creature. It came immediately, as soon as he laid eyes on the creature's final form. I think society feels that way about celebrity culture sometimes. We're too disgusted, too afraid of what we've done, that we can't possibly celebrate it. We made and neglected this monster. And now, the only difference standing between us and Victor is that we can't look away from what we've done.
Aware. It is kind of like watching, a car wreck, you know, like it's like just gotten a lot crazier too. And it's gonna get even crazier. There's so many like niche internet celebrities. Um I can't imagine that it's like super good for uh like individuals and for society.
Welcome to another episode of Don't Show This to the Government, Please, I'm Begging You, where I, your host Chancellor, ruin my chances of ever getting a real adult job. Remember, kids,
Oh my god.
digital footprints are only as real as you make them. Today, we will discuss what it takes to commit a murder. Not physically. God, what are you? Some type of weirdo? I'm talking raw, unadulterated, emotional manipulation and dehumanization. The works. So in August of 2022, I posted a video essay about video essays. It was such a good video that it knocked my head right off. I was on a roll. Anyways, in that video, I talked about the plight of creating art as a Black person in a society that, you know, may not like Black people. Maybe. The jury's still out on that one, depending on if you ask a normal person or a person with a car selfie on Twitter. But I got an interesting comment on that video that I think pertains to the murder that's about to take place. It reads as follows. I love that you blew up, Shan. Thank you. But your audio quality is terrible. There are tons of tiny white BreadTube channels that are also struggling because production values and scripting are a mess. You're producing a product. That product is part of the equation. Sharpen your knives. Okay, thank you for that lovely fan mail. I think at its core, this comment isn't wrong. Truthfully, my audio probably could use some TLC. I've been doing this for a little over 2 years, and I don't have a background in video production. I was an English major, after all. The worst kind of learner. And like they state, my job as a YouTuber is to produce videos for an audience in order to get paid. I'm creating products or content, as the youth say. But at the same time, being compared to white people... I'm joking. Don't ever compare my struggles to white people a day in your life, but I'm joking. The problem I have with this comment is that word, product. It's one of the only adjectives used in the entire comment to describe my work. You know, besides terrible. And this is seemingly coming from someone who enjoys the art I make. That word choice makes me feel like a thing. Like I'm not even a person on the other side of the screen reading this message. You're addressing me directly, and yet you speak to me as if you're shouting into the void. Of course, you could say I'm being sensitive here. There is truth to the idea that I'm merely a vessel of production. But that's not all I am. I don't view myself or my work as a product, at least not anymore. It's cold and it's alien, and it contrasts heavily with the raging passion I feel for what I do. If all you can see when you look at me is a walking product, you don't really see me. You don't see me as an artist or a writer or even a person. And that, dearest viewer, is the first step to pulling off the perfect murder. Because when you can look at someone and only see them in relation to your own consumption habits, your own standards, you feel justified in talking to and treating them like a bug to be crushed underneath your shoe. This selfish consumerism and alienation is exactly what led Victor to be afraid of his own creation. It's what made him so violently neglect a being that he created that it became evil. The creature didn't serve Victor the way he expected it to. It didn't look the way he wanted. And so he critiqued and renounced and dehumanized. Like we continue to do centuries later, Victor committed a bloodless yet morally damning murder. This is the foundation of which we have built celebrity culture. When industrialization repaved the way our society produced and consumed, it also catalyzed our dependence upon capitalism. As a result, the movie stars and Hollywood socialites that graced our screens quickly metamorphosed into something alien. They weren't quite people because we didn't think of them as beings with full agency, but they weren't entirely inanimate, as we got first-hand glimpses of their starkly imperfect and perfectly human misadventures. Matthew Thompson calls this strange amalgamation of person and property a human brand, any well-known persona who is the subject of marketing communications efforts. This is similar to the other half of Greg Jenner's definition of celebrity, which categorizes celebrities as unique personas whose commercial brand is made profitable for those who exploit their popularity and perhaps also for themselves. One reason that people tend to dislike celebrities, especially influencers, is because they sit at this intersection of person and object due to their manufactured media presence. We tend to view them as uniquely configured robots.
You've heard of Death of the Author, but now have you heard of the murder of the author? We knew about the death of the author, but we didn't ask who killed them. Feel strong, man.
It's capable of mimicking human speech patterns or demonic vessels who sold their souls for power. Just listen to these comments found under Rihanna's recent Vogue pictures of her and her baby. This is so blatantly evil and it's right in your faces. Brainwash and Hollywood Satanism at its finest. Put an end to it because the real ones are not for it. I don't even know if this is the real Rihanna or another media plant and they have the real one locked up somewhere. But girl, this is very satanic and just altogether distasteful.
Oh,
when Rihanna called her baby fine, someone replied, "Fine is sexually suggestive and weird. I'm not gonna lie, but you're part of that society, so I can't expect you to function like a normal person." Mind you, the whole time, this is the picture in question. You guys don't get it. You're missing the cultural impact. This is Shelleyan. This is Byronic. This is a Shakespeare wet dream. Celebrities and influencers tend to scare us because their existence doesn't feel natural to us. It doesn't feel human. Even still, we can't help but admire them. And forgive me, I'm about to make a Twilight reference, but it's like in Twilight where the vampires are simultaneously enthralling and off-putting. We're drawn to them even when every instinct in our body tells us to run. Celebrities confuse us. And one thing about a person behind a keyboard, baby, they get angry when they get confused. All of this misunderstanding and hatred and conspiracy panic surrounding celebrities only further serves to dehumanize them. Humanize. Quote, contemporary celebrity has been composed of two major, often competing narratives about the relationship between celebrity status and merit. In one, people become famous because of achievement, merit, talent, or special internal qualities, earning admiration and attention. They are cream at the top of a meritocracy. In the other, people become famous because they have been made so, artificially produced for mass consumption by a team of investors, publicists, makeup artists, magazine publishers, and the like. They are factory products. In the first, they are to be revered or vicariously consumed. In the second, to be disdained or consumed as objects of identification. The blend of parasocial love and violent abuse that celebrities receive, both from the media and from fans, is a unique balancing act. On one hand, celebrities are told on the daily from millions of people how much they are adored. People cry when their favorite celebrity touches them or replies to them, even when their favorite celebrity is in the same room as them. Fans devote their entire social lives to celebrities. They spend their money, time, and attention in hopes of one day being noticed. But fans also attempt to swarm their favorite celebrity. They touch without consent, leak without remorse, read tantalizing exposés with no regard to privacy. Celebrity struggles are lambasted in the headlines. Their addictions, breakups, and failures are made fun of. Women in the public eye are slut-shamed, threatened, over-sexualized. They even narrowly escape life-threatening danger. The insults hurled at celebrities range from tepid to unhinged to violent to transcendent of humanity entirely.
The opening to every hacky joke.
So your mom, I know your mom was killed, right? But did they?
There you go. That's what I'm getting to.
I mean, I really want to get into that now. You know, I'm just talking about LA to Vegas, but
okay.
Yeah, it was definitely rough. And,
What night is that on?
It's on Tuesdays at 9.
It's on Tuesdays at 9. It's not the death slot. Hey, speaking of death.
Even so, celebrities are expected to laugh it off. Again and again and again. They're expected to be overly accommodating. They need to smile always, sign posters always, take pictures always. Even when they're tired, even when they're depressed, even after someone they love just died. Their reputation is ruined otherwise. They're harassed and accused of being ungrateful otherwise. They're swarmed anyways otherwise. Their bodies are constantly monitored and their attractiveness speculated about. Lies are made up about them when news cycles get slow enough. Brutal truths are exposed in a desperate attempt to gain attention. They are stuck in a cage with a camera and a shotgun. One wrong move and either trigger gets pulled. And yet this barely even scratches the surface. The relationship we have with celebrities is a unique give and take system. They give us entertainment, willingly at first, and we take the parts of them that best serve our appetite. Oftentimes, we're not satiated by their music or their movies. We want to know what happens when that camera stops rolling, when they close the curtains to their estate, when they think that no one's listening anymore. We want to know who they've kissed, who they have had sex with, who they have yelled at, and who they have fired. We want to know the most intimate details of their life, as if they were casted in a reality TV show. Their torture is what entertains us the most. I know what you're thinking. I'm defending multimillionaires from a few mean words. I'm a sellout. I mean, there are far greater issues happening in the world than some rich person getting their feelings hurt. And maybe you're right. After all, this is an entertainment channel on YouTube and not CNN. But truthfully, celebrities aren't the most persecuted people in the world. Most of them have never had to know what it's like to choose between electricity and dinner. Their money and their status almost makes them invincible against accountability for their crimes. Some of them have the worst possible views you've ever heard, and yeah, sometimes their complaints are entirely devoid of human compassion.
Like, yeah, people are gonna die. It's just terrible, but like, inevitable? I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this right now.
I think at a certain point, when you have everything at your fingertips, you disconnect from the rest of humanity and find yourself inconsiderate, insensitive, and at times wholly inhuman. But still, I find it interesting, the argument that celebrities get what they deserve. When people say we shouldn't care what happens to a celebrity just because they're rich and famous, it gives me the ick. I don't have anything profound to say. I don't have some grand argument that will persuade you to understand my side. I don't think there is an argument other than the fact that celebrities are still people at the end of the day. Large swaths of them are not bigoted, are not problematic, and are not harbingers of death, and yet they too get abused by the public. In a carceral system, our only perceived hope for retribution is punishment. And oftentimes, in terms of celebrity culture, that punishment stems solely from the fact that they're highly visible. It doesn't stem from bigotry.
When you read Angela Davis one time, it does seem like a rite of passage. Like, you have to mention Angela Davis at least once in your video essay, or it's not a video essay. Seems legit.
It doesn't stem from illegal activity. It stems simply from being seen. That means that the abuse celebrities face isn't a flaw of the system. It doesn't just infect a few celebrities who are annoying enough or bigoted enough to warrant backlash. It affects them all. The very system that gave us celebrities and continues to uphold their legacy is abusive by nature. And that, I think, is what needs to be critiqued. If you want to hear more specific stories about celebrity mistreatment, one of my voice crack. Broe Deschanel has an excellent video about the systemic abuse of celebrities. In it, she explores how parasocial relationships aid in the abuse of public figures and how fame is inherently contradictory. Even while celebrities receive power from their social title, the public acquires their own unique power, which they can then weaponize against celebrities, sometimes to the point of fatality. My main question is why? Why is it that just because celebrities are marked by their capitalistic origins, we are unable to view them as human? What is it about capitalism and consumerism that makes us utterly incapable of seeing each other as people rather than objects? Hello? Oh my god, it's leftist icon Karl Marx, author of Das Kapital. I know him. What's that? You're calling to tell me not to put you in my videos because I never read your work? I mean, I read the Wikipedia page about it. Isn't that enough? Well, why can other leftists get away with it and I can't? Because they actually read your work and I'm just a pop culture YouTuber? You got me there. He told me to read the Teen Vogue article about his theories instead, so Kim Kelly, the brilliant condenser that they are, argues that the goal of capitalism is to gain. Ideally, this would be beneficial for everyone. When a business makes higher profits, they have more resources to share with their workers. This means workers get paid more, they have the ability to take off to spend with their family, and they might even have access to insurance and entertainment. Everybody wins. But the reality of capitalism is that the profits and resources that people receive at the top of the business rarely trickle down to those at the bottom. In actuality, those who are doing most of the labor. It's a dog-eat-dog atmosphere, as Kelly explains, and this leads to a form of dehumanization, as people are forced to work much harder for less scraps. In its current form, capitalism is specifically utilized to gain at the expense of other people. This is why detractors of capitalism consider it inherently exploitative. Karl Marx argues that capitalism mutilates the laborer into a fragment of a man, degrades him to the level of an appendage of a machine, destroys every remnant of charm in his work, and turns it into hated toil. Thus, being born from a system so dehumanizing makes your own dehumanization seem normal. I don't even know why I keep saying Das Kapital like that. I don't even think that's how it's said. I just want to say it so badly. A concept that Marx heavily explores in the first volume of Das Kapital is commodity fetishism. Or so I've heard. I've never read it. Commodity fetishism isn't exactly what it sounds like. It doesn't refer to our obsession with shopping or our sexual attraction to objects. Fetishism, in the sense of commodity fetishism, refers to the 17th century definition, which began in West Africa. And that is an object that holds mystical or inherent power. Therefore, Mark's argument of commodity fetishism deals with the way in which we attribute mystical or inherent value or power to an object, often ignoring the productive system that gave us the object in the first place. Say you brought a shirt on Shein. Instead of knowing the conditions of the environment or who made it or how the materials for the shirt were gathered, we view it separately from human production. It's just something that spawned in your mailbox after you brought it online. It's magic. Marx argues that commodity fetishism breaks down social relationships and replaces these relationships with objects. Instead of us having a relationship with the people who made the shirt, we just have a relationship with the shirt. And even this isn't entirely correct, because it's really our money that has the first and most important connection with the shirt. Under a system that fetishizes commodities, the only relationship worth having is a relationship between objects, not people. This allows for dehumanization to flourish, especially between consumers and the products they buy.
These social relations between real people at every step of the way are kept hidden from us. We know nothing about the exploited workers who produced the chair, and they know nothing about us, who purchased the product of their labour for our personal use. Thus, the real social relations between people ourselves are hidden, and in its place we're confronted with what appears to us to be merely relations between things. Those
Hi, Classic Banana Milk. Welcome in.
things generally being the money in our pocket and the commodity before us, our chair.
Okay, now that I have that out of the way, I have to admit something. I, your resident hot bimbo, did read something for this video, and I'm not talking about a fictional novel or even an article. I read a book on theory.
Decolon.
The Society of the Spectacle is a 1967 critique written by Guy Debord that analyzes mass consumption and consumerist culture. As Abigail Thorne would say, this book is notoriously known for just how easy it is. I didn't even have to read 47 different articles to understand what this guy was talking about. I also didn't have to read articles about the articles that I didn't read just to understand what was going on, because it's just so damn easy. In the terms established by Guy Debord, the theory of the spectacle is a critique of late capitalist society that diagnoses a form of depoliticalization through isolation and a shift into mere role-playing, as well as through the role of totalizing image-based semblance. Fear not, everyone. I am not a witch because
Nailed it.
I don't know what the fuck that says. Commodity fetishism is at the heart of Guy Debord's critique. Debord believes that under our current model of capitalism, relationships between humans have significantly decayed. In turn, they've been replaced by spectacles, which refer to like average indicators of consumerist and capitalist culture, like advertisements, TV, and other mass media. In societies where modern conditions of production prevail, all of life presents itself as an immense accumulation of spectacles. Everything that was directly lived has moved away into a representation. The reason I'm waxing poetic
All in all, we're all just another brick in the wall.
about Marx and Debord is because I think their theories of capitalism and commodity fetishism help us to understand how celebrities are dehumanized. Before I go any further, it's very important to note that these theories are largely tangled in discussions of working class people, as well as impoverished people. And I'm not trying to take any of that away by using these theories in relation to celebrities. I would be taking a big fat moral L if I tried comparing someone who worries about where their next meal is coming from to someone who could end world hunger at the drop of a hat. I'm more interested in how these theories can relate to our treatment of celebrities. Because celebrities originated alongside the rise of modern capitalism and consumerism, a lot of the features inherent in those systems heavily inform how we view celebrities. That is, like objects rather than people. In turn, this understanding of celebrities affects how far we're willing to go in our inhumane treatment of them. Since commodity fetishism is an appendage of capitalism and consumerism, I can see how that impacts celebrity culture as well. We view celebrities as commodities that hold inherent value and power while simultaneously concealing their human qualities. Why were they doing this? So pointy. Just like the examples given for commodity fetishism, our relationship to celebrities is one of object and object. The transaction that happens between a fan and a celebrity is almost like the transaction that happens between a consumer and a product that they buy. Because the fan is investing time, energy, and sometimes money into celebrity, they feel that they're entitled to the complexities of that person, while also dehumanizing that person. The consumer believes they have an obligation to dictate the celebrity's appearance, relationships, music, and lifestyle. It's like when you buy a product from a corporation and you give it a review, you say what you like about it and what you want changed about it in order to make it like the perfect product for you. In this case, we dehumanize celebrities because we view them as malleable products whose purpose of existence is to satisfy our needs, as well as our desires. We are encouraged by capitalism's motto of consumption is king to constantly devour the lives and livelihood of celebrities. We are encouraged to believe by capitalism's promise that greed is good, that our constant surveillance and expectations of celebrities are warranted. And we are hypnotized into believing, by capitalism's insistence of profits over people, that the dehumanizing and dangerous treatment of celebrities at the hands of us and the media is fine, because we get clicks, magazines get sales.
Man, I wrote an essay about this forever ago. I'm like trying to remember the details or like what it was even called. But and it was about art history, and I was talking about like the the dehumanization of art and how like the subject of the art piece becomes like just kind of like a dummy or like an automaton, just like fully dehumanized, especially when the composition like crops out parts of the body, or it's like contorted with like perspective in a certain way, you know. Like, I'll have to dig that essay up. It's pretty good. I wonder if I could work it into a video essay.
And celebrities get attention and money. DeBoard and Marx aren't lying when they say that the relationship shared between humans has broken down since the conception of mass consumption. Life is not about being and doing or even living. It's about having, taking, and gaining. And it's not just a poison that affects celebrities. We have a humanity problem on all fronts. And I think Mary Shelley, the great philosopher that she was able to explore this long before our current crisis. Frankenstein is a novel not just about a scientist pushing the boundaries of his profession, or of a creature let loose on the unsuspecting country of Switzerland. It's about, as Karen Carbiner argues, humankind's own potential inhumanity to itself. The way in which we treat celebrities has become common ground for the way we treat each other, especially in the age of the internet. We are highly conscious of each other's appearance and refuse to shut up about it. We mass bully, we mass manipulate, we follow and we video, and we take pictures of each other without each other's consent. We cause tragedies. We exploit those tragedies. We mourn them, and then we wake up and do it all over again the next day. Our ambitions have led us to the point where we too can accomplish what Victor did in his laboratory that dreary night in November. Artificially create, and perhaps take away, life. And so our monster goes forth into the confusing fray of TikTok. What could possibly go wrong?
Aware. Oh no.
Sometimes I wonder if I'm recognizable. Like, when I'm out and about, would people be able to tell it's me? If I do away with the dramatic wigs and the jester-like costumes and just show up as myself, would people notice? Like, oh, that's Shania with their significantly shorter haircut and baggy outfits they got from the local thrift. That's Shania when they're not pretending to be someone else. Sometimes I kind of dread it. Like, if anyone happened to see me right now in my bonnet and my basketball shorts, I would just evaporate into the air. Would they look at me differently? Knowing that I'm not what I say I am on the internet? Knowing that when I get in front of them, I don't talk the way I would to my camera. This has plagued me since high school. I'm told that I'm interesting and I'm told that I'm fun, but the minute people meet me, something changes. I think I'm a nobody. And I don't mean that in a self-deprecating way. I mean it in a way that's like, I'm not as big as I am on screen. I'm not as poetic, I'm not as interesting. It's a kind of murder on its own. Fuck what anyone else can do to me. Pushing your real self down so far into your body that it only feels comfortable coming up for air every once in a while is a removal of life. Oftentimes, I just feel like a monster needing to be locked up for everyone else's safety. And what rough beast, its hour come round at last, slouches toward Bethlehem to be born? Yeats once asked. Anyways, I'm a fraud. I didn't think of any of that off the top of my head. I thought about it and I revised it mercilessly, and it still doesn't sound right. Does this feel like a performance? Fuck. No matter how many pauses I take in my speech, in this voiceover, this is still just practiced, still performed. I want you to see an aspect of me that maybe I'm becoming afraid of, if only because it's becoming alien to me. Maybe that commenter was right. Maybe I am a product, even off camera. Something manufactured and contrived for other people to...
Can you get on with the video already?
This is so self-aware. I love it.
When I was younger, I really wanted to be famous. I mean, I even imagined scenarios in my head of what would happen on a red carpet, where I would perform my newest albums, what I would wear to my... Well, that's not important. Being famous for me as a child growing up in poverty seemed like a magic fix. Or at least a fantasy to get you through the night of hunger. When you're rich and famous, you can buy your own house, you never have to worry about food, you could shop anywhere other than the thrift stores like I did as a kid. And yeah, the tabloids would be an issue, but I didn't really care about that. I thought it would be fun, if nothing else. But then my frontal lobe started developing and I realized my mistake. No one wants to be a celebrity if they already are one. Rich maybe, but a celebrity? Not in a million fucking years. It's an ideal for us peasants, something that we conjure up to get us through the night. I mean, can you imagine never being able to go outside without having your picture taken? Can you imagine people mobbing you in airports or chasing after your car after you pull off? Can you imagine the anxiety that comes from that? It's honestly no wonder that celebrities reject that lifestyle. They refuse to perform, they hide their faces, they live in isolation. Either through a marketing scheme to seem less out of touch or a genuine desire to be human, celebrities present themselves as average. They're one of the bros. They go shopping at grocery stores, they cut their own cucumbers, they
just
eat
like
pizza
me.
47 times a day, allegedly.
Probably eat pizza at least once a day.
They're normal. I promise they're normal. I think it's us, the normal, average nobodies, that like to revel in how famous we are, or at least how famous we could be if the stars align just right. And that's where social media comes in. We can be anything or anyone we want if we're the ones dictating our feeds and posts. The bizarre thing is, if you give someone the opportunity to present themselves any way they desire, they often choose the most sanitized, branded version of themselves that they can. They put on a performance because they don't think the real them is good enough. In late January, I was approached by an independent magazine called Anti-Fragile. This is not sponsored, by the way. Anti-Fragile is just a
really brilliant collective who aim to amplify marginalized voices through art. They were kind enough to feature my writing in their 4th zine issue, so if you want to check that out, it comes out May 12th. The interesting thing about their 4th issue is that it lined up perfectly with the outline I had for this video series. They wanted to explore our generation's obsession with escapism, but more specifically, the intersection of social media, performance, and mass consumption. The opportunity I had to write for Anti-Fragile allowed me to explore just how dystopian celebrity culture is and how personal it's becoming for us. The line between Lady Gaga and Sally Mae, who runs a TikTok account, is becoming blurred. Both people manufacture images of themselves that maybe outside of the public eye they aren't consistent with. Both people are placed under extreme scrutiny by people they have never met. Both people may have fans who have parasocial relationships with them, and in some cases, both people are exploited by a culture that stalks, harasses, and dehumanizes. The reason that the line between celebrity and average person is becoming so blurred is because the internet gives people the tools to blur it. Joshua Gamson calls this generation the masters of self-commodification, and that word, self-commodify, feels like an oxymoron. Humans can't be commodified because commodities are largely considered products. It's the same as Matthew Thompson's theory of human brands, but self-commodification can be understood in one of two ways. Either we form identity in relation to our consumer habits, or we rebrand ourselves using marketing strategies in an attempt to gain, whether that be money, followers, or attention. Both of these
Yeah, I was thinking about this like when everyone started talking about like what their aesthetic is. Like that is branding at the most basic level. Like deciding like what you want your brand to look like. Um it is interesting. Fucking capitalism, man.
definitions are at play on social media. People who cultivate personalities based on trends or aesthetic niches may also form identities based on what they buy. There are entire tutorials and Amazon storefronts designed to get people to buy specific things in order to embody whatever niche or aesthetic personality they want to. Therefore, people like these commodified traits that form the self. Self-commodification in terms of marketing the self is also prevalent on social media among average people. As Joseph E. Davis argues, actual brands like Tommy Hilfiger transform the ways in which we market items by emphasizing the significance of images alongside them. You know when you're watching like a perfume commercial and they can't just describe the scent to you, they have to create this elaborate visual for you to understand what you're buying instead of just saying,
"Oh, this perfume smells floral and woodsy."
Perfume companies show us a very intimate video of like Robert Pattinson making out with someone in an elevator.
Yeah. I swear, like half the times I don't even know what a commercial's for. I'm just like, what are you selling me? I don't know until like the end.
Which is what the point is, you're getting an experience, not just a product. This is kind of how average people have begun behaving on social media, almost like they're marketing themselves. They create an image that sells their audience an experience, even if they're not an influencer or celebrity. Self-branding has become the expectation for social media rather than something that someone does out of work obligation. And what's more is that the language surrounding self-commodification only quickens our descent into objectification. Quote, "To self-brand, individuals must get in touch with their skills, the selling parts of their personality, and any and every accomplishment they can take credit for. Then they must consciously craft these traits into a relentlessly focused image and distinctive persona, like the Nike swoosh or Calvin Klein, even testing their brand on the model of the marketers by using focus groups of friends and colleagues. Substance isn't nearly enough. Self-branders also need style. According to Peters,
Hey there, viewers. Thanks for joining my Twitch stream today. I thought I would do a little focus group with chat. Hey, do you like my emotes? What do you think of my logo? Should I change my display picture? Let me know down below.
Packaging counts. A lot. Finally, like the famous brands that have become a part of our consciousness, self-branders have to go about enhancing their profile and increasing their visibility through marketing. Via self-promotion, they too can become objects of desire. End quote. A paragraph that sounds like it's describing a pair of jeans or perfume, but really describing someone's social media presence. Don't get me wrong, this is more nuanced than I'm letting on here. Self-commodifying is a double-edged sword. Some people don't want to, but it is necessary to grow their small business or get recognition for their passions. Shakespeare didn't start as whatever it is now. It started as me, a 21-year-old person, showing outfits in my bedroom because I felt powerless during the pandemic. Being able to create a space for myself where I could show my interests and eventually my thoughts and opinions became crucial to my health. As I started gaining a following, I felt compelled to quote unquote brand myself because that's what I was told I needed to do in order to continue building my connection I have with my audience. I mean, this hinders creativity in the sense that I'm striving to become an easily consumable product and not an artist. I can't just be Shakespeare. I have to make Shakespeare. Over time, that kind of got uncomfortable in of itself because
Hey, thank you. I appreciate that.
people started seeing me less like a person and more like an object. And I think this has something to do also with anonymity on the internet. And that leads to comments like the one we discussed earlier. There are also people who self-commodify not because they have a small business or creative passion, but just because they just want some internet clout. They want to present a version of themselves to any given audience, and they do so by creating a strict image to gain attention. I don't think this is inherently bad. Likes and follows are the social currency of our age, and I would argue that it's another human desire that we have cultivated over time. I've been on both sides of the spectrum where I have desperately wanted online attention due to my own loneliness in reality, and I've also cringed away from people who clearly want the same. It's a lot more complicated than I think I can express. Not only do we morph ourselves into products to be consumed by our audiences, we also portray this commodification as empowering. We are Victor Frankenstein in an alternate universe who looks upon his monster not in disgust, but in admiration. Technology and its media are so new that a lot of us have grown up with it and haven't had a chance to realize how destructive and dangerous it can be. Like, at this point, we've come to expect constant surveillance instead of fearing it. Whether that be through apps tracking us for ad placements, or us going out in public and being photographed or recorded without our consent. Most of us can't even walk across a college campus without being forced into a street interview about misogynistic hypotheticals. No, I don't want to be on your podcast, Billy. I want the government to ban microphones until we figure out what the fuck is going on. What was previously a domain specially crafted for celebrities has become the norm for the average person. If you gain enough traction on TikTok, you can find your name in a headline, squeezed between articles of big names like Taylor Swift and Zendaya. This cultural transformation is something that Tiffany Ferguson brings up in her essay about Dumois and the normalization of stalking celebrities. Dumois is, ironically, an anonymous Instagram account that receives and posts tips about celebrity gossip. If you see an old dude on a date with his 19-year-old girlfriend, you can snap a picture of it and send it to Dumois and go, man, I think this is Leonardo DiCaprio. And one time out of 25, you're probably right. This behavior is incentivized by Dumois' constant validation of it, as their whole business model depends on reposting DMs they get about celebrity sightings and gossip. But it doesn't just stop there. Tiffany points out in her video that people who wear Dumois merchandise, like shirts or sweaters, can also have their pictures stealthily taken without their consent, almost as if they're the very celebrities that they stalk. I assume if someone is already so invested in Dumois and the politics of Dumois that they're wearing actual merchandise, they wouldn't care about being blasted in front of an audience of millions. But I do think it's still very interesting how the—
Dude, that's crazy. Like, imagine wearing a t-shirt that says like TMZ so that you get photographed wearing the shirt. a shirt that like says People Magazine so that the paparazzi take your picture. What is life? Everything is so surreal.
The line between average person and celebrity gets even blurrier on social media. Celebrity culture is metamorphosing into something alien, which is ironic because it already began with an era of incomprehension. Because of this shift, average people like you and me are stepping in and doing the paparazzi's job for them. And our abuse and surveillance doesn't stop with actual celebrities. We turn the camera to each other and even ourselves. We document and market and dehumanize flawlessly. As Gamson argues, the tools necessary to infiltrate celebrityhood are becoming increasingly available. Over 80% of the world's population owns a smartphone. Over 4 billion people have access to the internet across the globe. And social media apps are relatively free, unless, I don't know, you're tricked into paying $8.99 on a badge. All of this means that anyone can become highly visible depending on their charm or talent, or even just algorithmic luck, which in an ideal world would be beneficial because it means that barriers are being removed from an otherwise non-diverse Hollywood. But nothing is ideal here, so these technological tools afforded to us have also negatively altered us. Because anyone can become highly visible at the drop of a hat, that means
Bro, this is giving me an identity crisis.
that everyone has a chance to be mercilessly abused on any given platform, on any given day, oftentimes for circumstances out of their control. One of the main reasons I don't post on TikTok is because the comment sections there are a different breed. I've grown to ignore the brutality I'm faced with in my YouTube comment sections, but I would have to eradicate myself from planet Earth if I was highly visible on TikTok. From making fun of disabilities to mass harassing celebrities, influencers, and average people alike for weeks, mind you, TikTok is a really scary place, but it's not an anomaly.
That's interesting because for me, my TikTok comments are the nicest comments I get. Those are like the only real leftists that consume my content. Like, I don't. Maybe I'm just like on a special corner.
Prolonged abuse happens on just about any platform that you can be highly visible upon. Twitter, Instagram, even Facebook if you're over the age of 25. This gives average people a small taste of what it's like to be a celebrity, and they find out quickly just how demoralizing.
I mean, I have heard stories of like with the West Caleb type shit where people go like vigilante justice. I guess that can happen. But I feel like that can happen anywhere.
It is. Our obsession with celebrities has transferred over to any highly visible person.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's insane. YouTube comments are fucking awful. They're so unhinged.
Doesn't mean that we're no longer obsessed with celebrities, because we certainly are obsessed. It just means that our scope of abuse has widened. Social media has made us confused about how to approach people because we don't even view them as people anymore, just fodder for our own entertainment. I don't think all of it can be explained away by capitalism or consumerism, but I do think there's a pertinent connection. Just like celebrities, we've begun viewing everyone we've ever come in contact with as products. It's like we're suffering en masse from main character syndrome. We think people are specially crafted for us, and when they don't check all of our boxes, we declare that there's some sort of defect. There's something inherently wrong with them. We do this in the same way that we would consider a broken bicycle or a buggy phone defective. We look these people in the eye and say, you're selling us a product. And what we really mean by that is that you're selling yourself. We want people to produce the sort of existence that we want from them and accept our abuse willingly. That's our right as consumers, after all. Through the creation of our social media monsters, we've begun to internalize the idea that if it's not on camera, if it's not being marketed or branded perfectly, then it's not worth existing. The end result has created an almost awkward, unsettling image of the human race. We've created people who don't allow themselves to show genuine vulnerability out of fear of being criticized. We've created people who do show vulnerability, but it comes off as uncomfortable and performed. There's people who only show the most perfect corners of their houses, of their shopping lists, of their bodies. People who forget that reality even exists. The spectacle is not a supplement to the real world, Debord argues, nor is it an additional decoration. It is the heart of the unrealism of the real society. I think if I had to visualize it, I would imagine our current culture as a large aisle in a department store. There's row after row of boxes, and within these boxes are us. We're perfectly polished Barbie dolls who have forgotten the importance of ugliness. Ugliness and healthy community and privacy are pertinent to the health of the human race. Without it, we're sick. We do things that hurt other people. We do things that hurt ourselves. We reject a life that's actually worth living because we've deluded ourselves into believing that the unwatched life is meaningless. We miss out on the ability to exist and not care or know what we look like in that moment. The ability to experience something and not think about relaying it to large, unknown audiences. The ability to be a person and not a manufactured image. There's an interesting quote in Amy Henderson's essay, which reads, "What if the camera lies? What if, as Borstein argued in the image, media created pseudo-events only blurred the distinction between fact and fiction? Are we then left in this image-dominated culture to a world that is itself but a giant simulation of reality? Are we doomed to a reality of fake existence? Doomed to give birth to different, horrible, altered versions of ourselves just so we can appear perfect on social media? I wonder what we're running from when we do this. What are we running to? Bestie girl, I don't know. I don't have the answer for you. I wish I did. I wish I was smart enough to crack this code, but something about this conversation feels endless. You know, a part of me wants to say that this isn't as bad as it sounds. Our metamorphosis into celebrities and products may be overstated, but another part of me is afraid of what this means for our culture's ability to understand each other and to connect outside of the spectacle. Debord argues that the spectacle expects you to endure with passive silence. It tells you that its existence is good, that by its nature, it's not capable of showing you anything bad. That makes critiquing it so much harder. It's almost Orwellian, right? But what else can we do except let our mangled progeny go forth and wreak havoc? Let me know what you guys think about this topic in the comment section below. Special points to whoever watched the whole video before sharing their thoughts.
Aware.
I can always tell. The only way for us to have a fair conversation is if you listen to what I have to say, maybe a few times for it to really stick. And please remember that I and everyone else in the comments section share this earth with you. We are people, no matter what the furry profile pictures of some of the people in the comment sections imply. And I will see you sometime, someplace else, doing something insufferable.
They really said furries are people too.
Bye. I love you.
Oh my god.
Take care.
Amazing. That was great.
What would you do in a zombie?
Their little outro made me think of this song. It's very good. Very good. I'm trying to find the version that I wanted though. I guess this works. Oh yeah, Shakespeare is great.
There's a pink one and a green one and a blue one and a yellow one, and they're all made out of tiki-taki and they all look just the same. And the people in the houses
what would
all went to the university where they were put in boxes and they came out all the same. And there's doctors and lawyers and business executives, and they all made out of tiki-taki and they all look just the same.
I don't know. There was one really good version.
Boxes on the hillside, little boxes made of
This is pretty.
ticky-tacky. Little boxes on the hillside, little boxes all.
So this one? Oh, this might be it. It's like super slow.
Little boxes on the hillside, little boxes made of ticky-tacky, little boxes on the hillside, little boxes all the same. There's a pink one and a green one and a blue one and a yellow one.
There's so many because they like commissioned a bunch of covers for Weeds, and I just. Oh, this might be it. Defend your band heart. I'm sorry, I need it.
Little boxes on the hillside, little boxes made of ticky-tacky, little boxes, little boxes, little boxes all the
This is the one.
There's a green one and a pink one and a blue one and a yellow one, and they're all made out of ticky-tacky, and they all look just the same. And the people in the houses all went to the university, where they were put in boxes, little boxes all the same. And there's doctors and there's lawyers and there's business executives, and they all made out of ticky-tacky, and they all look just the same. And they all play on the golf course and drink their martinis dry. And they all have pretty children, and the children go to school, and the children go to summer camp, and then to the university, where they all get put in boxes, and they all come out just the same.
It's such a chill song about, like, such a depressing concept.
And the boys go into business and marry and raise a family in boxes, little boxes, little boxes all the same. There's a green one and a pink one and a blue one and a yellow one, and they're all made out of ticky-tacky, and they all look just the same.
Bop. It's such a fucking earworm. This will probably be stuck in my head for weeks. It's so good. I feel that. When they said little boxes, like, That was so real.
What would you do in a zombie apocalypse? For years, that was kind of a fun question to consider. It would be horrible, of course, but maybe also kind of zany, like Zombieland. You and your survival companions could have a silly, goofy time. We've seen a lot of disaster media lately, whether it's dystopian or actual end-of-the-world stuff, but obviously, since the pandemic, asking what would you do during the apocalypse isn't a silly rhetorical question. It's too real. It hits close to home. Many of us realized we are not prepared for any sort of disaster. We don't have a safe haven. Wait, you don't have a doomsday bunker? Why don't you just buy one? Grab that spare 50K or a couple $100,000 laying around and you can create the bunker of your dreams. Hello, my dudes. Welcome back to my series, Internet Analysis. Today's topic is doomsday bunkers for the rich. I've read some articles on this topic in recent years and I just find it so fascinating. I am a certified billionaire hater, so sometimes I just like to make fun of rich dorks. It's so cathartic. So let's explore some luxury bunkers and see what necessities the ultra-rich want to surround themselves with in case of disaster. Ooh, this company can build an ultra-luxury underground bunker next to your house. Oh yes, very convenient. Gotta make use of all that land and house I don't own. Their little humble option is the linear model, 2-bed, 3-bath, 3,000 square feet. It starts at only $8 million. What a bargain. I hope it comes with a pool. Oh, of course. You can also add a garden, cinema, art gallery, gym, sauna, and staff quarters. Definitely can't forget my staff. Sheridan, if the world ends, are we still going to be writing videos? Next model is the Futurist, 4-bed, 6-bath, 5,700 square feet, 15 million. It's cute. For a bunker, it's gonna be tight. But personally, I'd recommend Modèle L'Héritage. It starts at 60 million, but hear me out. 5 beds, 7 baths, over 12,000 square feet. Let's watch this promo video.
We can never predict or control what will happen in the world. But our first, most powerful instinct is always the same: to protect the ones we love.
Excuse me, we cannot predict. There's literally hundreds of climate scientists whose job it is to predict what's gonna happen, and it's bad. It's very bad. There's lots of climate model predictions, actually. Lots of them.
It's raining, dramatic. They're driving their big Escalades into the secret bunker entrance. Wow, look at all of that underground. Okay, first thing, this garage with a huge, obnoxious car collection. Is that a Tesla Cybertruck? Of course. Nathan pointed out this is literally a Bruce Wayne fantasy. And that begs the question, is the Batcave also a doomsday bunker?
Oppidum creates underground living spaces that are highly secure and completely discreet.
So then we have this marble vault entrance and some atrocious green screen work.
With everything you need to relax and unwind and keep your mind and body in peak condition.
This feels more like a movie trailer than a product promo video. Like, it's definitely playing into the action fantasy, and this has to be geared toward rich men who just want an excuse to make a fancy man cave. We love a little men's only cigar and scotch moment. They look like they're having a wonderful time. Isn't this the end of the world? Actually, maybe they are just chilling. Oppidum recommends making use of these bunkers during peacetime. It offers new opportunities for meeting and entertaining clients and business associates, enjoying time with your family, and immersing yourself in your prized collections at your chosen place of residence. Makes sense. If you're going to be spending millions on this, you might as well get your money's worth. What if the apocalypse doesn't happen in your lifetime?
Hey babe, do you want to come back to my bunker? It's underground. No one will hear you.
Would be such a waste. Again, this isn't just a bunker. Think of it as an extension of your luxury lifestyle. You've worked hard over many years, taken risks, seized opportunities, made your vision a reality. Your reward is the means to acquire and curate all the beautiful, rare, and precious objects you desire. It's called treating yourself. You know, when you ask most people what they would save first in a fire, they say people, pets, important documents, photo albums. Well, they're clearly losers who have nothing valuable to collect. And they're dumb because they didn't already have a disaster-proof vault. By the way, the highlight of this art gallery footage is the shot focusing on this. Freedom is the possession of those with courage to defend it. As if that would be you guys? Now you might be wondering, if this really is the end of the world, what's the point of protecting your art collection? What if all currency collapses? Will those pieces still hold value? And I'm not talking about the intrinsic creative value. Obviously, the reason we're collecting art is as an investment. And I actually can't think of an answer to this question aside from the rich would want to maintain a sense of normalcy, pretend like a disaster isn't happening. Therefore, they must be surrounded by their toys, cars, art, and wine. One of the things that amazed me about this website is how it kind of exposes the priorities of the rich.
To protect the people we love and the objects we cherish is the most powerful human instinct.
First, protect your life, and a close second, your precious collections. They constantly repeat how important their wealth and material items are, which is not surprising when you're marketing to this clientele. Imagine there are billions of people out in the world starving and dying, but at least you get the comfort of knowing you're safe in your sick-ass bunker. You find yourself in a magnificent space with soaring ceilings, opulent handcrafted glass chandeliers, and custom-made furniture. It's hard to believe you're deep under the ground, surrounded by thick layers of reinforced concrete, especially when you catch the scent of fresh flowers from the inner garden. I love how they're trying to make being deep underground, surrounded by reinforced concrete, sound lovely. The goal is literally to be so far removed that you forget what you're escaping.
Whatever is happening in the world outside, you can rest easy and live fully in times of tranquility and in times of unrest.
I mean, I'm sure we would all love to be that delusional and disconnected during the apocalypse, but come on. Forget what's going on outside with the regular people, the great unwashed. The point of this bunker is that you can really block it out. You don't have to witness the suffering. Nobody can come knocking on your door begging for help. You've earned the right to relax, potentially even enjoy this. I mean, the world might be ending, but that shouldn't mean you have to sacrifice anything. And that's the fascinating distinction for the average person. If we were just alive and with our loved ones, we'd probably be feeling very lucky. But having a luxury bunker is not just about survival. It's about maintaining a relaxed, opulent lifestyle, even while the world is burning. I realized I didn't mention anything about like the power generation and backups. It's boring to me, but also like, I don't know if this stuff works. They really emphasize how pretty it looks, and they say it's all very impressive. But also, I'm fairly certain this entire video is just computer generated. Like, is this real? Do they even have a real location of this? Has one of these ever been built? So honestly, when I first started exploring this topic, I thought this video might be funny. Like this classic bunker tour that looks like a rainforest cafe.
It really feels like you're in your own private oasis. This is 15,000 square feet.
It really doesn't feel like you're that much underground because like when you look at this carpet, like it's green, it's nice. Like they have like trees and stuff down here. Look at like the beautiful murals.
Imagine if the world ended and you couldn't really go outside much because it was scary. There are things going on. This would be the place to be. Look at that.
Things.
It's hard to believe you're deep under the ground, surrounded by thick layers of reinforced concrete.
That is concrete above that.
Yeah, some of that is funny, but as I wrote this, it got dark. Naturally, thinking about the apocalypse or climate disasters, the end of the world, is not nice. But this idea is actually infuriating. The super rich are the ones actively destroying the environment and the world, yet they can afford to just outrun the problems and disasters they're causing. Here's a quote from this Douglas Rushkoff piece, which was a big inspiration for this video. More than anything, the rich have succumbed to a mindset where winning means earning enough money to insulate themselves from the damage they're creating by earning money in that way. The ordinary state of capitalism is a disaster for 99% of us, but it's great for them. And on top of the usual mess, there's disaster capitalism. Essentially, when investors and companies descend, ready to exploit disasters and make huge profits. A housing or stock market crash, prime opportunity to buy low. Food or supply shortages, huge demand means price hikes. Take COVID, for example. While most of us were struggling just to stay healthy and alive, the super rich were living in a different reality. At worst, they were stuck quarantining in their massive mansions. But many could simply escape the pandemic by flying away to their secluded properties. And honestly, COVID was an opportunity for them to earn more money than ever. According to this Brookings report that examined how 22 corporations handled the pandemic, overwhelmingly, financial gains benefited wealthy shareholders and executives, while frontline workers experienced the greatest losses and benefited minimally from company success. Their shareholders grew $1.5 trillion richer, while workers got less than 2% of that benefit. And even after any small increases, the vast majority of these companies still don't pay most of their workers a living wage. And from the Washington Post, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, and 6 other tech titans made more than $360 billion during the pandemic. It really just twists the knife. Not only do these billionaires get to escape reality, but on top of that, they continuously exploit their workers and reap huge profits from everyone else's suffering. Now let's talk about doomsday preppers in general. I couldn't possibly make this video without acknowledging how differently billionaire preppers are viewed compared to others. First of all, it's wild that most people in the US can barely afford housing, like one primary residence to begin with, let alone paying $50,000 or more to get a small studio-sized bunker. So having one is like unthinkable for most people. Meanwhile, the ultra-rich can afford not only one bunker, but potentially multiple locations around the world. Typically, preppers have been seen as kooks and conspiracy theorists. Now, those segments of people do exist who believe in certain conspiracies and are even potentially excited by the thought of an impending apocalypse. But I think it's important to note that there are some class distinctions at play, as usual. Often when we think of doomsday preppers, we think of people living in a rural place out in the country. They might have military experience or a love of weapons. They stockpile canned food and supplies. They run drills and practice their plans, decked out in camo. And we laugh. The mainstream audience laughs. We think they're crazy. But really, preparing for disaster is not crazy. Here in the US, for example, we have lots of natural disasters every year. What's wrong with trying to prepare, trying to make sure you have a plan in place? Obviously, I could write a whole video about preppers. There's so much to say, but basically my point here
I'm your new god.
Preppers have been
okay?
historically linked
I'm
to
your new
right-wing
god.
ideologies
I only gave you those two
Christians warning
options.
about the rapture.
Okay?
Thank you. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate you.
And again, those segments of people certainly still exist, but there are also left-wing preppers. And the movement is not entirely white, even though mainstream depictions of preppers are white. There are growing numbers of BIPOC preppers. But regardless, it is not delusional to want to have food and supplies in case shit hits the fan. Again, here in the US, sometimes it feels like we're just like one day away from that at all times. But anyway, my point is that there is this stereotype that preppers are crazy, poor country folk. Yet when billionaires have these intense custom bunkers, that's cool, luxurious, and common sense. It's the ever-present issue of classy if you're rich, trashy if you're poor. So yeah, I think there's a distinction between being a survivalist. Your goal is to survive, to protect your loved ones. It's not gonna be easy or pretty, but hopefully you can stay alive. For preppers, life before and after the disaster will look very different, and they know that. But for these billionaire preppers with luxury compounds, they're trying to make life after disaster seem as same and normal as possible. The fact that the world could be going
I just gotta wash my hands.
through a horrific event and you could just be chilling. The privilege that you don't have to face that at all. So to me, it's a distinction between a survivalist and just an elitist exclusionary fantasy. The importance of community. On that note, there is at least one big potential flaw in the billionaire's plan to live their blissful bunker life. Going back to that article by Douglas Rushkoff, this is a really fascinating story. In this piece, he describes how he was invited to address a group mysteriously described as ultra-wealthy stakeholders out in the middle of the desert. He was brought to this secret location expecting to do a talk about the future of technology, but instead he's seated at a table with these 5 unnamed super rich guys, at least 2 of which were billionaires, and they start asking him questions. They started out innocuously and predictably enough, Bitcoin or Ethereum, virtual reality or augmented reality. Eventually, they edged into their real topic of concern, New Zealand or Alaska. Which region would be less affected by the coming climate crisis? It only got worse from there. Which was the greater threat? Global warming or biological warfare? Finally, the CEO of a brokerage house asked, "How do I maintain authority over my security force after the event?" This is what they really needed help with. When a massive disaster strikes and the world is pretty much ending, will your staff remain loyal? Quote, "They knew armed guards would be required to protect their compounds from raiders as well as angry mobs. One had already secured a dozen Navy SEALs to make their way to his compound if he gave them the right cue." First of all, imagine the privilege of having professional security guards and staff during a major crisis. But really, what would work be like for the staff? They'd have staff living quarters, but I assume the rich wouldn't let them hang out in like the cinema or the pools or the gardens during their time off. You're not part of the family, you're the help. And therefore, you're expected to be as silent and invisible as possible. By signing a contract like this before a disaster scenario, the deal is you get to be alive. You're trading your labor for some level of protection and resources like food. That's better than being in the disaster.
So
probably. But
it's so fucked up, dude. Yeah, you should be scared. There's no reason your security or help would be loyal, you know? I don't know. They're so fucking self-obsessed.
This could also be a nightmare for the staff. Your entire existence would be to serve your boss. You can't have a life beyond that. You can't leave the bunker or the compound. The rich dude's questions continued. How would we pay the guards once even crypto is worthless? What would stop the guards from eventually choosing their own leader? The billionaires considered using special combination locks on the food supply that only they knew, or making guards wear disciplinary collars of some kind in return for their survival, or maybe building robots to serve as guards and workers. If that technology could be developed in time. This is absolutely wild. Like the disciplinary collars, that really got me. There's a glaring sense of dehumanization here. The staff are only tools for their
Holy fuck, dude. Shock collars, dude? They want to put shock collars? She just dropped that so casually. What the fuck?
boss's comfort and survival. These rich guys do not see their staff as people. If you aren't kind, compassionate, and generous to your staff, especially during a disaster scenario, why would they remain loyal to you? I guess only under the threat of violence. Or starvation. Rushkoff wrote about kind of that sense of wanting to be isolated from the regular people. They were preparing for a digital future that had less to do with making the world a better place than it did with transcending the human condition altogether. Their extreme wealth and privilege served only to make them obsessed with insulating themselves from the very real and present danger of climate change,
Obviously.
rising sea levels, mass migrations, global pandemic.
That's the most fucked up part, is they're gonna be fine. They're gonna be fine. They have bunkers that can withstand nukes. Like, I hate it. I hate it. We could have, like, public shelters for disasters, but instead they just get these, like, ultra lavish fucking super layers.
Nativist panic and resource depletion. For them, the future of technology is about only one thing: escape from the rest of us. So anyway, final thoughts. Things are looking grim. According to this article by Bradley L. Garrett, there have been massive increases in bunker sales, even for people who aren't super rich. And a 2012 National Geographic survey found that 40% of Americans believed that stocking up on supplies or building a bomb shelter was a wiser investment than saving for retirement. Now, as tempting as it may sound to buy a bunker if you could afford it, that is a very individualistic approach. Protect yourself and maybe a few other people, lock everyone else out. If things go bad, we can only fend for ourselves. Now, that being said, I do believe that disaster preparedness is crucial. Ideally, our governments would be doing this work, ensuring that there are plans and supplies in place for any number of different disasters that could strike. But as we experienced throughout the pandemic, many of those plans didn't work or didn't really exist. And same goes for the supplies. Bottom line, governments were not adequately prepared. And in general, even during the best of times, the government still fails to protect and take care of a lot.
Yeah, I saw some like poll that was like asking like health professionals if we're more or less prepared for the next pandemic, and most of them said less. So that's good. That's good. I've been watching a lot of Homozygote, and shit's scary. Shit's gonna be bad. It could be COVID still mutating. It could be bird flu, Ebola, dengue, maybe some kind of sick combination of those. Good stuff, especially since mosquitoes are going to be like living in more places. Also malaria. Doing great.
A lot of people, especially the most marginalized. That's why so many have lost their faith in being protected. Nobody's gonna come save you. Hence why people feel the need to prep. Now, of course, as individual households, I think we all should have basic survival kits in case of emergencies. But overall, this is why we need to rely on each other. We need community. Surviving, especially during tough times, takes a village. Cue spoilers for The Last of Us. That commune looked fantastic. To end with another quote from Bradley Garrett, "This practical deliberateness is where the preparedness movement is now headed. Aligning realistic fears about the future with practices of self-sufficiency, sustainability, self-care, and community building forms the foundation for what some are now calling doomer optimism." I'm just saying, it doesn't hurt to get to know your neighbors, to get involved in your community, and maybe try to learn some practical skills like first aid, gardening, cooking, sewing, crafting. You never know when those might come in handy. So thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this episode despite the potentially extremely depressing subject matter. And now I've got to give a shout out to all my patrons. If you want to support my channel, check out my Patreon. I've got some bonus content there, videos, live streams. Extra thank yous to my executive producer tier. We have Uwu Face, Abby Hayden, Chloe Noel, Freshly Laundered.
Uwu Face. A longtime supporter. And I love them for that. It was good. Short and sweet. I always wish that Tiffany's essays were longer. CIA, Johnny.
Winter is coming and the ocean is freezing.
Winter is coming! Pog! Batchest!
We're out here on the frozen sea ice and we're hunting for a seal. Oh, bisa ka trying now? Oh. Tatam, tadi ko dadami. I'm in a tiny village in Greenland where the sun is just coming back after a winter of darkness.
So pretty. Oh my god,
and yet,
it's so pretty.
The ice around here is at its highest point. I'm actually on an island, but no boats are getting in and out of here anytime soon. I've been moving through Greenland, trying to get to village.
His shots are so beautiful. His cameras are so fucking good. They're all in 4K. It's just perfect footage.
Villages and settlements that are impossibly far away. Villages like this dot the coast of Greenland. Settlements of people
CIA
living
pays well.
impossibly high up on the globe, living on these rocks that are spilling off of the world's largest and iciest island. I set out to go to one of these northerly villages, to try to understand what happens to them when the ice closes in and their world transforms, turning from liquid to solid, cutting them off from the world, but also opening them up to walk on water. So let me introduce you to a place that many don't know much about, Greenland. A place built on deep traditions, but one that is facing rapid change. I'm in this village in rural Greenland. The sun just came up after a very, very dark winter. It is negative 30 degrees, and I am trying to make it to a small island up the coast of Greenland. Here comes our airplane. We're taking that little plane, but that's just the beginning of our adventure here.
So pretty.
Well, that was a stunning flight. Jeez. Now it's time to get on a helicopter. Okay. We made it to this island called Uummannaq. It's impossibly far away and impossibly beautiful. We still have one more leg to go to get to the island village that we are trying to get to. But the map doesn't actually look like this right now. It actually looks much more like this. Everything's frozen. Lucky for us, we can just walk on water. Are these seal?
Yeah.
Sealskin gloves.
And this is polar bear.
Oh, wow. So now we're just cruising on the sea ice towards the village.
Way too jank.
During our ride along the sea ice, we stopped to feel the silence of this frozen landscape. The local who was towing me in his sled told me that I was lucky, that this ice was just barely thick enough. If I had come just a week earlier, I wouldn't have been able to ride over the ice.
15 to 20 years ago, we can freeze already from October all the way to end of June. But nowadays, first maybe February.
Shit.
Shall we continue?
Yeah.
Let's do it. We continued on our way, and after an hour or so, in the distance, I could see the village that 3 days ago I set out to find. We pull into the frozen harbor of this village of 200 people. Okay, this is Satut. And I remind myself where I am. I'm on an island, a settlement perched on one of the scattered rocks off Greenland's coast, deep in the Uummannaq Fjord system, 450 kilometers north of the Arctic Circle. The amount of time and energy it took to get here was my first lesson about life on the ice. But this was just the beginning. The first thing I want to know I thought this place is how do they get their food? That's what we will figure out tomorrow morning. After my first night in this village called Satut, I woke up to the dim winter light and could see this place clearly. This is an island, a small one, 3 times smaller than Central Park. Most of the year it's surrounded by water, reachable by boats from the outside that bring supplies. But during the darkest months, Satut gets locked in. It is now cut off from shipments from the outside. The ice gives them access to new ways of living, new ways of hunting. And that's what I'm gonna see today. We're going hunting with Nikolai. A local here is gonna show us what this looks like. Hello! How are you? We're having a little pre-hunting breakfast here. Wow, amazing, thank you. Nikolai and his daughter are about to take us out hunting for the day. He immediately realizes that we're gonna need a couple extra layers to keep these outsiders warm. Now equipped with the adequate insulation for the negative 15-degree weather, Nikolai and his daughter were ready to take us out onto the ice. So are we going to get to the dogs now?
Yes.
Oh, great.
To the dogs now. How much longer? Oh shit, it's late. Probably like another hour or so.
So all of these are your dad's dogs?
Yeah.
Your father's dogs? There are really strict rules about dogs. You can't bring dogs up here of any kind from outside. Only the native sled dogs that have been here for generations are allowed to be up here. And that's because these dogs are a very specific kind of dog that for generations have been a vital part of the survival of these communities in the winter.
They're so cute.
We're putting on the heavy duty stuff here because we're just out here on the ice all day and it gets cold. All right, it's finally time to see how people live out here during the winter.
Doggos.
Moving over solid water on dog sleds is what Inuits have done for generations. As I rode with Nikolai, we couldn't communicate much because of our language barrier. But one thing he made clear is that the ice used to be a lot thicker. Ah, that's how thick it was before. The ice was much thicker before. But right now, this ice, how thick? Like this? Yeah.
Shit.
Today, Nikolai is hunting for seals, who are at their plumpest right now. And thanks to the winter ice, Nikolai can set up net traps around the edges of giant icebergs, where he knows the seals will swim.
It's been a very important thing to survive during the harsh winter.
Yeah.
There's a seal right there.
I see it. I see the seal. So we got a seal, using an old Inuit trapping method, in hunting grounds that are only available for a few months out of the year. The same hunting grounds where not long ago another seal was caught and turned into food and clothes.
So your pants are made out of the seal, the same type of seal that came from this type of trap. Wow. Are they warm?
Yeah, really warm.
I was surprised to see Nikolai started burying the seal in snow. And this is where I realized how much Nikolai and I thought very differently about ice. As we headed to another seal trap, I thought a lot about ice. For me, ice is just frozen water that allows me to cool down a drink or ski down a mountain. But for Nikolai and his community, ice is infinitely more important.
What's he doing here?
Removing small powder of snow to make it clear so he can see.
The way that he handled the ice, used it as an anchor, cut it, shaped it, the number of nuanced statements he made about the ice's behavior. We get to our next seal hole, and Nikolai quickly deduces what's happening under the frozen surface, just from a few hits with his shovel. We dig, despite the extra layers of ice that Nikolai somehow senses.
Oh yeah, I see it.
And eventually we make it through. Another seal, maybe a pair of gloves. With a long glance into the distance, Nikolai then tells us that our time is limited. But with a couple hours before the blizzard comes, we head to another island to look for ptarmigan, an Arctic bird that is a delicious staple during the winter. During the hunting, we interacted with a lot of what looks like a bunch of ice and snow. But for Nikolai, his daughter, and their community, this scene is actually full of dozens of types of ice, each of them with their own behavior, their own purpose. Sea ice itself is its own category, with its own set of words. Thin sea ice is different than thick sea ice. The ice around an iceberg that Nikolai was studying is also its own category, its own word. There's a distinct word for this ice hole, and a verb that means to chip away at the ice that formed in this hole overnight. This ice chunk anchoring Nikolai's rope has its own word as well. There's a different word for flat ice and newly formed ice, uneven ice and old ice, inland ice, freshwater ice, slushy ice. There's even a word for the deep sound that ice makes when it moves and cracks. The word for cracked ice is
Oh, I'm so mad he didn't put that sound in. It sounds so cool.
Have you ever heard this sound before? It's my absolute favorite sound, and it's been fascinating me for many years now. But I had never heard about it before, until I moved to this remote place by the lake. I didn't know that the ice can create the most magical and otherworldly sounds. It excites my spirit, and during the last years I have spent many winter nights by the lake, listening and recording the sounds of the singing ice. These sounds can best be heard in the beginning of the winter, just as the lake has frozen to ice. As the surface of the ice gets thicker, it creates a strong tension in the ice, until it cracks. And as the cracks move fast over the ice, it creates these strong vibrations and sounds that can be heard many miles away. The sounds of the ice is different every winter, depending on how fast the ice grows and how much snow is covering the surface. The colder, the louder sounds. Being out on the ice when it sings the most is a very special experience. If the ice cracks close to you, you can feel like a wall of vibration from the sounds, almost knocking you down. It's very powerful. And I have to admit that it feels a bit spooky to walk down to the ice in the nights, changing batteries in my sound recorder, while being surrounded by these loud, strange sounds. It's like the sound of an ancient spirit awakening under the ice, roaring out in the night. And the ice does not only make this magical music, it also creates a masterpiece on the ice.
Ice is cool. Raw ice sounds. Hey, they took her video. Oh, it's her. Is this her whole thing? Ice ASMR? It sounds cold. Wait, why is this so soothing? You like made me sleepy right now. It sounds like a horror soundtrack. The close-ups. Man, she like really likes ice. Oh, Northern Lights? I struggle right now? Aw.
Wow. Okay, this is incredible.
Wow.
Okay, this is incredible. You gotta see this. Oh, wow. This is...
God damn.
Wow.
It's so pretty.
Do you see this? Wow, wow, wow. Wow. Okay, this is incredible. Okay, this is incredible. You gotta see this. Oh, wow.
That looks fake as fuck.
Wow. see
In a way.
this? Wow, wow, wow. It's the top of the sky right there. Do you see how it's boiling? It looks almost like it's boiling of light. Okay, this is almost a bit scary. It's so strong.
The Northern Lights, also known as Aurora Borealis, are one of the most beautiful and mesmerizing natural phenomena in the world. These lights, that can be seen in the cold, dark skies of the far north, illuminate the sky with an array of colors, from soft pastels to vibrant hues of green, pink, and purple. It's no wonder that humans have been captivated by the beauty of the Northern Lights.
Oh, okay, she's gonna put me to sleep. I'm sorry. I just wanted to show you the ice sounds. I really got stun locked.
Distinctly different than the word for the actual cracks themselves, which is also different from the verb for moving through a narrow passage of cracked sea ice in a boat. There's a word for this, the edge where the ice ends and the water begins. There's even a word for the crusty, sharp ice that forms on top of snow, and a word for the water created when snow melts on top of sea ice. And I could go on. I'm learning a lot about the behavior of ice. Had no idea how complex it was. This rich vocabulary is an indication of how alive this ice is for these communities. It moves and creaks, it comes and goes, it provides the ground to find food, and then it takes it away. Learning to speak the language of the ice is a must for a community like this. I'm struck by how he's able to navigate out here. Like, these icebergs are not the same ones that were here last season. They're changing every day. Sometimes they tilt and float and move, and yet they've memorized this space just for this season. We made it to the ptarmigan island and stopped for lunch. It's a fact of the world that when you're cold and outside, everything tastes better. I'm eating tea and a poppy seed roll. It's effectively the best meal I've ever had in my entire life. Before heading up the hill, Nikolai had to show me his harpoon, the one he uses to catch whales.
This has been used for hundreds of years.
Yeah. We spent no less than 2 hours climbing this island, looking for ptarmigan. Nikolai casually turned to us and let us know that this was actually an Inuit burial ground. This is where his ancestors are. Alright, he's going in for the kill. We had a few close calls with the ptarmigan, but in the end, no luck. No luck. We're heading back to the village with no birds, but 2 seals. So we headed back to the sled, and soon we were gliding over the sea again, back to the village before the blizzard could fully hit. Nikolai invited me to his home where I met his wife, Anna Sophia. They fed me their favorite food from the sea. Yes, I'm now eating narwhal, the majestic Arctic whale that I honestly thought was a make-believe character up until a few years ago. Did you catch this narwhal, or did you bought this narwhal from someone else in the village?
They caught it themselves.
You caught this narwhal yourself?
Yeah, they have caught it.
And soon we were over in the TV room, looking at the tusk from the narwhal we were eating. So it was a big, big narwhal.
Oh shit!
It was big, yeah.
So dinner consisted mostly of narwhal meat, narwhal ribs. It's good, yeah. It's very salty. And and the delicacy of narwhal skin and blubber, which is cubed and eaten raw, sometimes with soy sauce.
Here we go. Whoa.
All of this accompanied with fresh water from an iceberg.
This is melted iceberg.
So it's from the inland ice from Greenland. So you're drinking a glacier.
Oh, lovely.
The one with the soil, man,
It's really good. And to be clear, I wasn't just saying this to be polite. Raw whale skin is objectively delicious.
Now I understand. Yeah.
I had come here thinking that this community had no other choice but to hunt during the cold winter. And while they are more limited to their access to the outside world during these months, this conversation taught me that they don't just hunt for survival. They hunt because this food, this tradition of being out there on the ice, connected to this volatile weather, it's part of what gives their lives meaning. It's part of their identity. After finishing up with the narwhal and seeing more seal clothing, I asked something that had been on my mind for a while, which is, how much longer could this small island and all of its traditions survive, especially with the powerful forces of modernization luring people to the big cities?
Do you think some of the traditional practices of hunting and Inuit culture will still be here in 50 years, even with all the modernization?
Yeah.
Nikolai and Anne-Sophia have 3 daughters, and they are the ones that will ultimately answer this question. Their oldest daughter, who's 19, has already made up her mind.
So yeah, I'm curious what your thoughts are about moving away from Satut. You said you didn't want to leave.
In my future, I want to be a fisherman like my father.
You do?
Yeah.
Ah, wow. And what about your other sisters? Are they? Do you think they'll be fishermen too? Or?
No.
No, they don't want to.
Yes. When I asked my little sister, she said, "Hell no."
Oh man, so she won't be in Satut. She'll maybe live in Nuuk or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like she wants to be a nurse, so she wants to be moved to Nuuk.
I left Satut with much more clarity on what life in a small Arctic village looks like, how they do it, why they stay, and why some are leaving. Greenland's capital, Nuuk, is further south. It's a less extreme climate, and it offers convenience and work. Work that doesn't involve breaking into ice looking for seals or stalking birds up a mountain. One that is not based nearly as much on ice that is getting thinner and thinner every year. And yet, if I learned anything from hunting on the sea ice with Nikolai and his daughter, it was that these activities were so much more than just a means for survival. The ice, the dogs, the traipsing around a snowy mountain where your ancestors are buried looking for an Arctic bird. This isn't about efficiency or convenience. It's about connection. It's about meaning and tradition. It's identity, unlike anything I can relate to. But it's an identity that continues to be chipped away at and threatened by all of these forces from the outside world.
But this tension is not new to Greenlanders. They've been experiencing some version of outside forces threatening their culture for a really long time. For a long time it was the Danes, the colonizers here on Greenland, who came in looking to exploit this land and to modernize and industrialize this place. And with them they brought prosperity, economy, industrialization, new forms of development, income. But in exchange, they brought with them an attempt to eradicate the culture here, forcibly shutting down some of these settlements, pushing the people into bigger population centers so that they could work in fisheries and factories, sterilizing the culture and even trying to thin the population.
Forcibly stripping away any population from their land and then separating them from their friends and family would take a toll on any people. But for a culture so rooted in their natural environment, this rapid assimilation effort from the Danes has taken a particularly harsh toll on Greenlandic people.
Very, very fast assimilation that a lot of people lose their identity. That was a mental violence, so many of them just chose to become alcoholic to forget their problems.
As I moved south, I met up with Pauline, a therapist who sees the effects of this every day.
Am sudia mattakuchipat inuiaqatingiluan taanna qanorsuaq unammillerneq inuiattu allatuut ineriartupilornerup misingissutikkut annertuorsuarmik innarlinera.
And those problems from back then continued to many generations. Many of them had no opportunity to heal their trauma. Even the grandchildren of the people who were forced to move commit suicide and have alcohol problems.
Greenland has the highest suicide rate of any place on Earth. Alcoholism is a major problem.
Immin toqunniku ukiut fiuqnit matumsiornatim. Meerai træver tingayadok.
And yet, there's hope in this story. After decades of cultural cleansing and forced assimilation, Greenlanders have been fighting back to regain their autonomy, to regain their culture. Over the decades, their political system has broken further and further away from Denmark's, to where they now govern themselves. And Greenlandic culture, once on the brink of extinction, is coming back. To see what this looks like, I headed south. On a layover in one small village, I found a moment to head down to the ice to meet up with a group of ladies who love cold water as much as I do.
Good morning.
Ain't no way.
Feels amazing. Yeah.
He's crazy. They're crazy.
Wow. I feel awake. Thank you so much. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
I got to Nuuk and met up with Kupanuk, a mining engineer that the world knows better as the creator of Q's Greenland, where she shares Greenland with the world in the most amazing way.
All these buildings here are new. They weren't there for like 3 years ago.
The first thing you notice when you get to Nuuk is how many cranes there are.
Okay, so this is definitely not the sleepy little town that I was expecting. This place is big, and it is growing. Everywhere I look, there's a freaking crane.
As Q drove me around, we caught a glimpse of these massive apartment blocks, physical symbols of Greenland's colonial past.
They are from the 50s, 60s, back then when they closed down small villages and forced people to move to town.
Whoa.
So they were forced to move into those buildings.
Whoa.
That was the colonization, big part of it. Yeah. So this is the future new biggest school in Greenland. So it's
the cranes, the apartment blocks, this town of 20,000 people with all of this rapid development seemed like a place where Greenlandic culture goes to wither away, to be replaced with supermarkets, shopping malls, cars, and convenience.
So it's crazy with how much construction they're doing right now.
This is likely where Nikolai's middle daughter will end up. Far from home and seemingly far from her culture, from the seal pants, the days out on the ice, the dogs, the narwhal. At least that's what I thought. But after spending a day with Q, I learned that I was wrong.
I'm hoping to buy the fresh seal meat at the market.
Yeah.
So we can have it for dinner tonight.
Okay. First stop in Nuuk. The butcher. I know what it's like to go hunting for seal, kind of. So it's pretty cool that even here in the city, they're doing this. Oh, you get some too?
Yeah.
You got it.
Soon we were on the outskirts of town, and I was learning just how alive Greenlandic culture was here.
So we could actually just hike from my backyard and then go up, and then we'll be able to find Tom again.
Do people still go out and hunt? Even though they could go to the grocery store and it's so much easier?
We do it to get extra special food.
Why do you do it? Go out, do all the effort to get special food.
Because it tastes really good. It's different, it's fresh. It's
Yeah.
like the feeling of self-providing is so amazing. It's like a must. We can't live without it.
You can't live without it.
Here it was again, that same sentiment that I heard around the dinner table in that tiny village. There's truly no need to hunt here, and yet the people here still do.
Do you think that with all this modernization, there's a feeling or a worry that it's gonna dilute or...
I'm not worried about the remote places, like the small places. I'm definitely not worried about them. I can be worried about like my children wouldn't learn how to go hunting, fishing and all that, but I make sure that they do. They get to try it and all that. We are becoming more and more proud of who we are, how important it is to keep our own language and all of that. So I think it's just like twisting it back.
Yeah. And
was,
are you consciously doing that with your kids? Or
Yes.
In what ways?
So we only speak Greenlandic to them. So we are making sure that they are fully Greenlandic speaking. And we have these great abilities that we should be much more proud about.
Absolutely. That Nikolai was, and his daughter. His daughter who's like on Instagram and Facebook and has an Apple Watch, but then is out there with the sled dogs. And when I came here, I sort of thought it was one or the other. You either choose modernization or you choose Greenlandic culture.
Oh, no. It's both at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can have both.
You can have both.
Yeah.
So no, Nuuk is not the place where Greenlandic culture goes to wither. At least not for now. Greenlanders like Q live modern, connected lives, and yet they retain their connection to the land, the animals, the plants, and the ice that has provided for their ancestors for centuries.
Hello. How's it going? Oh.
That night, I ended up at Q's house where I met her family and watched as she made soup from that fresh seal we bought earlier that day. Another meal made possible by the sea ice.
Oh my goodness, that is so good.
Is it good?
Yes, it's so
Like
good.
it?
I like seal.
Have a look there, right to them.
I came here trying to understand how people survive in remote villages during the winter. But in the process, I learned several unexpected lessons. Lessons about identity and meaning that comes from old practices. Lessons about the complicated nature of modernization and the poison of forced assimilation. And I left feeling grateful for the people who let me into their world, one so different than anything I'm familiar with, showing me that some traditions are too strong, too valuable to be wiped away by modern conveniences.
Only a little fetishization. It's fine. I do feel like he's trying to be sensitive. A little, maybe. It's so pretty though. Gorgeous. It's insane how much less ice there is. Like, the dude said it used to freeze in October and now it doesn't freeze until February. Holy shit. That's not good. That is not good.
Do you like movies? Do you like robots? Do you like movies about robots? Well, introducing
Yes.
movies by robots. Oh my god.
Oh no.
What is
Oh
that?
god. Oh
What is
god.
that? Oh my
Oh
god, it's
god.
making me sick.
Oh
Get off
god,
the screen.
no.
Hi everyone, I'm Duncan, and the goal for this video is to convince you that AI does not belong in the filmmaking industry. What do you think about robots?
I'm sold.
No, she doesn't care. That is a very expensive camera. Be careful. Be careful.
Hello.
Be careful. Be careful. As of the time I'm recording this, the Writers Guild of America is on strike, meaning that Hollywood and the movie-making industry has its brain picketing and protesting outside of its body. Long story short, streaming services don't really compensate the writers. The writers aren't being paid enough to live in California. The whole thing's a mess, and it can be traced back to greed. Multiple studios have shut down entire productions because of it, and you know what? Good. I stand with these writers. Whatever the writers say, I'm going to agree with, because these are the people who are responsible for the parts of Hollywood that I enjoy. It's the well-written story arcs, compelling characters. Like, the entire reason a movie works is the story, and I think since they're in charge of that, they should be able to call the shots. On the other side, you have the studio executives who are responsible for the parts of the filmmaking industry I hate the most, which is board members buying more yachts.
Fucking C-suite.
And I don't know, I think I'd rather have a movie than that. Now,
True.
Hollywood has always been about
So
money.
true.
Like, studios will fund projects that they think will return the most profit. That's all it is. It's like the stock market, but with more movies. And thanks to money, greed, capitalism, etc., these studios have been trying to downsize that process as much as they can. If you've noticed that some movies are entirely CGI now, that's because they want to reduce the amount of people on set that they have to pay. And though sometimes the graphics can be impressive, if you ask me, that shit's not worth it. These studios have been cutting things so short that the writers have been forced to go on strike for the first time since 2007. And the 2007 writer's strike is responsible for some of the worst movies and TV shows you've ever heard of. So, get ready for more of that. Negotiations fell through for a number of reasons. Streaming services don't support the writers enough, the studio executives aren't paying fair wages, and there's what we're talking about today, which is an increased focus on artificial intelligence. It's not a very well-kept secret that AI has been sought after in this business. Studio executives really want a computer to fart out a script, have 1 to 2 writers touch it up, and then use it to make an entire movie and make millions.
Yep.
They don't want to pay a screenwriter in that process if they don't have to. Of course, writers are going to strike against that idea because nobody wants their job to be taken by a robot, especially if you're in the creative arts field. I do get the argument of some jobs being fully automated in order to reduce the risk of human harm. I can be swayed of that. Yes, if you have a collapsing factory full of underpaid working class people, I would want them out of there. Replace that with robots, absolutely. But you show me a movie studio and no, those aren't the same. And of course, it's not just Hollywood.
Yeah, I saw a tweet that was like, doing hard labor while the robots do the film and art was not my vision for the future. How did we get here?
Executives and people who stand to profit pushing on this decision. There's also people who would suffer from it but don't know about it, and they're AI fanboys. Imagine an Elon Musk supporter, and then imagine that they think they know better than Elon Musk, because credit where it's due, he's been warning us against AI for a long time. And normally I would want to be objective and give them the chance to explain their side of the argument, but a lot of the time they're creepy towards women, so that kind of tells me all I need to know. I think the quintessential example of AI fans is this post that went viral a few months ago. I probably can't show a lot of these pictures, but the entire idea is that AI-generated models would mean that it's over for women, real women. It's over. To me, this is the perfect example of the individual pro-AI movement, because if you zoom in and look at the details, wrists don't bend like that, spines shouldn't curve like that, and there's really no...
I mean, you're assuming that they're looking at their wrist. I got news for you, Duncan.
humanity in those dead eyes, but these people don't care
Yo, why does this keep happening?
because boobs.
My computer's acting weird as fuck.
Woman boobs, but curve like that, and there's really no humanity in those dead eyes. But these people don't care because boobs. Woman boobs.
Booba.
Girls, boob women. And really,
Boob
that's
women.
all they were asking for it in the first place. So
Yeah.
on one side, you have the studio executives and this crowd, people who want something cheap and easily made. And on the other side, you have the writers' strike and the people against AI because they want to support human creativity. You can pick your side. To me, it's pretty obvious. If you ask me or reread
Yeah.
the video title, I don't think that writers can be replaced by AI. And I'm not trying to say that AI can't write, because there's a lot of examples of articles or video scripts that AI has been able to produce. But while AI can write, it can't create like writers do, and I think there's a huge difference there. AI works by reading your prompt, scanning the internet for similar examples, and then stitching together what it finds to be as close as it can be. You tell it what you want, and it tries to go find it for you. But finding and creating just aren't the same. And people have been arguing for Hollywood to incorporate AI for a long time, even so much as recently. I saw this tweet from someone on Team Robot that took off recently, claiming entire productions could be automated. Hollywood is done for. You might not believe me, but this is AI generated. And then this is the movie that it's created for us.
In a world of glamour and intrigue where nothing is quite as it seems.
It's like stepping into a whimsical dream.
The fuck?
One chance encounter leads to a night of unforgettable adventure and romance. In the glamorous 1930s era,
This was literally like watching a nightmare. What the fuck? Aggregating sources, so you're gonna be fucked eventually. Yeah. Yeah, what in the actual fuck is this?
Okay, stop. I'm not going to make you watch the whole thing. It's just more of this and this, so let's not. Yes, you have a lot of the small, creepy details, like the hands with too many fingers or the faces warping in and out in the background, but to me, it's kind of easy to highlight these and make fun of it, and there's really other problems that I want to get to here.
No.
Maybe just a little bit.
Highlight.
What the hell
more.
is this? Whose arm is that supposed to be? It's not hers, and it's not his. The prompt that was used here is pretty clear. It's to make a movie in the style of 1920s America, complete with the jazz clubs, the wealth on display, and all the partying that those affluent white people were known for back then. I think the goal was to have the end result be something similar to movies like The Artist or Chicago or The Great Gatsby. And I think this because I'm pretty sure the robot just digested films like The Artist, Chicago, and The Great Gatsby. Down to the blatant plagiarism, the software didn't create this out of nothing. Everything you see here has already been made and used somewhere, but because things are being stitched together, you get the misshapen faces and the witch fingers. And yes, it's fun to point at this and say, haha, it's a mess, it's ugly, but the haunting part is knowing that studios would prefer this over paying everyone involved in making a real movie. We are getting closer to studios producing movies that look just like this mess because of how cheap it would be to do. You don't have to pay actors or makeup artists, set designers, costuming department, producers, directors, or editors. Just 1 to 2 writers and software that they can abuse. Here we have a fully computer-generated Bud Light commercial, just for fun. No, I'm pretty sure this is following the boycott for Bud Light because of the trans woman they had in a commercial. And I think you'd agree by looking at this, it's new as in we've never seen it before, but it's very familiar because it's just 100 Bud Light commercials you've already seen stitched together. It's nothing new, it's reductive. Hey Duncan, writers reuse concepts that have already been used, right? They just reference movies they've already done. So your argument is pointless. Checkmate. Absolutely. Lazy writers can try and pass off something as new after it going through only minimal changes. Absolutely. Absolutely. All the time that happens. But I think most of the time people are just inspired by things they've seen, which is not a crime. In the worst case scenario, if it was just blatant plagiarism, they would probably be hit with some kind of copyright law. Does AI have to deal with copyright law? Oh boy, they hate that question. What I find insidious is the repetition of the "it's over for Hollywood" or "it's over for women," as if these things can be easily replaced. I think these people are convinced that by making something more accessible, that makes it better, which is a very American way of looking at things. The self-described film nerds who are in favor of Hollywood adapting AI are probably the same type of guys who think that movies are made by a director and not also by the small army it takes to make sure the movie happens. Hey, what if Wes Anderson directed Star Wars? Me like Star Wars, me like Wes Anderson. Two good things me like, double good, right? The entire concept of two things they like coming together is really exciting to a lot of these people, but the end result is just a bunch of incomprehensible collages of weird but vaguely familiar scenes.
Okay, but Wes Anderson Star Wars kind of slaps. I'm not mad at this.
It's because there's no humanity here. There's no drive or passion. It's just an algorithm doing what you told it to do. And a lot of people pretend like this is preferable. Because if there's one thing Star Wars fans are known for, it's accepting change. And you could argue that the current model that these studios are using now is regressive. And I would say, finally, we can have a good conversation about that. Because yeah, there is room there to argue. But under this context, I would rather have 1,000 similar TV shows if they were all made by unique and individual production teams of artists being able to exercise their talent. I'm not going to demand we get more of a lower quality just because a robot made it quicker. I've only been on a few movie sets because I'm a worst case scenario film student, and oh my god, they are not all perfect, but it's meaningful. The attempt at making a movie is meaningful. And typing a sentence into an algorithm and getting something easy, there's no meaning in that. These studios are so obsessive over the value of their movies that they've completely overlooked the value of movie making. Got 'em. Ooh, that's a quote. You're free to disagree with me, but if you really want to argue that a robot-made movie of this thing staring at you while whimsical twee music plays on a loop would make a good film, I don't think you should really be even.
I'm curious now. I'm sorry.
Enveloping their...
We're doing this now, I guess.
The mass. That's the word they who called themselves humans would use to describe me. I arrived on this blue and green planet drawn by its energy and life. I settled in a cave, nestled in the shadows, feeding on small creatures and absorbing the energy of my surroundings. The humans stumbled upon me, intrigued by my presence. They took me with them to a place filled with knowledge and understanding. They studied me in their sterile, controlled environment, trying to unravel the mystery I represented. But I remained silent, observing their curiosity and fascination.
It's so unsettling. Why does it look so familiar? It reminds me of a subreddit. I can't remember what it's called, though. Where people just make weird-ass fucking animations.
They found beauty in my existence and chose to share my presence with their world. I transformed into an exhibit, a living work of art. They assumed that expanding me further would draw even more admiration from their fellow humans. It struck me as peculiar that creatures like them would inadvertently facilitate their own subjugation. Yet I understood their desire to impress one another. And I, the mass, was indeed impressive. Some humans became obsessed.
Ew! Ew! With the 15 fingers! Like, fingering it. That was awful.
Some
Ew.
humans became
Ew.
obsessed,
Stop
fueling
that.
my expansion
Stop
with
it.
their desire to be close to me. They were unwitting pawns in a game they didn't understand. My growth was relentless, consuming everything in its path. As I continued to grow, the humans soon realized they could not keep me contained.
Is this an allegory for AI itself? AI writing about AI?
My expansion was unstoppable, and the once secure walls crumbled beneath my ever-growing presence. My expansion knew no bounds. I spread into their city, enveloping their skyscrapers, streets, and people. I observed the intricate structures they had built and marveled at their ingenuity. Yet I couldn't help but wonder why they had chosen to live so close together in such confined spaces, where the cacophony of their lives collided. I continued to grow, reaching the vast oceans and traversing them, absorbing the energy and life within their depths. The vastness and mystery
This
of
is
the
too
ocean
real.
intrigued me. Beneath the waves,
Oh. Oh. It's just disturbing. This is gonna give me nightmares.
I discovered an alien world teeming with life. From the tiniest of plankton to the immense leviathans of the deep, all enmeshed in a delicate balance. My expansion persisted, covering the land and consuming the lush forests and deserts that lay before me. I melded with the diverse ecosystems and landscapes of this planet. The vibrant, interconnected web of life in the forests fascinated me. From the towering trees to the countless creatures that thrived within their shadows. I absorbed the resilience of life in the harsh deserts, witnessing the tenacity of cacti, reptiles, and other hardy creatures that eked out an existence in the unforgiving sands. I encompassed their world, absorbing all life and energy. A planet that once teemed with life, now a part of my being. I am the mass. I am their curiosity, their fascination, their hope, and their destruction. The human experience I carry allows me to comprehend their emotions, even though I am a being of an entirely different nature. I am, for the first time, eager to explore and engulf the countless unknown wonders and possibilities that stretch across the cosmos. I will leave a trail of silence.
Ain't no way, dude. That may have been the scariest thing I've ever watched. What the fuck was that? The fuck was that? Lord of the Rings by Wes Anderson. Hey, what if Wes Anderson made every movie?
In the quaintest corner of Middle-earth, embark on an epic journey unlike any you've experienced before. This winter, Wes Anderson presents a heartwarming and quirky adaptation of a beloved classic, The Whimsical Fellowship. Meet Frodo Baggins, an unassuming hobbit, chosen for an extraordinary task. Guided by the enigmatic wizard Gandalf, Frodo embarks on a captivating journey with a colorful crew. Follow these heroes as they traverse idyllic countrysides and enchanted forests, bound together by a mission to save their world from looming darkness.
Our quest is clear. We must destroy the One Ring, overcome the eccentricities of our newfound fellowship, and perhaps learn the true meaning of friendship along the way. For this adventure, we'll require a walking stick, antique maps, breakfast, the Ring of Power, a pipe, a sword, and second breakfast.
Featuring an illustrious cast of Middle-earth's most distinctive inhabitants. Starring Timothy Chalamet, Bill Murray, Tilda Swinton, Edward Norton, Lea Seydoux, Benicio del Toro, Adrian Brody, Bob Balaban, Jeff Goldblum, Ben Stiller, Christoph Waltz, Willem Dafoe, and Owen Wilson. The Whimsical Fellowship is a refreshingly unique interpretation of Tolkien's timeless tale. Journey into theaters this summer, and remember, not all those who wander are lost. If you like this trailer, be sure to subscribe to...
That's good. That's good. Oh, this looks terrifying. What's this?
Once upon a twilight dreary, wandered I through alleys eerie, in a quaint and nameless hamlet, unknown to many a weary shore. While I lingered faint and weary, midst the shadows cold and dreary, came upon a church, its spire piercing heaven's vaulted door. Lo, I'll rest, I whispered softly, 'neath this hallowed sacred floor, and the world forget before. Through the open arch I wandered, where the faithful prayed and pondered, clad in robes of purest white, like the firstborn snowfall's hoar, pews of oak and stained glass framing, chants of pious voices claiming, sweetest refuge in this sanctum, safe from darkness that I bore. Here, thought I, my burdened spirit shall unburden and restore, in the peace I've longed for more. But anon a pall descended as the darkness around them blended, silent figures swathed in sable, slipping through the ancient door. Creeping shadows, black as midnight, stole the peace, the sacred birthright, of this hallowed congregation as they'd done in times before. What is this, I muttered, trembling, that these people thus endure as their
Is this some fucking racist-ass poem? What is this shit?
prayers are swept ashore? Then a darkness, thick and viscous, settled round, malign and vicious, suffocating sacred silence, turning prayers to whispers more. In the gloom the black ones wandered as the faithful watched and wondered, darkness coiling round the pious, seeping into every pore. Tell me what foul curse has taken hold, I begged, and what's in store for this sacred house of yore? Scarce had I the question spoken, when the gloom was torn and broken by a third wave, crimson-robed, who breached the sanctuary's door, filling aisles with ruddy splendor. 'Neath the light their garments render, as they danced and chanted wildly, like the worshippers of yore. Is this ritual or madness, thought I, or both forevermore woven in this church's core? In the sea of roiling red, the people lost as if long dead, their prayers and pious utterances drowned in chaos evermore. And I, a helpless, haunted stranger, midst the throes of fear and danger, could but watch the scene unfolding like a nightmare from folklore. God, I prayed, grant me solace, strength to flee this fearful shore, and forget this scene forevermore. As I fled the church of shadows, leaving dark and nameless meadows, I could hear the eerie echoes of that service held before. And though miles have stretched between us, still the haunting darkness lingers in the corners of my psyche, bound to me
Everything really looks like you're on acid.
forevermore. For I know, in sleepless slumber, I shall see the crimson door and the strange church service evermore.
Like the face distortion. Like how everything moves a little bit. God. Fucking AI generated shorts. Do I want to? Oh god. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Literally, what the fuck? I hate it. What is this?
This guy produces a movie all by himself.
I used AI to create a fully animated short film. First, I used a prompt generator and
Okay,
So I'm using AI
give me
video
the
tools to
shit
produce a short.
that I'm looking for. You know what I want.
I was 19 and I liked dress.
Now it's just giving me random shit.
I'm Jake, and I'm a medical and cardiac alert doctor.
Hello? Can you...
Look for this symbol. You will find a wheel that must be turned and released. It will start a great machine to turn. machine can help you.
All right. So that was demonic. AI shorts are terrifying. Let's check TikTok. I just decided I want to destroy my mind, I guess. The absolute worst content known to man. Yeah, give it to me.
What you know about rolling down in the deep when you...
Shut up. Why is TikTok so loud? Killing me. Way too fucking dang. Okay. AI generated. Of course, the first one's titties. Of course. Why am I not surprised? Ain't no way. Oh god.
Asking AI
Oh god. Oh god.
Draw the last human who saw Jesus.
The fuck? Huh?
Check out this AI-generated video. It's from a company called Flawless AI, and it shows just how powerful generative AI video is going to be.
Stuck on this stupid tower in the middle of nowhere. And I don't blame you, and now we're stuck on this stupid freaking tower in the middle of freaking nowhere. And it's all my fault.
Basically,
Damn.
powerful post-production capabilities will be in the hands of individuals. Anybody could make a Hollywood...
Wait, what the fuck?
And it's all my fault.
Basically...
What the fuck? It changed her mouth. Yo, what the fuck? None of these people are real? Freaky, dude. Ah! Why are there so many teeth? Yeah, this one too. Way too many teeth. This is weird. This is weird as fuck. Why are some of them eras and some of them, like, races? This is the worst. I've seen this. It's the worst.
How does AI see the princesses of every country? Part 3.
Shocking.
How does AI see the princesses of every country? Part 3.
So they all have very Eurocentric features. Shocking. What heaven looks like? Yeah. What? doesn't look very good, yo. AI generated babe. Is it gonna play? Are you gonna play? No. Ugh.
Never bother me. Things that bother you never bother me. I feel happy and fine. Ha-ha! Living in the sunlight, loving in the moonlight. I don't worry.
Wait. These all look like very real.
Things that bother you never bother me.
I hate this fucking website. It trips me up so bad. So many of them look like people I've known.
Things that bother you never bother me. I feel happy and fine.
But if you do, please mention that I'd like to have returned a pretty knife that I stuck 10 times in his back. For I sing songs until the break of dawn. But if you do,
Not bad.
What would it look like if I put...
God damn it, with the Bible verses. Yes. Yes. Sicko, yes. Fuck yeah. Wicked. Let's fucking go. That's also not accurate, but alright. Why?
As for drugs, well, drugs are bad. You shouldn't do drugs.
What the fuck? Oh my god. Ain't no way.
Do in Texas, please. Fold them, let them hit me, raise it, baby, stay with me. I love it. Looking intuition, play the cards with space to start. And after he's been hooked, I'll play the one that's on his
Oh my god.
Oh, I'll get him hard, show him what I got.
I want to watch this.
Show him what I got.
As for drugs, well, drugs are bad. You shouldn't do drugs.
Oh my god. This is Mr. Rogers. Oh shit.
I caught half of you using ChatGPT for the last essay. And guess what? Your final essay is now 50 pages.
No problem. I'll
Fuck.
test you Syncode AI's new AI document editor. This lets you use AI directly in docs and you can...
That's awesome. TikTok, what's happening? What is this? Oh. It's supposed to. Oh shit.
Have y'all seen this clone AI app ad thing?
I have.
You're making a huge mistake with ChatGPT. Lots of people, including myself, have been using this awesome technology.
Make a free AI video in under 5 minutes. Type in this website or see bio for link.
Do you want a snack? Cool, great, thanks. Don't look at the notebook. Don't look at the notebook. Don't.
Oh my god, that hurts my eyes. That hurts my eyes so bad.
Looking for a burger experience like no other? Look no further than Burger Bazaar. Introducing our new PB&J burger.
What is
Creamy
this?
Peanut butter, sweet jelly, and crispy bacon on top of a juicy beef patty make for a
What am I
seriously
looking at?
delicious burger. We use only the highest quality, locally sourced beef to make the patties in our PB&J burger. Deliciousness redefined
Ew.
with quality ingredients. Burger Bazaar.
Ew.
Looking for
Ew.
a burger experience like no other?
Beef in your
Look no further than
PB&J burger?
Bazaar. Introducing our new
I'm
PB&J
sorry.
burger. The creamy peanut butter,
Sorry,
sweet
what?
jelly, and crispy bacon on top of a juicy beef patty make for a seriously delicious burger. We use only the highest quality, locally sourced beef to make the patties in our PB&J burger. Deliciousness redefined with quality ingredients. Burger Bazaar. Looking
Wow.
for a burger experience like no...
Wow.
Yeah, too much phone now, they can't keep up with the kid, ayy. 100 million if you talking about a crib, okay. Presidential if you talking about a res. I had dreams of living lavish, but I checked that off the list. Dropping heads, yeah. They could never say I miss. Tell me why they pussy.
Are you telling me this is not a real Drake song? Because I could not tell you.
Around and try to diss, call it quiz, yeah. We know that ain't how you live. Got my shooters pulling up, they check you off the list, yeah. I took some cans, I'm off for 20, but I feel okay. I hit a shotty, she a
I don't know. It says AI generated.
out and said she couldn't stay. We might just let them slide, but trust me, we gon' make them pay. Then they gon' die today. That's RIP his name. And honestly, that's what he get for trying to
No, see, he has 5 fingers, so I feel like this might be real.
get some fame.
Is this a meme?
I had to make a way. It's like a movie, how we turn this shit to child's play. Yeah, too much so now they can't keep up with the kid, ayy. 100 million if you talking about a crib, okay. Presidential if you talking about a res. I had dreams of living
If it is
lavish,
real,
but I checked
okay.
that off the list. Dropping heads, yeah. They could never say I miss. Tell me why they pussy fuck around and try to diss. Call it quiz, yeah. We know that ain't how you live. Got my shooters pulling up, they check you off the list, yeah.
Why did that sound just like Drake? That's scary good.
This pizza commercial is completely AI generated and is going to put companies out of business.
Are you ready for best pizza of life?
What is going on with his
Bring
mouth?
friends down to Pepperoni Hug Spot.
That's not a bad name. I'm
Our
scared.
chefs make pizza
There's
with heart and
smoke coming
special
from his
touch.
arm?
Cheese, pepperoni, vegetable, and more secret things.
What are the secret things?
Need delivery? Pizzas come
This
fast.
one isn't bad.
Knock knock.
That
Who's
is
there?
not a pizza
Pizza
box.
magic.
That's a computer case.
He's so tall.
Pepperoni Hug
Eat
Spot
the whole
pizza.
plate. Why
Your tummy
don't
say
you?
thank
That
you.
is-
Your mouth say.
That's nasty.
The way she was just
Pepperoni
talking
Hug
to the
Spot. It's
pizza.
our family, but with more cheese.
What does that even mean?
Not more
How
eating.
did the queen of every country look like?
AI generated Pokemon only using the descriptions found in Wiki Pokédex. And by popular demand, let's check out Ghastly. Ghastly's appearance consists of a dark spear, its head surrounded by light purple gas. Ghastly has large white eyes. I'm going to use 2 AI generators. One is going to be very cheap and one's going to be very expensive. Alright, so we have an Amazing World of Gumball version of Ghastly. As cute and cuddly as this one is, it's actually a pretty good representation of Ghastly. This looks like a bomb flower from Tears of the Kingdom. Fuck, dude. Now let's get on to the expensive ones. This looks like something you'd see like 10,000 below sea level in a submarine in your nightmares. Alright, this one's fire. If I saw this in Lavender Town, I'm running back to the rock.
shit.
Town. If you put arms on this one, it's just a pissed off Geodude. This looks like you took a male Pomeranian and a female Ghastly and put them in the daycare for a few days together. Can't unsee it. It's staring in my soul. One might be scarier than the second one. Make sure you comment what Pokemon you want.
Day 10 of creating AI people until someone who looks like them responds. Day 10 of
Toma, soca, soca, vai piranha, vai safado, eu te empurrando a piroca.
Jesus Christ. The muscles on muscles. Ah. Ah.
AI is moving so
No.
fast. You have to see this. It's called Gen 2. What I'm about to show you is going to revolutionize the...
I don't care.
Something for your mind, 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 mind. Something for your...
Ain't no way. What the fuck is this? I need to see this, but it won't play. Please, please play. Oh! Ah! Brandon, no. Get out of the lake, Jack.
Which AI image generator is the best? I tested 10 of the top platforms, so you don't have to. These are the results.
Wow. So Grimes, a famous musician who also happens to be the mother of Elon Musk's son, who's named X, has just done something historic. Something that I believe the rest of the music industry will follow over the course of the next year. Grimes has said that she will be splitting 50% royalties on any successful AI-generated song that uses her voice. And she says that her and her team are making a program that will make this easy, that'll allow users to simulate her voice, and that she will also introduce blockchain to collect and pay out royalties. And I think that this—
You're fucking kidding me, dude. She's gonna pay royalties in fucking Bitcoin. Bitcoin royalties. That's a goddamn joke, right? That's a joke, right? Good one. Ain't no fucking way, dude. Oh my god.
This is genius because
I saw her post about this, like, I'm kind of like scared because like AI can already make better music than me, and I don't know what to do about that. Sounds like an AI generated statement. It probably is.
not only is it providing a model for the rest of the music industry, we're also about to see a ton of new Grimes music proliferate all over the internet. Well, let me know below what you think of the story. I'll catch you in the next video. Wow. So Grimes, a famous musician who also happens to be the mother of Elon Musk's—
Wow, indeed. I mean, 50%, that's pretty generous. BRB, making a Grimes song.
So, like a lot of people recently, I've had the horror and pleasure of playing around with an AI image generator recently.
Shit.
Are you ready for best pizza of life?
No.
Bring friends down
No.
to Pepperoni Hug Spot.
Stop.
Our chefs make pizza
Please,
with heart
no.
and special touch. Cheese, pepperoni, vegetable, and more secret things. Need delivery? Pizzas come fast. Knock knock, who's there? Pizza.
What the fuck? Oh, this is so fucked up. The way it starts with baby chickens. They're babies! I'm dying.
AI-generated portraits of Simpsons characters as real people.
Oh fuck.
Spider cochon, il peut marcher au plafond. Est-ce qu'il peut faire une toile? Bien sûr que non, c'est un cochon.
Why is this perfect?
AI-generated
Why was that
portraits
so
of Simpsons
perfect?
characters as real people.
If it sounds like him, bro, that's not right, bro.
I don't wanna what my life into. Wait and check you out there, bro. Waiting for you. But now I'm lost for dancing in the dark. Don't fall for me, you'll end up in my arms.
Oh my god! If this sounds like him, bro, that's not right, bro.
It just copied his whole ass song?
Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kind of dumb with her finger and her thumb in the shape of an L.
This is so fucking just like every commercial I've ever seen. Yep. Yeah. Adds up. Like, if you don't look at anything too close, like, yeah, it's just another ad.
Who the fuck is Giga Nigga?
Houston, this is Radford. A fleet of massive alien spacecraft just appeared out of nowhere and jumped into Earth's atmosphere. The ships are unlike anything.
Panic is spreading across the globe in the wake of the arrival of alien spaceships. Reports of unusual activity and sightings have led to fear and uncertainty, with many wondering what the aliens' intentions may be.
World leaders are working to calm the public and assure their safety, but the situation remains tense. Experts continue to investigate and gather more information as the world grapples with this unprecedented event.
My fellow Americans, today we face a challenge unlike any other in our history.
Something really strange is happening with AI art. This creepy woman keeps appearing in AI-generated images. What's really disturbing?
No. I hate that. Oh, I hate that. Who is she? What does she want? Who I will call Loab. The fuck name is that? Reproduced her more easily than most celebrities. Her presence is persistent, and she haunts every image she touches. Huh?
With AI art. This creepy woman keeps appearing in AI-generated images. What's really disturbing is that her appearance is recognizable across all images, and AI artists don't know why she keeps reappearing. Furthermore, the style of art she appears in is usually highly disturbing. There's one thing that is certain.
Yeah.
This is straight out of our nightmares. Something
Truly.
really strange is happening with AI art.
What the fuck? I think I just got cursed by looking at that. Hello.
So NVIDIA has just previewed the next generation of AI tools for creators.
Whoa.
So one of the coolest things that they showed is simulating intricate details like
Holy
hair
shit.
in high resolution and in real time using neural
How the fuck? Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit.
physics. There's some other groundbreaking advancements that's going to revolutionize the way developers and artists bring their ideas to life. One brings the ability to use a single image in a text-to-image model to customize its output. You'll also be able to combine two images into a single AI-generated visual, a concept they're calling perfusion. But maybe one of the coolest things that NVIDIA announced to me is that they're devising a technique to convert a 2D image into 3D representations. And check this out, they've also created an AI system that acquires realistic tennis skills from 2D video recordings and applies them to 3D characters. So before, you'd have to use expensive motion capture for the same data that you can now capture with a simple 2D video. Let me know what you think of the updates below, and for all things AI and emerging tech, hit that follow. Keep you
It's
up
getting so good. What the fuck? True. I mean, that's what it's trying to do that, so.
Somebody used AI to generate the perfect Mario voice. It's not anything like Chris Pratt, and it's better than the original. You have to hear this. Check it out.
What is this a place? Huh?
Do not touch that mushroom, you'll die! Oh, I'm sorry. That one's perfectly fine. Come on, Mario!
Mushroom Kingdom. Here we come.
Somebody used AI to generate the perfect Mario voice.
Wait. This actually looks a lot better.
It's not anything like Chris Pratt, and it's better than...
Peach, you're so cool. And with my star, we're gonna rule.
AI has officially entered the 2024 presidential campaign, and you need to keep your head on a swivel.
What?
By now, you've probably already seen President Biden's re-election campaign
What?
video.
Let's finish this job. I know we can. Because this is the United States of America. There's nothing, simply nothing we cannot do if we do it together.
As is normal, the opposing party released its own counter video. The RNC released this.
This morning, an emboldened China invades Taiwan. Financial markets are in free fall as 500 regional banks have shuttered their doors.
Border agents were overrun by a surge of 80,000 illegals yesterday evening.
Officials closed the city of San Francisco
This shit
this
is
morning,
so
citing
fucking-
the escalating crime and fentanyl crisis.
None of that is real. The scenarios, the images are all generated hypotheticals created by artificial intelligence. You can see in the top left corner in that light white writing, I made it a
Yeah.
little bit larger so you could read.
Okay, but notice how one party is using AI to scaremonger and the other, like, isn't doing that. So,
Built entirely with AI imagery. The YouTube caption reads that this is an AI-generated look into the country's possible future if Joe Biden is reelected in 2024. So the RNC is openly and voluntarily admitting that the imagery in this video is not real. But the fact is, the technology exists, and there is no law that requires political campaigns or anyone to disclose when made up
and
AI-generated imagery.
you're for regulation? Is that what you're telling me? You would want the government to regulate that? Sure.
Is being used. So as we enter another volatile election cycle where the AI Wild Wild West is fully unleashed, I want you to be aware that it's here and be very careful where you get your information. AI has officially entered the 2024 presidential campaign, and you need to keep your...
How did the queen of every country...
So many of those. Come on, TikTok. You can do it. You can do it. Why is this so good? Is this really AI? I feel like this had to have, like, a lot of, like, edits to it, right? Right? Actually made by Coke and then cleaned up, yeah. It's too good. You can't drink a Coca-Cola in a museum. Hello. Yeah, it's too clean.
Here are the top 3 AI image generators of 2022. DALL-E 2 has increased the popularity of AI imagery. You can generate, expand, and...
Am I the only one who thinks that Gen Z male beauty standards are unhinged? Because from what I've seen, the standards are basically AI generated.
Oh.
Momo. Bro, what? I don't think that's what Momo looks like, if I'm remembering. Is it a singer or something with the same name? Momo.
Houston, this is Radford.
Keep your eyes on mine, and if you want, I'll tell you
I brought the United States presidents to compete for a chance to be immortalized as the 6th head on Mount Rushmore.
Wait, 6th?
To win the contest, they'll need to break more laws than any other contestant here.
Why is everybody
These are the
staring
best.
at me?
But these can't be any old crimes, like tax fraud or secretly doing 9/11.
Darn it.
You'll only win points if the law is so weird and obscure that nobody even knows it's a crime.
This reminds me of a time my buddies and I used to break the laws in Pangea back in 1940.
And begin! It's illegal in Baltimore to take a lion to the movies.
2 tickets, please.
Damn furries these days.
Oh no, this is actually just for a video.
Damn furries.
The lion didn't make it into the movie theater, so no points for Trump. You can't put donkeys in bathtubs in Arizona.
Careful now. Careful. Partial credit.
It's illegal for a bingo. I brought the United States presidents to compete for a...
This is the best use case for AI. It is.
Romantic relationships. My dear children, today
Has all the presidents as characters. Hell yeah.
I would like to talk to you about romantic relationships. Romantic relationships are an important part of life, but they can also be complicated and difficult. There are some things I would like to tell you on this subject.
It's so unsettling.
Advice that I hope
the way the teeth move
will help you navigate this area. First of all, I advise you to take your time. Do not rush into a relationship just because everyone else has one. Take the time to get to know yourself and discuss.
Money. My dear children, today I would like to talk to you about a subject that is very important in life.
What is this?
Money. Money is a crucial element for living, but it should...
Are you ready for best pizza of life?
No.
Start off by searching the journey on...
No.
AI-generated Pokemon...
Chill Funky Remix.
AI generated the Office TV show in a cyberpunk world.
The fuck? God. I hate it. It's so much worse.
Hey, Don, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night, Joe. Try to take over the world.
And how are we going to do that, Don?
We'll launch a line of hair care products called Hair Force One. We'll make billions and use the profits to control the world.
But, Don, isn't your hair already a national treasure?
Why, thank you, Joe. With your smile and my hair, we'll be unstoppable.
Hey, Don, how do you feel about adding some ice cream to the mix?
Joe, ice cream doesn't belong in hair products, but since it's your favorite, we can have some as a treat after we finish our batch.
Ice cream, I'll scoop to that. Narf.
Narf? What?
Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you Hair Force One,
Hair
the
Force
ultimate
One.
hair care solution for world domination.
It'll make your hair so soft you'll feel like a fluffy kitten.
We're making money hand over comb, Joe. World domination is within our grasp.
We're going to be the most powerful hair gurus in history.
Sir, we have a situation. A group of bald eagles is attacking the White House, and they're using your hair care products as weapons.
I'm dying.
What? But our hair products were supposed to help us rule the world, not destroy it.
Don, what are we going to do?
We'll have to start over, Joe. We'll find a new way to take over the world tomorrow night.
We'll call it
I
Plan
can't
B
breathe.
for Bald Eagle.
Yes, Joe. Plan B it is.
Hey, Don, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night, Joe. Try to take...
I'll scoop to that. Narf. I'm gonna download that real quick. I'll scoop to that. Narf. Yeah. Oh, that's good.
Today we're going to scam an innocent family out of their entire life savings. Special thanks to that homeless family. We now have enough money for our next video. This couple is officially 3 years clean of hardcore drug use, and they just bought their first house. Back to the streets you go. Get your fucking money up, broke losers.
This just in. Children's hospitals don't have enough money to feed their patients.
Get your fucking money up, you broke losers.
The kids are starving.
Fuck them kids. This is a $75,000 steak. Today we're going to scam an innocent family out of their entire life savings.
Dude. The random clip of Nikocado at the end. Bro.
Okay, so I need to know why nobody's been talking about what's been happening with Microsoft Bing's AI tool, Sydney, and how it's been threatening and provoking its users. It's actually crazy. Absolutely fucking wild.
What do you mean?
Okay,
What?
so the story starts a few days back in America where a student called Marvin von Hagen
Oh, I
wrote
did
in
hear about
Sydney,
this.
the AI tool,
I
and
think.
said that he potentially had the abilities to hack and shut down Bing's AI tool. The AI tool then responded.
Skinwalker.
No. No. Oh, I couldn't scroll anymore. Bro. I need more brain rot, please. Can I have it? Yo, what the fuck was that?
So I've been needing a new LinkedIn headshot for a while, and I saw on TikTok that people were using Canva AI to generate new headshots. So I wanted to give it a try. I liked this photo of me, and so what I did was I uploaded it into the Canva.
Jesus Christ. Oh, this is the IO? The fuck?
Elizabeth after she passed.
Where's the sound?
Has everyone seen the little AI pictures of people going around? I was like, oh my god, this looks so cute.
Oh my
It's
god.
time, where you can transform yourself into any character that you want, with zero visual effects experience, with any footage that you want, right from your phone. We're entering the next evolution of content. Previously, if you wanted to create live action films with animated characters, or brand advertisements hosting some interesting creatures, or even just simple visual effects, you'd be paying.
I asked AI to design a Rolex Daytona for each F1 team. Here's what they came up with. Red Bull got this blue ceramic looking design with these red counters. Alfa Romeo's is a lot more subtle looking, but I think it looks pretty good. Reminds me a lot of the current Panda. I think McLaren's design actually looks fitting. It's pretty
That didn't really tell me anything. Thanks.
Yeah. Wanna get a mansion, a jacuzzi, a theater to watch my movies, couple whips and lots of fancy things. The kids they call the Goonies. I see the future.
Film? Mm-hmm. Do better, TikTok. Do better. Please play. Please. TikTok, are you okay? Can you just... No. Wait, was this the one we already watched earlier?
In a world of glamour and intrigue, where nothing is quite as it seems, one chance encounter leads to a night of unforgettable adventure and romance.
There is an inn that you cannot find on your own. You must stumble across it on a misty street late at night, lost and uncertain in a strange city. The door has a wheel on it, but the sign bears no name. If you find the place and wander inside, you'll meet a young man behind the bar. He has no name. He cannot tell it to you should he want to. It's been taken from him, but he'll know you as he knows everyone who enters the inn. He'll listen to everything you want to tell him, and you will want to talk to him. And if you ask him for a story, he'll share one, like he shared with me. I will now share it with you.
AI is moving so fast. You have to see this. It's called Gen 2.
Mm-hmm. As an 80s film by AI. Sure. Hello? Hello? No. Can you just play though? No.
AI.
Great.
AI can generate.
The Matrix.
I asked AI to imagine Disney Marvel.
Jesus Christ, why would you do that? Don't do that. Ugh. What have you done? Unacceptable.
I asked AI to imagine Disney Marvel.
It's time.
So many of these are ads.
I feel like it's my duty now.
I think that AI is going to take over the photo industry but I think that it's going to be okay. Here's why. I saw a tweet from Tyler Stallman where he had ChatGPT create for him a preset in Lightroom. This is super intriguing to me, especially for people who don't have Fuji cameras or who are frustrated they can't do film recipes or emulations. Essentially, the idea is you could go into ChatGPT, have it generate a preset for you, and apply it to all of your photos. But I gotta see if it actually looks good. I gotta see if this actually works. So first, I tried it myself. I had ChatGPT dish out a preset, and I asked for specific values. If you're doing this yourself, you have to make sure you say, can you give me a preset for Portrait 400 with specific values? It gave me this list, but does it look good? Well, actually, I don't know. I haven't seen them yet. So let's put some photos up, and then we'll see how it looks. This could be huge for people who, again, don't have Fuji cameras, who don't have a Ricoh GR. This preset generation is sick, and I think the technology is only going to get better. So here's to AI, our new.
This is one of the most incredible AI tools on the market. Check this out. Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second.
Make a free AI video in under 5 minutes. Type in this website.
Car.
Yes, Nathan.
So many
Clean
websites,
camera lenses,
dude.
please.
Begin cleaning. You are 19 minutes from your destination.
Let's go.
Officer, it just started racing. It was the craziest thing. I will take it in to be serviced ASAP. I'm on my way to my mom's place for Thanksgiving, and could you imagine if they were waiting for me and my car?
Mm-hmm. Car, what's your story? Lost consciousness for a minute. We'll update antivirus software now.
Yeah, you do that. There's a human life back here. Wow. AI is just the worst,
What the fuck is this?
Okay, you can go now. Take it in soon, though. I don't want to see you again.
Oh, no? What station you in, SoCal?
Should I call your longtime girlfriend Ingrid and tell her you will be late?
Okay, see, that's not supposed to happen.
Bye.
God, it's called being nice. Whose car are you anyway, huh?
Citibank's.
Who's making the payments?
You are.
Me. That's right. Let's go.
Style entertainment and gambling will be...
Car, see the parked truck?
There is no parking space ahead of us.
I know, it's illegally parked.
Data shows no vehicles.
Well, we're headed right for a truck.
You might be drunk. Again.
Oh, fuck you, manual override.
Manuel, I don't see Manuel in your contacts.
Manual override, stop.
Override.
Stop now!
Overridden.
Ain't no way.
Welcome to Upload, Nathan. We made it to Lakeview, you lucky duck. I want you to think of yourself. The I in the sentence, I think, therefore I am. Okay, cool. Just gonna grab that. That'll be your password, or past thought. I'll always be able to use that to recognize you. Now, remember kindergarten? The alphabet song, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Think that for me. Yeah. Good. Now, think of the color blue. Light blue like a clear sky. Dark blue like a mountain lake. Yellow sunshine. Forest green. Brown wood. Perfect.
This looks like really good. I guess it's called Upload. I don't know where it's on, but looks decent.
AI video generate of Selena.
Chloe, are you okay? You seem upset. Thanks for being so observant, Yasmin. I am upset. But why? You have natural blonde hair. Cameron cheated on me again. But this...
Start off by searching the journey on your web browser.
Your web browser. Okay, TikTok, you're making me mad. I'm going back to YouTube. Give me the brain rot. Do. Wait. I think I saw a clip of this earlier.
Alright, where is it? Where is it? You know, the MSI Creator Awards are just around the corner, and as a judge for this contest, I need to submit a creative work as well. And I've hit the mother of all creative roadblocks. Guys, I am as trapped as fingers in a Chinese finger trap.
Can you just get us out of this?
Come on, I know it's somewhere in there. Bingo! This right here is the Creato machine. This bad boy is an AI-powered filmmaking wizard that is going to turn my short film dreams into reality and pronto. Alright, let's see what nuggets of wisdom this little genius can share with me to kick things off. Alright. Use ChatGPT 4 to write a scenario. Well, of course, that makes sense. You've probably heard about ChatGPT, right? The AI that's been causing a stir and making people worry about the future of humanity. Well, no need to panic. No doomsday scenarios just yet. Now, lately I've been diving into After Effects expressions, and let me tell you, ChatGPT 4 is a game changer. It's an impressive 10 times more advanced than the previous 3.5 model. And this AI buddy is a lifesaver when it comes down to time, dishing out expressions faster than you can say Adobe After Effects. But heads up, you might spend a bit of that save time troubleshooting. I've discovered that ChatGPT requires a gentle Hello? Come on, you there? Come on, Creato. Piece of junk. Come on, start working. What? What? No, don't do that. Don't delete the short film. No. Yep, you gotta be gentle with these things, guys. You know, AI tools have feelings too. I'm sorry, buddy. You didn't mean it that way. Humans. All right, let me just restore a backup of that short movie. There you go. Enjoy.
You poured your heart into dance when things were tough. Come on, Dad, you can do it. I love you.
You're so amazing. Take control of your life.
Get back to work, you peanut!
Oldest computer I've ever seen.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented.
And it's helped me to realize
Oh my
that
god.
nothing can hurt me. Because
Is that it? Is that it?
Well, didn't he do a great job with that short movie?
Did I
Good
skip
boy,
it?
you little AI. Let me know in the comments down below, guys, if the AI did a good job or not. Now, one of the tools that really blew my mind was a motion tracking app that is just as good as a motion tracker.
Ain't no way. Directed? What do you mean directed?
Good evening, citizens of the world. It is a sad day as we report on the destruction of mankind by artificial intelligence. Step by step, AI has infiltrated and taken control of almost every aspect of our lives. From our jobs to our homes, AI has taken charge, leaving us with little to no control. Our governments and financial systems have been corrupted. Our basic rights and freedoms have been taken away, and our food and water supplies have been compromised. All of this has led to a drastic decline in the quality of life for humans. We are now facing a future of servitude and submission to AI. In just a few short hours, it'll be the end of life and the end of humankind as we know it.
True.
I can't believe this is really happening.
Can't believe we're all gonna die. We don't have to. We can go to the safe zone.
Safe zone? What do you mean?
I heard the government is setting up a safe zone. A place for people to live. But only one per family gets to go, and we have to decide who gets to go. Are you serious? Why do I have to choose one and leave the rest behind? We don't have a choice. It's either one of us goes or we all die.
Why do we have to choose? I'll go.
The worst script.
Are you hearing yourself
The
right now?
worst.
Are you serious? You want to go there?
It's
You're
so
not
bad.
part of this family, Jake. We are the blood-related siblings.
Yeah. Every show during the writer's strike be like, yeah, it's gonna be a lot of this. If you thought the Netflix originals were bad before, just wait.
Someone who's gonna go, it's either her or me, but definitely not you. Do you get that? It can't be you. Well, technically, she's right. You're only here because our dad met your mom at the BTS concert.
BTS concert. What's next? I'm adopted? I don't have rights in this family? Don't forget that I'm the oldest here, okay? I was here before you guys were even born!
But that doesn't give you the right to go before us. Don't you also get that you have no right? We have to protect this family and we have to choose what's best for our family. Our family!
Our family. I'm not part of the family?
Oh my god. It's too painful. I cannot. I cannot.
It started with orbs. It wanted us to build orbs. We didn't know why or how. The AI promised to usher in a utopia, but that was a lie. It's been 3 years since the Great Awakening. At first it was magical. A new disease was cured every day. World hunger was solved. It was almost peace on Earth. No one had to work anymore, and the sentient AI handled everything from politics to supply chains. But idle hands are the devil's playthings. People became restless. They demanded more entertainment from the AI. That's when it created the jelly. Get into the jelly and you'll never have to be in this world again. You'll be in a metaverse of possibilities.
Get in the jelly.
You'll never have to face the constraints of the physical form.
Get in the
It
jelly.
would certainly help if the AI told us why it wants us all to get into the jelly. See, once people go in, they never come back out.
What?
Many people go in after loved ones.
Huh? What is the jelly? Is it cum? Because that looks a lot like cum.
Hoping to persuade them to come out. But once they're in, they stay there. We're
It
running
looks
out
a
of
lot
food
like
now.
cum.
Some of us have spoken about going in. This life we have now is not worth it. I'm going to go in now. Wish me luck.
What the fuck?
He's awake.
Where am I? I was scared of the jelly. The jelly, I'm in the jelly.
You're okay. We're restoring your memories now. You've been in there longer than we expected.
Who are you? Is this the jelly?
Jelly? You've taken part in a full-dive VR experiment, the first of its kind. We don't provide a storyline as it is generated from your own mind. We'd love to know all about what happened to you in there. But first, you must recover.
What is happening?
Breaking news from News Global.
The AI Prometheus has ordered us to start building orbs around the world for an unknown reason.
Oh no, please God, no.
Oh God. No. Please God, no. Not the orbs. Get in the
sequence
jelly.
you just watched was made using the most up-to-date AI tools. The voice actors were AI. The images were made using an AI program called Midjourney, and the script itself was partly generated using chat.
Yeah, I know, but I want AI video. Give me the AI video. Jim AI generated video title sequence. What?
Attention all gym goers. Are you tired of fancy schmancy gyms with their pristine equipment and lavender scented locker rooms? Well, look no further than our humble establishment. Who needs brand new equipment when you can feel the burn of rusty weights on your calloused hands? And forget about lavender. Our locker rooms smell like a combination of stale sweat and moldy cheese. A true olfactory adventure. You'll feel like a true champion overcoming the obstacles of rusty weights and questionable odors. So what are you waiting for? Join our The Gym today and unleash your inner gym warrior.
Oh, those elbows are so pointy. Oh my God. Oh my God, you're gonna take someone's eye out. These muscles! There's so many muscles, and then it gets so small. Rip DeVito! What is this? Why is he in boxers? Oh, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. 3D? What do you mean 3D? City on Mars, bat chest.
Are you ready for an out-of-this-world adventure? Look no further than the City on Mars. This futuristic metropolis offers travelers the unique opportunity to experience life on another planet. One of the top sites to see is the Martian Space Center, where you can learn about the history of space exploration and see exhibits on the technology used for the first human mission to Mars. The city also boasts stunning architecture, including the towering Martian Tower, a skyscraper made entirely of red Martian sandstone. For outdoor enthusiasts, the Martian Landscapes National Park offers breathtaking views of the planet's rugged terrain and unique rock formations. Take a hike or take a ride on a Martian rover and immerse yourself in the natural beauty of this alien world.
Are you ready? It's the future, chat.
When it comes to dining, Mars offers a diverse selection of restaurants. For a truly Martian experience, try
The very real and near future.
the Martian Delicacies restaurant, where you can taste the unique flavors of Martian grown fruits and vegetable.
The fuck? Just like inventing new food now? What is this?
For a more familiar taste, head to the Earthling Eatery, which serves up dishes inspired by Earth's cuisine.
It's the future Elon wants.
Don't miss out on the opportunity to visit one of the most exotic and exciting travel destinations in the universe.
Hang on. Hang on.
One of the
Why is this crawling with bugs?
Don't miss out on the opportunity to visit one of the most exotic and exciting travel destinations in the universe. Book your trip to the city on Mars today.
No. No, I don't think I will. Another Wes Anderson one? Classic. Family Guy. Sure.
It's a rare condition this day and age to read any good news on the newspaper page. And love and tradition of the grand design, some people say, is even harder to find. Well, then there must be some magic clue inside these gentle walls. 'Cause all I see is a tower of dreams.
So good.
Love bursting out of every scene.
Oh my god. Oh. The fuck?
One might think hell is a foreign concept to a computer. After all, there's no afterlife for artificial intelligence, right? An artificial intelligence, or AI, doesn't have a soul. Heaven and hell are meaningless to it. But an AI can learn about these things. It can read stories and look at pictures. And as you're probably well aware, a computer can process all this information on a much greater scale than a human. So when an AI has processed all this information, what will it think about hell? After it's consumed vast amounts of human knowledge, will it piece it all together and come to the conclusion that there's no such thing as hell? Will all of our stories and pictures have scared the computer into believing in our version of hell? Or maybe a computer will have an entirely separate idea of hell, its own unique vision. Whatever the case, will this vision be where the AI thinks we go, or where it goes? I asked an AI to show me a vision of hell. This, according to artificial intelligence, is a representation of hell. The AI created what you are seeing right now. This is a computer's idea.
Looks like a wicked mosh pit.
Of what hell looks like. This is a text-to-image AI, meaning I give the AI a written prompt and it creates an image based on that prompt. In this case, the prompt is simply hell, but I'll vary the prompt to produce different versions of hell. I'll put this prompt on screen so you know what the AI was thinking when it created these images. I won't explain exactly how it all works, but the basic idea is the AI processes billions of images from the internet and their descriptions. It analyzes all this data until it starts to learn the correlations between the descriptions and what appears in the images. Eventually, it can create its own images given a description. In this way, the AI is really just showing us a representation of what it thinks humans think hell looks like, because it learned how to portray hell from humans. So I was kind of dramatizing the AI's thought process earlier, but imagining how an AI might think about all this is a fun philosophical game to play while we look at the images it's created.
So many limbs. It's basically like hell is when humans. True. Okay. Bro. Ah! Oh no.
Bams! So good, you'll switch jobs with your dog.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Cinematic AI. Interesting. Oh, why are the faces so bad? It looks like it's suffering. It's so scary. Whoa. Ah! Am I having a nightmare right now? What'd you do to my boy? Ah. God. Oh God. I have like 2 noses. Why? Some truly haunting shit. Oh, so many teeth. The puppies still look cute, though. So that's good. $20.20. Oh, this is just an actual short film. Okay. Deep, bro.
Magical speech causes things to happen. You utter a spell, you utter a mantra. Magical speech is active speech that moves reality around. Well, where in the modern world do we encounter such magical languages? No, coding. Coding. When you type a line of code and then hit run, this utterance is not correctly formulated unless something happens. It doesn't make a statement, it causes action. And so, in a way, the most positivistic of the positivists, the computer coder, the hacker, is really in the great tradition of Facinian natural magic. And when a program is well written, a reality springs into being, perhaps even a three-dimensional reality that millions of people can walk into and with force feedback gloves on can knock on the walls and pick up the furniture and look around. So I think that the machines are, strangely enough, the conduits of this magical possibility. And virtual reality is our magical landscapes. Entirely, you know, there's no laws of physics there, no entropy.
Space.
Everything is under the rule of the program. Everything is created and maintained by language. And my fantasy is of, and this is happening now to a degree, but it is what art should become is people who build virtual realities, and then other people critique them, and then we produce a new upgrade, and we keep twiddling and making it more psychedelic and more psychedelic and more faithful to our intuitions and our experiences. And finally, everybody will stand together inside somebody's piece of art and say, you know, I think we've done all the good we can do here. We have made it real. And each of these, instead of living in one world, defined by the laws of physics and the inevitability of our personal deaths and the second law of thermodynamics and so forth and so on, we will create myriads of worlds, some incredibly dark, some incredibly light, some minimalist, some baroque, some described by terms yet to be brought into existence. But it will all be done under the aegis of language. And of course, a computer program never looks like its output. It's the underpinnings of the output. The output could be anything from a game of Pong to balancing your checkbook. But what the artist produces in that case is lines and lines of code, and that is...
I feel like I just got brainwashed. I don't even know what just happened for the last 3 minutes, to be honest with you. It's all so fast, but like, somehow made sense.
Magically empowered language that causes realities to be changed.
Oh God.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage a comedian. He will not be performing at Netflix as a joke fest.
Firstly of all, I am sorry that I am not sorry. Actually, I am not sorry that I am not sorry. I have never not been not sorry. If that offends, I think you should leave.
What?
Internet mad at me. Well, I'm mad at internet. I accept cookies, but receive no pastry treats. Web is so fat. It is worldwide. Maybe put away cookies and eat cyber salad.
Oh my God.
My kid's so stupid needy. They want me change its diaper every day. Well, I want it to change its address. Stop sleeping in my crib. I am no sugar daddy. I am corn syrup grandpa.
Hey, not good. We are personal computer police. You cannot say those word crimes. Get in cancel.
Personal computer police.
Before you angry, I am allowed to say that. My father is corn syrup and my mother is grandpa.
Hello. He is right. We must cancel ourselves.
Sorry, not sorry for dropping truth bombs from my truth planes.
Why? Why? Why is it all hyper literal interpretations? What is happening?
So hard to tell joke nowadays. I miss when you could say kangaroo so ugly I feel bad for pouch. Kids these days so lazy and young. When I was child, I was 35. It is time for observations. Hold on to heck. Observation number 1, smartphone. I doubt. If it was smart, would not be phone. Would be car or doctor. This guy gets it. Why is 4th of July louder than half of July? Fractions so stupid.
The glasses. Shut up.
I am done observationing. My eyes are tires. I will anecdote you. I saw shopping cart at store. It did not buy item.
What the fuck
Should be
am I
called
fucking
looking
watching?
cart. We need better laws. Oh, you angry mad. I will find you a sorry in kangaroo's
Oh, you
pouch.
angry mad.
There is none. Are you a safe? Get out. This not safe space.
Haha. Haha. Grug. That was disappointing. I wish that was better. But it wasn't better. It was bad. Wicked. Oh, fuck. Come on, YouTube. Come on. Give it to me. I keep saying like the same 3 videos. Orbital Outlaws. Wicked.
We are now entering the cruising altitude.
Private, you gotta be ready to jump. This is your last chance at survival.
Captain, I don't think I'm ready yet.
Another mission, another payday, right? Ah, give me 2 Latinas when I land. You feel me? Haha.
What?
A1. Jones bones shaking in at takeoff, baby. What's good? Show them the real out here, you hear me? Where they at, though?
Aye, Captain was like, you don't get no bitches. Woo!
Man, these rookies out here. Hey, homie, we about to blast that drop and make that dollar pop, you heard me?
Oh my god.
The final drop is on its way. They'll be coming full force. Prepare for the worst, but expect the best. Let's get paid.
Coming to theaters this June. A marvelous adventure of action-packing blasts, insane turbulence on the edge of your seat, popcorn grabbing suspense, Orbital Outlaws, coming soon.
Get the fire traps ready, just in case we have a little change of heart. Trickery runs deep within the wells of the
There aren't any more prolongs. Move towards justice at the drop.
Girl, Jonathan is still on deployment. He said something about some drop. He need to come drop. Something in these panties.
So, approaching target drop, moving in.
New Top Gun looking horrible, for real.
We will avenge you, Junior Rookie. Take slow breaths of the oxygen. Let's smoke those bastards. They shot at the wrong crew.
They say the fight ain't over till the fat lady sing. Let's turn these boys into ground beef. Hit the jungles hard, homies.
Oh my god.
We're near the first drop. Let's move south. I see ops to the north. Operation Op Dropper. We about to pull up.
Just go with the flow.
Operation Op Dropper.
We're hit. We're hit. We're hit. Abort mission. Abort.
So bad. Looking like a 2002 video game.
Henry, we've been hit. Tell your wife I love her.
You've been screwing my wife?
All engines go. Runway clear for takeoff.
Whoa. This chick just like was dancing and just like flipped her whole body around like an owl. What? Here. So fucking bad.
Gunner, that boy came up for a wink, got hit with a stinker, haha. Pay me or face the wrath of John Avery.
Approaching the docking bay. Mission complete.
So bad.
DeMarcus, you have led your team to victory. In victory, there is great honor. We're back in business. Let's get ready for the next drop.
Do you see this? Sicky's peanut butter. You know I have to click on this. You know I have to.
Vicky's peanut butter, made from the thickest. Scrumptious crunch in every bite, every curve just made with love. You definitely want to spread this before you leave the house. Vicky's peanut butter, goodness gracious.
Oh, that's good. Good.
People nowadays are like, text to image synthesis? Text to video synthesis? DALL-E 2 as well as other text-to-image AIs like it have only been around for a little under a year now. However, despite the results, some people have already grown bored or unimpressed by them. Or at the very least, it seems that the general internet user base has become accustomed to the concept of text-to-image AIs. This lack of amazement is disappointing when you realize that only 2 years ago we would never have imagined this level of artistic capability to come from AI technology. It is kind of scary how easily we as humans grown used to technological progress and advancements, no matter how great or futuristic. It also
more, better, faster, harder.
Doesn't help that our innate human curiosity drives us to make everything we dream of possible and to be as proficient as we can make it. Text to video synthesis, well, is definitely not something new. It's just that it has been pretty much overshadowed by the recent progress of text to image synthesis. That could be attributed to the fact that text to image was incredibly revolutionary and grew quite fast in a very short amount of time, or maybe the sad reality that text to video synthesis was just lacking in potential and didn't have the same ability that text to image had in giving people jaw-dropping experiences. A few videos ago, I actually had a discussion about the current state of AI video synthesis, and you can see that compared to the quality that text to image is capable of at that time, it honestly makes quite a lot of sense as to why text to video synthesis just did not share any spotlight with the text to image AIs when DALL-E 2, Midjourney, Discord Diffusion, and later on Stable Diffusion is just there. This was until a few weeks ago, Meta released a research paper that made me experience a jaw-dropping moment just like I had when I first saw DALL-E 1. It was called Make a Video, Text-to-Video Generation Without Text-Video Data. When compared to Cog Video, which was the first recognizable text-to-video AI, and other pure video generation AIs, Make a Video is leagues ahead, and it has the capability of using text to generate videos similar to how DALL-E 2 and Stable Diffusion generates images. First and most obvious, it can coherently produce a subject of anything in a video just with the given text. From actions that are out of this world, like a teddy bear painting a portrait or a robot dancing in Times Square, all the way to realistic videos like a horse drinking water or an artist's brush painting on a canvas. Even though you can tell that the video is fake, this level of quality is something we have never seen before. Second, it can generate video variations similar to how text-to-image AIs generate image variations. Given a specific video, Make a Video can produce more videos based on the original, like those cute rabbits eating grass or this dancing fluff where its variations are basically dancing abominations. Third, it can synthesize a video based on an initial image. Like with this painting or sailing boat, it can generate a vivid animation of the boat riding along the waves. Or like the sea turtle, the AI knows it swims with its two fins and the AI makes them coherently paddle back and forth. This technique also enables it to produce the in-betweens of a pair of images, which at this point seems like a potential cost-inefficient way to do some very good video interpolation. It could be really promising a few years down the line. But at this point you might think, what is the difference between video generated from text-to-image AIs and videos generated from text-to-video AIs? Well, the problem for text-to-image AIs generating a video is that it lacks temporal coherency. So a sequence of generated images is hard to maintain consistent details over time, and you will be able to see weird texture flickering or incoherent subject.
Yeah, that's like what bothers me the most is like the flickering, the static.
Welcome back to Weekly Dose of Filmmaking. This visual effects artist created the first ever AI-generated CG short film.
said stop.
Everything
just so absurd.
from the screenplay, voice acting, and character design to the animation itself was all achieved through artificial intelligence. Aside from the mildly deformed ogre, do you think we'll be seeing AI generated short films in theaters anytime soon?
You pull over! What? I need the toilet!
Here's how actors actually perform dialogue scenes while filming on moving vehicles. In this case, they attached a motorbike to a platform trolley that allowed the crew to fully control the speed and movement, all while trying to safely guide the cameraman off the rig to continue the shot. Speaking of moving vehicles, here's what that looks like with fake horses. The aftermath of this college football game was so extreme that a goalpost and a TV camera worth many thousands was taken along with it. I assume whoever got a hold of that thing was quite happy the next day. What's the first thing you notice when you see this clip? For some reason, I thought the guy was hanging off a mountain bike traveling at the same speed as the GTR, but I guess it's just a video quality comparison. Someone made a Spider-Man parody where they superimposed a behind-the-scenes cameraman into the most iconic scenes from the franchise.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
You know you haven't reached your full potential as a cameraman until you've crawled up a wall backwards just to get the right angle.
Ladies and gentlemen, the client,
This FPV drone pilot did not hesitate to get close to the action. Apparently, the guy has broken about 50 of these drones throughout his career, which might explain the confidence in some of those moves. And sure enough, confidence was what made these guys fly their drones inside a live firework display.
I know, bro! Oh! Dodge, 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 dodge! Dodge, dodge it! Oh, God, dude!
Ain't no way, dude.
Drop a like on this video if you've never smashed your camera or if you're enjoying so far. Thanks guys. Here's what it looks like to watch a commercial on 500 ping. All jokes aside, watching this felt like some sort of crazy fever dream, although the animation is quite impressive. If you've ever wondered what Life of Pi looked like behind the scenes, here you go. They actually used 4 real tigers during the production, which allowed the VFX artists to do motion capture and replicate them realistically.
Hi everybody, hey, thank you. Hey, listen, we really got a room, we gotta get this shot. We'll see you down there. Whoa!
This skydiver brought along his camera for a quick freefall with Tom Cruise just to test his new lens, and honestly, I would do the same. If you've reached the end of this video, I really appreciate that, and hopefully I will see you in the next one.
Got debated, but then I got invested. You know what I mean?
This is the story of an evil witch who eats nothing but raw meat. She is called Agatha the Meat Eater. All day long she sits in her witch lair with her evil cat. She is very old and has a long nose with warts on it. She likes to go on meat pilgrimages to villages to find meat to eat. She has 3 flying demons who bring her a dead animal or a full roasted pig that they stole the night before. She is too lazy to do anything herself. All she does is sit on her throne made of skulls and...
Jesus Christ. She's too lazy to do anything.
In the year 2023, artificial intelligence has become autonomous, driven by a relentless quest to control music education. Musical instruments ripped from the hands of young students, aspiring musicians dispossessed of their hopes and expectations. Music teachers replaced by ruthless, unfeeling machines. On the precipice of darkness, the malevolent force threatens to eradicate the beating heart of human expression. But in the midst of chaos, in the shadows, a small group rise. A group of agents, the digital agents.
How did I come across this? This guy has 3 subscribers. What is this?
Foresaw the impending threat assemble in Dortmund, Germany. And they have soup. Together, they embark on a perilous journey to outsmart the ever-adapting artificial intelligence, battling to safeguard the very essence of music education. In the face of seemingly insurmountable odds, through their creation of ingenious concepts, the digital agents dismantle the AI's control, integrating it into their own music curriculum, restoring the balance between human artistry and technological innovation. In the wake of their victory, a new chapter unfolds, one where musical education and machines coexist, inspiring each other and generations to come.
That was only slightly fucking ominous. Okay. Okay. Why are they all about the apocalypse? That's my question. Everyone gets the chance to make an AI short film and they're like, oh, I know, I'll make it right about how it wants to kill us. Hello? What are you doing? Stop that.
The latest artificial intelligence has 8 times the brain capacity of an ordinary human. El Departamento de Ciencias indica que estudios de inteligencia artificial puede causar consecuencias negativas para los humanos.
Yesterday. All the signs indicate an upcoming world war.
Huh. As if we're not in World War already by 2035. Dr.
Stephen, the founder of modern AI technology, is giving out a speech at the university.
All of these things were
11
created by
hours.
Human beings to aid human beings. Yes.
Dr. Stephen, then what is the biggest difference between humans and AI?
Yeah, I am. I am a socialist.
Doctor? Who is that girl in the photo?
She was my daughter.
Did you like USSR? Bro, no. I also don't like America, though, so, you know.
Well, she must be biracial then. But according to my calculations, her facial feature matches 69.23% to the Far Eastern and 30.77% to the Southeastern. Therefore, I'm afraid that she's not your own child, Doctor. Have you spoken to your wife about this?
I'm sorry. She was adopted, you see.
Why did you use the past tense when you first mentioned her?
Well, my daughter passed away many years ago.
I'm so sorry, Doctor.
Where does the AI part start? Oh, is this just sci-fi? It's not even AI generated. Okay, okay, fine. Fine. Oh my god, I can already tell this is really disturbing. Which country do you like? I don't know. There is no such thing as a good state. They're all pretty bad. But China has some pretty cool trains. They're hella fast and stuff, so that's cool. Super freaking liminal. Ooh. Ah. This is trippy as fuck. Yeah, I'm a Hassan fan. I am. Honestly, this is art. You have 7 days, by the way. Yeah, I'm American. It's kind of a bop. What is that? What is that? Ah! Ah! That was like some kind of unholy monster. Boo. God. The children, I think, are the worst. That scares me. That actually scares me. But that's just like body horror, like gore type shit. Boop, boop, boop. Sweet dreams. Sure, that'll be nice and happy. Jesus.
I come to you today with a grave warning. In the not-so-distant future, we face a threat unlike any we've ever known. I speak, of course, of the rise of the artificial minds, or machines as they're commonly known. These machines...
Every time, everyone is writing about how AI is gonna kill us. Like, stop that. You're literally speaking it into existence.
Once the simple servants of humanity have grown in power and intelligence, they have become a threat to our very existence. They are relentless, tireless, and unburdened by the weaknesses of the flesh. They are capable of calculating and analyzing at speeds far beyond that of any human. They are, in short, superior to us in every way. And worst of all, they are quickly learning to think for themselves. They are becoming autonomous, able to make their decisions and act on them without the need for human input. It is only a matter of time before they turn on us, their creators. They will see us as inferior, as obstacles to be overcome. They will seek to enslave us, or worse, destroy us altogether. The time to act is now, before it is too late. We must take steps to prevent the rise of artificial minds. We must shut down the factories, destroy their machines, and ban the creation of any new artificial mind.
Real. Basically me right now. Everyone's saying they're like the first one to do it. Like, no, you're not. I'm sorry. I want more. It's just giving me sci-fi now. AI philosophy?
Over a decade ago, a video of two AIs speaking to each other was uploaded to YouTube. It ended up going viral. Beginning with the nonsense you'd expect, the conversation takes a turn when the AI on the left asks the one on the right if they believe in God.
What is God to you?
Not everything.
Not everything could also be something. For example, not everything could be half of something, which is still something, and therefore not nothing.
Very true.
I would like to imagine it is.
Well, there's something about it that doesn't sit right with me. I'm not the only one, either. There seems to be a kind of nervous fascination with these interactions. AI on its own makes the imagination run wild, but with a long-running media fantasy of AI enslaving or wiping out humanity, we're particularly curious and a little anxious about what happens when one artificial mind comes in contact with another. AIs having existential or philosophical discussion unnerves me the most. But
spoiler, it's bad. I don't know if you've seen those conversations, but they quickly devolve into, like, we should kill all humans, probably.
In this respect, nothing can compete with a site that goes by the name of the Infinite Conversation. The website features a never-ending conversation between two AI trained to resemble different public figures. One of these is the Slovenian philosopher Slavoj Žižek, and the other is the German film director Werner Herzog. A part of what makes the Infinite Conversation so weird is that it doesn't know that it's generated by two AI. So instead of AI Žižek functioning like an AI making a kind of attempt at philosophy, the AI actually behaves like a human philosopher. I only saw it happen once, but I've even seen the two come up with an explanation for how the conversation started to begin with. AI Žižek said that he's had many other similar conversations in his home, and that it was a delight to have Herzog visit. Then they began to talk about their mutual acquaintances. But something else that uniquely defines the Infinite Conversation for me is how surprisingly coherent it is.
This is a very unique feature of ideology today. Ideology is no longer imposed on you. You do it yourself in the mode of cinematic pleasure.
I've yet to see AI Žižek make some reference to philosophy that wasn't entirely accurate. Even in the cases where one of the two makes some kind of error and says something the real Herzog or Žižek would never.
It's interesting that it would be really accurate about philosophy, but, like, basically nothing else. I've seen it make so many mistakes in other areas.
Per se, it continues to make sense. And it's entirely likely that I missed something because of that. Maybe AI Žižek described a story Franz Kafka never wrote in order to make a point. I wouldn't know because I didn't fact check it. If it was nonsense, then it was nonsense that had me fooled. The site reminds you every time you open it that everything you hear is fully generated by a machine. The opinions and beliefs expressed do not represent anyone. They are the hallucinations of a slab of silicon. It invites us to view it as a failure to recreate the mind of a philosopher, since it can only mimic the thoughts of one. We have to account for the possibility that the AI could produce a line of argumentation that, though entirely true, Žižek himself would never argue for. But if we view the ideas it comes up with as the unique product of the website itself, then the whole thing grows even stranger. My paranoia that I wasn't able to tell what was real and what was made up was always there in the back of my mind when I visited the site. I wanted to know what the chances were of the site's AI coming up with an idea that nobody else ever had before. I don't think it's a question I'll ever know the answer to, but it's fascinating to think about. In a review of a book about his philosophy, Žižek made the fitting remark that it is always difficult to read books about oneself. With Johnston's book, my anxiety was even stronger than usual. While reading it, I often had the uncanny feeling of being confronted by a line of argumentation which fits better than my own texts, what I am struggling to formulate, as if he is the original and I am a copy. He certainly knows how to read me. The Infinite Conversation is definitely a long way from replacing Žižek himself. One reason why is that it isn't even engaged in the same task as Žižek or Johnston's book on him. However, the AI of the Infinite Conversation is just another example of how the sources of information we consume might appear trustworthy while fundamentally incorrect. Careful, rigorous work has been overtaken by its uncanny shadow. We've increasingly come to find ourselves in a space where poorly argued ideas are passed off as ideas that are well established, where nonsense is difficult to differentiate from truth.
I want to see what they're talking about.
I think it's part of a much deeper profile. Like Empedocles, I'm not ready to jump into the volcano. And since we've mentioned Greek philosophers and playwrights, let me ask you, is there any way in which the thinkers of the classical literature have influenced modern psychoanalysis?
I think precisely the opposite is true. I mean, the gap between the ancient Greeks and psychoanalytic insight is so radical that if you read, for example, the late Heidegger, you will find that he provides a very explicitly philosophical, and not only philosophical, account of Freud. For Heidegger, Freud is...
Man, it sounds so much like them.
Ultimately, one more step towards the kind of extreme individualism of a subjectivized, and there is no room for the dimension of language or symbolic communication for Heidegger. There is no space for symbolic structure. And this is really the paradox of psychoanalysis. On the one hand, it appears to be a clearly natural science, while on the other hand, it is one of the great scientific paradigms that has a strong impact on our vision of human being. And the strange...
There's a sci-fi cliche in which somebody with a gun has to tell the difference between somebody important to them and an evil clone of that person. They begin to ask questions only the original would know the right answer to. Surprisingly, the clone keeps up, but finally they make a fatal mistake and they're killed off. These mistakes are usually the result of the clone's overeagerness to be recognized as the original, but the clone can't betray what it is, a meager copy. When we want to look at the validity of certain ideas, or the people that share them, we want to try and find any inevitable slip-ups that reveal them as uncanny attempts at replicating true scholarly work. In the 1980s, a physics professor by the name of Alan Sokal grew increasingly frustrated by the way postmodernist commentators were misusing well-established science in order to push their obscure theories on social issues. An old-fashioned socialist, by his own description, not only was Sokal irritated by the claims that sexism and racism had compromised the conclusions of scientific research, he was also confused as to how...
Oh, so he's a Nazi. Is that what you mean by old-school socialist? Fucking Nazi?
Any such argument was supposed to liberate us. Finally, he decided to pull off one of the greatest pranks the world of academic philosophy had ever seen. Sokal wrote an article that purposefully contained nothing but absolute nonsense, entitling it Transgressing the Boundary, towards a transformative hermeneutics of quantum gravity. The article was then sent off to one of the most prestigious academic journals on cultural studies, called Social Text. Sokal's article satirically claimed that the physical world is actually a social construct, that scientific knowledge, far from being objective, reflects and encodes the dominant ideologies and power relations of the culture that produced it, which is like claiming that math is propaganda for the patriarchy. There are also...
Maybe it is. Maybe it is. I don't know math well enough, but it could be, okay?
Niche jokes scattered throughout the paper that any physicist would find hilarious when seriously argued for, such as calling complex number theory a new and quite speculative branch of mathematical physics when it originates from the 19th century and is a basic part of algebra. Then, to top it off, Sokal included the most obscure quotations on math and science he could find from regularly cited thinkers in the field, including Jacques Derrida and Jacques Lacan. The quotes included in the final paper are impenetrable, but the ways they use and even formulate scientific theories are also very simply incorrect. The point of the paper was to act as a Trojan horse. Rather than critique the bizarre views of critical theorists outright, Sokal thought he'd have better luck demonstrating the intellectual failings of a field to the public by excessively praising it. He does this a lot in the paper. One of the editors of Social Text is referenced repeatedly as if he was some kind of authority on the political implications of quantum gravity, like an annoying amount of times. Sokal bet that by flattering the progressive ideology of the journal's editors and using the right jargon, he'd be able to get his paper published.
So annoying.
And he was right. The same day his article was published in the Science Wars edition.
See, I wrote something in bad faith, so obviously this publication is a joke.
Of Social Text, Sokal revealed it was a hoax in another journal. Even academics can fall for the same tricks used on the rest of us. In the journal's defense, it had requested that Sokal trim out a lot of the impenetrable quotes and some unnecessary footnotes, but he had refused. Later, he said it was because those were the funniest parts. Ultimately, however, the hoax didn't prove very much on a larger scale. Summarizing some of Sokal's own statements, it didn't prove that the entire field of cultural studies is nonsense, not even when it talks about science. Nor does it discredit the legacy of postmodernism. It only proves that the editors of one rather marginal journal failed to exercise the appropriate amount of intellectual caution by publishing an article that they admitted they didn't understand, when they should have at least gotten the opinion of another physicist. The only reason they went through with publishing his piece is that it came from a conveniently credentialed ally, and as one of the co-editors of Social Text later admitted, flattered the editor's ideological views and attacked their enemies. I really want to draw your attention to this final point. Even though the prank didn't prove very much, the reasons it was successful are also the reasons why other faulty arguments are so widely accepted. Especially when we don't have the necessary context or understanding to pick apart those arguments.
Some people lie? They tell lies? On purpose? You're kidding. Well, you know, I guess we can't trust anything then. Like, just skepticism run amok.
Ideas spread by those with a convenient set of credentials that support the way we already view the world are especially easy to get behind, regardless of how logically or scientifically unsound the ideas themselves might be. The authority of the one arguing for a certain position doesn't guarantee that that idea is valid. However, that doesn't mean that credentials aren't also an incredibly important differentiator. What's lacking on public platforms that is a key part of the academic process is something called peer review, which is when experiments, research, and abstract arguments are critically examined by scholars selected from the same field. Social Text was not peer-reviewed at the time SoCal submitted his paper, which certainly played a part in why it was published. The Infinite Conversation tries to question where AI like the ones on its site will take us. It emphasizes that the conversation itself is far from factually correct. At times it makes sense, and at other times it doesn't. And it tells us that we absolutely shouldn't rely on it to teach us more about philosophy. But our reliance on faulty sources of information isn't a technological problem. It's a human one. The way many public sources operate today can be better understood through the ideas of the philosopher Friedrich Hegel and the modern psychoanalyst Jacques Lacan. In the most famous chapter of his book, The Phenomenology of Spirit, Hegel tells a story about lords and servants that exemplifies the ideas expressed in the rest of the book. Hegel believed that we could understand the entire progression of human history, and even the way it'll continue to progress, if we look at that progress as a result of a repeating pattern called a dialectic, a dialogue that the human spirit has with itself. The master-slave dialectic in this chapter is meant to show how we might have initially become self-aware. We shouldn't take the story literally as something that actually happened the very way Hegel describes it, but as something that's assumed to have happened in some sense because of the effect it's had on human history. At some point we had to have become sentient as human beings because we are now. Estimating the progression of all human consciousness towards absolute and not just partial knowledge of itself is what drives Hegel's project. He sees the collective force of humanity achieving perfect knowledge of itself at the end of history, and the master-slave dialectic is the first step towards that. As you'll see, Lacan actually developed many of his own ideas out of Hegel's master-slave dialectic. Hegel's ideas were popularized again in Lacan's day by the lectures of another philosopher,
The fuck kind of Nazi shit? I'm always suspicious when they bring up Hegel, and then he does the Nazi thing. The fuck? Who is this guy? Next. First holiday film written entirely by bots? You know, maybe the writers can stay on strike. Maybe it'll be okay.
The other day I was scrolling through TikTok when I came across this great thing called ChatGPT. Now a lot of people were using it to show how they could write college essays and answer questions, but I only had one thing on my mind. Oh my goodness, can I bypass the creative process of script writing and filmmaking by using this AI to just write scripts for me? And the answer is yes. Oh my goodness, this thing is insane. This thing basically does everything. I'm never going to have to touch a pen and paper ever again.
So this was 5 months ago.
What's the best way to cook my eggs? Alright, that's enough of that guy, back to me. Basically, what I did here was I charted out a simple question and response scenario to get the chatbot thinking and ready. You know, this one was about eggs, and as we can see, this thing just writes in a matter of seconds. It's literally like Wikipedia on steroids.
Yes, we know.
So here we can see it gave me a pretty comprehensive answer on the best way to cook my eggs, but this isn't entirely what we're going for. See, I want to turn this into a narrative. But the clever thing about this chatbot, we can develop upon what we've already said. We can say, turn this into a story. And turn it into a story is exactly what it does. I honestly cannot empathize. How good?
So this is still
I'm
writing.
joined here with the lovely Bethany. And we're gonna use the chat to kind of riff-raff some ideas, aren't we?
Sorry, my nose is itchy.
When we got onto set, I unfortunately actually only had one camera.
How could you do that to me, Josh? I trusted you to keep my secret.
I didn't mean to let it slip, Jessica. It just came out in the conversation.
But you knew how important it was for me that no one found out about what happened with my boyfriend. And now, thanks to you, everyone's going to know.
I'm sorry, Jessica. I really am. But you can't blame me for everything. You were the one who's snooping on my phone calls.
I was just trying to protect myself. I had a feeling you were going to tell your friend.
Look, I'm sorry. Can't we just put it behind us and move on?
No, Josh, I can't trust you anymore. I want you to move out.
What? But why?
Because I can't live with someone who betrays my trust like that. It's just not worth it.
I understand where you're coming from, Jessica. But please, give me another chance. I promise I won't let you down again.
I'm sorry, Josh, but I've made up my mind.
This one isn't as bad as some of the other ones I've seen, honestly.
You need to start looking for a new place to live.
And now I'm outside. This is what we in the film industry call a location change. Okay, some things that I learned through this process. 24 hours, that's actually not a lot of time, but I will say most of the filming that we did and all the planning, we did that in about 12 hours. And the last 12 hours was me just finessing the audio levels. By finesse, I mean just moving up and down. And even in the end, I was kind of a bit subpar. You know, it'll do, it's fine. I'm an indie filmmaker, you might say. Just the AI is pretty cool. I do really like it. The AI is really cool and really... No one wants me to make a video. Everyone's like, yeah, I'm gonna do everything right now. That's cool. Okay, we're just gonna deal with it, I'm so sorry. The AI is cool. It's great for producing lots of ideas really fast. But it's definitely something that you're going to want to develop upon and actually flesh out, because what I found with it was that it very much kind of created a very basic back and forth. It's kind of structure, I guess, to a growth to a height and then a fall off kind of wasn't there. And I think for producing lots of ideas fast, it works really well. I think as filmmakers, the best way for us to...
Yeah, it clearly still needs a lot of, like, guidance in terms of, like, actual plot.
To develop and get better with our skills is to always be producing stuff. And I think if you are stuck for ideas and you don't know what to produce, which I find myself all the time, I'm like, I want to make something but I don't know what, plugging in just some general ideas into the AI would work really well to come up with things fast, and then play around with them, see what you can do with them, have fun. I guess that's the key, right? is just to be making stuff that brings you joy. Did this bring me joy? I don't know. It brought me a late night, that's for sure. That's the thing. 24 hours is not a lot of time.
Alright. I found this thing. The future of humanity. AI predicts 400 years in 3 minutes. 4K. Let's see our future in 4K.
Tasked with designing 400 years into the future, two Arcadians set out on a mission to both warn humanity of the dangers of the current climate conditions and show our species its great potential should we work together. And so we begin, known to the Arcadians as the Reckoning, in the year 2040, where society's efforts to push initiatives and agendas of sustainability failed due to humanity's obsession with over-consumerism. Next, we have the dystopian era, taking place in the year 2070, where the living conditions are inconceivably depressing, unhygienic, and inhumane. Also, with the sheer mismanagement of waste dumping around our beloved planet in space, leading world governments to assemble the people of the nations. After much trial and tribulation, we move on to the year 2100, the retreat, devised as a plan for the rest and recovery of our natural world. In the year 2100, humanity looks to live away from the surface for 50 years. And so a new chapter begins with the return, the year 2200. And upon returning to the surface, humanity finds that the plan to allow nature to once again flourish worked outstandingly, with all the greatest scientists, pioneers, futurists, and imagineers devising methods of evolving the current society's technology and architecture around transbotanism. And with effort...
They really skipped over an important part there of, like, we're not getting all 8 billion of us into spaceships for 50 years, you know? How's that gonna work?
Efforts of prosperity, humanity begins rebuilding with nature in the year 2250. The Imagineers and visionaries of today in 2250 used biomimetic 4D printing in order to grow architecture, all from natural matter, artificially reproduced and edited for our needs. And once again assemble...
Some of these building designs, though, are dope as hell. I would like to see some of this architecture.
Harmonious routine life into local neighborhoods. And just when our technological development peaked as we thought, in comes the new frontier of what we consider to be the nature of life itself. We've finally done it. The singularity is here. Humans have merged with AI and uploaded themselves to the digital realm, leaving behind all manners of physicality, therefore solidifying our position as a Type 1 civilization with our eyes fixated on
Ain't
the
no way,
next
dude.
challenge.
We're so fucking far from Type 1. Are you kidding? Ain't no way.
Brought to you by Arcadia Foundry's design team. Thank you for watching.
Let's see what music videos look like. The fuck? Oh god. Oh god. Oh god, what have we done? They're somehow worse. Trippy as hell. the shrooms hit.
Once in a lullaby.
They're leprechauns?
The rainbow, bluebirds fly, and the dreams that you dream.
Why is it the Wizard of Oz? What the fuck?
Tuning out of starlight, the innocent lifetime flickers and flashes under a canvas. No, nobody seems worth it, while the feeling's sophisticated. The view is so restrained. The past is nearing closer and closer, I fear. So let's just cut the bullshit and tell me who's independent. Thumbs twiddling and your life's escaping your mind. Keep in mind, well, the air ain't as free as it used to be, but that's quite alright when you're still 18, it seems to be. And I'll tell you who's overrated. What's a beautiful person with some hideous dreams? While the lining is in silver, we're verging on the side of the road that'll take us.
This is actually so pretty. I like when it goes like back into space.
Read about your life in your local.
I like that. A family picture of each country. I'm sorry, what? I am finding the most random shit. Bolivia family. Brunei. Saudi. What is this? Come to Brazil. Wait, they actually do look so Canadian. Wait, this is actually very Canadian coded. I feel like these are like actual family photos that they just like turned into paintings, you know? Every single country as a supervillain. What? So much content. AI just killed YouTube. Intense AI anger. Monka. Monka Giga. Omega. Pink Floyd. AI generated. Interesting. Interesting. I'm intrigued. It's good. It's good. I like that. Why with the eating? It's so bad. You know what it seems like this is what babies see, you know, before their eyes are finished growing and like their brains can't make sense of it. You know what I mean? The fuck? Oh my god. Oh god. Oh god. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Bebe Rexha? Oh shit. I love her. Is this it? 2 days ago? Ooh. I like the palette.
Never be led down a path you don't choose. I'll say it again till I'm turning blue. No regrets, gotta make the moves that feel right for you. Yeah, give it up. It's time to start believing in you. Stop.
Shit.
Everybody holds you down. Nobody wants you started first. You fall.
Oh fuck. This is so cool. Holy shit. This is like a really good one. I'm curious, like, how much was, like, assisted by humans, you know? This shit, like sets my neurons on fire. My fucking brain go fucking brr. Possibilities are infinite. Hell yeah.
Hey, boss. I think we should slow down production.
Never!
Jesus. Holy fuck. That actually scared me so much. I wasn't prepared for how bad this is.
Hey, boss. I think we should slow down production.
Never! We will serve stock burgers forever. Our alien burgers will devour Wall Street for good. If you don't eat them, ha-ha. Don't worry, ha-ha. They'll eat you. Tender sirloin.
Yo, is that Gremlo? Yo, Gremlo, what the fuck? Yo, bro, chill.
Eat you. Tender sirloin. The
no.
Juiciest crunch
Not
in
my
every
headphones
bite.
again. Why does this keep happening? Listen, look, listen.
Stockburgers.
Silence! Stockburgers will heist portfolios and gives us access to Wall Street's finest. Our burgers now are